Lin Bei found himself in a quaint mountain village, where he relied on the Tai Chi skills of the elderly gentleman from the park to charm the children who were unable to practice martial arts. This method proved to be even more potent than that of seasoned warriors in the realm of cultivation. FAKE Tai that moment, a once prominent warrior, whose dantian had been destroyed, learned of Lin Bai's burgeoning reputation, and, with a mix of skepticism and hope, approached him to become a disciple, threatening to end his life if he turned out to be a fraud. Lin Bei felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Thus began his desperate attempts at persuasion. Not long after, a voice resonated within his mind, leaving him astounded. Your disciple is cultivating the breathing technique you devised beginner level, and you have comprehended the breathing technique full mastery. Chapter 1. Surviving through deception. The younger generation has been wronged by my kin, leading to the destruction of my dantian and rendering my martial aspirations hopeless. I humbly beseech you, esteemed elder, to accept me as your disciple and impart the secrets of cultivation. Lin Bei gazed at the striking young man kneeling before him, offering a rare herb, and felt an overwhelming headache. In this world, warriors were held in the highest regard. Having traversed into this realm, Lin Bei was already past the age of 18, but with neither money nor land, he had not only missed the prime age for martial training, but also faced the dire threat of starvation. Left with no choice, he assumed the guise of a wandering sage. Employing a series of Tai Chi movements learned from the park's elder, he managed to enchant the naive villagers who had never seen the world beyond their own. In fear of exposure, he boldly proclaimed that what he taught was not martial arts, but rather the path of cultivation. These unsophisticated villagers accepted his words without question. To ensure Lin Bei would remain to instruct their children, the villagers toiled through the night to construct a dwelling and furnish it adequately. In passing, a vast expanse of land was delineated, transforming into Lin Bai's dojo for imparting the art of cultivation. Life was initially serene and untroubled. How did a true warrior come seeking to be his disciple? Cultivation techniques? What cultivation techniques? He was merely boasting. Lin Bei lamented inwardly. Who was the scoundrel that managed to entice a warrior into seeking him as a master? How did you come to know of me? Lin Bei inquired, eager to uncover the identity of the miscreant. The handsome youth replied respectfully, In Qingyun town, I occasionally heard the esteemed Neo heir speak of you, venerable one, and learned of your 1,000 years of cultivation, which filled me with admiration. Having delved deeper into your history, I have come seeking your guidance, hoping you will impart to me the secrets of cultivation and reshape my path of practice. Lin Bei felt a pang of distress. What tales had Neo heir spun for this lad? Are you not afraid that Neo heir has deceived you? Not in the least. I have been misled before the deceiver now lies beneath 7 feet of earth. This was troubling. He possessed quite the fiery temper. Lin Bei cast a penetrating gaze at the youth. It was evident he spoke the truth, though this fellow's dantian was damaged. A martial artist with a body honed through rigorous training could easily send him to his demise with a single blow. Lin Bei could only lament the multitude of villagers who had gathered to witness this spectacle. Were it not for the throngs, he would unreservedly confess his ignorance of cultivation techniques. But alas, now he found himself at a loss for words. No, he must devise a means to send this youth away. After making a resolute decision, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Bei, prompting him to concoct a response. You possess an excessive inclination towards violence, and our fated bond as master and disciple has yet to materialize. I kindly ask you to depart. Upon uttering these words, instead of dissuading the youth's fervor, it only ignited his fighting spirit. Senior, you may inquire in Qingyun town. I, Zhang Teng, am renowned for my benevolence, treating others with kindness and sincerity. With that, Zhang Teng bowed deeply before Lin Bei, striking his forehead thrice against the ground. Bang! Bang! His forehead was left bloodied. Such earnestness was palpable. Lin Bei recalled the boastful tales shared with Neo heir and suddenly realized this was troublesome. The act of seeking a mentor was taught by Neo heir. I beseech you, senior, to discern my intentions. I am not inclined towards violence, but rather, I harbor a profound disdain for deceivers. A profound disdain for deceivers? Wasn't that utterly disastrous? Wasn't this a direct affront? Observing the shattered stones of the ground, Lin Bei began to contemplate a suitable refusal. At that moment, The surrounding villagers spoke up. Master Lin, I can attest that young Master Zhang is a good person. He despises deceivers because he has witnessed a conman abduct children, shattering what was once a harmonious family. It was evident that Zhang Teng held a commendable reputation in Qingyun town. You needn't worry, young Master Zhang. Master Lin possesses a kind-hearted person as virtuous as you will undoubtedly be taught by him. Another burly man added. Indeed, Master Lin has stated that to treat others with kindness is to attain one's true self and to receive divine favor with such sincerity. Master Lin would not refuse you. Observing the villagers rallying in support, Lin Bei felt a surge of panic within. This is bad that rascal Zhang Teng has bribed these people. The atmosphere had escalated to this point. Lin Bei could only lament his own loose tongue had he boasted too much. If he did not accept Zhang Teng as his disciple, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. What if he were to be suspected of being a charlatan? That would be disastrous. With no other recourse, he mustered the courage to proceed with the acceptance. Since you are so sincere, I shall accept you as my disciple. Zhang Teng rejoiced and immediately presented the spiritual herb with both hands. Disciple Zhang Teng pays his respects to Master. I humbly request that you accept this token of my apprenticeship. Good child, rise. Lin Bei reluctantly accepted Zhang Teng's gesture of respect. He understood that from this moment forth, the relationship of master and disciple between him and Zhang Teng was firmly established. I am feeling a bit fatigued. Lin Bei yearned for solitude, devising a way to send Zhang Teng away. Although you entered late, as my inner disciple, all those practicing in the arena are your junior brothers. My first lesson for you is to never be ashamed to seek knowledge from others. Go and inquire about Tai Chi from them. With that, Lin Bei turned and entered the house. Once the door was shut, he found himself unable to contain his emotions. Had he truly taken a martial artist as his disciple? Moreover, he is a martial artist whose dantian has been destroyed. Having been in this world for quite some time, Lin Bei is acutely aware that the first realm for martial artists is body refinement, while the second phase involves the condensation of the dantian's qi. Those who possess a dantian are undoubtedly masters. The more proficient the expert, the harder they are to deceive. If he fails to provide any substantial guidance, over time, the ruse may be uncovered. The thought is too dreadful to contemplate. Exhausted, he mused, let it be annihilated. Lin Bei reclined on the bed, adopting a sprawling posture of utter surrender. FAKE TAI that moment, he suddenly overheard the voices of several apprentices conversing outside. Brother Zhang is exceptionally gifted. He has swiftly grasped the essence of Tai Chi, blending softness with strength, creating a seamless whole. Indeed, he is a martial artist. His comprehension is extraordinary. It seems that in just a few breaths, his Tai Chi will surpass ours, reaching the entry level as described by our master. The master has stated that if someone attains the entry level, he will impart the next steps of cultivation. The voices from outside sent a wave of panic through Lin Bei. He knew nothing of the subsequent cultivation methods, as Tai Chi was merely that of a park elder's rudimentary skill. What on earth should he do? If Zhang Teng were to enter and seek guidance on more profound Tai Chi techniques, he would be utterly incapable of teaching him. Deceiving martial artists is no easy feat. Should he be discovered as a fraud in a daze? Lin Bei seemed to envision the towering grass atop his Shanghai grave. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lin Bei was startled. Oh no, could it be that Zhang Teng has mastered Tai Chi and come to seek guidance on more profound techniques? Who is it? Lin Bei inquired from behind the door. Master, it's me, Tainyo. Tainyo? Lin Bei let out a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Master, I come bearing good news. Senior brother Zhang Teng possesses exceptional talent and is about to enter the realm. Our dojo is finally on the verge of welcoming the first expert to seamlessly integrate Tai Chi. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Bei's heart. This was not good news. It was akin to a death knell. Simultaneously, cheers echoed from outside. Senior brother Zhang has succeeded. This is terrible. Lin Bei's heart raced with alarm. Zhang Teng is coming. Chapter 2. Zhang Teng arrives. The cacophony outside was infused with joy. Knock. Knock. The sound of knocking resonated, followed by Zhang Teng's voice. Master, are you there? His voice felt like a summons from a mischievous spirit, and Lin Bei sensed that the sky had fallen upon him. Just at that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, has grasped the essence of Tai Chi and has crossed the threshold. Your Tai Chi has reached perfection. Previously, his understanding was merely at the level of a park elder, an amateur. At this instant, his comprehension of Tai Chi underwent a profound transformation. Was this the activation of a golden finger? After a year of traversing this world, just as he was on the verge of surrender, happiness arrived with such suddenness. Lin Bei felt an immediate surge of confidence. "Come in," he said, his tone calm and amiable, radiating self-assurance. Zhang Teng entered. "Master, I have comprehended the principles of Tai Chi, yet I find myself with some doubts. I beseech you to enlighten me." Lin Bei, now possessing an extraordinary understanding of Tai Chi, felt invigorated upon hearing Zhang Teng's uncertainties. A master's role is to impart wisdom and resolve doubts. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Bei encouraged, "Feel free to ask any questions." Zhang Teng hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Master, while Tai Chi is indeed profound, it seems to bear no relation to the path of cultivation." Though the tone was humble, the implication of doubt threatened to pierce Lin Bei's eardrums. "This is bad. Could this young man possibly suspect me of being a fraud? Indeed, warriors are not easily deceived. Remain calm. I must navigate through this." Lin Bei took a deep breath, his cold gaze sharpening. Zhang Teng immediately felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. To study without mastery, to grasp only the surface, while aspiring for lofty heights. "You are not yet worthy of learning the way of immortality." Zhang Teng shuddered, quickly bowing his head and clasping his fists. "Master, please quell your anger. It is my impatience that has led me astray. My dantian is shattered, and having heard of the profound nature of the immortality arts, I found that after learning Tai Chi, it felt no different from ordinary martial techniques. Thus, I was filled with doubt." Although Zhang Teng was apologizing, Lin Bei understood that if he could not provide a satisfactory response, the seed of doubt would only flourish. Tai Chi may impress those unversed in martial arts, but it cannot fool a true warrior. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's expression softened slightly. "Your doubts are quite normal, especially since you have only just begun." Zhang Teng feigned a posture of attentive listening. "Teng, the path of immortality requires enlightenment. It seems you have yet to grasp its essence." Upon hearing this, although Zhang Teng appeared to listen earnestly, a glimmer of skepticism flickered in his eyes. Lin Bei recognized that this young man was beginning to doubt him, and thus, he ceased to indulge in further chatter, brushing his garments and standing resolutely. "Teng, today I shall impart my teachings. Come with me and witness the true essence of Tai Chi. I shall elucidate why I regard Tai Chi as a foundational practice for cultivating one's spiritual journey." With that, Lin Bei stepped out of the door, moving with a lightness that exuded the aura of a master. As they journeyed, Lin Bei began to draw upon his memories from before his transmigration, weaving an elaborate narrative. Tai Chi, the principles of yin and yang, the source of heaven and earth. Teng, having begun your practice in Tai Chi, signifies that you have grasped the balance of hardness and softness. The next step is to comprehend the interplay of yin and yang, to harmonize with the heavens, ultimately achieving the state of unity between man and the cosmos. Lin Bei continued his discourse. Only by achieving this harmony can one enter a state of clarity, thereby qualifying to approach the threshold of cultivation. At that time, I shall impart to you the methods of breath regulation, and you shall truly have stepped through the threshold. Do you understand? A flicker of doubt in Zhang Teng's expression began to wane. Upon reaching the training ground, many apprentices turned their gaze towards them. "Today, I shall demonstrate what Tai Chi truly is. Remember, observe closely, and contemplate." Without further ado, Lin Bei executed the opening posture of Tai Chi. Shifting his weight to the right, he lifted his left foot to step forward, raising both hands above. Though his movements appeared casual, they emanated an air of profound mystery. Zhang Teng's pupils narrowed slightly. To him, each of Lin Bei's movements seemed to embody an innate harmony with the universe. A manifestation of the unity between man and heaven, the essence of the celestial and the earthly intertwined. The arcane vocabulary that had once bewildered him now seemed to crystallize before his very eyes. Although Zhang Teng was merely a novice in the art of Tai Chi, he felt an undeniable distinction between his own technique and that of Lin Bei. In the interplay of stillness and motion, in the juxtaposition of softness and firmness, profound truths appeared to be concealed. Surrounding him were several apprentices from the village. Similarly captivated by the essence of Tai Chi, it was astonishing, even without formal training. "I can sense the profundity of Tai Chi. Truly, the master is exceptional. This demonstration diverges from previous ones, leaving me somewhat perplexed." Of course, we have yet to enter the discipline. Naturally, the fundamentals would be imparted to us. Zhang Teng, having already begun his journey, would undoubtedly present differently. At this moment, Zhang Teng's doubts regarding Lin Bei evaporated entirely. He experienced a vague sense of enlightenment, realizing that the paths of cultivation and martial arts are fundamentally distinct. I must abandon my previous misconceptions. Otherwise, I shall forever remain estranged from the path of cultivation. As the demonstration concluded, Lin Bei withdrew his energies. Observing the enlightened expression on Zhang Teng's face, he felt a sense of relief. He had succeeded in grounding him. Tenger, have you gained any insights? Zhang Teng suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, Master, I am deeply ashamed for having doubted the Tai Chi you imparted based solely on my feelings. Your technique is indeed profound. I have yet to fully comprehend it. Lin Bei responded with a gentle smile. If you have not yet comprehended, then dedicate yourself to understanding. Do not let your heart be restless and agitated. Instead, empty your mind and contemplate the universe. I shall heed your teachings. Go and practice diligently. I hope you will be the first disciple to unlock the door to the realm of cultivation. Lin Bei casually offered a word of encouragement. Zhang Teng immediately sprang to life, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Rest assured, Master, I shall exert every effort. Lin Bei nodded in apparent satisfaction, though internally he wished to slap himself. Once again, he had succumbed to his tendency to embellish. What if Zhang Teng, already a martial artist, swiftly grasped the profound intricacies of Tai Chi and attained perfection? Was he prepared to teach him the breathing techniques? He had yet to finalize them. Martial artists are not easily deceived. Just then, a male villager rushed over from a distance, his face etched with urgency. Oh no, Master Lin, this is terrible. Something has happened. Chapter 3. The clarity of thoughts. What is the matter? Lin Bei asked, bewildered. After much effort in persuading Zhang Teng, another problem had arisen. Neo Air was in trouble. The villager, panting heavily, took a few breaths before continuing. While attending the market in Qingyan City, he had indulged in drink and boasted that Master Lin was a powerful cultivator. Consequently, he encountered a martial artist who accused him of being a fraud. Unable to contain himself, Neo Air retorted, only to be struck and left bloodied, brought back by others. Lin Bei exhaled in relief. Neo Air had been beaten? Serves him right. He deserved it. If it weren't for Neo Air bringing him a troublesome disciple, wouldn't he be living a much more carefree life now? And also, the villager continued. What else? Lin Bei sensed a foreboding dread creeping in. The martial artist declared that he would come to destroy your dojo. Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Neo Air, you foolish man. Why couldn't you just attend the market quietly without boasting? If you enjoy bragging, do not drag me into it. Summoning Zhang Teng was already a nuisance, and now you have provoked another martial artist? Is it so difficult to make a living in these times? Though his heart raced with anxiety, with Zhang Teng and others behind him, Lin Bei could only feign calmness. No matter. A mere martial artist wishes to assail my dojo. He is not worthy. Please take good care of Neo Air, and ensure he speaks and acts with caution in the future. We, as practitioners of the path, do not relish in the pursuit of superiority. The villagers, upon hearing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is good that Master Lin is unperturbed. Unperturbed, Lin Bei longed to personally deliver a couple of sharp slaps to Neo Air, then seize him by the collar and admonish him. So you enjoy boasting, do you? Noticing the tense expressions of his disciples around him, Lin Bei calmly declared, there is nothing to worry about. Continue your practice. The disciples departed. Yet, Lin Bei remained inside the dwelling, feeling a growing restlessness, pacing back and forth, murmuring to himself, this will not do. I must inquire about Neo Air and the nature of the individuals he has provoked, whether they are formidable, and if the threat to the dojo is indeed genuine. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei promptly left the dojo, heading toward the direction of Neo Air. Upon arriving at the small courtyard enclosed by a fence around Neo Air's residence, he hesitated before knocking on the door. He then heard a familiar voice from within. It was Zhang Teng. Uncle Neo Air, who has laid hands upon you? As a martial artist, how could you inflict such harm upon a mere mortal? Zhang Teng's tone was evidently one of indignation. Uncle Neo Air, you introduced me to this place to study under a master, offering me the hope of defying fate. This is a great kindness, and I cannot stand idly by. Lin Bei, standing outside the door, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Zhang Teng's voice. What a good child. He knows how to share the burden of his master. Neo Air wore a look of deep grievance. The individual had claimed to be a martial artist from the Liuhe Martial Arts School, introducing himself as the renowned Zhao Bao, the opening mountain hand. I remarked at that moment. Even if he were a martial artist, he could hardly match Master Lin. In response, he delivered a punch to me. Hearing this, Zhang Teng let out a cold snort. The less accomplished the martial artist, the more they take their identity seriously. I will seek justice for you. I shall compel him to apologize and cover your medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Niu Air immediately interjected, Young Master Zhang, please do not act impulsively. That person is exceedingly formidable. With just a casual punch, I lost consciousness entirely. Formidable? Zhang Teng scoffed. The Liuhe Martial Arts School in Qingyan City is merely a third-rate establishment. Its master has, at best, reached the pinnacle of body refinement. What is there to fear? Noticing Niu Air's skepticism, Zhang Teng continued to elaborate. Though my Dantian is damaged, I have, after all, once stepped into the Danhai realm. Even if I were to challenge them, it would pose no difficulty. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Oh, and that is reassuring. It is good to know that young Master Zhang is confident, Niu Air expressed with gratitude. Outside, Lin Bei also breathed a sigh of relief. He almost forgot that his disciple was also a martial artist, seemingly a skilled one at that. Given this, there was no need to be overly concerned about confronting the dojo. For the first time, Lin Bei thought that having a martial artist disciple might not be so bad after all. At that moment, Zhang Teng continued, however. What do you mean, however? Niu Air inquired. I harbor certain concerns. My master once remarked that those on the path of cultivation must refrain from being overly competitive. This matter, I beseech you, do not disclose to the master. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's face lit up with joy. Excellent. This disciple knows how to keep secrets from him. Splendid. Rest assured, Master Zhang, I, Niu Air, am hardly one to gossip. Outside the door, Lin Bei scoffed at Niu Air's words. You are undoubtedly the most loquacious among us. However, contemplating that the trouble might no longer be a trouble, Lin Bei felt considerably relieved. Yet, just as Lin Bei prepared to turn and depart, the door suddenly swung open. Zhang Teng and Lin Bei locked eyes, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Moments ago, Zhang Teng had asserted that it should not be known. Yet here they were, face to face. Lin Bei felt equally uncomfortable. He genuinely wished for Zhang Teng to advocate for Niu Air and simultaneously resolve his predicament. What to do now? In the midst of this awkwardness, Zhang Teng spoke first. Master, Zhang Teng stammered, initially intending to explain something. But upon noticing Lin Bei's silence, he simply lowered his head. Master, I remember your teachings regarding the path of cultivation and the importance of avoiding excessive rivalry. I acknowledge my error. Upon hearing Zhang Teng's admission of guilt, Lin Bei sensed an ominous shift. This lad, surely he does not think I disapprove? On the contrary, I wholeheartedly support him. While I may agree, it is imperative that I do not express it in such a manner at this moment. An idea swiftly formed in Lin Bei's mind. To acknowledge one's mistakes and strive for improvement is of utmost importance. A practitioner of the Tao should indeed refrain from seeking superiority. However, Lin Bei deftly shifted the conversation. For those who cultivate the Tao, it is paramount to possess clarity of thought. Without such clarity, how can one truly master the art of cultivation? Zhang Teng's eyes sparkled with understanding. If what my master teaches is correct, does this mean you support my intervention on behalf of Niu Air? Lin Bei smiled gently. Go forth. But remember to approach tasks with determination and decisiveness. Sever all ties to potential repercussions. He slightly raised his tone when emphasizing the need for resolution. This was a subtle reminder to Zhang Teng. After confronting the adversary, it is essential to resolve the matter thoroughly to avoid further trouble. Rest assured, Master, I will act with utmost efficiency, leaving no future troubles, Zhang Teng vowed earnestly. Yet, observing his fervent assurance, Lin Bei felt an inexplicable unease. Could this lad have misinterpreted his insinuation? Remember, grievances have their origins, and debts their rightful claimants. Only through virtue can one avert future troubles, Lin Bei reiterated. Do not worry, Master. I understand and shall surely conduct myself with virtue, Zhang Teng replied respectfully. Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Go then. This matter should remain discreet. Understood. As Lin Bei watched Zhang Teng's departing figure, he couldn't shake off his doubts. Had the boy truly grasped his meaning? Would the situation escalate further? This young man is so astute. He surely wouldn't misunderstand recklessly. Lin Bei consoled himself with this thought. Chapter 4. The fist is the principal in the town of Qingyan. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Within the Liuhe Martial Arts School, the renowned master Zhao Bao raised a 1,000-pound stone lock with both arms, executing his lifts in a disciplined manner. Each time he hoisted the stone, the sound of cracking bones resonated through the air. The gazes of the martial artists at the school were filled with envy. The process of body refinement among martial practitioners encompasses the cultivation of skin, tendons, bones, and blood. A practitioner capable of producing the sound of cracking bones signifies that they have reached the pinnacle of body refinement, mere steps away from mastering blood refinement. Brother Bao is impressive. The mastery of blood refinement is not far off. At our Lyoha martial arts school, aside from the master, Brother Bao stands second to none. Brother Bao, could you demonstrate your signature skill, the opening mountain hand? Amidst the flattery, Zhao Bao felt a surge of pride, his face glowing with confidence. Very well. I shall showcase my martial technique, the opening mountain hand. As he spoke, Zhao Bao made his way to a section of the courtyard where pebbles were stacked, lifting a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds. Watch closely. With a fierce glare, Zhao Bao's right arm bulged with muscle as he transformed his palm into a blade and struck down. Huh. The solid pebble shattered with a resounding crack. Excellent. Remarkable. The onlookers erupted in admiration. Just then, an incongruous voice pierced through the praise. Is this merely a trivial skill, daring to display such arrogance? At the utterance of these words, Zhao Bao's previously beaming expression abruptly froze. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Outside the martial arts hall, a figure leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed and a look of disdain upon their face. Who are you to speak so brazenly? Zhao Bao exclaimed, filled with fury. So, you are Zhao Bao? Zhang Teng inquired. Zhao Bao scoffed. My name remains unchanged, and my surname is Steadfast. And you are? I am Zhang Teng. And I have heard that you intend to demolish my master's dojo, Zhang Teng replied, his tone firm as his eyes pierced through Zhao Bao. You possess an audacious spirit. Zhao Bao retorted, his anger surging, his eyes wide with rage. What did you say? Zhang Teng smirked contemptuously. I said you possess an audacious spirit. Each word struck Zhao Bao's heart like a dagger. You seek death. In a fit of rage, Zhao Bao lunged forward, like an arrow released from its bow, charging at Zhang Teng. As he closed the distance, Zhao Bao employed his signature move, transforming his palm into a blade, striking down with great force. Faced with this overwhelming power, Zhang Teng remained calm, raising one hand as if to directly receive Zhao Bao's formidable strike. Has that fool lost his mind? Even the master would not dare to take Zhao Bao's move head-on. He is simply courting death. The martial artists within the hall murmured. Just then, as the strike descended, Zhang Teng's blood surged within him, and under the waning sunlight, his raised hand began to shimmer with a bronze-like radiance. With a resounding thud, the stone slab beneath Zhang Teng's feet fractured. Yet, his hand, poised to receive the oncoming strike, remained steadfast and unyielding, akin to the mighty Mount Tai. Astonishingly, he withstood the blow. Was it bronze skin and iron bones? My heavens, he had indeed forged his body to achieve such a formidable state. The depth of this bronze hue suggested that it was at least of superior quality. The surrounding warriors collectively inhaled sharply, for among the countless martial artists in the world, it was well known that the pinnacle of body refinement was the attainment of bronze skin and iron bones, a feat only achievable by true geniuses. Amongst these prodigies, those capable of achieving superior quality were undoubtedly the Sar-Mi de la Sar-Mi, deserving of the title Children of the Heavens. At that moment, Zhao Bao was utterly bewildered. His palm, which could shatter mountains and stones, now throbbed with an unexpected pain. In a daze, he felt a powerful hand firmly pressing down upon his head. The next instant, the world spun around him as he was uncontrollably propelled toward the ground. Thud. The azure stone floor cracked upon impact, and blood streamed from Zhao Bao's head. Almost simultaneously, a foot landed atop his skull, and he heard Zhang Teng's voice, laced with amusement, whispering, "Who dares to seek death?" As he spoke, Zhang Teng crouched down and playfully patted Zhao Bao's face. For a warrior, such an act was an egregious humiliation. What have I done to offend you? Zhao Bao's voice was filled with frustration, tinged with a hint of grievance. He, Zhao Bao, has never inexplicably offended a martial artist. Is it not merely bullying common folk? Did he not claim that my master is a charlatan? Did he not threaten to demolish my master's dojo? Today, I have come to seek enlightenment, wishing to ascertain the true weight of one who boasts of destroying my master's sanctuary. Each word from Zhang Teng struck like a hammer, reverberating through Zhao Bao's memory. He was taken aback. He never anticipated that striking a boastful commoner would summon a master with skin as tough as bronze and iron. Furthermore, A master who had refined their skills to the highest quality of bronze and iron? The most absurd part was, this individual actually claimed to be the disciple of that charlatan? It was one thing for a commoner to boast about an immortal they had never even heard of. But how could a martial artist believe such nonsense? This was utterly ridiculous. Zhao Bao yearned to articulate a response. Yet his words felt lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. What could he possibly say that the so-called immortal was a fraud? The disciple had come knocking at his door. To admit he was wrong? He did not believe he was mistaken at all, to him. The notion of an immortal was sheer folly. If Zhang Teng were to invoke the so-called celestial arts boasted by Nyo Air, he might begrudgingly entertain the idea. Yet Zhang Teng was merely a martial artist. Did this so-called cultivator even possess the slightest connection? Two conditions. Zhang Teng's voice resonated. Firstly, as a martial artist, it is a grave error to assault civilians. Therefore, you are obliged to compensate for the medical expenses. Secondly, you must pay a visit to offer your apologies. How shall it be? One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Such is the code of the martial artist. The strong command respect. Zhao Bao decisively chose to acquiesce. You are right. I will compensate, and I shall personally apologize. Only then did Zhang Teng retract his foot. I shall await your arrival. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Watching Zhang Teng's retreating figure, Zhao Bao's expression shifted. Brother Bao, I confess my indiscretions. I am hot-tempered and have faced retribution for my actions. I accept the beating. I comprehend the martial code. As Zhao Bao articulated this, his tone took a turn, and his gaze sharpened. However, to act openly in the Liuhe martial arts school is to disrespect the master. It is akin to challenging the school. Once these words were uttered, the surrounding martial artists nodded in agreement. The master was on the verge of consolidating his energy to transcend to the Danai realm. Although this young man had cultivated a body of steel, he was no match for the master. Alas, the master was absent. Had he been present, such unruliness would not be tolerated. As time passed, the evening sun cast its golden rays upon the floor of Qingyun town. What was once a bustling yet somewhat subdued town suddenly erupted into liveliness. A solitary figure emerged, shouldering the lifeless body of a once mighty white-striped tiger. His gait steady and demeanor proud. It was the esteemed Master Cheng Lu, bearing the infamous golden-eyed tiger. Whispers spoke of the South Mountain tiger, a creature said to devour men, transforming them into vengeful spirits that beguile unsuspecting travelers. Could this be that very beast? Indeed, it must be. Rumor had it that the townsfolk of South Mountain sought the master's prowess to hunt this ferocious predator. As the crowd gazed upon him with admiration, Master Cheng returned to the Liuhe Martial Arts Academy, a smile gracing his features. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with a somber assembly. The once pristine bluestone floor bore the scars of damage. What transpired here? Cheng's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, devoid of fury yet commanding respect. The master has returned. You have broken through? The martial artists within the academy rejoiced at the sight of their leader. Master, we have been challenged. Brother Bao was assaulted, and the challenger demanded he apologize and compensate for the affront. At this revelation, Cheng was momentarily taken aback, swiftly replaced by a tempest of rage. Who possessed such audacity to besiege my domain in my absence? This is an intolerable affront. Chapter 5. The virtue of martial arts is still virtue after a fit of rage. Master Cheng regained his composure. What on earth transpired? Tell me everything, detail by detail. When the martial artists within the hall recounted the sequence of events, Master Cheng did not display anger. Instead, a look of suspicion crossed his features. You say the challenger has cultivated a superior level of copper skin and iron bones. The martial artists in the hall quickly affirmed, indeed. He calls himself Zhang Teng. Upon hearing the name Zhang Teng, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Master Cheng's eyes. So it is he, the Zhang family of Nanyang. Zhang Teng. Some martial artists expressed their astonishment. Master, have you heard of him? Zhang Teng was once a prodigy of the Zhang family in Nanyang, but after violating clan rules, he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the family. Who would have thought he would seek refuge in our Qingyun town? Master Cheng let out a cold laugh. After all, he was once a formidable expert at the Danhai realm, now possessing copper skin and iron bones. It is only natural that Zhao Bao would be unable to contend with him. Fleeing? What crime did he commit? A curious martial artist inquired. It is said that at a banquet hosted by the Prince of Nanyang, he drunkenly intruded into the prince's inner courtyard, tarnishing the purity of the princess. The prince, enraged, offered a bounty of 10,000 gold for his capture. Master Cheng chuckled. Originally, I had no face to seek revenge since Zhao Bao was so arrogant, but now, I might as well use the guise of a challenge to reclaim my honor and capture Zhang Teng in a small mountain village. At the Linbei dojo, upon Zhang Teng's return, numerous apprentices eagerly approached him. Coincidentally, Zhang Teng observed Linbei seated beside the stone table in the dojo and promptly approached him. "Master, I have returned." Linbei nodded and inquired with a smile. "How did you fare in resolving the matter?" The disciple recalled his master's teachings, emphasizing the importance of winning others over with virtue. "I engaged in a candid dialogue with the other party, and we exchanged views for a more profound understanding." Zhang Teng replied with a smile, "I have fulfilled my duty. The other party has acknowledged their mistake and will soon come to apologize to Niu Heir." Upon hearing this, Linbei's heart surged with approval. This was remarkably reassuring. What did he dread the most? Complications. Now, with Zhang Teng's forthright conversation and in-depth communication, culminating in a virtuous resolution and agreement to apologize, it appeared that the matter had been splendidly settled. Excellent. The disciple, inspired by his insights into Tai Chi, excused himself to practice. "Very well, off you go," Linbei replied, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, within the dojo, many apprentices expressed their envy, exclaiming, "Zhang Shixiang is truly remarkable. Could you teach us?" Indeed. How did you engage in such open communication?" Linbei, possessing keen hearing, curiously eavesdropped. The master Zhao Bao, being a martial artist, understood that among practitioners, words were often superfluous. Direct engagement was the essence of genuine communication. Zhang Teng chuckled and remarked, "Zhao Bao, overestimating his own capabilities, was the first to strike at me. In a mere exchange, I subdued him and had him beneath my foot." The apprentices around him gasped in astonishment. "Is this what one calls frankness?" Linbei nearly spat out his tea, feeling a surge of frustration. "Is this what you term forthrightness? What about profound communication?" An apprentice inquired further within the dojo. I pointed out his mistakes and insisted he come to apologize in person. He was convinced and agreed to my demands, Zhang Teng asserted with an air of certainty. Linbei was on the verge of laughter from indignation. "Oh, I see. So this is your explanation? This is what you call profound communication? Brother Zhang, did you not tell master that you win people over with virtue?" Another apprentice questioned. Linbei inwardly nodded, appreciating the astuteness of the inquiry. He was eager to observe how Zhang Teng would respond. Among martial artists, reasoning is often conveyed through the language of fists. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Teng declared, "Martial virtue is still virtue." This statement elicited cheers from the crowd, as many apprentices extolled Zhang Teng's prowess. Yet, Linbei's nostrils flared with indignation. It seemed that despite his insistence on resolving matters cleanly and decisively, Zhang Teng had absorbed not a single word of it. Is this what one calls a clean resolution? Is this what one means by leaving no future troubles? Is this not merely seeking trouble and demanding submission through force? Linbei's heart seethed with silent curses. This young man, no wonder he was ensnared and his dantian destroyed. He is truly lacking in discernment. The more I ponder, the more infuriated I become. Linbei cast his gaze towards Zhang Teng and suddenly called out loudly, "Tenger, come here." Zhang Teng hurriedly approached. "Master, what is your command?" Tai Chi emphasizes the harmony of movement and stillness. Your current restlessness impedes your understanding of its profound mysteries, Linbei said with a gentle smile. Go now to room 1 in the Taoist temple and meditate in seclusion. You may only emerge when I summon you. Yes, disciple obeys. Zhang Teng felt a surge of joy, believing Linbei was pleased with his handling of matters, and that this was guidance for his cultivation. After Zhang Teng departed, a voice of confusion arose from within the temple. Master, why did you send Zhang Teng to the small dark room? Isn't that where one goes for punishment? What do you know? Master is providing guidance for cultivation. What small dark room? Can Zhang Teng be compared to us? We entered due to our mistakes. He has earned his place there through merit. The more he spoke, the more he felt something was amiss. Regardless, wasn't he this akin to being confined in a small dark room? Some were puzzled, yet no one dared to question further. Iron Bull, Master. A robust young apprentice rushed over. Your brother Zhang needs to focus in seclusion. He is not to be disturbed, nor should food be sent to him. Understood, Master. Linbei nodded with satisfaction. Within the dojo, a disciple expressed confusion. Master, this is too harsh. Not only are we confined to the dark room, but we are also deprived of food. One might think we are punishing Brother Zhang. You understand nothing. This is guidance for cultivation. Pay attention and learn well. Upon returning to his quarters, Linbei was clouded with worry. That rascal Zhang Teng came to challenge the dojo, and it was only a matter of time before the Six Harmonies Martial Arts Academy sought retribution. The damage to the dojo was minor, but if his masquerade as a cultivator were to be exposed, it would spell disaster. Could this fellow truly be so cunning, deliberately stirring trouble to test my capabilities? Lin Bei pondered. No, if he possessed such cleverness, how could he have been so easily ensnared and rendered incapable of refining his core? Lin Bei reached a conclusion. Zhang Teng was merely an inexperienced novice in the martial world, lacking insight. Just as Lin Bei harbored discontent towards Zhang Teng, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your disciple, after receiving guidance, has experienced a breakthrough and entered a state of enlightenment. Your Tai Chi has attained perfection, elevating your Tai Chi to the limit-breaking level. Congratulations, your Tai Chi has transcended, nearing the essence of the Tao. What sorcery is this? Could Zhang Teng be a congenital Tai Chi prodigy? In such a short span of time, he has achieved a breakthrough to perfection in Tai Chi? This fellow is rather extraordinary. In that moment of astonishment, Lin Bei's comprehension of Tai Chi also ascended to an entirely new realm. To be precise, he has gained a profound understanding of the universe through the practice of Tai Chi. His skills approach the essence of the Tao. Initially, he was utterly ignorant of how to formulate breathing techniques. However, now, in a vague yet palpable way, he seems to grasp an elusive thread that connects him to the mysteries of existence. Chapter 6. The creation of the breathing technique. The so-called breathing technique was merely a fabrication by Lin Bei to deceive the villagers. Attempting to fool a martial artist was nothing short of a fool's errand. This was also the source of Lin Bei's anxiety. Although Zhang Teng appeared obedient and compliant, the thought of him being a grand deceiver was a daunting prospect. Lin Bei vividly recalled Zhang Teng's fierce expression when he had previously mentioned the word fraud. However, circumstances had changed. Through the practice of Tai Chi, Lin Bei had genuinely begun to sense the ethereal energies of the universe. This new awareness provided him with profound inspiration for crafting the breathing technique. The essence of this technique was to inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Bei longed to rely on his own abilities to create this technique, yet he despondently realized that he seemed lacking in both comprehension and talent. Unable to genuinely formulate the breathing technique, what to do? Lin Bei remained unperturbed. After all, he had perused numerous related texts before his transmigration. Now, with a clear direction, he believed it would not be difficult to extract keywords from these books and piece together a logically coherent breathing technique. Before long, Lin Bei began to construct a somewhat esoteric breathing technique based on his perceptions of the spiritual forces of the universe and the knowledge he had accumulated in memory. In no time, a mysterious manuscript of the breathing technique was born from his efforts. Zhang Teng, I have endeavored to compile this according to my understanding of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The rest is up to you. With this thought, Lin Bei made his way to the dojo. Iron Bull. Lin Bei waved at Tainyo. Master, what is it? Tainyo trotted over. I have sensed that your elder brother Zhang has grasped the essence of Tai Chi. Have him wait for me in the transmission room, Lin Bei said with a smile. Really? Master, your cultivation is so profound that you can perceive this, Tainyo replied, his face filled with admiration. What are you planning to teach Brother Zhang? His Tai Chi has reached an extraordinary level, and he is now qualified to comprehend the method of breath regulation. Naturally, I shall impart to him this technique. Lin Bei stated. Stop dawdling and hurry along. Understood, Master. Observing Tainyo's silly demeanor, Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim, this simpleton is quite endearing. If only Zhang Teng were as naive, he wouldn't be suspected of being a fraud. At this moment, in room number 1, Tainyo carefully knocked on the door. Brother Zhang? Who is it? Zhang Teng's puzzled voice came through. It's me, Tainyo. Master sent me to find you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's expression turned to one of surprise. Previously, Lin Bei had instructed others not to disturb him during his meditation on Tai Chi. He had just begun to comprehend the principles and was in the process of digesting them, and now Master had sent someone to seek him out. Was it mere coincidence? With a hint of suspicion, Zhang Teng inquired, what did Master ask you to do? Master said he sensed your understanding of Tai Chi has reached an extraordinary level. He asked me to tell you to wait for him in the transmission room. Tainyo replied, his honesty shining through. Indeed, the Master possesses remarkable abilities. And just as I had a moment of enlightenment, he had already sensed it. At this moment, Zhang Teng's trust in Lin Bei began to elevate, and his admiration and respect deepened. Tainyo, do you know what the Master intends to impart to me? Although Zhang Teng had his speculations, he could not help but inquire. Tainyo chuckled. You have indeed asked the right person. The Master mentioned that he will teach you the breathing technique. Zhang Teng was elated. What is the breathing technique? It is the foundation of cultivating immortality. If I can comprehend the breathing technique, I shall step into the realm of immortality and become a cultivator. I shall go at once. Zhang Teng exclaimed, hastily pushing the door open and moving with great speed. Tai Nyo hurriedly followed. Brother, you are exceptionally gifted. If you master this cultivation technique, you must guide us in the future. Certainly. Zhang Teng responded enthusiastically. In the transmission hall, Zhang Teng sat cross-legged, his expression solemn as he awaited Lin Bei, during which he carefully contemplated the profound principles of Tai Chi. Well done. Lin Bei's voice resonated, feigning a demeanor of a master who holds great appreciation for his disciple. To grasp the essence of Tai Chi with such composure, despite possessing ordinary talents, is indeed commendable for one aspiring to cultivate immortality. However, upon speaking, he began to deceive. This young man, Zhang Teng, possesses extraordinary comprehension and remarkable innate talent. He must be appropriately tempered. Otherwise, how could the prowess of his master be demonstrated? Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng hastily bowed and said, I pay my respects to you, master. There's no need for such formalities, Lin Bei replied, waving his hand. Master, is my aptitude for cultivation truly so lacking? Zhang Teng inquired cautiously. Your potential is rather mediocre, Lin Bei stated, using the example of comprehending Tai Chi. If one can grasp it in a single incense stick's time, they may be deemed extraordinary. In an hour, a genius, and in half a day, a capable individual. However, your time spent exceeds half a day, thus you can only be regarded as possessing average aptitude. Lin Bei spoke with a straight face. Even though if Zhang Teng could indeed comprehend it in a single incense stick, he would surely measure the time down to the very breath. When it came to deception, Lin Bei had a firm grasp. Indeed, Zhang Teng, who initially felt a swell of confidence, suddenly found himself engulfed in disappointment. Nevertheless, a hint of defiance lingered within him. Master, I find myself confused about one matter. Speak, Lin Bei encouraged. Zhang Teng, still feeling obstinate, continued, even if my comprehension time is somewhat lacking. Surely my aptitude should not be judged so harshly? Lin Bei chuckled softly, his expression radiating the condescension of one who views the ignorance of youth with amusement. A capable individual can break through limitations. Your aptitude is insufficient. Achieving perfection in Tai Chi is your ultimate boundary. Break through limitations? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. What does breaking through limitations mean? He realized that perhaps this was the very reason his master deemed his aptitude to be mediocre. Master, what does it mean to break through limitations? Inquisitive by nature, Zhang Teng humbly sought guidance. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had successfully captivated him. If one were to break free from their constraints, they could comprehend the principles of the universe and the intricacies of breath control. However, fret not. Entering the realm of cultivation is not beyond your reach. Lin Bei continued to weave his web of persuasion. Now that you have become my disciple, I shall impart to you the techniques of breath control, with the hope that diligence may supplement your deficiencies. Zhang Teng, unperturbed, respectfully replied, I beseech you, master, bestow upon me the teachings. Lin Bei chuckled softly and resumed his charade. Your innate talent is rather lacking. Should I impart my knowledge, you might find it challenging to grasp. Allow me now to demonstrate what it means to transcend limitations through Tai Chi. Lin Bei's expression turned serious. One must not merely observe with the eyes, but also perceive with the heart. Do you understand? Zhang Teng eagerly nodded, his focus sharpening instantly. Lin Bei stepped forward and commenced the initial movements of Tai Chi. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Teng's pupils constricted. He sensed that as Lin Bei executed the Tai Chi movements, an entirely transformed aura enveloped him. An indescribable vitality radiated from him, as brilliant as the blazing sun. Zhang Teng was profoundly astonished. Could this be the Tai Chi that transcends limits? Chapter 7. Insight Defying Heaven. The perfection of breath control. Each time Zhang Teng observes Lin Bei executing Tai Chi, his feelings vary significantly. At this moment, Lin Bei's practice of Tai Chi is a harmonious blend of gentleness and strength, each movement appearing as if it were born naturally. The dazzling spiritual essence resonates with the universe, revealing an ineffable sense of harmony. In the depths of his being, Zhang Teng experiences a profound sensation, as if a wondrous rhythm exists between heaven, earth, and Lin Bei. At this juncture, Lin Bei's voice resonates. The art of breathing involves harnessing the energy of the cosmos to cultivate the Tao body. To refine one's qi, one must comprehend the forces of yin and yang. The principles of Tai Chi, This marks the inception of breath control. By expelling the old and embracing the new, grounding oneself in the Tao. Uniting with the cosmos, unlocking the gates to myriad wonders, one may then embark upon the practice of qi refinement. As he reached this point, Lin Bei's heart suddenly jolted. Oh no. In the process of crafting his narrative, the content became overly convoluted, and in a moment of anxiety, he completely forgot the subsequent details. What to do? In a flash of inspiration, Lin Bei decided to cleverly redirect the discourse. The Tao can only be understood intuitively, not articulated. Lin Bei gazed at Zhang Teng with a face full of benevolence. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door. But the journey of cultivation is personal. Tenger, you must carve your own path. I believe in you. When Zhang Teng met Lin Bei's gaze, he felt a sudden stir within. He could perceive the trust emanating from Lin Bei's eyes, a brilliance that was almost blinding. Master, I vow not to disappoint you. Zhang Teng felt a surge of fervor. How long had it been since he experienced such trust? Ever since his Dantian was destroyed. The gazes of those around him had been akin to that of viewing a worthless waste. Only Lin Bei had never regarded him as such. Despite his mediocre talents, Lin Bei diligently imparted knowledge to him. Though there were moments of admonishment, they were ultimately for his benefit. He understood. Unbeknownst to him, his respect for Lin Bei had deepened. Lin Bei sensed Zhang Teng's trust and breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he had managed to navigate through the situation. However, after this experience, Lin Bei realized that when fabricating stories, one must be cautious not to over-embellish. While it may be difficult to remember, the most critical aspect is that the more one invents, the greater the likelihood of error. Thus, it would be wiser to establish a general introduction and framework. Observing Zhang Teng's responses, it seemed to yield better results. What if Zhang Teng failed to comprehend and came seeking clarification? That would be rather simple. A stern reprimand would suffice, guiding him to ponder deeply perfect. In that moment, Lin Bei's thoughts became clear. Hence, he casually offered words of encouragement. The path of cultivation is long and requires diligent exploration. Disciple will remember, Zhang Teng replied, a glimmer of enlightenment flickering in his eyes. Thank you for your guidance, master. I take my leave. Having spoken, Zhang Teng turned and departed. Observing Zhang Teng's retreating figure, Lin Bei fell into a deep contemplation. Enlightenment? What had he truly imparted? Merely a casual word of encouragement. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Lin Bei strolled into the courtyard, basking in the gentle embrace of the morning sun, its warmth enveloping him in a sense of tranquility and comfort. He casually accepted the tea offered by Tainyo and watched the apprentices in the village practicing Tai Chi. The splendid moments had returned once more. Time slipped by. Ever since Zhang Teng had acquired the breathing techniques imparted by Lin Bei, he had become an ardent practitioner, immersing himself day and night in his studies. Lin Bei was immensely pleased with Zhang Teng's dedication, having praised him on multiple occasions. Particularly during their occasional encounters, Lin Bei's approving demeanor, akin to that of a mentor recognizing a promising student, invigorated Zhang Teng, fueling his fervor for learning. The reason for Lin Bei's unwavering support was straightforward. The world had finally found its serenity. At least in Lin Bei's eyes, for the foreseeable future, Zhang Teng would harbor no doubts regarding him. As for grasping the breathing techniques, Lin Bei held no expectations. After all, the so-called techniques were mere fabrications of his own invention. However, the beautiful moments seemed fleeting. Just as Lin Bei leisurely sipped his tea, Tainyo rushed over in a flurry. This is bad, master, this is bad. Nonsense. I am quite well. Thank you very much. What is amiss? Lin Bei retorted with mild irritation. Pray tell, what has transpired? It is about old Zhao from our village. What has happened to old Zhao? Has he been assaulted again? Lin Bei furrowed his brow. He wondered if Zhang Teng's arrival had disturbed the village's tranquility, as it seemed that the previously unassuming villagers were now facing a series of misfortunes. No, it is not that, old Zhao replied. I have heard that Cheng Lu, the master of the Liuhe martial arts school, has returned. Tainyo interjected with a sense of urgency. Has old Zhao provoked the Liuhe martial arts school? Lin Bei was perplexed. In his recollection, old Zhao was merely a humble farmer. How could he ever incite the ire of martial artists? Tainyo shook his head vigorously. No, it's not that. Didn't Brother Zhang fight Zhao Bao? Zhao Bao is a practitioner from Liuhe martial arts school. Tainyo explained swiftly. Old Zhao went to Qingyun town for the market and heard many rumors. Master Cheng has declared that he intends to bring people to our dojo to return the favor. What favor? Lin Bei inquired. Brother Zhang's confrontation with Zhao Bao at Liuhe martial arts school was considered a challenge. So this returning the favor means they are coming to challenge our dojo, Tainyo lamented. Lin Bei's smile abruptly froze. However, in front of Tainyo, he forced himself to suppress his emotions. Externally, he feigned indifference, but internally, he had already berated Zhang Teng 100 times. He had clearly instructed that tasks should be carried out cleanly and efficiently, without leaving room for trouble, and that one should win others over through virtue. What is the outcome? This foolish individual not only failed to resolve the issue, but also complicated matters further. The more I ponder, the more infuriated I become. No, I must find a way to vent my frustrations, and perhaps indirectly test this fellow's resilience. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei rose from his seat and made his way toward Zhang Teng's secluded training chamber. As he walked, he inquired of Tini beside him. Do you know the prowess of that Cheng master? Tini replied with deep respect. It is said that Cheng master is quite remarkable. He ventured to Nanshan for a hunt and slew a mystical tiger. What kind of mystical tiger? Lin Bei questioned, perplexed. Tini elaborated. It is rumored that this mystical tiger has attained a supernatural form, preying on humans and turning those it consumes into vengeful spirits. Many in Nanshan town have been lured into the mountains by these spirits, only to become the tiger's next meal. What is his martial prowess? Lin Bei continued to inquire. Tini Yu responded, according to old Zhang, Cheng master hunted the tiger in search of an opportunity for breakthrough. Now that he has returned, he has likely ascended to the ranks of a great martial artist, possessing the legendary strength of the Danhai realm. Danhai realm? This realization struck Lin Bei like a bolt. Zhang Teng was once a formidable Danhai expert, but now, with his Dantian shattered, he may not stand a chance against Cheng master. This is disastrous. Is the dojo destined to be destroyed? Lin Bei began to contemplate whether he should concoct an excuse to avoid the impending storm. At this very moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your disciple is currently comprehending and perfecting the art of breath regulation. Chapter 8. My disciple Zhang Teng. Possessing the talent of a martial emperor as the voice in his mind faded away, Lin Bei sensed a torrent of knowledge surging into his memory. The breathing technique he had previously devised was abstract and esoteric. Yet at this moment, his words seemed to be validated. To draw an analogy, the breathing technique Lin Bei once constructed resembled a precarious tower, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, the situation had transformed. Zhang Teng not only erected a celestial ladder beneath this tower, but also renovated the dilapidated structure into a resplendent palace in the clouds. Such comprehension was truly astonishing. Lin Bei was profoundly shaken. Amidst this astonishment, he began to realize that his unique ability appeared to possess a transcendent power of deduction. This had been evident with Tai Chi, and now it was manifesting again with the breathing technique. As long as Zhang Teng grasped the fundamentals of the knowledge Lin Bei imparted, he would immediately achieve perfection. Attempting to practice the breathing technique, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surging into his body like an unrelenting tide. His previously frail physique was undergoing a remarkable transformation under this spiritual refinement. The breathing technique, the path of immortality, had indeed succeeded. Tini Yu observed Lin Bei, who stood in a daze. Master, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Bei replied, aware that this was not the time for cultivation. Though the voices of the two individuals were somewhat subdued, the confinement of Zhang Teng's secluded chamber was modest, merely a door apart. His acute hearing allowed him to discern the arrival of Lin Bei and Tainyo almost instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Teng ceased his meditative practice and opened the door. Disciple, I bow before you, master, exclaimed Lin Bei, feigning reverence. Indeed, master possesses boundless wisdom. Aware of the uncertainties that trouble your disciple and has come in person to provide enlightenment. I am profoundly grateful. Lin Bei was taken aback, filled with confusion. When had he become so omniscient? When had he made a special effort to enlighten Zhang Teng? It was evident that Tainyo had come to report, and the more he pondered, the more incensed he became, preparing to vent his frustration on Zhang Teng. However, it was merely a coincidence that he appeared just as Zhang Teng had achieved a breakthrough. Nevertheless, given the atmosphere that had been cultivated, Lin Bei could not afford to reveal the truth. Thus, he donned an expression of nonchalance. I have observed your profound understanding of the breathing technique and sensed your potential doubts. I have come to clarify them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng felt a surge of emotion within. Memories of Lin Bei's previous words echoed in his mind. What is a master? One who imparts wisdom, teaches the craft, and dispels confusion. Esteemed master, your disciple is eternally grateful. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively and stepped into the quiet room, finding a cushion to sit upon. Speak freely. Your grasp of the breathing technique has reached a foundational level. What uncertainties do you harbor? Do not hesitate to share. Lin Bei brimmed with confidence. For his understanding of the breathing technique had reached its zenith, undoubtedly surpassing Lin Bei by several tiers. Zhang Teng immediately approached Lin Bei, respectfully voicing his confusion. Master, I am aware of the profound intricacies of the breathing technique, and I have gained a preliminary understanding of it, which has illuminated my path for future cultivation. However, the more Lin Bei listened, the more he sensed something amiss. This demeanor, was it not indicative of a query regarding the breathing technique? Zhang Teng's hesitance further solidified Lin Bei's suspicions. Could it be? Was he truly about to inquire about matters beyond the breathing technique? Lin Bei felt a pang of anxiety. If the question veered into unfamiliar territory, would he be capable of providing an appropriate response? As a competent deceiver, Lin Bei began contemplating how he might navigate the conversation should he falter in his answers. Speak, Lin Bei replied, maintaining a composed demeanor and even tone. He was adept at projecting an air of authority. Disciple seeks to inquire about martial arts. Zhang Teng lowered his head, appearing somewhat anxious, fearing reprimand. How could he dare to question matters of martial arts when he had already devoted himself to the pursuit of the immortal path under Lin Bei's guidance? Lin Bei felt a pang of discomfort. In truth, how was he to address inquiries concerning martial arts? He was utterly ignorant. For a moment, Lin Bei fell into a contemplative silence. With his silence, Zhang Teng's head bowed even lower, gripped by an illusion that Lin Bei harbored dissatisfaction towards him. Yet, this matter was one Zhang Teng could not avoid. Ultimately, he steeled himself and spoke. Master, my martial arts cultivation has reached the level of iron skin and bone. However, after mastering the art of breath control, I astonishingly transcended the ultimate limits of martial practitioners, achieving an indestructible state. As he spoke, Zhang Teng flexed his muscles, resolutely demonstrating his newfound invulnerability. To the observer's astonishment, his skin, once a deep bronze, now shimmered with a golden radiance. Lin Bei was taken aback. Having spent a year in this world, he was somewhat familiar with the concept of martial body refinement and had a rudimentary understanding of the notion of iron bones and copper skin. Yet, he was merely an outsider, relying on hearsay. Moreover, he had heard that only true prodigies could achieve such extraordinary feats. Indestructibility? What was that? He was utterly ignorant. How could he provide guidance? He couldn't even begin to weave a convincing tale. Nonetheless, could he truly claim ignorance regarding the intricacies of cultivation? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei resolved to test the waters before devising a way to navigate the conversation. Share your thoughts, he prompted. Zhang Teng immediately responded. Indestructibility is a legendary concept among martial artists. Those who can attain it possess the potential of a martial emperor. Yet, I have merely grasped the art of breath control and have already broken through to this state. I believe that martial arts cannot compare to the celestial path. They are but a lesser way. I fear that the pursuit of martial excellence may hinder my path to enlightenment. Thus, I seek my master's guidance. So that was it. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Such matters were trivial. He could effortlessly concoct a narrative with his eyes closed. As long as the inquiry does not pertain to how to cultivate martial arts, the matter is insignificant. A trivial issue. Lin Bei remarked with a smile, no worries. The Tao is omnipresent, embracing all things. There is no need to take it to heart. Zhang Teng cast a somewhat anxious glance at Lin Bei. Master, will my cultivation in martial arts hinder my development in the Tao? Lin Bei replied calmly, not at all. The Tao is akin to the vast ocean, which accommodates all rivers. Even if martial arts appear to you as a minor path, it is still a journey of cultivation that ultimately leads to the same destination. Zhang Teng finally exhaled in relief. Disciple understands. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. If there are any questions regarding the breathing techniques, feel free to approach me. Yes. With that, Lin Bei departed, content. We bid farewell to our master. After Lin Bei left, Tainyo could not help but ask, Brother Zhang, what were you and the master discussing? I couldn't comprehend a single word. Zhang Teng smiled calmly. You have yet to enter the realm, so it is only natural that you do not understand. By the way, Brother Zhang, the head of the Liuhe Martial Arts School, Qing, has declared that should you challenge their school, he will return the favor. Tainyo added. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's expression turned cold. Return the favor? They wish to challenge our dojo. Are they courting death? No. I must go to Liuhe Martial Arts School and resolve this matter. Otherwise, if Master finds out, he will surely think me unreliable. It is too late. Master already knows. Tainyo remarked. Zhang Teng gazed stiffly at Tai Nyo and uttered a few words. Is that what you said? Tai Nyo timidly nodded in agreement. Senior brother, do not be angry. I will first inform Master that it is because of this matter that you cannot calm down. Chapter 9. The Legend of Warriors? The Limit of Cultivation. Upon noticing the urgency in Zhang Teng's demeanor, Tai Nyo hastily quickened his speech. Brother, I have heard that the master of the Liuhum Martial Arts Hall, Cheng, has already advanced to the Danhai realm, with your Dantian destroyed. I worry that you might act impulsively, which is why I first informed our master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's initial irritation diminished somewhat. The Danhai realm. That is the second level of martial arts. Only after transcending the body refinement stage can one harness the surging vitality to refine their essence and gather it within the Dantian. Having once stepped into the Danhai realm himself, he fully understood its formidable power. The disparity between such grand realms cannot simply be compensated for with a toughened physique. At this moment, however, Zhang Teng felt no fear. After all, he had cultivated an indestructible body. Whether he could triumph would require a direct confrontation to ascertain. Nevertheless, the strength of the Liuhum Martial Arts Hall's master brought him back to a state of composure. After all, when facing the Danhai realm, he did not possess absolute certainty of victory. I am aware of his capabilities, Zhang Teng remarked, turning to Tai Nyo. Keep a close watch for me. I have just begun to comprehend the breathing technique, and my strength is still on the rise. I must endeavor to grow stronger before he arrives. Such minor challenges surely should not necessitate our master's intervention. Of course, Tai Nyo assured, thumping his chest. I will keep an eye out and remain vigilant of the situation outside. Do you feel confident? Zhang Teng's expression grew serious. If he were to come now, I would have at most a 40% chance of success. However, with each passing day, I am confident of at least a 10% improvement. Tai Nyo was taken aback. Brother Zhang, wasn't your Dansi destroyed? How can you still possess such confidence? Zhang Teng replied with a self-assured smile. Once, I was merely a martial artist, and thus lacked certainty, but now I am a cultivator. Only the esteemed Cheng from the Six Harmonies Martial Arts School is qualified to challenge me now. Zhang Teng took immense pride in having crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation. Upon entering this new stage, his toughened body transcended its limits, attaining the level of indestructible diamond. All those legends of martial arts and the concept of invincibility are merely entry-level standards in the presence of a cultivator. At the dojo, with Zhang Teng serving as a role model, the apprentices practicing Tai Chi within the village grew increasingly enthusiastic. Lin Bei observed the apprentices before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Through a period of observation, he discovered that his unique ability could not conjure something from nothing. Only when the techniques he imparted were comprehended could he receive feedback. Zhang Teng's martial arts journey, from a toughened body to an indomitable state, yielded no feedback whatsoever. Furthermore, Lin Bei gradually realized that his unique ability could directly acquire knowledge that was complete or even surpass the limits. What does this imply? Lin Bei boldly speculated that his ability might possess formidable deductive powers. Shaking his head, Lin Bei calmed his mind and prepared to contemplate how to proceed with his writing. However, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself at a loss, unable to conjure any ideas. It appeared that forcing the thoughts would yield no results. He needed to find the right direction and approach. Lin Bei silently reassured himself that he would not push it. He understood that the timing was not yet right. If he were to force his creativity, the cultivation method he devised would be excessively hollow and abstract. Even if Zhang Teng possessed extraordinary insight, it was unlikely that he would grasp its essence. It seemed prudent to guide Zhang Teng at the appropriate moment, allowing him to focus on mastering the breathing techniques. Once Zhang Teng achieved a breakthrough in his practice, Lin Bei's own skills would also reach new heights, making it significantly easier to find the right path. Just then, Tai Nyo hurried over. Upon seeing him prepare to practice his punches, Lin Bei called him over. Master, did you summon me? Tai Nyo expressed deep respect for Lin Bei. What is Zhang Teng doing? Master, he is refining his body using the breathing techniques. Lin Bei frowned slightly, expressing his discontent. Nonsense. He has only just begun his practice. He should first comprehend the breathing techniques. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Is this something I need to teach? Noticing Lin Bei's irritation, Tai Nyo quickly replied, Master, I informed him about the challenge from Chengguan. He said he needs to grow stronger swiftly and does not wish to trouble you with such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's anger dissipated instantly. What is the point of pondering over enlightenment? There is no need for haste. Addressing pressing issues is the priority, as it is the matter of utmost importance in Lin Bei's eyes. Does he possess the confidence? Lin Bei inquired once more. Senior brother Zhang mentioned that he has transcended the indomitable state, with a probability of success at 40%. Currently, he is practicing the breathing technique for body refinement, and with each passing day, his chances of victory increase by 10%. Yu, known for his honest demeanor, readily divulged the information when questioned by Lin Bei. Excellent. Lin Bei silently nodded in approval. With his devoted disciple standing resolutely in front, he felt reassured. Go practice your boxing, he instructed. Yes, Yu responded. Watching Yu depart, Lin Bei relinquished his intention to urge Zhang Teng to comprehend the breathing technique. After all, the challenges within the dojo still required his leadership. Consequently, Lin Bei returned to his quarters to enter a meditative state for cultivation. He harbored certain expectations regarding the body-refining effects of the breathing technique. Time passed. The following day, after a night of diligent practice, Lin Bei felt invigorated. He could sense that his body, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was strengthening at a discernible pace. This level could be considered as the qi refining realm, utilizing the natural energies to temper the body. As his cultivation progressed, Lin Bei began to grasp the essence of qi refinement. He also recognized that the practice of qi refinement should not be whimsically fabricated as seen in novels. While literature may delineate various realms, ancient texts broadly categorize practitioners under the title of qi refiners. I recall that ancient texts once documented the practitioners of qi refinement, among whom were not few legendary figures of divine caliber. Lin Bei gradually realized that qi refinement might serve as a crucial foundation for cultivation. The technique of inhalation and exhalation not only refines one's own vital energy, but also assimilates the spiritual essence of the universe. Qi refinement is the process of tempering the body, enabling it to resonate harmoniously with the cosmos. Lin Bei began to meticulously contemplate the path of immortality. The first step of qi refinement is inhalation and exhalation. The second step should be termed the Tao body. But what comes next? As he pondered, Lin Bei gradually discerned a direction. By inhaling the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to temper the Tao body. The subsequent step should be to wield the Tao law with the Tao body. To cast spells. Lin Bei's heart surged with joy. Thus, he had constructed a complete framework for the realm of qi refinement, inhalation and exhalation, Tao body, and wielding the law, with a clear direction and concept established. He pondered how to wield the law. Lin Bei was confident that when the time was ripe, he would naturally comprehend the art of wielding the law. Time flowed on. On the third day of practicing the technique of inhalation and exhalation, Lin Bei opened his eyes from meditation. The perfected level of the technique had propelled his cultivation at an astonishing pace. In merely 3 days, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation, as if every cell had been renewed. He was still far from achieving the Tao body. Lin Bei understood that this was merely the first metamorphosis of his physique. Such a transformation requires numerous iterations before he can truly forge his Tao body. At this very moment, a voice filled with urgency echoed from outside the door. Master, master. It's terrible. Something significant has occurred. Something significant? Under ordinary circumstances, even in times of urgency, Yu would merely say that something happened. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Lin Bei, causing his hand to pause mid-motion as he sipped his tea. What has happened? Yu, with a quavering voice, replied. Nyo'er is on the brink of being beaten to death. Chapter 10. Show no mercy with a crack. Lin Bei's teacup shattered in his grasp. He had lost his temper. Although Nyo'er often spoke thoughtlessly and displayed a hint of vanity, his true nature was one of simplicity and kindness. Nyo'er had never bullied anyone and was always eager to lend a helping hand within the village. He had contributed significantly to the establishment of the dojo. Whenever Lin Bei complained about the food, Nyo'er would go to great lengths to provide him with grain and vegetables, even venturing into the mountains to hunt. When Nyo'er faced his troubles, Lin Bei had visited not merely to gather information, but out of genuine concern. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from outside the dojo. Zhang Teng's brat, taking advantage of my absence to challenge my dojo? Now that I am here, come out at once. Lin Bei pushed the door open and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the dojo, he was met with a group of over a dozen martial artists blocking the entrance. At the forefront stood a burly man, holding the barely conscious Nyo'er in his grip. Zhang Teng's furious glare was fixed upon the warrior who was gripping Nyo'er. Chenglu, if you wish to challenge my dojo, then do so openly. As a practitioner of the Danhai realm, using a mere mortal as a shield is utterly disgraceful. Cheng, the dojo master, let out a cold laugh and carelessly tossed Nyo'er aside. Weren't you seeking an apology from Zhao Bao? Unfortunately, this poor Nyo'er is unworthy of receiving a warrior's contrition. The apprentices of the dojo hurriedly dragged Nyo'er away, bringing him to the wooden corridor in front of the dojo. Lin Bei hastened toward Nyo'er. Master, Zhang Teng observed Lin Bei approaching his direction, with his head lowered, seemingly suppressing a surge of anger. You have taught me not to be overly competitive and to cultivate one's character, but today, I must beg your forgiveness, for I cannot adhere to that principle. At that moment, Lin Bei happened to pause beside Zhang Teng. And in a voice tinged with icy indifference, he responded, cultivators do not relish competition, they favor self-cultivation. Yet, what matters more is the clarity of one's thoughts. At this juncture, Lin Bei's voice became ominously low. As long as one is guiltless in their heart, one may act without restraint. Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Lin Bei utter the phrase act without restraint. It was akin to a directive. To strike hard. Show no mercy. Disciple, I accept your command. With that, Zhang Teng rotated his neck, the joints cracking audibly. Cheng Lu, Master Cheng. As he spoke, Zhang Teng advanced towards Cheng Lu. Since you have chosen to challenge, allow me to seek your esteemed techniques. Zhang Teng approached within 3 meters of Master Cheng. Please, enlighten me. Cheng Lu, upon witnessing Zhang Teng's fierce demeanor, let out a cold chuckle, raising one hand to signal the members of the martial arts school behind him to step back. Subsequently, he cast aside his long coat, revealing his well-defined musculature. Zhang Teng, I have heard that during your time at the Liuhe Martial Arts School, you were exceedingly arrogant, bringing disgrace to our school. Cheng Lu spoke in a deep voice. Today, if I do not shatter your limbs, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched. The martial artists behind him at the Liuhe Martial Arts School displayed expressions of derision, particularly Zhao Bao, who understood all too well that the purpose of the schoolmaster was not merely to challenge the dojo, but rather to seize Zhang Teng under the guise of a challenge. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Zhang Teng retorted fearlessly, his gaze fierce. The atmosphere instantly grew intensely charged. At last, after a brief standoff, Master Cheng took the initiative. With a light step, he lunged towards Zhang Teng like a ferocious beast. As he closed in, Cheng Lu transformed his palm into a claw, his fingers curling slightly as he lunged for Zhang Teng's face with a swift grasp. This move was none other than the renowned technique of the Liuhe Martial Arts School, the Tiger Claw from the 6 Harmonies martial arts. Unfazed, Zhang Teng executed a half-circle of Tai Chi with one foot, his body tilting slightly to the side in a defensive posture. The strike grazed his face closely, sending shards of stone flying. The foam mountain behind Zhang Teng bore 5 deep imprints, each nearly half a finger's width, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of the apprentices watching. Iron Bull, in particular, gulped in sheer terror. That was a foam mountain crafted from Qingshi stone. Incredibly solid, yet it had yielded to a mere claw. Before the astonished onlookers could fully absorb the moment, Master Cheng, undeterred by his missed strike, pivoted and charged at Zhang Teng with his right arm, resembling a colossal elephant in motion. This was the Liuhe Martial Arts School's formidable technique, the Iron Elephant Charge. Zhang Teng reacted with remarkable swiftness, crossing his fists to form a defensive block in an instant. In the next moment, he was uncontrollably propelled several meters away, ultimately landing and retreating a few steps to dissipate the force of the impact. His expression grew grave in an instant. It is said that the 6 Harmonies martial arts emulate the forms of 6 ferocious beasts. Now, in the midst of combat, he discovered that it was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The skin shimmered with a golden light, as unyielding as adamantine. Master Cheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of astonishment. If I am not mistaken, you have transcended the realm of bronze skin and iron bones, achieving the legendary indestructible diamond body, have you not? No wonder you possess the audacity to confront me. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Cheng bent low, resembling a leopard poised to pounce. This is the leopard stance? Zhang Teng's gaze sharpened as he took a deep breath, clearing his mind. He understood that should he allow himself to be distracted, he would surely be defeated by Master Cheng's elusive form. And indeed, in the next moment, cracks appeared in the floor beneath Master Cheng's feet as he surged forward like a leopard in a fierce sprint. Agile as a leopard, he attacked with the ferocity of a tiger, his claws aimed directly at Zhang Teng's throat. Zhang Teng maintained his composure, as if he had already deciphered the pattern of the onslaught, deftly evading several of Master Cheng's strikes with nimble sidesteps. So fast. My heavens. Is senior brother Zhang going to be all right? The apprentices in the dojo were thrown into a state of panic. They had never witnessed a martial artist in action, let alone one so terrifying. At this moment, suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes as he deftly parried Master Cheng's attack with a single hand. Utilizing the principles of Tai Chi, he effortlessly redirected the force before pulling gently. It was as if he wielded 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Master Cheng instantly lost his balance, and seizing the moment, Zhang Teng unleashed a precise strike that landed squarely on Cheng's chin. The impact sent Master Cheng soaring 2 meters into the air before he crashed forcefully onto the ground. Although he quickly regained his footing, he wavered slightly, clearly still recovering. Zhang Teng capitalized on this opportunity, closing the distance and swiftly gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Lin Bei observed everything intently, despite his calm exterior. His heart raced with urgency. Although Zhang Teng held the advantage, it was evident that he could not secure a victory in the short term. And there was no guarantee of success. Furthermore, the Liuhe Martial Arts School had numerous practitioners present. What if they decided to swarm? Stay calm. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his mind racing. Based on the intensity of the clash between Zhang Teng and Master Cheng, Lin Bei estimated that his body, refined through spiritual energy, possessed no more than 30% of Zhang Teng's strength. What did this imply? In the event of a confrontation, should he intervene, his presence would be immediately exposed. The many martial artists of Liuhe Martial Arts School, witnessing Master Cheng's predicament, began to stir restlessly. At the forefront, Zhao Bao fixed his gaze intently on the arena, appearing poised to enter the fray at any moment. Whatever one fears often comes to pass. It seems that my unique ability lies in deduction. If I could predict the outcome of battles, perhaps victory would be within my grasp. Yet, how can I harness this power? As Lin Bei observed the unfolding combat, he pondered deeply. At that very moment, a long-awaited voice resonated within his mind. Chapter 11. Lin Bei takes action. Astonishing all at the moment the voice resonated in his mind. Lin Bei felt as though an identical mirrored world akin to a dojo had materialized within his consciousness. In this mirrored realm, the prowess of every individual was flawlessly replicated. The ethereal nature of this illusory world appeared strikingly tangible. Lin Bei promptly commenced the endeavor of simulating confrontations with Cheng Guanzhu and the others. Yu and Zhang Teng joined forces to vanquish Qing Lu, but the martial artists of the Liuhe Martial Arts School united against Qing Lu, resulting in your defeat, which in turn enhanced your combat skills. Upon completing the initial simulation, the vividness of the experience left Lin Bei with a lingering sense of trepidation. They had been brutally defeated at that moment. How unnervingly realistic. It seems that beyond merely mastering combat techniques, I have also acquired insights into the fighting styles of Cheng Lu and the martial artists of the Liuhe Martial Arts School. A flicker of joy ignited within Lin Bei. If that is the case, with incessant simulations and battles, turning defeat into victory, overcoming the strong with the weak should pose no challenge. Moreover, while the battles within this mirrored world appeared protracted, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Continuing the simulations. After undergoing this process over 100 times, the outcomes of the battles within the mirrored realm indeed began to shift. Yu and Zhang Teng succeeded in defeating the members of the Liuhe Martial Arts School. Upon achieving this result, Lin Bei finally exhaled in relief. Truly, this is the correct application of the golden finger. Having discovered a method to secure victory, Lin Bei began to act with newfound audacity. This time, without relying on Zhang Teng's strength, perhaps I too can triumph. Within the realm of deduction, Lin Bei's spiritual essence found itself once more in the mirrored world. After countless simulations, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a flicker of indescribable confidence gleaming within them. At this moment, within the dojo, the battle between Zhang Teng and Master Cheng remained intensely contested. Yet, it was evident to the discerning that Zhang Teng grew increasingly formidable, while Master Cheng began to struggle to maintain his composure. Many disciples of the dojo observed this scene with glimmers of delight in their eyes. Conversely, Zhao Bao and his companions visibly became restless. Fellow practitioners, it seems the master can barely withstand the pressure. Astonishingly, Zhang Teng, whose prowess was merely of physical refinement, managed to force the master into a defensive position. Is the indomitable Vajra truly this formidable? Brother Bao, what shall we do? The members of the Liuhe Martial Arts Academy spoke with urgency. A glint of cold determination flashed in Zhao Bao's eyes. On the count of 3, we strike together. No matter how strong Zhang Teng is, he cannot fend off 4 hands with just 2. 3, 2. Just as Zhao Bao and the others subtly advanced. Adopting a posture of attack, Zhang Teng keenly sensed their movements. In that moment, a sense of unease washed over him. The tradition of martial artists challenging each other has always been one-on-one. It is an established norm. Clearly, the members of the Liuhe martial arts school seemed disinclined to adhere to this principle. Meanwhile, Lin Bei has been attentively observing the situation on the battlefield. Are they truly considering overturning the table? Zhang Teng is no match for them, Lin Bei mused. He could not bear the thought of Zhang Teng being injured. If Zhang Teng were to sustain harm, who would assist him in comprehending the nuances of breathing techniques? With this in mind, Lin Bei immediately raised his voice. Enough. Zhang Teng, return. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, promptly relinquishing his advantage and retreating several steps to disengage from the fight. Master Chung, having been on the defensive, did not pursue but cast a dubious glance at Lin Bei. To him, Zhang Teng's so-called master appeared to be nothing more than a charlatan. He was astounded by Zhang Teng's unexpected obedience. Master, Zhang Teng expressed a hint of shame. Your disciple lacks skill and has failed to subdue this scoundrel. Lin Bei feigned nonchalance as he replied, You have only recently embarked on your journey. To achieve the feat of overcoming the strong with the weak is commendable in itself. As he spoke, Lin Bei shifted the conversation's direction. However, we do not entertain leisurely sparring against those who challenge our dojo with malicious intent. Stand down. Yes. Zhang Teng quickly stepped back. At this moment, Lin Bei rose and slowly made his way toward the dojo. Master, are you truly going to intervene personally? Zhang Teng exclaimed hastily. Such trivial matters hardly warrant your direct involvement. As Lin Bei passed by Zhang Teng, he paused momentarily and softly replied. The warriors of the Six Harmonies Martial Arts School are eager to overturn the table. Your strength is insufficient to contend with them. Moreover, Lin Bei's gentle voice carried an undercurrent of immense authority. Today, I shall employ merely 1/3 of my strength to demonstrate to you what it means to triumph over the strong with the weak. Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, deeply moved within. To him, Lin Bei's actions not only showed concern, but also an intention to guide him. How intriguing. The head of the school, Chung, observed Lin Bei as he approached the dojo with a derisive expression. A charlatan who spouts nonsense about cultivation dares to take matters into his own hands? Cheng rubbed his hands together, scoffing. Does he truly believe I have not encountered true masters before? A mere fool, devoid of intention and momentum, can only deceive ignorant children like Zhang Teng. Enough of your insolence. Zhang Teng retorted angrily. You, a mere martial artist, cannot fathom the profundities of cultivation. A frog in a well dares to speak so arrogantly. Lin Bei raised a hand, effectively silencing Zhang Teng. There is no need to engage in a war of words. As he spoke, Lin Bei had already reached the dojo, calmly regarding Chung before him. With a single gesture, he beckoned, his disdainful demeanor inciting Cheng's fury. You seek death. The master of the arena bellowed with fury, his body bending forward, embodying the swiftness of a leopard. Employing his age-old technique once more. Agile as a panther. Fierce as a tiger. When Zhang Teng faced this assault initially, he had no choice but to retreat. Yet Lin Bei remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this maneuver countless times. In the next moment, the master surged forth with the swiftness of a gale sweeping away leaves. His claw aimed directly at Lin Bei's throat. Confronting this thunderous strike, Lin Bei did not flinch. Rather, he utilized the principle of yielding, redirecting the master's force against him. Immediately thereafter, Lin Bei executed the Tai Chi push, simultaneously harnessing the incoming force while employing an elbow strike. This elbow strike landed squarely on the master's solar plexus. The once nimble master, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling through the air. Most alarming of all, as he soared away, a spray of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. With a resounding thud, the master crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, his expression was one of utter bewilderment. In the instant of their clash, he perceived Lin Bei's strength to be quite feeble, at most 1/3 of Zhang Teng's. However, during this exchange, he immediately sensed an indescribable pressure. His own strength, lacking an outlet, was instead utilized by his opponent, transforming into a blade that turned against him. Furthermore, what was most astonishing, Lin Bei had, in an instant, seized upon the old injury the master had sustained from his martial training, delivering a crushing blow. With a sudden gasp, another mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. The proprietor of the establishment attempted to rise, yet his limbs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. A deep terror gripped his heart as he realized that the meridians through which he cultivated his energy had been precisely shattered. Chapter 12. The Mayfly sees the blue sky. This scene left the numerous martial artists of the Liuhe Martial Arts School utterly astounded. They realized that the master of the Danhai realm, Master Cheng, had been struck down with a single blow and was unable to rise. How could this be? Master Cheng's heart was in turmoil, a tempest of disbelief. He had originally thought that Lin Bei's strike merely hit a long-standing vital point of his. Who could have anticipated that this blow would disrupt the flow of his Danhai energy and shatter the crucial meridians responsible for gathering qi? The most devastating revelation was that the overwhelming force coursing through his body was, for the most part, the very energy he had unleashed. In contrast to Master Cheng, the one most profoundly shocked was Zhang Teng. He had always considered himself exceptionally gifted and skilled in combat. Previously, he had rapidly progressed during battles, managing to suppress Master Cheng. Yet now, he comprehended the true extent of his own inadequacies. Lin Bei had only exerted 1/3 of his strength to fell Master Cheng with a single strike. What did this signify? It implied that defeating Master Cheng required merely this amount of power. Meanwhile, Zhang Teng had utilized a full 3 times Lin Bei's strength and still could only maintain a slight advantage. At this moment, as he gazed at Lin Bei, he felt as if a mayfly had glimpsed the vast sky. Concurrently, the members of the Liuhe Martial Arts School sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly approached Master Cheng. Master Cheng, are you all right? Zhao Bao and other martial artists inquired anxiously. I have lost my vital energy. Several critical meridians have been shattered, rendering me incapable of gathering my qi. Cheng Lu cast a glance at Lin Bei, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. He and I are on entirely different levels. At this proclamation, the crowd at the Liuhe Martial Arts School erupted in astonishment. Initially, everyone believed Lin Bei to be nothing more than a charlatan, employing an unheard-of cultivation method to deceive the ignorant villagers. Yet, in this moment, they began to realize that this individual might not be a fraud, but rather a genuine master. Director Cheng, Zhao Bao could not restrain himself from inquiring. Observing Cheng Lu's prowess, it seemed far inferior to Zhang Teng's. Could he be concealing his true strength? When it came to strength, Director Cheng was filled with apprehension. He must certainly be hiding his real power. Yet in his battle against me, he had only employed 1/3 of Zhang Teng's might. The crowd gasped in unison. This was truly terrifying. Zhang Teng was capable of cross-border combat, and they considered it reasonable, given that he had once been at the Danhai level. Even though he had fallen, he had since cultivated an indomitable form. Such a genius, with a profound background, was acceptable in a duel against Cheng Lu. However, what of Lin Bei? Not only was he obscure and unremarkable, but he also fought beyond his level. The most outrageous aspect? With a single strike, merely one blow was sufficient to defeat Director Cheng, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. In contrast to the shock experienced by the members of the Liuhe Martial Arts Academy, the apprentices of the dojo, while taken aback, deemed the situation to be rather expected. After all, Zhang Teng had displayed remarkable prowess even within just a few days of training. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Lin Bei, as his master, would easily vanquish these martial artists. However, it was only those of greater skill who could truly grasp the terror emanating from Lin Bei. At this moment, Zhao Bao came to a realization. If the Academy's master could be so effortlessly defeated, what were they still doing here? Were they seeking self-inflicted misery? Let alone Lin Bei, who had caused Master Cheng to spout blood with a single blow. In the absence of Master Cheng, even Zhang Teng could easily dominate them. Why linger any longer? They needed to flee swiftly. Zhao Bao hoisted Master Cheng onto his back, preparing to escape. Yet, Zhang Teng directly obstructed their path. Do you think our dojo is a place you can enter and exit at your whim? Zhang Teng stood firmly at the doorway, while Zhao Bao's face turned ashen, too intimidated to force his way through. We acknowledge our defeat in this challenge. Surely, you do not intend to kill us? Master Cheng weakly interjected. When we arrived, we duly reported to the martial arts headquarters. Should you dare to kill us, the headquarters will pursue this matter, and your unregistered dojo may face closure, while the perpetrator shall find himself imprisoned. The martial arts headquarters? Zhang Teng scoffed. A martial artist adheres to the code of the martial world without a signed death pact. Killing you would indeed breach the code. However, the challengers failed and paid a price, which was acknowledged by the martial arts grand hall. Upon hearing this, many warriors of the Liuhe Martial Arts School sensed impending doom. Indeed, Zhang Teng continued. Before coming to challenge, you disregarded martial ethics and severely injured Niu Air, yet you wished to depart unscathed? At this declaration, the faces of the Liuhe warriors turned ashen. The only wise decision you made was sparing Niu Air's life. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, you would not leave here alive. Zhang Teng flexed his muscles and then turned to Lin Bei. Master, please allow me to handle these individuals. Lin Bei nodded calmly and replied, our dojo has always advocated for harmony and shuns the pursuit of superiority. Since they wish to abide by rules, let us engage them in that spirit. The hearts of Cheng Guanju and the others swelled with relief. Lin Bei's words at least assured their safety. However, before they could fully exhale, Lin Bei's tone shifted. Yet, as practitioners of the way, we also value clarity of thought. At this moment, the Liuhe warriors remained perplexed, struggling to comprehend Lin Bei's meaning. But Zhang Teng's eyes glimmered with understanding. He had grasped Lin Bei's temperament. This statement effectively conveyed to him that, without resorting to lethal force, he was to deliver a thorough beating. After all, Lin Bei had previously imparted to him the essence of clarity of thought. In succinct terms, it can be expressed in 6 words. Act decisively, show no mercy. Master, leave these individuals to me. There is no need for your hands to be sullied. Zhang Teng, brimming with confidence, declared, just as well. I have recently gleaned insights from your battle techniques. I humbly request your guidance, Master. Lin Bei nodded gently in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhang Teng turned to face Xiao Bao and the other 18 members of the Liuhe Martial Arts School. You may depart if you wish, or take Cheng Lu with you if that is your desire. At this point, a flicker of battle intent flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. Henceforth, I establish a rule. As he spoke, Zhang Teng retrieved a stick of incense from a nearby incense burner and planted it firmly within. All of you may attack together. After the incense burns down, those who remain standing may leave with their companions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth in response. Arrogance. He was well aware of Zhang Teng's intentions. According to customary rules, when martial artists challenge a dojo, if one party concedes, they may only impose a limited level of punishment. Excessive measures are forbidden. However, during combat, as long as one does not kill, anything goes. Zhang Teng's actions were unmistakably a declaration that none of them would leave unscathed. Brother Bao, what shall we do? Inquired a martial artist from Liuhe Martial Arts School. What other choice do we have? Xiao Bao replied solemnly. Since Zhang Teng has drawn the line, we cannot retreat. Having spoken, he fixed his gaze fiercely upon Zhang Teng and let out a low growl. Let us advance together. Chapter 13. Dismantling your dantian as a form of punishment. In the moment Xiao Bao made his move, the numerous martial artists of the Liuhe Martial Arts School exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with ferocity. They realized they were now irrevocably tied to Xiao Bao's fate. Without the need for words, in the blink of an eye, 18 martial artists from the Liuhe Martial Arts School surged forward. Although they were numerous, their coordination was impeccable. As they advanced en masse, their attacks were far from chaotic, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for Zhang Teng. In the next instant, Xiao Bao was the first to strike. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Teng did not retreat. Instead, he mirrored Lin Bei's approach, adopting offense as a form of defense. Utilizing his position, he evaded Xiao Bao's attack while simultaneously redirecting the force, disrupting the rhythm of the surrounding martial artist's assault. Not only that, but Zhang Teng also seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a swift elbow strike, he delivered a blow directly to Xiao Bao's solar plexus. He nearly replicated the scene where Lin Bei had attacked the head of the martial arts school. Xiao Bao was sent flying in an instant, spewing blood as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. This spectacle left the martial artists of the Liuhe Martial Arts School utterly stunned. It was all too familiar. A sense of déjà vu washed over them. Each individual involuntarily recalled Lin Bei, who had once triumphed over the strong with his weaker stature, embodying an invincible spirit. Now, this very scene was being reenacted through Zhang Teng. Lin Bei discerned at a glance that Zhang Teng had not grasped the essence of the technique, merely its superficial aspects. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient to intimidate the onlookers. Due to others, it remains imperceptible. At this moment, Lin Bei's gaze flickered with a hint of astonishment as he observed Zhang Teng. The astonishment did not stem from Zhang Teng's mimicry of his techniques, but rather from the realization that this individual possessed a profound understanding of psychological strategy. By flawlessly replicating Lin Bei's attack, Zhang Teng aimed to instill fear in those present, creating an illusion that conveyed to the martial artist that he, Zhang Teng, had mastered Lin Bei's techniques and could triumph over the formidable with apparent ease. It is important to note that Zhang Teng's prowess was already sufficient to overpower Master Cheng. Now, having acquired this technique from Lin Bei, he appeared invincible. This psychological pressure was nothing short of genius. Indeed, Zhang Teng's psychological tactics proved effective. Initially, the cooperation among the martial artists might have posed some challenges for Zhang Teng, making it difficult for him to secure a swift victory. However, after Zhao Bao was sent flying, the morale of the remaining warriors plummeted, resulting in disarray in their coordination. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, Zhang Teng might have faced a fierce struggle. Yet now, to him, these individuals were merely a disorganized rabble. Their flawed collaboration posed no threat whatsoever. Indeed, as Zhang Teng engaged with these martial artists, he effortlessly identified their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. With every punch, palm strike, and elbow, he rendered each warrior incapable of continuing the fight. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was devoid of any suspense. The duration of a single incense stick may seem brief, yet for the individuals present at the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall, it stretches into an eternity, elusive and distant. As Zhang Teng felled the last martial artist of the Lyoha Hall, astonishingly, only 1/5 of the incense had been consumed. At this moment, the dojo was filled with the anguished cries of the Lyoha martial artists, each one bearing the marks of grievous injury. Some had fractured arms, others had shattered ribs, and some suffered broken legs. Zhang Teng showed no mercy in his assault, fully adhering to Lin Bei's directive, to strike without compassion and to be ruthless. Not a single martial artist present emerged unscathed. Each bore at least 2 or 3 significant injuries. Although Zhao Bao appeared relatively unscathed, in truth, he was the most severely afflicted among the crowd. For Zhang Teng's blow not only shattered his sternum but also ruptured several of his internal organs. It seems you could not withstand even the duration of a single incense stick, Zhang Teng observed coldly, surveying the fallen martial artists. What do you wish to say? Cheng, the hall master, spoke weakly, his condition mirroring that of his comrades. His meridians had been significantly damaged, and his internal organs were gravely injured. However, being a formidable force in the realm of Danhai, he managed to protect his heart with his true energy, allowing him to still utter words. In stark contrast to Hall Master Cheng, the many martial artists of the Lyoha Hall appeared utterly beleaguered. Zhang Teng did not respond to Master Cheng. Instead, he approached Nyo Air and examined his injuries closely. The damage was severe. 3 ribs were fractured, and multiple bones in his limbs were broken. Such injuries would require Nyo Air to remain bedridden for at least a year and a half. After assessing the situation, Zhang Teng coldly inquired, who inflicted these grievous wounds upon Nyo Air? Upon utterance of these words, the martial artists of the Lyoha Martial Arts School understood immediately that reckoning was at hand. Although none spoke, their gazes collectively turned towards Master Cheng. Reluctantly, Master Cheng recognized that he could not evade responsibility. His earlier provocation, dragging Nyo Air into this confrontation, had sealed his fate. Without hesitation, he admitted, "It was I." Grinding his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead. "Do with me as you will." Zhang Teng then knelt before Master Cheng. "You possess courage. Alas, you are prone to preying on the weak." As he spoke, Zhang Teng lifted Master Cheng with ease. "It appears you are prepared to bear the consequences." With that, Zhang Teng raised his fist, directing his gaze towards Master Cheng's dantian. Master Cheng's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as the realization dawned upon him. "No, you cannot," he exclaimed, panic-stricken, for his vital energy was unable to shield him, leaving his dantian exceedingly vulnerable. However, he had not finished speaking when Zhang Teng's fist struck ruthlessly against his dantian. The master of the Cheng Hall was left in a state of utter desolation. His dantian was shattered. "Today, I shall destroy your dantian as punishment," Zhang Teng declared before striding toward Lin Bei. "Master, this time, the trouble has been thoroughly resolved. I have investigated, and the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall has no backing now. Henceforth, no one shall disturb the tranquility of our dojo." Lin Bei nodded with a smile, then, with a weighty tone, continued, "Now that this matter is settled, as the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. You must devote yourself to comprehending the breathing techniques." "Yes." With that, Lin Bei turned and left, making his way back to his quarters. Once inside, Lin Bei let out a heavy sigh of relief. The recent challenge from the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall had been perilously dangerous. Had it not been for his strategic foresight in turning the tide of battle, the outcome would have been unimaginable. No, He must hasten his training to grow stronger. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei immediately began diligently practicing the breathing techniques, focusing on refining his martial body. Meanwhile, at the dojo, Tai Nyo gazed at the sprawled figures of the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall practitioners, feeling a mix of satisfaction and confusion. Brother Zhang, what shall we do with these people? We cannot simply leave them lying in our dojo, can we? They seem unable to move. First, let us send Nyo Air to Madame Jia for recuperation. Zhang Teng cast a fleeting glance at the martial artists of the Lyoha Martial Arts School. As for these individuals, they could simply be treated as cargo and transported back to the Lyoha Martial Arts School. Tai Nyu was taken aback and cautiously inquired, "Isn't this rather ostentatious?" Chapter 14. The Martial Arts Hall and Global Powers. In a jovial tone, Zhang Teng patted Iron Bull on the shoulder. "It is not a good thing for our dojo to be perceived as weak and easily bullied. You surely wish to avoid incidents akin to what happened with Nyo Air, don't you?" Iron Bull nodded vigorously. "Indeed. We must demonstrate to the people of Qingyun Town that our nameless village is not to be trifled with." Zhang Teng chuckled. In the realm of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. If Master desires tranquility and ease, we must first instill a sense of intimidation in others. Iron Bull wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. "Brother Zhang, the neighboring villages lack names. Is it not cumbersome to refer to our home as the Nameless Village? Perhaps we should consider bestowing a name upon it?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Teng replied, "There is no need. Let it remain the Nameless Village. This way, similar villages will evoke a sense of caution, and the common folk shall fare better." As he spoke, he gestured towards the dojo. "Observe, our dojo bears no name either. It is simply called dojo. You have yet to grasp the profound wisdom of our master. The essence of nameless signifies the origin of all things, a return to simplicity. Do you understand?" Iron Bull and the surrounding disciples of the dojo suddenly displayed expressions of enlightenment. It turned out that Master possessed such profound insights. As time passed, the slanting rays of the setting sun cast their glow upon the floor of Qingyun Town. The once bustling town abruptly fell into silence. At the entrance of the town, 5 ox-drawn carts were making their way in. Upon these carts lay the warriors, sprawled haphazardly, faint cries of distress barely audible. Could it be the practitioners from the Lyoha Martial Arts Academy? Is that not the esteemed Master Chong, known for his prowess in hunting the ferocious tigers? What has befallen him? Why is he unconscious? And there lies Zhao Bao, heavens above, drenched in blood, his arm grotesquely bent. What calamity has transpired? The scene before me was utterly staggering. To the hearts of the populace, warriors were revered figures of great stature. Yet now, these once exalted martial artists lay discarded, akin to a heap of worthless refuse, carelessly piled upon the carts. Iron Bull and several apprentices strode forth, heads held high, exuding an air of confidence as they directed the carts towards the Lyoha Martial Arts Academy. At that moment, an astute innkeeper spoke in a hushed tone. "I have heard that Master Chen led a group to challenge a nameless village. It appears that they met with failure and were defeated? My word, how tragic." "I know of this incident," chimed in a tavern servant, drawing the attention of many eager listeners. The servant, emboldened by their interest, continued. "There was a fellow named Nyo Air who loved to boast. He claimed that their village was home to a reclusive sage, who referred to himself as an immortal. Subsequently, in our tavern, he dared to confront the venerable Zhao Bao, only to be soundly beaten. When he was struck, old Zhao claimed that the cultivator was a fraud and expressed his intention to challenge him. Can you guess what happened next?" The onlookers eagerly chimed in. "Stop teasing us. Just tell us. What happened then?" The young attendant chuckled. "Then, the chief disciple from the Taoist temple in Nyoer village personally came to the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall to issue a challenge, giving old Zhao quite a thrashing. Afterward, Master Cheng, naturally seeking to reclaim his honor, brought a group to retaliate. Upon reaching this point, the attendant shrugged his shoulders. And then, as everyone has witnessed, he gestured with his chin. Look." At that moment, the crowd turned their gaze towards Iron Bull and the others, expressions of realization blossoming on their faces. What is a cultivator? Indeed, I have never heard of one. Are they martial artists who practice a unique form of martial arts? I have heard whispers of certain esoteric schools of martial arts. Perhaps cultivators belong to such a category. Surrounding the tavern, many were engaged in spirited discussion, including several martial artists. In their understanding, there was no such thing as a cultivator. Hence, many regarded cultivators as practitioners of a specialized martial art. However, this school is truly formidable. Just days ago, Master Cheng hunted an exotic tiger in the southern mountains, and I heard he had broken through to the Danhai realm. Yet now he has been so thoroughly defeated. A martial artist murmured, not just defeated, it seems Master Cheng's spirit has dissipated, and his Dantian is likely ruined. Ruined Dantian? Has one not become a mere waste? The air was filled with exclamations of astonishment. The practitioners of this sect of martial arts were indeed ruthless in their methods. At that moment, the gaze of the onlookers turned towards Tai Nyo and his companions, a mixture of reverence and curiosity reflected in their eyes. Tai Nyo and his companions felt a sense of pride swell within them. Wherever they passed, the townsfolk of Qingyun stepped aside, even the martial artists complied. Among the crowd, a young lady clad in the attire of the Qingyun martial arts headquarters happened to witness this scene. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she promptly stepped forward to obstruct Tai Nyo and his companions. "Who are you? Why do you block our way?" One of the disciples from the dojo demanded, his expression unfriendly. Observing this, Tai Nyo quickly intervened. "Hold your temper. Look at the embroidery on her shoulder. She is from the Qingyun martial arts headquarters." The martial arts headquarters. The countenance of the detained individual shifted slightly. In this world, martial prowess was held in the highest regard. The forces formed by martial artists were broadly categorized into three major factions: the family-based forces, the martial arts headquarters, and the martial arts academies. Among these three factions, the martial arts headquarters stood out due to its vast base of commoners. Every town boasted numerous martial arts schools, all governed by the town's martial arts headquarters. These martial arts schools, upon receiving the endorsement of the main academy, will be assigned specific jurisdictions and granted the authority to maintain public order. Once a martial arts school acquires the power to uphold security, it consequently obtains the right to levy taxes. This is also the reason why these schools can sustain their operations and bestow abundant resources upon their practitioners. The Lyoha Martial Arts School, although considered a third-rate establishment, is nonetheless recognized by the main academy. Currently, the entire school, including its master, has suffered severe injuries, with the master rendered incapacitated. This incident has caught the attention of the main academy's personnel, who cannot simply turn a blind eye. A young girl in white blocked their path and boldly revealed her identity. "I am a practitioner from the Qingyun main academy. My name is Mu Qinghue." As she spoke, the girl displayed her martial arts medal. "Who are you? Why have you inflicted such harm upon the individuals of Lyoha Martial Arts School?" Though Mu Qinghue's voice was not loud, it instilled a significant psychological pressure upon Tai Nyo and his companions. The members of the martial arts main academy had previously been viewed as formidable figures in their eyes. Now, confronted with inquiries from such prominent individuals, how could they not feel anxious? Tai Nyo took a deep breath and replied with neither servility nor arrogance, "We are from the dojo. Lyoha Martial Arts School attempted to challenge our dojo and failed. We brought them back." Upon hearing this, Mu Qinghue's eyes narrowed slightly. Failed in the challenge and brought back? At first glance, this statement appeared innocuous, but upon further reflection, it evoked a sense of dread. Why? Because a martial arts school was challenged, and not a single person managed to walk away unscathed. This is not merely a defeat, it is a catastrophic failure. Chapter 15. The main hall. Mu Qinghue felt utterly humiliated after failing the challenge, being dragged back like refuse. Beneath the azure skies of Qingyun City, there lie 4 towns, designated as A, B, C, and D. The town of Qingyun is classified as D. Why has Mu Qinghue come to Qingyun town? It is because the head of the Lyoha Martial Arts School, Master Cheng, has broken through to the Danai realm and applied for the main hall's assessment. Should he succeed in this evaluation, Lyoha Martial Arts School would ascend from a 3rd tier to a 2nd tier status. Achieving 2nd tier status would grant them the privilege to establish branch halls. The establishment of a branch hall can be undertaken in 2 ways. The first is to register with the main hall and engage in a challenge. Victory would grant control over the martial arts school's jurisdiction, while the defeated would have to seek other opportunities. The second method involves delineating a specific area and recruiting common folk to settle there. Mu Qinghue understood that challenges are typically approached with thorough preparation and a considerable degree of confidence. This was her first encounter with someone who had been so thoroughly defeated in a challenge. She cast a glance at Master Cheng and his companions, puzzled by the situation. How could Lyoha Martial Arts School, which had yet to pass the assessment, venture to challenge others? After all, they did not possess the authority to open a branch hall yet. Was this not merely seeking trouble? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qinghue concluded that there must be one explanation, a web of grievances. Turning to Iron Bull, she inquired, "What is the name of your martial arts school?" "Our school is not a martial arts hall. It is called a dojo." Iron Bull did not dare to conceal the truth and spoke candidly. A dojo? Mu Qingwei inquired with curiosity. A new school? Iron Bull, with his simple nature, nodded and then shook his head. Our master said we are cultivators, though it is uncertain whether that qualifies as a new school. Mu Qingwei smiled and remarked. A school that has never been heard of. This is the very definition of a new school. After a brief pause, she inquired further. Do you have any grudges with the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall? Iron Bull recounted the entire story. I see, Mu Qingwei expressed, her face illuminating with understanding. No wonder. It is quite normal for a new school to be underestimated. Your dojo possesses considerable strength to defeat the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, thus, in 7 days, our headquarters will dispatch personnel to assess your dojo. Please inform your master. Iron Bull responded promptly, fully aware of the significance of the headquarters assessment. He understood all too well what it meant. Once recognized, their status would soar, and their village would reap immense benefits. Safety would also be greatly assured. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. In truth, the headquarters was also keen on forming an alliance. After all, such an unregistered dojo could go wherever it pleased. The ability to defeat individuals like Master Cheng already met the criteria for their potential alliance in her mind. Especially, this new sect appears remarkably formidable. A powerful new sect is a treasure anywhere. However, it is premature to conclude that the dojo belongs to this new sect. Thus she proposed an evaluation. At that moment, Mu Qingwei cast another glance at Master Cheng and then stated, Please wait a moment, I shall check on Cheng Lu. Tai Nyo and the others did not intervene. Mu Qingwei approached Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu gazed at the fair-clad girl before him, his heart heavy with bitterness. He understood, it's all over. Not only for him, but it seemed that the Liuhe Martial Arts School was also doomed. Cheng Lu, your dantian has been irreparably damaged. The assessment you applied for is now rendered unnecessary. Cheng Lu's eyes were vacant. He comprehended that it was indeed the end. Without further ado, Mu Qingwei continued. Your martial arts school has suffered severe losses. I shall return in 7 days for an inspection. Should you fail to demonstrate the capability to maintain order, we will revoke the Liuhe Martial Arts School's qualifications. Cheng Lu parted his lips, wishing to voice something, yet ultimately remained silent. In this world, the strong are revered. Weakness is a grave sin. The members of Liuhe Martial Arts School sat numbly on the ground. Master, what shall we do from here? One lightly injured martial artist struggled to rise and approached Cheng Lu. Master, am I still worthy of this title? Cheng Lu replied bitterly. A moment of greed has led to such dire consequences. The members of the Liuhe Martial Arts School fell into a profound silence. At this moment, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Bao's eyes. Master, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Zhang Teng has offended the Prince of Nanyang. We might employ a cunning strategy to eliminate him. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Lu's eyes glinted with a sinister intensity. A martial artist had already been subdued, and his voice trembled with uncertainty. Master, perhaps we should let this go. Zhang Teng's master seems quite enigmatic. I fear. Though Zhang Teng's master may be mysterious, what of it? Zhao Bao replied coldly. The most powerful family in Nanyang is the Zhou clan. They even proclaim themselves as royalty. Do you comprehend their strength? Do not speak of Zhang Teng's master. Should they pursue this matter, even the main school in Qingyun City would have to tread carefully. A flicker of madness crossed Cheng Lu's eyes. They have destroyed me and the Liuhe Martial Arts School. I shall ensure their dojo meets its end. Upon hearing this declaration, some martial artists rallied in solidarity, while others exhibited a hint of apprehension. In this world, after all, the strong reign supreme. Such a straightforward defeat may not sit well with some. Yet, there are those who accept their fate. Meanwhile, in the unnamed village, the demeanor of Tai Nyo and his companions had noticeably shifted upon their return. Tai Nyo, what is you in such high spirits? A villager inquired. This time, we have truly lifted our spirits and encountered the representatives of the main hall. Tai Nyo wore a radiant smile, unable to contain his joy. The people from the martial arts main hall expressed their intention to visit our master's dojo. One of the apprentices at the dojo interjected, the main hall? My goodness, what brings such illustrious figures to our humble village? Tai Nyo replied with a grin. Of course, they are here to assist us with the registration of our dojo. Upon hearing this, many villagers exhibited expressions of delight. With the endorsement of the main hall, our village would surely prosper and enjoy a brighter future. Everyone understood that Lin Bei's dojo was here to stay. If the dojo received recognition from the Martial Arts Academy, it could attract numerous residents to settle here. Why are there 4 esteemed towns beneath Qingyun City? Originally, Qingyun City thrived from a small martial arts academy at its core, gradually flourishing over time. With a light heart, Tainyo returned to the martial arts academy. As soon as he arrived, he spotted Zhang Teng instructing some apprentices in Tai Chi. Brother Zhang, I'm back, Tainyo exclaimed. Zhang Teng glanced up at him and inquired with a smile, how was it? Did everything go smoothly? Tainyo nodded and replied, Brother Zhang, we encountered a momentous event during our visit to Qingyun town. Oh, Zhang Teng asked with keen interest, what event? We met a martial artist from the main hall. Tainyo immediately recounted the encounter with Mu Qingwei. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled. His master, embodying tranquility and non-action, remained indifferent to such matters. Tainyo, this is not a lesson from your senior brother. You must focus your thoughts on your cultivation. As these words were spoken, Tainyo felt a twinge of shame. However, by coincidence, Lin Bei, who was passing through the corridor, overheard Tainyo's remarks. What semblance of tranquility and non-action could be seen on his face? The joy was unmistakably evident, almost spilling over. His smile stretched nearly to his ears. At that moment, Lin Bei had but one thought. If it were to be encapsulated in a single word, it would be delight. Chapter 16, A Letter from the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Bei had been in this world for over a year. What drove him with the utmost motivation? The pursuit of basic sustenance. Had it not been for his inability to survive in this realm, he would never have deceived the villagers into believing he was a practitioner of immortality. Now, if his dojo were to be acknowledged by the Martial Arts Academy, it would acquire the legitimacy to collect taxes. The issue of basic needs would thus be resolved in an instant. The more he pondered, the more delightful it became. And he found Zhang Teng increasingly agreeable. Before long, after reprimanding Tainyo, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei. Master, I have something to report to you. What is it? Lin Bei inquired with a smile, finding Zhang Teng's demeanor quite pleasing. Tainyo mentioned that during his visit to Qingyun town, he encountered someone from the Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Teng quickly continued. That person introduced herself as Mu Qingwei. She instructed Tainyo to convey a message, stating that the Martial Arts Academy would send representatives in 7 days for an assessment. At this point, Zhang Teng expressed some discontent. Master, I believe the Martial Arts Academy is indeed arrogant. As cultivators, we are beings beyond this world. Why must we submit to their evaluation? Lin Bei's smiling expression suddenly stiffened. What was this? The more he listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Indeed, at that moment, Zhang Teng declared, Master, I think we should refuse the evaluation from the Martial Arts Academy. We should not allow them to disturb our tranquil cultivation. Observing Zhang Teng's solemn expression, Lin Bei felt a surge of frustration. Just when he had found a way to alleviate his financial woes, this young man seemed intent on obstructing his path. Though inwardly cursing, Lin Bei understood that Zhang Teng's demeanor was merely a consequence of his earlier deceptions. There was no escaping the bitter fruit one had sown. It was up to him to amend the situation. Tenger, a practitioner of the Tao, must beware of arrogance, Lin Bei began, adopting a stern tone. Your words betray a certain disdain for martial arts, and such a mindset is unacceptable. Martial arts are indeed a facet of the Tao. As cultivators, we too are seekers of the Tao, and it is imperative to remember that diverse perspectives lead to clarity. At this juncture, Lin Bei shifted his rhetoric. I understand that you perceive cultivators as beings detached from the mundane world, yet cultivation necessitates engagement with reality. Were it not so, how could you have witnessed your master's sanctuary? Having entered the world, one must embrace it naturally. Only through personal experience could true cultivation occur. Zhang Teng's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Entering the world is also a form of cultivation, he murmured. Master, I understand now. The issue lies within my own disposition. Seeing Zhang Teng acknowledge his mistake, Lin Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. His precious disciple had nearly jeopardized their livelihood. Fortunately, timely intervention had salvaged the situation. Tenger, sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. During these days, focus on diligently contemplating the art of breath regulation. Lin Bei advised once more. The disciple obeys. As time gradually flowed by, Lin Bei began his body refinement within the confines of his dwelling. 3 days later, he slowly opened his eyes, having successfully completed the second round of body refinement. This time, Lin Bei distinctly felt that his physique had been significantly enhanced. Now twice as strong. What does this imply? With just one more refinement, his physical strength would rival that of the indomitable Zhang Teng. Beyond the augmentation of his physical prowess, Lin Bei also sensed a closer resonance with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Indeed, after body refinement, one could wield the laws. My reasoning is sound. Yet, despite this clarity of thought, he remained uncertain about how to harness these celestial energies. Nevertheless, Lin Bei felt no apprehension. As long as he grasped the overarching direction, the rest would be entrusted to his extraordinarily gifted disciple. Just as Lin Bei immersed himself in his body refinement, a hurried voice pierced the tranquility. Master, are you there? It's Tainyo? Lin Bei recognized the voice of the person outside. Come in and speak. Tainyo pushed open the door and entered. Master, I apologize for interrupting your cultivation. I am deeply ashamed. However, a matter has arisen that requires your judgment. What is it? Lin Bei sensed a hint of unease in Tainyo's demeanor. As we practiced martial arts, we heard a commotion outside the dojo. In the midst of his speech, Iron Bull produced a letter and handed it to Lin Bei. When we approached to investigate, we encountered this. Without uttering a single word, Lin Bei tore open the envelope. Upon reading its contents, he was taken aback. The message was succinct, stating, the matter regarding Zhang Teng has been exposed. Master Chung has injured himself and is heading to Nanyang County to lodge a complaint against the practitioners of the Yoha Martial Arts School. Who else knows about this letter aside from you? Though Lin Bei maintained a facade of composure, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. No one else, Iron Bull replied. What about Zhang Teng? Since the message concerns him, I chose not to inform him, Iron Bull answered innocently. Lin Bei nodded, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. Summon Zhang Teng. Understood. Before long, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei, a look of confusion adorning his face. Master, you summon me? Upon uttering those words, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Something felt amiss. Despite Lin Bei's calm demeanor, he felt as though his thoughts were being laid bare. How goes your training? Lin Bei inquired. The breathing technique is exceptionally intricate. After 3 days of contemplation, I have made significant progress. I should not be far from perfection, Zhang Teng replied earnestly. Lin Bei nodded once more and casually tossed the letter he held to Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng was initially perplexed, but soon he opened the letter. Upon discerning its contents, his expression drastically altered, and he staggered slightly, struggling to maintain his balance. Brother Zhang, are you all right? Tainyo inquired with concern, offering his support. I am fine, Zhang Teng replied, inhaling deeply before shaking his head at Tainyo, his gaze heavy with worry as it fell upon Lin Bei. Master, I have troubled you. Lin Bei stated calmly, do tell, what is the matter? Zhang Teng fell into silence for a moment, seemingly lost in reminiscence. The Zhou family of Nanyang was a lineage of martial artists that, due to their formidable strength and extensive territories, eventually proclaimed themselves kings. With the head of the Zhou family becoming the Prince of Nanyang, Lin Bei listened intently. Once, the Prince of Nanyang hosted a banquet, to which our Zhang family was invited. During the feast, my drink was laced with poison. Zhang Teng clenched his fists as he recounted. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in bed with the prince's cherished daughter. Given the vast disparity between the Zhang family and the Zhou family of Nanyang, I was held accountable by my clan, my cultivation was crippled, and I was cast out from the Zhang family. Zhang Teng spoke bitterly. I had thought this matter concluded, with the Zhang family having provided an explanation to the Prince of Nanyang. Who could have anticipated that shortly after I departed from my family, I would hear that the prince remained unwilling to let me go? Reluctantly, I had no choice but to flee from Nanyang. Zhang Teng lowered his head and said, eventually, I arrived at the temple. In the end, he appeared to have made a certain resolution. Master, I believe it is best for me to leave the temple. I do not wish to cause any trouble for it. Chapter 17, Breaking Limits. Continuing to break limits. Leave. Lin Bei cast a deep glance at Zhang Teng. Had his golden finger been activated earlier, Zhang Teng would not only have left, but he himself might have had to pack up and flee. However, the circumstances had changed. He could not possibly allow Zhang Teng to depart. Lin Bei understood that the greatest function of his golden finger was divination. Yet, its most significant flaw lay in its reliance on perceptive individuals to establish a foundation. Human beings, it seems, are most fearful of encountering hope. For it is hope and the promise of the future that compel individuals to pursue their dreams relentlessly, regardless of the thorns and dangers that may line their path. In response to Zhang Teng's plea, Lin Bei without hesitation posed a counter-question. Zhang Teng, do you truly wish to leave? I do not. Zhang Teng replied without hesitation, lowering his head and speaking softly. Then stay and cultivate diligently. Lin Bei rose slowly, moving to the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant sky. If the heavens were to fall, I shall bear the burden for you. Though his voice was soft, It resonated like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully at Zhang Teng's heart. A surge of indescribable emotion welled within him. His family, embroiled in intrigue, had led to the destruction of his Dantian. His kin, fearing the wrath of the Prince of Nanyang, had cast him aside. Zhang Teng had once believed that in this life, self-interest should reign supreme. Yet, confronted by the Prince of Nanyang, Lin Bei assured him, even if the heavens were to fall, my master would bear the weight. Master, may I remain here? Zhang Teng struggled to contain his emotions, yet his voice quivered slightly. Certainly, focus on your cultivation and refrain from overthinking. Lin Bei spoke softly without turning around. However, the strength of the Zhou clan of Nanyang is formidable. I fear. As Zhang Teng spoke, Lin Bei's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. Oh no. This lad isn't contemplating a hasty departure, is he? Realizing this, Lin Bei understood he must provide reassurance. There is no however. His tone was calm and resolute. With your master here, the heavens shall not collapse. Zhang Teng stared at Lin Bei's silhouette, momentarily taken aback. Seizing the moment, Lin Bei added, instead of fretting over fanciful fears, it is far better to dedicate yourself to rigorous training. He turned to Zhang Teng, his gaze serious, imparting wisdom with gravity. The path must be forged by oneself. Should it be fraught with thorns, you shall tread through them. As long as your ascent in strength is swift enough, you will inevitably stand triumphant over the Zhou clan of Nanyang. Indeed, upon hearing these words, a glimmer of determination flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. Observing the effectiveness of his words, Lin Bei pressed on with fervor. Remember, the path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens. The compliant are mere mortals, while those who resist ascend to immortality. In my view, the Zhou clan of Nanyang serves as a whetstone on your journey of growth. From now on, you must contend with the heavens. Lin Bei's words ignited a fervor in Zhang Teng's heart, instilling a sense of boldness within him. Master, I shall heed your teachings. What is the mere Zhou clan of Nanyang to us cultivators? Excellent, Lin Bei exclaimed, his face alight with approval. Go forth. Devote yourself to mastering the breathing technique. Once you have perfected it, proceed to refine your Tao body. Your disciple shall obey. As Zhang Teng and Tai Nyo departed, Lin Bei could no longer contain himself, feeling a weight upon his mind. While Zhang Teng remained steadfast, the Zhou clan of Nanyang was evidently not to be trifled with. Ah, I have it. Lin Bei suddenly had a brilliant idea. If confrontation was unwise, then perhaps evasion was a solution. He resolved to concoct an excuse to persuade Zhang Teng to embark on an excursion the following day. This excuse was nothing short of flawless. At that moment, a voice resonated within Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple has perfected the breathing technique. Your own technique has ascended to a new realm. In the next instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding the breathing technique flooded Lin Bei's consciousness. The essence of the technique appeared increasingly profound to him, akin to the mysterious and ever-changing nature of the universe, embodying the very essence of all things. In that moment, his comprehension of the breathing technique transcended to an entirely new level. Without hesitation, Lin Bei began to practice the technique. Indeed, it was as he anticipated. The efficiency of refining the Tao body has indeed more than doubled. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. The shadow cast by the Zhou family from Nanyang has been completely dispelled. At this very moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted the tranquility. Master, are you there? Come in. Zhang Teng pushed the door open. Master, I have perfected my breathing technique. Yet there is one matter that remains unclear, and I seek your guidance. What is it? Zhang Teng quickly responded. Master, after achieving perfection in my breathing technique, I feel as if I am on the cusp of grasping something elusive. He expressed his confusion. It is a peculiar sensation. I perceive the spiritual energies of heaven and earth as a blank canvas, yet they seem to be ever-changing. Ever-changing? Like a blank canvas? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of astonishment within. This young man has evidently touched upon the threshold of breaking limits. It is only after his breathing technique transcended perfection that he became aware of this. In that instant, Lin Bei realized something profound. Why did his golden finger only activate when Zhang Teng's breathing technique reached perfection? Why was there no reaction during the cultivation process? It turns out that only at the moment of perfection can the foundation for breaking limits be established, allowing for further development. Lin Bei could not suppress his curiosity. If Zhang Teng's breathing technique were to reach the level of breaking limits, could his technique continue to advance? Upon reflection, Lin Bei candidly began to offer his guidance. Tenger, you have touched upon the threshold of breaking limits. Remember your current insights and continue your cultivation. You may indeed transcend the ultimate boundaries of the breathing technique. Breaking limits level? A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. He had previously heard Lin Bei remark that his innate talent was rather mediocre. Yet, true exceptional aptitude could independently shatter constraints. Until now, he had lacked a clear understanding, but now it dawned upon him. So, this is what it means to break limits? Zhang Teng's heart swelled with elation. However, following this exhilaration, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. He could only vaguely sense the breakthrough, yet he remained unable to achieve it on his own. The essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rooted in the fundamental nature of the cosmos. This method can only be comprehended intuitively, not articulated. Lin Bei smiled and said, "You first enter a state of tranquility. Let me demonstrate for you." Lin Bei resolved to attempt to guide him. He was eager to see if Zhang Teng could attain the pinnacle of the breathing technique and reach the breaking limits level. Could his own extraordinary abilities be further developed from this foundation? Yes, master. Zhang Teng immediately began to calm his mind and spirit. Lin Bei promptly settled into a cross-legged position, his demeanor solemn. Subsequently, Lin Bei initiated the breathing technique at the breaking limits level. Zhang Teng, in a state of partial comprehension, at times puzzled, at times contemplative. After Lin Bei completed one cycle of the technique, Zhang Teng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. So, this is how it is. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Without hesitation, he immediately settled into a meditative posture and began to practice the breathing technique. In the next moment, a voice resonated within Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple has perfected the breathing technique, transcending to the limit-breaking level. Your own breathing technique has ascended to the second limit break. Lin Bei was astonished. Could it truly be possible to break the limits a second time? Chapter 18. A visit with the second breakthrough of Lin Bei's breathing technique. He felt as though the very fabric of the universe had transformed. With each inhalation and exhalation, he became acutely aware of the omnipresent spiritual energy enveloping him. Remarkably, he could even perceive the subtle fluctuations of this energy in varying states. Such changes deepened Lin Bei's comprehension of the art of cultivation. As he practiced the breathing technique, Lin Bei discovered that its effectiveness had doubled. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with my earlier conjectures. The second breakthrough of the breathing technique filled Lin Bei with immense joy. However, his true elation stemmed not from this alone, but from finally grasping the logic behind his unique advantage. He provided Zhang Teng with some overarching guidance, and Zhang Teng, through his keen insight, began to construct a framework based on this guidance. Within this framework, he continuously filled in, refined, and corrected, ultimately discerning the correct path of cultivation. His unique advantage allowed him to extrapolate from this proper method, seamlessly leading to its perfect formulation. When Zhang Teng achieved mastery, he would illuminate the path for Lin Bei to transcend his limits. For, on the correct path of extrapolation, it was remarkably easier to surpass boundaries. Lin Bei demonstrated the advanced breathing technique to Zhang Teng, who, upon enlightenment, identified the next pathway to breaking limits. This marked Lin Bei's second breakthrough. Perhaps there might be a third breakthrough yet to come? Lin Bei's heart raced with excitement. He could demonstrate the method of breath regulation that transcends limits, aiding Zhang Teng in his quest for enlightenment. Once Zhang Teng comprehended it, he would impart his insights once more for the next breakthrough. At that point, Lin Bei would have the opportunity to pursue a third transcendence. If this cycle continued, Lin Bei, inspired by the thought, immediately turned to Zhang Teng with a smile. "Tenger, you have performed admirably, having already shattered a limit once. Do you possess any insights?" Zhang Teng replied earnestly. "I seem to sense something in the depths of my being, but it is too profound. Is this the second transcendence?" Lin Bei nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, you have begun to perceive the second transcendence. Now, allow me to demonstrate the method of breath regulation for the second breakthrough." Lin Bei promptly commenced his demonstration. Afterward, he cast a hopeful glance at Zhang Teng. However, faced with Lin Bei's expectant gaze, Zhang Teng lowered his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Master, I do not comprehend it. Perhaps my realm is simply too lacking?" To this, Lin Bei felt a sense of regret yet deemed it understandable. After all, achieving a moment of enlightenment that directly led to breaking through a limit was no small feat. Do not rush. Take your time, and you will eventually grasp it. Zhang Teng inquired, "Master, shall I continue to ponder the method of breath regulation?" Lin Bei countered, "Do you have the confidence to comprehend it?" Zhang Teng shook his head. Although my master demonstrated it for me, I remained directionless, feeling that my aptitude was woefully inadequate. Aptitude? Lin Bei was suddenly reminded of the time he painted a promising picture for Zhang Teng, claiming that only with excellent qualities could one transcend limitations. It was nothing but nonsense. Observing Zhang Teng's slight embarrassment, he realized that perhaps he had been too harsh. This simply wouldn't do. Zhang Teng, you must rise to the occasion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei spoke up. While your aptitude may be average, you have already entered the path of cultivation, and many things will no longer be constrained. Remember, human determination can conquer nature. The outcome is in human hands. Do not be shackled by your innate abilities. Lin Bei immediately offered encouragement. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. Master, I understand now. The outcome is in human hands. Seeing the resolute gleam in Zhang Teng's gaze, Lin Bei realized that Zhang Teng seemed to hold his words in unwavering belief. Focus on refining your body. As your realm advances, your understanding of the breathing techniques will naturally deepen, at which point you can attempt to transcend limitations again. This statement was not mere rhetoric. After all, he had already completed his second body refinement. With the enhancement of his physical form, he indeed gained a more profound comprehension of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Yes, I will strive diligently. I take my leave. Go forth. As Lin Bei watched Zhang Teng's retreating figure, a smile crept upon his face. The harder Zhang Teng worked, the stronger he would become. Lin Bei silently bolstered Zhang Teng's resolve. Devote yourself to cultivation, for tomorrow I shall persuade you to embark on a journey. Lin Bei has already devised his arguments. Time passes. After about 2 hours, Tainyo rushed over in a state of urgency. Master, Master, she has arrived. Has she? The members of the Zhou clan have come? So soon? Was it not said that the journey from here to Nanyang takes a day? Lin Bei sprang to his feet, his gaze darting around before finally settling on his bundle. He resolved to swiftly convince Zhang Teng to accompany him. At that very moment, Tainyo, panting heavily, managed to convey the rest of his message. Mu Qinghua has come, the martial artist from the martial arts headquarters. What? Lin Bei was taken aback, nearly losing his composure due to Tainyo's fervor. Speaking while gasping for breath, he almost felt embarrassed. Wait a moment. Wasn't it said that Mu Qinghua would arrive in 7 days? How could she be here so early? After a brief contemplation, Lin Bei realized that if he participated in the assessment with his current strength, he would likely expose himself. Thus, he stated directly, let Zhang Teng handle the reception. I have yet to complete a full cycle of breathing exercises. Understood. Tainyo hurriedly took his leave. On the other side, Mu Qinghua stood in the dojo, her face filled with confusion. Initially, she had reported the new faction's developments to the headquarters. The main hall places great importance on this matter, for a new martial arts sect, particularly one with considerable strength, is indeed a treasure in its nascent stage. It can provide martial artists with a plethora of martial insights. Consequently, the main hall is apprehensive about the possibility of this new sect slipping away. They promptly entrusted Mu Qinghua with the authority to expedite the assessment of the dojo. Mu Qinghua, aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily paid a visit. However, upon her arrival at the dojo, she was utterly taken aback. She distinctly recalled that Tainyo had informed her that the inhabitants of the dojo were practitioners of the new sect, who seemed to refer to themselves as cultivators. Yet, the apprentices practicing Tai Chi appeared to be mere mortals. They seemed particularly feeble, struggling even to maintain a stable horse stance. Could such a level of skill truly belong to practitioners of a new sect? They were hardly superior to half-baked martial artists. Had she not witnessed the pitiable state of Master Chung and the others, she might have turned on her heel and departed. In her eyes, this new sect appeared exceedingly weak. Just as Mu Qinghua was engulfed in doubt, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. She sensed a composed expert approaching with deliberate steps. Turning her gaze, she beheld Zhang Teng, vibrant and brimming with confidence, striding towards her. He was indeed a formidable expert, and among his peers, he was not merely formidable. Mu Qinghua instantly made her assessment, her heart swirling with further confusion. Was the disparity in strength among cultivators so vast? Esteemed martial friend, may I inquire your name? As Mu Qinghua and Zhang Teng locked eyes, she took the initiative to offer a courteous greeting. I am Zhang Teng, the foremost disciple accepted under my master's tutelage. Zhang Teng sensed the formidable prowess of Mu Qinghua before him, yet he maintained a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. She is but a mere martial artist. What is there to fear? Chapter 19. The sword's intent soars to the sky. She could perceive that although Zhang Teng appeared exceedingly humble on the surface, an innate pride emanated from his very being. She understood that this man before her took great pride in his newly established sect. Zhang Teng, you are the chief disciple. Are these individuals your junior brothers? Who is your second junior brother? Mu Qingwei inquired with a smile, her curiosity piqued regarding the abilities of this second junior brother. They are all my junior brothers, but they have not yet comprehended the art of cultivation nor received the master's direct teachings. Hence, there are no ranks among us. Zhang Teng replied with a smile. Therefore, I currently have no second junior brother. Is that so? I see, Mu Qingwei remarked, casually picking up her cup of tea to sample it, only to wrinkle her brow slightly. The quality of the tea was rather poor, lacking the finesse of careful preparation. A bit bitter, is it? Zhang Teng chuckled. This is natural wild mountain tea. If savored properly, one can appreciate the essence of nature. Mu Qingwei smiled faintly and set down her teacup. You possess quite the refined taste. Do you know the purpose of my visit to your esteemed establishment today? Of course, I am aware, Zhang Teng nodded, pouring a cup of the wild mountain tea. Without further ado, Mu Qingwei stated directly, in that case, summon your master. I wish to conduct the assessment personally. Zhang Teng shook his head lightly. It is merely an assessment. There is no need for the master to intervene personally. I am sufficient. Oh, Mu Qingwei glanced at Zhang Teng with a hint of surprise. You should be aware that the assessment conducted by our main hall is crucial for the ranking of martial arts schools, as the level assigned directly correlates to the allocation of resources. I am aware, Zhang Teng replied with composure. But I also know that your rank can at most be classified as a second-tier martial arts school. With my intervention, it will suffice. There is no need for the master to intervene. After speaking, Zhang Teng cast a glance at the three-pattern emblem on Mu Qingwei's sleeve. Oh, you seem to possess considerable knowledge about our main hall, Mu Qingwei remarked, her interest piqued as she rose to her feet. In that case, allow me to test your capabilities. Mu Qingwei approached the training arena, directing her gaze at Zhang Teng. I must remind you, the opportunity is singular. Should you fail, your rank will drop to third tier, and any advancement will require a personal appeal to the main hall. Zhang Teng stepped closer to Mu Qingwei. Rest assured, Miss Qingwei, I too am curious about the nature of the main hall's assessment. With that, Zhang Teng gestured invitingly. Then you must be cautious, for I am about to commence. No sooner had the words left her lips than Mu Qingwei's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. An intangible pressure enveloped Zhang Teng's heart in an instant. It seemed as though a powerful essence radiated from her being. Intent. At that moment, Mu Qingwei stood before him, resembling a sharp sword. Sword intent. Zhang Teng's pupils constricted. Once a prodigy of the Zhang clan, he undoubtedly comprehended the true essence of a martial artist. The initial realm of a martial artist is the body refinement stage, followed by the dancy stage. These two realms can be attained with sufficient effort and the willingness to invest considerable resources. Even those of modest talent can achieve them. However, transcending the dancy to transform one's martial physique and the gathering of energy within the dancy necessitates an understanding of the true meaning of martial arts. Those capable of grasping this martial intent are invariably exceptional talents, rare as diamonds among pebbles. At this moment, Zhang Teng stood before Mu Qingwei, feeling as if countless invisible swords surrounded him, all aimed directly at him. The sword intent surged skyward. This was the first trial of the assessment. The pressure of martial intent. To withstand this pressure, one must at least mobilize the energy of the dancy and stir the blood, causing one's vital essence to boil, making it possible to endure the onslaught of sword intent. Otherwise, an ordinary martial artist would find their strength severely diminished, unable to unleash even 50% of their combat power. This is the essence. The third realm of a martial artist, the realm of the true essence of martial arts. Mu Qingwei glanced at the composed Zhang Teng, a flicker of astonishment crossing her mind. Before her, Zhang Teng did not summon his vital energy to counter her sword intent. Yet, remarkably, his body exhibited no tremors typically induced by the pressure of sword intent. What could this signify? Her sword intent had, surprisingly, left no trace of influence on Zhang Teng. How could this be? Am I being tested by your sword intent? Zhang Teng bore a smile that was neither here nor there, his heart increasingly convinced that cultivating immortality was but a dimensional strike against martial arts. Why? Because the moment Mu Qingwei's sword intent surged, he sensed it instantly. In his view, sword intent was merely the concentrated essence of Mu Qingwei's spirit, infusing her inner sword into the surrounding spiritual energy of the world. This was the true essence of the intimidation embodied by sword intent. Yet, martial artists remained blissfully unaware of this reality. Even those who had manifested the true essence of martial arts were oblivious. They simply believed that their martial true intent had materialized. This notion is evident in the terminology martial artists use to describe their realms: gathering intent, manifestation, true intent. Indeed, the third tier of martial intent is termed as true intent. Martial artists believe that their martial will, akin to an extension of their fingers, signifies their comprehension of the true essence of martial arts. However, to Zhang Teng, all of this seemed to stem from their overwhelming will, causing fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energies. Nonetheless, Zhang Teng also understood that perhaps for martial artists, their interpretation of realms was not entirely misguided. After all, the layers existed, much like observing a leopard through a tube, making it difficult to perceive the whole picture. If one were to speak of the fluctuations of the celestial energies to them, they would merely regard you as deranged. Mu Qingwei gazed at the composed Zhang Teng, her face etched with confusion. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "You have not allowed the martial blood within you to boil. How have you managed to remain unaffected?" Zhang Teng chuckled softly. "I can discern the essence of your sword intent, thus I can easily separate it from my own." His approach was remarkably simple. He merely employed a gentle technique to gather the untainted celestial energies while expelling those contaminated by the sword intent. It was as effortless as that. To him, resisting head-on seemed utterly foolish, akin to allowing a punch to land when one could easily evade it. Was that not akin to suffering unnecessarily, verging on madness? Perceiving the essence of my sword intent, Mu Qingyue's face was a mask of skepticism. "Are you jesting with me? A martial artist at the body-refining level can see through my martial intent?" To her, this notion was preposterous, almost laughable. After all, there were two significant realms separating her from Zhang Teng. "Do you doubt it?" Zhang Teng replied with a faint smile. "I can sense that your sword intent is exceedingly potent, perhaps even reaching the stage of manifestation." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue was taken aback. "Oh, is this something you have discerned as well?" Zhang Teng replied calmly, nodding his head. Then, he spoke astonishingly, "Believe it or not, I possess the ability to render your martial intent difficult to manifest." Chapter 20. The Talents of Zhang Teng. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingyue could not help but change her expression. Although her heart was filled with disbelief, she refrained from excessive rebuttal. She firmly adhered to the principle, "Actions speak louder than words." "Let me witness your abilities," she declared. As soon as her voice fell, Zhang Teng immediately sensed an overwhelmingly powerful sword intent coalescing within the air. In that moment, Mu Qingyue seemed to transform into a sword herself. Centered around her, her sword intent rapidly infused the spiritual energy of the world, causing countless strands of this energy to converge swiftly. This was indeed the manifestation of martial will. As expected, at that moment, Zhang Teng took a deep breath and approached Mu Qingyue, suddenly channeling his breathing technique. Instantly, a vast amount of formless spiritual energy surged forth from him. As this abundant energy gathered, it disrupted Mu Qingyue's process of consolidating her sword intent. However, her sword intent was remarkably potent, and the spiritual energy stirred by Zhang Teng was quickly tainted by her blade's essence. Undeterred, Zhang Teng persisted in his breathing technique, striving to expel the energy that had been infused with her sword intent. Throughout this process, Mu Qingyue's expression began to shift. Initially, she had been skeptical, but now she found it increasingly difficult to consolidate her sword intent, compelling her to reconsider her stance. Although Zhang Teng could not prevent her from consolidating her sword intent, the entire process would require at least 10 times the usual duration. If two martial artists of the true essence realm were to engage, such a delay could prove fatal. "How did you achieve this?" Mu Qingyue inquired in astonishment. Zhang Teng responded with a faint smile, "This is a secret among us cultivators. If you wish to know, you must join our sect and receive direct teachings from the master." Mu Qingyue paused for a moment before returning the smile. "Indeed, it is a new school of thought, which undoubtedly possesses its unique merits." With that, she shifted the conversation's direction. "However, we martial artists ultimately value strength. Disturbing the true essence of martial arts may be marvelous, but if one lacks personal prowess, they remain as fragile as porcelain." At this juncture, Mu Qingyue turned her gaze towards Zhang Teng. "May I witness the extraordinary qualities of your sect's martial arts?" Zhang Teng exuded confidence. "Please." Mu Qingyue smiled lightly. "In that case, I shall not be polite. I will employ the strength of an early-stage Danhai realm practitioner as the benchmark for this evaluation." As she spoke, Mu Qingwei gently adjusted her shoulder-length hair. In the next moment, she deftly extracted a hairpin from her tresses and hurled it towards Zhang Teng. To her surprise, the hairpin transformed into a small sword. Its edges unsharpened, yet the tip was keenly pointed. At that moment, Lin Bei, who had been observing from the shadows, could not help but utter a silent exclamation. Despicable! At this moment, he also realized that among warriors, once a confrontation occurs, the principles of martial ethics seem to be disregarded. Upon reflection, this notion is rather reasonable. The strong are revered, and only those who emerge victorious can be deemed powerful. Initially taken aback by Mu Qingyue's ambush, Zhang Teng did not anticipate that such a formidable expert would resort to such tactics. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the attack was unexpected, his breathing technique had reached a remarkable level, granting him heightened perception. Thus he remained unperturbed. In the instant the concealed dagger launched towards him, he deftly captured it between his fingers, akin to chopsticks. Invincible like a diamond, bare-handed interception of a concealed weapon. Mu Qingyue gazed at the glimmering gold between Zhang Teng's fingers, her expression one of astonishment. At this moment, she seemed to grasp the underlying truth. With the invincibility of Diamond at his side, it was no wonder that Master Qing had met his defeat. Yet, the assessment was far from over. In the next heartbeat, Mu Qingyue, resembling a cunning rabbit, lunged towards Zhang Teng, launching an attack from his right side. Her right foot struck like a sword, a lightning-fast kick that even left an afterimage in the air. Zhang Teng swiftly arched his back, evading the blow. Simultaneously, a small tree, roughly the girth of his arm, was cleanly severed in two. Such sharp martial prowess. The energy was truly palpable, although she was merely utilizing the strength of the early Dan C stage. Her prowess was evidently far superior to that of Master Qing. Yet, Zhang Teng at this moment was significantly stronger than before. In recent days, he has delved into the art of breath regulation, utilizing it to refine his body and strengthen his physique. Had he engaged in combat with the former master of the venue, he would have subdued him within 3 moves. Otherwise, he would have found it quite challenging to withstand the encounter. In an instant, after a single strike, Mu Qingyue's assault came crashing down like a tempest. Following that were 3 exceedingly sharp kicks. Zhang Teng nimbly evaded her attacks, deftly sidestepping to the left and right. I knew my previous intuition was correct. Zhang Teng is indeed formidable, Mu Qingyue mused within herself. At that very moment, Zhang Teng launched his counterattack, extending his hand in a sweeping motion towards her jade-like throat. In martial arts, every move is a matter of life and death. Although the strike appeared gentle, Mu Qingyue could sense its underlying strength, should she be struck. It would be no trivial matter, even for her. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to retreat and evade. For a martial artist of the main venue, this was utterly astounding. Typically, to pass the assessment, one merely needs to withstand 3 moves from a martial artist of the main venue. The notion of counterattacking or even repelling was beyond comprehension. After all, the prowess of a martial artist in the initial stage of the Dan C is vastly superior to that of an ordinary fighter. Even a martial artist in the mid-stage of the Dan C may not stand a chance against one in the initial stage from the main venue. Unexpectedly, he seized the opportunity to counterattack in an instant. Before Mu Qingyue could express her astonishment, Zhang Teng executed a relentless series of Tai Chi strikes. Mu Qingyue dodged several times before seizing the opportunity to counterattack, her hand striking down like a sword. However, this time, Zhang Teng did not evade. He braced himself against her strike. A sharp sound echoed as her attack tore through his clothing, revealing his golden muscles. What? The indomitable Vajra could actually withstand my arm's sword. He can even endure martial techniques? As Mu Qingyue stood in shock, she felt a chill at her neck, only to see Zhang Teng's hand poised in a chokehold before her throat. Beneath the relentless barrage, there lay a hidden threat. In that moment, Mu Qingyue felt somewhat dazed. Had she truly lost? In the grand examination, had she actually been defeated? Uncertain if she had passed the assessment, Zhang Teng retracted his offensive and offered a slight smile. Although their earlier exchanges had been lethal, once they paused, both parties immediately returned to a state of amicability. You have passed. Mu Qingyue cast a complex glance at Zhang Teng. She had always prided herself on being exceptional, even among the overseers of warriors. Yet now, facing Zhang Teng at the Dan C realm, she had been vanquished? This was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Congratulations to you both. After a moment, Mu Qingyue could not help but express her admiration. Zhang Teng, your sect of cultivators is truly remarkable. You have managed to cultivate the indomitable Vajra. Zhang Teng merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. The so-called invincibility of the Vajra is merely a fortuitous breakthrough he achieved while practicing the art of breath control in martial arts. Invincible? Quite impressive. He hardly regarded it with any seriousness. Invincibility? Merely a trifling skill. As soon as these words were uttered, Mu Qingwei felt a slight tremor. A single word flashed through her mind: arrogance. Chapter 21. Outrageous misjudgment. For a martial artist, possessing a body of copper skin and iron bones is already a remarkable achievement. Those with superior copper skin and iron bones are truly rare talents, akin to prodigies found once in 1,000 miles. And what of the undefeated Vajra? In Qingyan Town, it is regarded as a legendary existence, symbolizing extraordinary martial talent. Yet, Zhang Teng regards it with disdain. What is most absurd? Mu Qingwei can sense it. Zhang Teng's contempt is not feigned. It springs genuinely from his belief that the undefeated Vajra is insignificant, merely a trivial skill. This sentiment inexplicably stirs within Mu Qingwei a sense of profound frustration. The undefeated Vajra, which she admires, is perceived by others as nothing more than a mere parlor trick. If it were mere boasting, it would be one thing, but the troubling part is that others genuinely seem to hold this opinion. Reflecting on this, Mu Qingwei cannot help but interject. The undefeated Vajra is merely a trivial skill? Zhang Teng, are you not being a bit presumptuous? Zhang Teng is taken aback and hastily apologizes. I am sorry. I did not mean to offend. The undefeated Vajra is merely a byproduct of my training and, to me, it holds little significance. Zhang Teng's words are sincere. It is only after refining his body using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he realizes the process of cultivating the Tao body is, in fact, a continuous strengthening of one's physique. According to his deductions, upon completing the third round of body tempering, his physical strength would rival that of the indomitable diamond. Moreover, the strength of his Tao body was merely an ancillary benefit of the tempering process. What lies at the heart of refining the Tao body? It is the enhancement of one's comprehension and perception of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Thus, Zhang Teng sincerely believed that the utility of the indomitable diamond was indeed quite limited. For the time being, it might serve some purpose. But as he continued to refine his Tao body, the indomitable diamond would eventually become obsolete. Observing Zhang Teng's earnest demeanor, Mu Qingwei suddenly entertained an astonishing thought. Could it be that the path of cultivation was truly this formidable? Did it genuinely dismiss even the indomitable diamond? With this notion in mind, Mu Qingwei could not help but inquire if there existed a method within the cultivation school to attain the indomitable diamond. Not at all, Zhang Teng replied candidly. I previously cultivated to the level of superior copper skin and iron bones, and during my journey in cultivation, I inadvertently broke through to the indomitable diamond. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Mu Qingwei's eyes. The main hall was particularly attentive to new schools of thought because they could potentially offer valuable insights to martial artists. If the cultivation school could assist martial artists in achieving copper skin and iron bones, as well as the indomitable diamond, it would undoubtedly deliver a tremendous impact on the martial arts of Qingyan City. Without hesitation, Mu Qingwei pressed on with her inquiry. Could the cultivation techniques aid martial artists in transcending to copper skin and iron bones? Or perhaps assist the martial artists with iron skin and bronze bones in comprehending the indestructible essence of Vajra? Zhang Teng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To assert that it is impossible? That seems unfounded. After all, the art of cultivating immortality has little correlation with martial arts. Conversely, to suggest that it is indeed possible appears equally valid. Mastering the foundational techniques of cultivation to attain iron skin and bronze bones is remarkably effortless, and even the indestructible essence of Vajra can be easily achieved. Yet, if one could truly access the art of immortality, who would choose to pursue mere iron skin and bronze bones? Who would aspire to the indestructible essence of Vajra? It is an exercise in futility to prioritize trifles over monumental pursuits. In that moment, Zhang Teng turned his gaze towards Mu Qingwei, feeling an inexplicable sensation within. The understanding of martial artists seemed to be worlds apart from that of cultivators. Is it truly impossible? Mu Qingwei observed Zhang Teng's demeanor, a hint of disappointment evident. It is not that it is impossible, Zhang Teng clarified, but rather that if one could indeed embark on the path of immortality, no one would deign to practice iron skin and bronze bones, or the indestructible essence of Vajra. Why is that? Mu Qingwei inquired, puzzled. It is widely acknowledged that a solid foundation is paramount. A well-established base in martial arts opens up a myriad of possibilities for the future. Why are iron skin and bronze bones, along with the indestructible essence of Vajra, esteemed by martial artists? Precisely because mastering these techniques signifies a robust foundation in martial arts. As cultivators, to embark on our journey, we must first grasp the art of breath regulation. Upon mastering this, we shall refine our spiritual bodies, Zhang Teng stated calmly. The master once spoke of the foundation for tempering the Tao body, which consists of 9 refinements. Each successful completion of a great circulatory refinement is equivalent to 1 refinement. Mu Qingyue remained silent, listening intently, her expression one of earnest yearning for knowledge. Should one achieve the first refinement, the strength of the body would approximate that of a martial artist who has cultivated to the level of refining blood and gathering qi. If the second refinement is successful, it would build upon this foundation, resulting in skin as tough as bronze and bones as strong as iron. As Zhang Teng conveyed this information, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Qingyue's eyes, prompting her immediate inquiry, and what of the third refinement? That equates to invincibility. Zhang Teng's declaration left Mu Qingyue somewhat bewildered. In her perception, she had long recognized that the cultivation path of immortals was extraordinary, yet Zhang Teng's description profoundly astonished her. The third refinement equated to invincibility? What then of the fourth and the 9th refinements? It is well known that the firmer the foundation laid by martial artists, the greater the promise of their future paths in martial arts. Mu Qingyue, harboring a hint of disbelief, could not restrain her curiosity. And for you cultivators, after the 9 refinements, what realm awaits? A glimmer of longing flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. The next realm, as my master said, is the mastery of the law. What is the mastery of the law? It can be understood as the true essence of martial arts, Zhang Teng elucidated. However, the mastery of the law is not fixated on any singular essence. Rather, it embodies an ever-changing myriad of forms. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue displayed a look of realization, internally exhaling a sigh of relief while secretly mocking herself. She had previously assumed that the foundation of this cultivator's martial prowess was remarkably solid. However, upon reflection, although the approaches differ, a comparison reveals that the process of breath regulation corresponds to the martial artist's body refinement. The 9 refinements equate to the martial artist's danci, and the mastery of laws aligns with the true essence of martial arts. Consequently, it appears that cultivators are not as formidable as she had presumed. A martial artist at the danci level, with their true energy refining their body, naturally possesses overwhelming strength, arguably surpassing even the indomitable. As for the so-called myriad transformations, to her, it merely seemed a haphazard and unrefined interpretation of martial essence. She had nearly been deceived. Mu Qingyue mused quietly, to ensure her understanding was correct. She couldn't help but inquire, when you cultivators undergo the 9 refinements, is there a force akin to true energy within you? Zhang Teng smiled and nodded. Indeed. We harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine our bodies. After each major circulation, our bodies resonate with the spiritual energy, and every inch of our flesh is imbued with it. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue's understanding deepened. If that is the case, then there is no issue. What distinguishes the martial artist's body refinement post-danci from this? Furthermore, in her perspective, the so-called 9 refinement stage, at its inception, even struggles to manifest true energy externally, seemingly falling short compared to martial artists. She remained entirely oblivious to this realization. The comparison of one's own realm is utterly flawed, and indeed, it is profoundly erroneous. Chapter 22. Can only blame his misfortune? Zhang Teng observed Mu Qingyue's demeanor, and he could even discern the underlying implications behind her inquiries. Yet, he refrained from offering excessive explanations. In his perspective, despite Mu Qingyue's current status as a martial artist at the level of true martial intent, she remained akin to a frog confined to the depths of a well. Given this, what was the necessity for further debate? Zhang Teng had once been a martial artist, specifically at the Danhai realm, and he understood better than anyone that cultivators and martial artists existed within entirely distinct systems. At that moment, Mu Qingyue suddenly spoke. Zhang Teng, forgive my boldness, but how did you transcend from the toughness of copper and iron to achieve the imperviousness of diamond? Zhang Teng replied, I comprehended the breathing technique and unexpectedly broke through to imperviousness while refining my body. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Mu Qingyue's eyes. If that is the case, does your sect of cultivators impart the breathing technique? Zhang Teng gazed at Mu Qingyue in astonishment, suddenly realizing that this woman sought to utilize the breathing technique to attain imperviousness. Indeed, The disparity in understanding was vast. It was almost comical. Certainly, however, the initiation for cultivators is quite arduous. If one cannot grasp the breathing technique, all efforts would be in vain. Mu Qingyue smiled with confidence. Might I request some guidance from a fellow martial artist? Zhang Teng nodded. Of course, if you wish to practice, first perfect the Tai Chi Chuan. And then I shall impart the verses of the breathing technique to you. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mu Qingyue's eyes. In her perception, the new sect had always been rather insular, and she had merely posed a tentative inquiry. To her astonishment, the chief disciple of this cultivation sect readily acquiesced. Is there no need to consult your master regarding this matter? Mu Qingyue inquired. No, Zhang Teng replied, shaking his head. My master has stated that those with affinity may enter. As the chief disciple, I am permitted to impart the foundational teachings, although I cannot convey the more profound aspects. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue smiled and nodded in agreement. Very well, however, this matter must be postponed for the moment. I need to return to the main hall to report the examination results. Thank you for your assistance. Zhang Teng feigned a troubled expression. By the way, there is one matter I must trouble you with, Miss Mu. Please, do not hesitate, Mu Qingyue responded, her face aglow with a smile. After all, Zhang Teng had promised to teach her the breathing techniques, and she felt obliged to reciprocate the favor. Zhang Teng then continued. I recall that according to the regulations of the main hall, if a subordinate martial school encounters a life and death crisis, it may apply for protection from the main hall. Mu Qingyue cast a surprised glance at Zhang Teng. Is your dojo in danger? Zhang Teng sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. This is a long story. Would you permit me to share it with you, Miss Mu? Certainly, Mu Qingyue nodded. Zhang Teng promptly recounted his experiences in full detail. Upon concluding his account, a flash of shock crossed Mu Qingyue's eyes. Her astonishment did not stem from Zhang Teng's plight, but rather from the fact that his dantian had been utterly destroyed. It is well known that once the dantian is ruined, the path of martial arts is irrevocably shattered. In light of this, the ability to still cultivate was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Mu Qingyue's expression grew grave. A sect capable of re-establishing the path of cultivation would undoubtedly possess immense value. Contemplating this, Mu Qingyue promptly declared, I am already aware of this matter. She spoke with a serious tone. I shall return to the main hall immediately and request their intervention in this affair. Thank you. Zhang Teng felt a surge of joy within. Should the main hall succeed in mediation, the crisis facing the dojo would be swiftly resolved. This was the duty of the main hall. Mu Qingyue's demeanor remained solemn. This matter is urgent, so I must take my leave. Allow me to see you off. Miss Mu, Lin Bei offered, stepping forward only after Mu Qingyue had departed. Master, have you emerged from seclusion? Zhang Teng inquired, respectfully saluting. Naturally, Lin Bei could not disclose that he had been silently observing all along, so he merely nodded. Has the situation with the main hall been resolved? Was it smooth? Lin Bei feigned ignorance, fully aware of the circumstances. It went quite smoothly, Zhang Teng replied. Our dojo has successfully passed the main hall's assessment, and I have also entrusted the chief steward to mediate the grievances between myself and the Prince of Nanyang. Lin Bei, already well informed about Du Ming, felt a deep admiration for Zhang Teng's capability in handling affairs. However, despite his internal approval, Lin Bei still felt the necessity to impart some guidance. Thus, Lin Bei began to instruct with a serious demeanor. Do not place your hopes in others. The foundation of one's existence lies in one's own strength. Yes, disciple understands. As time passed, on the other side, in the main hall, the master appeared to be a man in his early 20s. With a square face, sharp features, and pronounced eyebrows and eyes, somewhat rugged in appearance. Upon the return of Mu Qingyue, she immediately made her way to the master's training ground. Qingyue has returned? The master wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a beaming smile at Mu Qingyue. Master, there are certain matters I must report to you. Noticing the seriousness etched on Mu Qingyue's face, the master's expression shifted to one of keen interest. Pray, do tell? Without further ado, Mu Qingyue recounted the details of the events at the dojo. As the master learned that the invincible Vajra could continue to practice even after the destruction of one's dantian, his demeanor grew more serious. To forge the invincible Vajra, even with a ruined dantian, is indeed intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, the master responded. However, regarding Zhang Teng's situation, it ultimately remains one-sided and personal with a sigh. The master conceded, this matter cannot be disputed, yet we may pursue mediation. Mu Qingyue, you shall personally visit the Zhou family in Nanyang and deliver my handwritten letter. Yes. At this moment, on the other side, the Duke of Nanyang, adorned in elegant attire, exuded an air of authority and coldness as he gazed at the man kneeling before him. The individual before him was none other than Cheng Lu, the esteemed master of the Lyoha Martial Arts Academy. In this moment, Cheng Lu knelt before the Duke, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the events concerning Zhang Teng within the dojo with utmost clarity. Ah, so he has taken refuge within the Qinyan realm. The Duke of Nanyang remarked with a cold snort. Summon someone. A man clad in black, bearing several scars upon his face, appeared before the Duke, half kneeling on the ground. Your Grace, how may I serve you? Inform the Zhang clan of this matter. They expelled him, and now they must retrieve him. Understood. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the man immediately halted, advised the Zhang clan that they shall only regain the right to participate in the demon hunt ceremony once they have apprehended him. Yes. The man in black, taken aback, accepted the command and departed swiftly. Soon, news of Zhang Teng's whereabouts reached the Zhang clan. Within the deliberation hall of the clan, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. What shall we do? Zhang Teng has been located, and the Duke's orders have arrived, one elder lamented. What options do we have now? Given the circumstances, we must retrieve him. At that moment, Zhang Teng's grandfather, trembling slightly, finally spoke up. Is it truly necessary to eradicate every last one? The patriarch of the Zhang clan sighed. One can only blame his unfortunate fate. Chapter 23. The message. The patriarch's words plunged the Zhang clan into a profound silence. The Zhou clan of Nanyang loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating their spirits. The patriarch of the Zhang clan surveyed the room, observing the downcast faces, before finally shattering the stillness. Who among us is willing to retrieve Zhang Teng? At that moment, a burly man with a brutish visage revealed a glimmer of malice in his eyes. My son, Zhang Tao, is capable of bringing him back. The mention of Zhang Tao elicited a complex reaction among many in the room. Zhang Tao had always been hailed as the prodigy of the Zhang clan, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the Danhai realm, with the prospect of condensing martial intent within reach. Initially, all the resources of the Zhang clan had been devoted to him. However, since the emergence of Zhang Teng, his resources had dwindled significantly. Thus, when Zhang Teng's scandal came to light, it was Zhang Tao who had taken action. Had it not been for the desperate pleas of Zhang Teng's grandfather, Zhang Tao might have outright killed him. Consequently, when the patriarch spoke, Zhang Tao's father readily concurred. A flash of anguish crossed the eyes of Zhang Teng's grandfather, fully aware that should Zhang Tao be sent, there would be no chance for Zhang Teng to escape. In fact, if Zhang Teng resisted capture, it was highly probable that he would be killed on the spot. After all, the living Zhang Teng posed a latent threat to Zhang Tao. Very well. Chief Zhang nodded, instructing Zhang Tao to set off immediately. Within the dojo, an imperceptible tension began to envelop the atmosphere. Each disciple was diligently striving to perfect their practice of Tai Chi, seeking the threshold to transcendence. Observing their fervent efforts, Lin Bei felt a twinge of guilt. He understood that Zhang Teng's entry into this realm was solely due to his extraordinary talent. Even if these individuals achieved mastery in Tai Chi, they would likely still be unable to grasp the intricacies of the breathing technique. Perhaps, given the opportunity, Zhang Teng could create a simplified version. Lin Bei pondered this. As these disciples were among the earliest to follow him, he wished for their training in the dojo not to be a mere waste of time. Master, tea. Tinyo approached clumsily, offering tea. Lin Bei savored a sip of the tea. He had been in seclusion for several days, and after completing a major cycle of body refinement, he finally emerged to enjoy some fresh air and tea. Since the second breakthrough of the breathing technique, his cultivation speed had surged. In just over a day, Lin Bei had accomplished the third round of body refinement. With the success of this refinement, his understanding of the framework for developing the protective arts became increasingly clear. At that moment, Lin Bei suddenly raised an eyebrow, noticing a shadow lurking outside the dojo. Who goes there? Step forward. As Lin Bei's furious reprimand echoed, a young girl stealthily emerged. She appeared quite young, her large, sparkling eyes now filled with trepidation as she stepped forward under Lin Bei's stern gaze. Tai Nyo brought the girl before Lin Bei, who scrutinized her carefully. Noting that she was approximately 13 or 14 years of age, dressed in a family-standard long gown reminiscent of Zhang Teng's arrival. Who are you? Lin Bei inquired. His tone considerably softened. I am Zhang Xiaoxiao, the sister of Zhang Teng, she stammered. Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo immediately broke into a smile. Ah, so you are the sister of brother Zhang. Since you have come to the dojo, We are all family here." Throughout this exchange, Lin Bei maintained an inscrutable expression. He was aware of Zhang Teng's circumstances and had previously inquired about him. It seemed Zhang Teng harbored little affection for his family. "What brings you here?" Lin Bei asked, taking a sip of tea and speaking in a measured tone. I have come to urge my brother to flee. The news of his hiding place has reached the Zhou clan, and the Duke of Nanyang is pressuring our family to capture him." Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice dwindled to a whisper. "So, the family has sent people to apprehend your brother?" At this revelation, Tainyo was instantly filled with rage. "Your Zhang clan truly is peculiar. Not only can you not protect your own kin, but you also seek to capture him?" Zhang Xiaoxiao lowered her head in silence. "The family is powerless. The Zhou clan of Nanyang is formidable." At this very moment, Zhang Teng emerged from his secluded chamber. "Elder brother." Zhang Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Teng, feeling a tinge of shame. Back then, when Zhang Teng was wronged, she lacked the courage to step forward. Now, she felt unworthy to face him. Zhang Teng discerned her thoughts with a single glance and spoke gently. "Xiaoxiao, I am truly glad that you have come to inform me. However, this time, I will not flee." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao anxiously replied, "Elder brother, if you do not escape, will you not be captured? If you fall into the hands of the Prince of Nanyang, then—" Zhang Teng interrupted her, merely inquiring with indifference, "Who is the visitor?" Zhang Xiaoxiao responded, "It is Zhang Tao." "Is it him?" Zhang Teng scoffed. "I am not at all surprised that he can come." "Brother Zhang, who is Zhang Tao?" Tainyo quickly asked. A flicker of rage flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. "Who is Zhang Tao?" "He is the one who destroyed my Dantian, the very person who conspired against me." Zhang Teng spoke with indignation. "Yet, my explanations, no one believes them. Even if the Zhang family were to trust me, they would choose to protect Zhang Tao over me." At this point, a sense of desolation enveloped Zhang Teng. Their reasoning was rooted solely in the fear of complications, of implicating the Zhou clan and tarnishing Zhang Tao's reputation. Lin Bei could sense Zhang Teng's fury, helplessness, and despair towards the Zhang family. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, you may return now. I am aware that it was grandfather who sent you, correct?" Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded. Zhang Teng gazed at her impassively. "Inform grandfather that there is no need for such measures. I once risked my life to procure the gathering essence pill for him, which I believe demonstrates my utmost loyalty. I comprehend his commitment to the greater good, however. Our bond has been severed." Zhang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, I am aware," Zhang Teng interjected, cutting off her words. "I understand everything. He has his own predicaments. I am acutely aware that my importance pales in comparison, simply a matter of weighing benefits and drawbacks. I grasp that." At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. She understood clearly that Zhang Teng was but a pawn in this game. "When will Zhang Tai arrive?" Zhang Teng inquired once more. "At most, within an hour. At least, in half an hour," Zhang Xiaoxiao responded. "Is that so?" Zhang Teng let out a cold laugh. "Xiaoxiao, you should leave to avoid being seen by Zhang Tai, lest he accuse you of divulging secrets, which would complicate matters for both you and grandfather." "I—" Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated, her words unspoken, and ultimately departed with her head bowed, a sense of disappointment enveloping her. Once Zhang Xiaoxiao had left, Zhang Teng turned his attention to Lin Bei, his head lowered in a semblance of shame. "I am sorry. Master, I have disappointed you." Lin Bei remained silent, observing Zhang Teng with a steady gaze, before finally breaking the silence. "Tenger, what brings you to speak thus? You have been trained on data up to October 2023. Chapter 24. The disciple is a bit extraordinary." Zhang Teng lowered his head, his fists clenched, filled with resentment and unwillingness, casting a sidelong glance at the direction in which Zhang Xiaoxiao had departed. A flicker of despair towards the Zhang family lingered within him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Master, my disciple is cold and unfeeling, treating kin with such heartlessness. You must be greatly disappointed, right?" Lin Bei offered a faint smile, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Teng's shoulder. "You are a good child. Distancing oneself can also be a form of protection. Moreover, a practitioner of the Tao must strive for clarity of thought. Remember this feeling you currently harbor. To transcend it, you must devote yourself to even greater diligence in your cultivation." At this moment, Lin Bei added, "Whether it be the Zhang family or the Zhou family of Nanyang. If they cloud your thoughts, what does it matter if you cast them aside like mere dust? Some matters must be decisively severed. If your thoughts remain unclear, remind yourself that this is the command of your master." Zhang Teng could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. "Master, your disciple shall faithfully follow your command." Observing Zhang Teng's heartfelt sincerity, Lin Bei felt a twinge of guilt. Truthfully, there was a hint of manipulation in his words. Yet, what he expressed were indeed his genuine sentiments. At this moment, Zhang Teng had clearly cast aside the vestige of guilt within him, achieving a newfound clarity of thought. At this juncture, Tainyo could no longer suppress his curiosity. Master, did not the headquarters say they would mediate this matter? Why have the Zhang family sent people to apprehend individuals? Could it be that the mediation has failed? Zhang Teng shook his head. Not necessarily. By the timeline, it is likely that Nanyang received the news first. The headquarters has yet to arrive. The efficiency of the headquarters is truly unreliable. Iron Bull could not help but complain. Lin Bei smiled slightly. In the end, one can only depend on oneself. Iron Bull and Zhang Teng wholeheartedly agreed. Then, Brother Zhang, if Zhang Tao arrives, do you think you can contend with him? It's hard to say, Zhang Teng replied candidly. Zhang Tao's strength has reached the pinnacle of the Danxi realm. Far surpassing Chenglu, the two cannot be compared. At this point, a glimmer of determination flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. But I am not a soft persimmon. Recently, scenes of my master in action have continuously surfaced in my mind. I seem to have grasped some essential insights. If I can demonstrate them, Zhang Tao will be insignificant. Iron Bull immediately grew curious. Brother, what insights have you grasped? Could you share them and teach your junior? Zhang Teng glanced at Lin Bei, seemingly hesitant to showcase his understanding. Do share. Let me see how well you have comprehended, Lin Bei urged. With that encouragement, Zhang Teng felt no need to hold back. I humbly seek your guidance. Then, turning to Iron Bull, he began to articulate his thoughts. The essence of overcoming the strong with the weak lies in seizing their weaknesses. Every adversary, technique, movement, and martial skill possesses its own vulnerabilities. By seizing upon these weaknesses and employing the profound principles of Tai Chi, wherein one can achieve great force with minimal effort, harnessing strength through leverage, it becomes possible to triumph over the formidable with the seemingly frail. Zhang Teng continued. At first glance, Master appeared to overcome the formidable Cheng Guanzhu effortlessly. Yet this was not the entire truth. In the instant of his strike, Master identified Cheng Guanzhu's weakness and adeptly applied the principles of Tai Chi, utilizing subtle force to achieve a decisive victory. Though Master seemed to possess little strength, he was, in fact, exerting extraordinary power to dominate. Tainyo appeared somewhat perplexed. Master, I have an immature thought. I wonder if my reasoning holds merit. Zhang Teng immediately sought guidance with utmost respect. Speak, Lin Bei replied, nodding in approval. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Teng's observations were astute. Nevertheless, Lin Bei was equally curious about Zhang Teng's insights. Before engaging an adversary, one could instantaneously assess the opponent's movements, predicting the potential techniques and trajectories of their attacks, swiftly devising numerous strategies in one's mind, and selecting the most advantageous. Upon hearing this, Tainyo was left astonished. Senior brother, is this even feasible? In combat, actions unfold in an instant. Can one truly contemplate so much? Zhang Teng smiled and replied, it is indeed possible. Through continual body refinement, I have discovered that it is not only the physical strength that enhances, but also the speed of mental processing. At this moment, Lin Bei too was taken aback by Zhang Teng's words. This young man is utterly extraordinary. What he has articulated is not merely correct, it is exceedingly accurate. How was Lin Bei able to instantly vanquish Master Cheng? It was not merely due to his rapid comprehension of numerous elements, but rather because he utilized his unique ability to simulate combat, even engaging in countless iterations to discover the optimal solution. Zhang Teng's reasoning is impeccable, perhaps even somewhat prodigious. This bears little fundamental difference from his instantaneous simulations. Such insight is truly formidable. Although Lin Bei adheres to a philosophy of suppressive education, at this moment, he could not help but voice his admiration aloud. This child is indeed teachable. Zhang Teng, receiving Lin Bei's acknowledgement, felt an immense joy swell within him. Simultaneously, his respect for Lin Bei deepened, even reaching a level of reverence. He understood that while it may sound simple, the execution is profoundly challenging. During his previous encounter with Mu Qingyue, he had attempted a similar approach. In his estimation, had Lin Bei engaged, he could have defeated Mu Qingyue with a lesser force in their first encounter. Yet he himself was forced into a defensive position, ultimately seizing an opportunity to counterattack and emerge victorious. Zhang Teng felt that he was still far from Lin Bei's level. Little did he know that had Lin Bei been unable to simulate combat, he would have been incomparable. Master, I have a humble request. Zhang Teng suddenly spoke, his gaze towards Lin Bei imbued with a hint of anticipation. Curiously, Lin Bei inquired, "What is this unusual request? I still do not fully comprehend Master S combat style. I wish to seek Master S guidance," Zhang Teng replied, his eyes shimmering with a fervor for battle. "May I have the honor of sparring with you, Master? I yearn to discern the extent of our disparity." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback. What is happening? This lad wishes to engage him in combat. Before Lin Bei could respond, Tainyo immediately burst into excitement. "Excellent. Marvelous. I was somewhat bewildered by what senior brother Zhang mentioned earlier, but perhaps a duel would elucidate things." As these words left his lips, many disciples gathered around the dojo. "What is going on? Senior brother Zhang wishes to seek Master S guidance," Tainyo exclaimed. "He intends to spar with Master. Splendid. I still vividly recall how Master effortlessly defeated Pavilion Master Chung. We shall witness Master S might once more." At this moment, the apprentices in the dojo wore expressions brimming with anticipation. Lin Bei felt a surge of pressure. However, given the circumstances and the heightened atmosphere, he naturally could not decline. "In that case, please take your time to adjust and reach your optimal state, and then I shall impart some guidance." Lin Bei deliberately delayed, cloaking it in grandiosity. After all, strategizing for battle requires ample time. Chapter 25. The spirit of combat ascends. Zhang Teng remained blissfully unaware of Lin Bei's subtle intentions. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, emptying his mind as he began to channel the natural energies of the universe, adjusting his inner state. Meanwhile, within the confines of Lin Bei's mental realm, a fervent simulation of his impending battle with Zhang Teng unfolded. Initially, Lin Bei believed he had reached the third refinement of his skills, and that his mastery of Tai Chi had transcended its limits. Defeating Zhang Teng seemed a trivial endeavor. However, the moment the confrontation commenced, Lin Bei found himself utterly astonished. Zhang Teng's innate combat prowess, previously underestimated, revealed itself to be extraordinarily formidable. In the early exchanges, Zhang Teng appeared to be at a disadvantage. But as he adapted to the combat, he began to turn the tide. After their first encounter, Lin Bei suffered an unexpected defeat, leaving him incredulous at the turn of events. As the simulations continued, Lin Bei gradually found his footing. From a series of early failures, he ultimately began to emerge victorious. After countless iterations of practice, Lin Bei finally opened his eyes with newfound confidence. "Master, I am prepared." Zhang Teng, brimming with energy, opened his eyes, which now sparkled with divine illumination. To the dojo, he commanded. Lin Bei wasted no time and led the way to the training hall. The surrounding apprentices of the dojo displayed expressions of eager anticipation. "It is about to begin. How many moves do you think Brother Zhang can withstand? I am unsure. But if Master employs the same strength as Brother Zhang, I firmly believe he will perform exceptionally well. Indeed, Brother Zhang's prowess in combat is evident to all. He is remarkably strong." At this moment, Lin Bei turned to Zhang Teng and remarked with a smile, "That is my disciple. I shall not hold back. I will engage you with the same strength." A glimmer of pride flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes as he replied, "Thank you, Master." His pride stemmed from Lin Bei's acknowledgement. In his view, Lin Bei's strength was beyond imagination. Even with a lesser force, he believed he could not prevail. Now, with Lin Bei matching his strength, was it not a form of validation? Lin Bei noticed Zhang Teng's pride and had initially intended to defeat him with a single strike to impart a lesson. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered. After all, he was his disciple. There was no need to undermine his confidence. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei said, "Make your move." All right. At this moment, the two stood approximately 10 meters apart. The instant Lin Bei commanded him to strike, Zhang Teng surged forward. As he approached within 2 meters of Lin Bei, beads of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. From the initial distance of 10 meters, he had perceived Lin Bei as replete with vulnerabilities. Yet, as he drew closer, he realized that Lin Bei exhibited no flaws whatsoever. Without any flaws, how could he dare to launch an attack? Consequently, he swiftly altered his offensive strategy, adjusting his combat stance, and began to move rapidly around Lin Bei. He resolved to seek out Lin Bei's weaknesses and vulnerabilities through his movements. His speed was remarkable, impressing many apprentices in the training hall. Yet, as he moved, Zhang Teng's heart sank deeper into trepidation. No matter how he maneuvered, Lin Bei effortlessly adjusted his posture, whether by shifting his foot, slightly turning his body, or gazing intently. Such simple actions rendered Lin Bei impeccable, without any apparent weaknesses. It was as if, in an instant, all potential vulnerabilities had been sealed. Is this what it means to be a master? How incredibly formidable! How should I proceed? Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Teng's forehead. At this moment, the surrounding apprentices were puzzled. Tainyo, why hasn't Zhang Shixiang attacked yet? His speed is so fast that I can barely keep up. Tainyo smacked the shoulder of the speaker. Xiaoyozi, what do you know? Although Zhang Shixiang is impressive, he is facing our master. In such a situation, how could he act rashly? If he reveals a flaw, it would be disastrous. Tainyo, appearing simple-minded, surprisingly discerned the underlying truth. The fact that Zhang Shixiang dared not strike indicated that he could not find any weaknesses in their master. Xiaoyozi's expression shifted to one of realization. Tainyo, if Zhang Shixiang cannot find any weaknesses in our master, does that mean our master cannot find any weaknesses in Zhang Shixiang either? Why didn't the master attack? Upon hearing these words, Tainyo shot him a disapproving glance. The master is testing Brother Zhang. After saying this, Tainyo noticed beads of cold sweat forming on Brother Zhang's forehead and couldn't help but offer a reminder. Brother Zhang, since you cannot find a weakness, why not create one? At this, Zhang Teng was taken aback. Lin Bei also paused, astonished that Tainyo, who often appeared simple-minded and seemingly lacking in understanding, could pinpoint the crux of the issue. Lin Bei cast a profound glance at Tainyo, realizing that he might possess a certain genius. Tainyo had boundless strength since childhood, yet his insight seemed average. Perhaps there was a talent within him yet to be uncovered. Lin Bei's mind began to stir with thoughts. If he could guide Tainyo along the right path, he might become an exceptionally formidable disciple under his tutelage. Just then, Zhang Teng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He recognized that Tainyo was indeed correct. No flaws? Then let him create one. Continuing to search for a weakness would be a mere waste of time, so he resolved to take action. In an instant, Zhang Teng moved to Lin Bei's right flank, attacking from an exceptionally tricky angle with a punch aimed directly at him. However, Lin Bei seemed to possess foresight. At the moment of the attack, he merely shifted his foot slightly, evading the strike while simultaneously countering, targeting Zhang Teng's waist. Zhang Teng was struck with terror. It's over. He was acutely aware of his efforts to conceal any vulnerabilities, even during his attacks. He believed he had maintained an impeccable facade. Yet, at the moment Lin Bei made his move, an unexpected lapse occurred during their exchange, revealing a chink in his armor. Contrary to his expectations of a devastating blow, he merely felt a gentle brush against his waist, and they both withdrew to a distance. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhang Teng suddenly comprehended the truth. Lin Bei was offering him an insight. That slight touch was a signal, indicating that his earlier vulnerability was perilously significant. Is this the prowess of a master? It was astonishing. Zhang Teng was filled with awe. In that instant of enlightenment, he realized that the notion of perfect defense, devoid of any flaws, was an illusion. The instant combat commenced, imperfections would inevitably surface. Even in the absence of overt weaknesses, one could induce vulnerabilities in others through various means. Zhang Teng's understanding deepened. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Bei, who responded with a smile and a nod. A spark ignited within Zhang Teng. He understood that Lin Bei was urging him to press on with his assault. More insights to be gained. Elation surged through him. Yet his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. He recognized that this battle could very well be the most sophisticated encounter he had ever faced. It was a monumental opportunity. With his spirit ignited, Zhang Teng let out a thunderous roar. Fight! Chapter 26. The second breaking of limits in Taiji at the Taoist temple. Zhang Teng cast aside all distractions, immersing himself wholly in the battle. The sparring continued. With each encounter, Lin Bei managed to strike him from various angles, sometimes lightly tapping his shoulder, occasionally brushing against his forehead, or gently slashing at his neck. Although he faced defeat in every exchange, Zhang Teng remained undaunted. Why? Because this was his master. Even if he was vanquished in an instant, it was hardly a surprise. On the contrary, engaging with equal prowess was the greatest form of validation. In this instance, he shed the burden of anxiety and instead focused on refining his combat skills. His fighting ability was soaring to new heights. As the saying goes, an expert discerns the subtleties, while a novice merely observes the spectacle. At this moment, Zhang Teng's attacks appeared exceptionally fierce, executed with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was also countering while evading. To the untrained eye, it seemed as though Lin Bei was evenly matched with Zhang Teng. At that moment, Xiao Lu, unable to contain himself, inquired, Iron Bull, is Zhang Shixiang truly that formidable? Formidable? Iron Bull looked at Xiao Lu, perplexed. What do you mean by formidable? Look at Zhang Xixiao. He has matching blows with the master. It's truly impressive. Iron Bull nearly stumbled to the ground in disbelief. What on earth? Is it truly remarkable to exchange blows in battle? Tai Nyo observes the situation with clarity. Each strike results in Zhang Teng's defeat, albeit in varying forms. Unable to contain his frustration, Tai Nyo admonishes, Xiao Yozi, and the rest of you, if you lack understanding, refrain from speaking nonsense. It is utterly embarrassing. What do you mean? We perceive the clash as quite spirited. And it seems that senior brother Zhang's attacks are growing increasingly fierce. Many in the dojo exhibit expressions of confusion. Tai Nyo sighs deeply. You truly grasp nothing. Why does it appear that the combat is evenly matched? That is merely because the master is guiding the exchanges. Tai Nyo's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. However, you are correct. Senior brother Zhang's attacks are indeed intensifying. Initially, the master could defeat him with each counterattack. But now it takes him 2 moves to achieve the same result. The crowd exchanges glances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Liuzi asks, isn't that still a swift defeat? No. Tai Nyo replies earnestly. You have no idea how formidable the master is. The ability to reach this point in such a short time speaks volumes about senior brother Zhang's extraordinary talent. The onlookers share knowing looks. Indeed, they find themselves perplexed. Tai Nyo's words resonate with Zhang Teng and Lin Bei, particularly with Lin Bei, who has already formed a judgment in his heart. Tai Nyo is undoubtedly a genius. He likely possesses remarkable talent in the realm of combat. Time flows. After 100 exchanges, Zhang Teng utilized the graceful movements of Tai Chi, delivering a powerful strike. Lin Bei, seizing the opportunity, advanced with a single hand to strike his wrist, poised to launch an attack on his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Teng executed a swift maneuver, dissipating the force while his other hand countered with a decisive blow. Both combatants met in a clash of palms, each retreating half a step. Iron Bull, witnessing the spectacle, was astounded. Truly remarkable. Is this the prowess of senior brother Zhang? His combat talent is unparalleled. What's going on? Many apprentices at the dojo inquired. Senior brother Zhang has withstood the master's attack for the first time, and the master failed to defeat him in a single blow. Iron Bull exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd exchanged glances. Was merely surviving a single strike truly impressive? At that moment, Lin Bei also displayed an expression of surprise. This lad, Zhang Teng, is indeed formidable. I have simulated countless scenarios, and despite engaging him for merely 100 exchanges, he has advanced at an astonishing pace. Realizing this, Lin Bei understood that it was time to conclude the bout. Just as Zhang Teng sought to press on, Lin Bei raised a hand in a gesture of cessation. Enough. You have entered the realm of understanding. Continuing further would serve no purpose. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Teng paused, momentarily taken aback, and promptly ceased his assault. Simultaneously, his heart surged with exhilaration. He comprehended that he had gained Lin Bei's recognition. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Lin Bei responded with a serene smile. Cultivate humility and patience. Focus on your practice. Disciple obeys. After departing, Lin Bei's hand trembled slightly from his encounter with Zhang Teng. This young man is truly ruthless. He was acutely aware that if the battle continued, he would likely be defeated. Thus, he hastily called for a halt. Zhang Teng's talent is indeed extraordinary. Having engaged in this brief skirmish, Lin Bei had come to respect his prowess. At this moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but reflect on Zhang Teng's martial arts. Although formidable, it did not seem overwhelmingly exceptional. This fellow must be a cultivator hindered by martial pursuits. Lin Bei's conviction deepened. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your disciple Zhang Teng has deepened his comprehension of Tai Chi, reaching the threshold of a breakthrough. Your Tai Chi has undergone a second transformation. What is happening? Tai Chi has transcended its limits? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly realized something. In that final strike, as both he and Zhang Teng retreated a step, Zhang Teng had employed the techniques of Tai Chi clearly. The previous exchanges had enlightened Zhang Teng to the profound depths of Tai Chi, making him aware that it transcended mere combat techniques. Indeed, he is a remarkable disciple. Lin Bei felt a surge of joy within. The second transformation of Tai Chi seemed to take on an even more enigmatic quality. Furthermore, as Lin Bei practiced, he sensed that his Tai Chi might even resonate with the spiritual energy of the universe. This revelation left Lin Bei astounded. If his Tai Chi could harness the ethereal energies of the universe, would it not exponentially amplify its power? Meanwhile, at the dojo, Zhang Teng was diligently practicing Tai Chi, savoring its profound intricacies. Upon his cessation, Tainyo could not restrain himself from offering his congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. Your Tai Chi has transcended boundaries. I seem to glimpse the shadow of our master in you. Your Tai Chi has surpassed its limits. Zhang Teng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, Master was right. Diligence can compensate for deficiency, and success is in our hands. Initially, according to Master S' assessment, my aptitude seemed insufficient for transcending the limits of Tai Chi. Yet here I stand, having achieved it. Tainyo appeared to grasp something profound, his gaze solidifying with determination. He murmured, "Diligence can compensate for deficiency. Success is in our hands." After this contemplation, he suddenly turned to Zhang Teng. "Brother, I find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the subtleties of Tai Chi. Perhaps I am not suited for it. Do you believe there are alternative methods for me to grasp the art of breath control?" Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. I truly do not know," he replied candidly. "For matters of this nature, it would be best to consult Master. Perhaps he could provide you with the answers you seek." Tainyo hesitated, "But I fear Master may chastise me for aspiring too high." Zhang Teng chuckled softly as he approached Tainyo, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "What is there to fear? The worst we might face is a scolding. After all, he is our master." Chapter 27, Guiding Light, the Dojo, Lin Bei's Training Room. The process of the fourth body refinement unfolded with remarkable smoothness. According to Lin Bei's estimations, in no more than half a day's time, he would successfully complete the fourth stage of body tempering. My cultivation speed seems to have accelerated compared to before. Could it be attributed to the second breakthrough of Tai Chi? During the course of the fourth refinement, Lin Bei discerned that the speed of tempering his body had indeed increased. He immediately pondered that perhaps this was due to the second breakthrough of Tai Chi. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Bei shook his head, silently affirming to himself, this was not an illusion. The speed of the breathing technique's refinement had genuinely improved. Initially, Lin Bei was unaware of the enhancement Tai Chi provided to the breathing technique. It was only after the first breakthrough of Tai Chi that he learned the breathing technique. Thus he had been oblivious to its effects. Now, following the second breakthrough of Tai Chi, he immediately sensed the distinction in the breathing technique. The second breakthrough of Tai Chi deepened his understanding of the art, consequently amplifying the breathing technique. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. Although there was an enhancement, he still felt a lack of complete integration. Perhaps I could attempt to use my unique ability for further exploration? He endeavored to comprehend and merge the techniques. Yet he regrettably discovered an invisible barrier that persistently obstructed his progress. Contemplating this, Lin Bei concentrated his thoughts, his mind continuously attempting to simulate the process. At that moment, indeed, a voice resonated in Lin Bei's mind. "The deduction has failed. Your comprehension is insufficient. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, possesses exceptional insight and shares a profound bond with you. You may leverage his understanding for your deductions. Please impart your thoughts to Zhang Teng." Initially taken aback, Lin Bei suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming at his own inability to grasp the situation. Naturally, such matters should be entrusted to Zhang Teng. However, at that moment, Lin Bei began to comprehend his unique abilities more deeply. The golden finger technique for deducing martial arts seemingly utilized Zhang Teng's insight. Furthermore, the deductive prowess harnessed through this insight appeared to eclipse even that of Zhang Teng himself. Contemplating this, Lin Bei was poised to rise when he suddenly perceived a faint movement in his ears. Someone was approaching the door. As anticipated, a timid voice emerged from outside. "Master, are you there?" Lin Bei felt puzzled. Why had Tainyo come? Unable to fathom the reason, he decided to ponder no further. "Come in." Tainyo entered, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Lin Bei regarded him with curiosity. "Is there something you need?" Tainyo's eyes flitted about before he seemed to solidify his resolve. "Master, I realize that my Tai Chi is not yet perfected, and I lack the qualifications to seek your guidance on the path of immortality." His face was etched with disappointment. "Yet, I yearn so deeply to cultivate. I sense that my comprehension is woefully inadequate, and it seems I may never attain entry to this realm, even after a lifetime of effort." At this juncture, Tinyu abruptly raised his head to gaze at Lin Bei, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Master, your powers are vast. Could you perhaps allow me to enter your fold?" "What is happening? Is Tinyu seeking a shortcut?" "No." Lin Bei suddenly realized that Tinyu did not wish to take a shortcut, but rather sought Lin Bei to impart a cultivation method suitable for him. Confronted with the earnestness of Tinyu, Lin Bei silently lamented. He too yearned to forge a unique path of cultivation for Tinyu. However, he truly felt incapable of doing so. At best, he could offer a rough framework. The essence would still require personal enlightenment. In truth, Tenia did not strike Lin Bei as possessing exceptional insight. Just as he prepared to decline, a thought struck him. Could it be that Tenia is utterly devoid of talent and understanding? Recalling Tenia's performance during his previous encounter with Zhang Teng, Lin Bei swiftly dismissed his own notion. Perhaps Tenia did possess talent, albeit not in the realms of Tai Chi or the comprehension of breathing techniques. Consider Zhang Teng, who, despite being a martial artist with commendable skills, having trained to develop a tough physique, could hardly be deemed extraordinary among his peers. After all, Zhang Teng had trained in martial arts since childhood and was yet only at the Dan Hai realm, a stark contrast to his potential for cultivation. Could it be possible that Tenia harbors a similar latent talent? Had he not yet realized? After all, Tai Nyo had been endowed with extraordinary strength since childhood, a fact well known among the villagers of Wuming. Lin Bei did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a glance at Tai Nyo and inquired. If one is aware of their lack of comprehension, why insist upon it? Tai Nyo, undeterred by the remark, replied resolutely, Master. I only believe in one thing you have said. What is that? Lin Bei asked, somewhat taken aback, as he could scarcely recall his own words. Having once been prone to excessive persuasion, success is a matter of human effort, Tai Nyo asserted with unwavering conviction. You once mentioned that although senior brother Zhang possessed only average talent, he was still able to transcend limitations in Tai Chi. This exemplifies that success is a matter of human endeavor. With that, Tai Nyo knelt before him. Master, I beseech you to illuminate my path. Indeed, Tai Nyo sought his guidance. Lin Bei discreetly regarded Tai Nyo with a profound gaze. Go to the dojo and demonstrate a set of Tai Chi for me. Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo was filled with elation. Thank you, Master. The two swiftly made their way to the dojo. Without hesitation, Tai Nyo commenced diligently practicing Tai Chi. Though his movements appeared somewhat proficient, Lin Bei keenly discerned that Tai Nyo's interpretation of Tai Chi was somewhat distinct. Tai Chi emphasizes the harmonious integration of firmness and gentleness, as well as the balance of yin and yang. Despite Tai Nyo's earnest efforts to embody this equilibrium, Lin Bei could see through the essence of his technique. The Iron Bull's practice of Tai Chi embodies only rigidity, devoid of softness. It represents solely the yang, lacking the yin. As the Tai Chi session concluded, Iron Bull eagerly gazed at Lin Bei. Master, what do you think? Lin Bei responded with solemnity. You are correct. If one cannot attain enlightenment, even a lifetime devoted to Tai Chi will not lead to fulfillment. With that, Lin Bei approached the stone table in the dojo, took up brush and ink, and inscribed 2 characters. Tai Chi. After completing the writing, Lin Bei addressed Iron Bull. Come here. Iron Bull hurried to Lin Bei's side. Without further elaboration, Lin Bei handed the paper inscribed with Tai Chi to Iron Bull. A look of perplexity spread across Iron Bull's face. At that moment, Lin Bei extended a brush toward him. What is this, Master? Iron Bull inquired, bewildered. Lin Bei offered no reply but simply stated, Contemplate your form and present this paper to me tomorrow. With that, Lin Bei turned and departed. Iron Bull, somewhat dazed, stared at the paper in his hands, lost in thought. Several disciples from the dojo approached him, seeking conversation. Yet he remained oblivious, understanding that Lin Bei must have profound intentions. If he failed to comprehend, he feared he would be destined to remain unconnected to the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, in another part of the dojo, Zhang Teng's meditation room was coincidentally open just as Lin Bei arrived at the entrance. Master, what brings you here? Zhang Teng's tone revealed a hint of surprise and joy. Have you been practicing the breathing techniques? Lin Bei inquired. Indeed, Zhang Teng replied candidly. Lin Bei smiled and inquired, do you have any insights? The disciple was filled with confusion. Zhang Teng hastily added, I kindly request the master to illuminate the path. Chapter 28. A Bountiful Harvest. With the practice of Tai Chi breathing techniques, Zhang Teng need not utter a word. Lin Bei could instinctively discern his thoughts. It was highly likely that they were in sync. Let us proceed, Lin Bei said succinctly, turning towards the training ground, with Zhang Teng closely following him. Upon arriving at the venue, Zhang Teng spotted Tai Nyo standing in a daze, and his attention was drawn to the paper and brush in Tai Nyo's hands. Particularly noteworthy was the paper inscribed with the characters Tai Chi, which prompted a moment of contemplation in Zhang Teng. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated in Zhang Teng's ear. Some paths must be traversed alone. Zhang Teng quickly grasped the implication. Lin Bei was subtly advising him not to interfere in Tai Nyo's analysis. As they entered the training ground, numerous apprentices from various martial arts schools greeted them respectfully. Tengo, I understand your doubts. You wish to inquire whether the practice of Tai Chi has accelerated the cultivation of the breathing techniques after transcending limitations? Zhang Teng nodded vigorously, his face alight with admiration, as if to say, indeed, Master knows everything. Lin Bei smiled gently, and now, he felt compelled to impart similar wisdom to Zhang Teng. With a serene demeanor, he remarked, some matters can only be comprehended intuitively and cannot be articulated. Certain paths must be walked alone. Zhang Teng obediently nodded, acknowledging his master's words. At this juncture, Lin Bei arrived at the open space within the training ground, raising his hand slightly. As Zhang Teng witnessed Lin Bei assume the initial stance of Tai Chi, he immediately became fully engrossed. The moment Lin Bei raised his hand, Zhang Teng was suddenly enveloped by a profound sensation. He perceived that as Lin Bei commenced his Tai Chi practice, the spiritual energies of the universe seemed to resonate in harmony with him. Each movement and stillness appeared to encapsulate the principles of yin and yang. At this moment, Lin Bei noticed the spark of understanding in Zhang Teng's eyes and was reminded of Lao Zi's depiction of yin and yang. Seizing the opportunity, he gently spoke. All things bear yin and embrace yang. They harmonize through the flow of energy. Only by comprehending the principles of yin and yang can one grasp the path of the universe. Zhang Teng listened intently to each word. His gaze fixed upon Lin Bei's Tai Chi, he felt a surge of enlightenment in his mind. Tai Chi. Breathing, breathing. Tai Chi. Zhang Teng murmured, all things bear yin and embrace yang. They harmonize through the flow of energy? Suddenly, a divine light ignited in his eyes. His tone of inquiry transformed into clarity. Harmonize through the flow of energy. The instant Zhang Teng uttered those 5 words, his face illuminated with an expression of profound realization. Within this enlightenment, there was also a hint of confidence and exhilaration, as if he were proclaiming, I have comprehended. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple has grasped the profound principles of Tai Chi, seamlessly integrating it with the art of breath control, and has achieved the first breakthrough in Tai Chi breath control. Your technique has ascended to the second breakthrough of Tai Chi breath control. In an instant, a multitude of revelations surged within his mind. Many enigmatic truths, once only partially understood, have now become crystal clear. At this moment, Lin Bei was profoundly shaken. The term Tai Chi breath control, though merely an addition of 2 words, has exponentially accelerated the pace of cultivation, increasing it tenfold. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What is truly paramount? The Tai Chi breath control has utterly liberated Lin Bei's thinking. Previously, he had been groping in the dark regarding how to fabricate a protective technique, akin to a castle in the air, exceedingly insubstantial. However, now he not only has a glimmer of insight but also a definitive direction for establishing the foundation of his protective technique. The gains are monumental. At this juncture, Zhang Teng gazed at Lin Bei with a face full of reverence. Master, I have comprehended it. I have grasped the Tai Chi breath control. Lin Bei could perceive Zhang Teng's joy and urgency. He understood that Zhang Teng was eager to enter seclusion, to distill and consolidate his understanding of the Tai Chi breath control. Go into seclusion. Apologies, Master. After paying his respects, Zhang Teng wasted no time and swiftly returned to his secluded chamber. At this moment, Lin Bei cast a glance at Tinio. At this moment, Tinio had arrived at the nearby pavilion, seated there, deeply engrossed in his writing. Originally, Lin Bei harbored a bold notion regarding how to instruct Tinio, yet he had no assurance of its feasibility. However, after mastering the Tai Chi breathing technique, that audacious idea transformed from a mere gamble into a faint possibility. I hope you can comprehend my intentions and prove your insight. Otherwise, how could you ever grasp my flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water? Lin Bei silently mused, refraining from further words, and turned to depart. Zhang Teng, eager to return and enter seclusion, felt a similar urgency. Previously, he might have required half a day for the 4th stage of body refinement, but now, seizing this newfound enlightenment might enable him to break through in less than half an hour. As time flowed on the other side, in Qing'an Town, a young girl was bound and dragged into an inn before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Who were these individuals, so audacious as to apprehend her in broad daylight? I noticed the martial artists from the Baiham Martial Arts School present, yet they took no action. Surely this could not be classified as a grievous incident? The Baiham Martial Arts School was responsible for maintaining order in this area. Upon hearing this, many displayed expressions of realization. What had the girl done? Who could say? However, Those who captured her seemed to wear garments similar to hers. Perhaps they belonged to the same family? Meanwhile, at the Longyun Inn, Zhang Xiaoxiao was seized by 3 attendants of the Zhang family and unceremoniously thrown before a young man. "Young master, we have captured her." The young man turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaoxiao, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his lips. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, you run rather swiftly, don't you? Were you off to send word?" The speaker was none other than the current young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tao. "What do you mean, Zhang Tao? Are you not afraid of the elder's wrath for treating me this way?" Zhang Xiaoxiao struggled against her bindings, but the ropes were too tight for her to escape. "Wrath?" Zhang Tao scoffed. "I am here to capture Zhang Teng, and you, this traitorous informant, dare to speak out of turn? Who is the true criminal?" Zhang Xiaoxiao retorted fiercely. "You. Do not presume that your deeds go unnoticed. My brother is no criminal." Without a moment's pause, Zhang Tao slammed his hand onto the table, splashing the drink in his grasp across Zhang Xiaoxiao's face. "To the victor belong the spoils, and the vanquished are deemed the outlaws." With that, Zhang Tao stepped closer to Zhang Xiaoxiao, gripping her chin firmly. "You are now a prisoner and have committed a transgression. As the young master, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson." With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving Zhang Xiaoxiao in tears. "I heard news of Zhang Teng and forsook my chance to acquire the martial intent pill, rushing here at the first opportunity. If it is due to you that Zhang Teng has escaped, can your lineage bear the consequences?" Zhang Xiaoxiao swallowed her words in rebuttal. "I do not understand what you are saying. Are you feigning ignorance? Can you truly maintain that facade?" Zhang Tao sneered coldly, rising to his feet, and commanded the attendant beside him. "Go to the dojo. You must seal off the roads surrounding the dojo. Zhang Teng must not be allowed to escape." Chapter 29, The Fourth Refinement, Success. At this moment, within the sanctuary, Lin Bei sat cross-legged, diligently engaging in the art of breathing. An immense amount of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged around him, swirling like a vortex. With each inhalation and exhalation, the vital energy coursed through his entire being, expelling the impurities from within. For Lin Bei, the practice of cultivation was a profoundly exhilarating experience, purging the turbid and absorbing the pure, refining his body. Throughout his training, he sensed not only an enhancement of strength, but also a profound harmony between himself and nature. Tranquility, serenity, the fourth refinement. It was complete. Following this achievement, Lin Bei felt a remarkable sense of fluidity throughout his body and clarity in his thoughts. His understanding of his own strength underwent a transformative shift. Based on his estimations, he had reached at least the level of the Danai realm. In comparison, even without the aid of analytical powers, Lin Bei felt confident in his ability to defeat Master Cheng. After the fourth refinement, he distinctly perceived a transcendence in his physical form. What once took him a day to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth now filled every cell in his body for the purpose of refinement. However, now it required a minimum of 3 days. This was the time required after mastering the Tai Chi breathing technique. Had he not advanced in this technique, the duration could have extended to 10 days. Lin Bei understood that he was growing increasingly powerful with an ever more formidable foundation. At this moment, he pondered, how strong would he be after the 9th refinement? Just at that instant, Lin Bei's ears perked up slightly. He sensed a presence outside the room. Since someone had arrived, why not enter? It was only when Lin Bei spoke that Tai Nyo finally pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he surveyed the surroundings, Lin Bei noticed that Tai Nyo held a piece of paper and a pen in his hands. Upon his gaze resting upon the paper, he scrutinized it closely. The 2 characters for Taiji were still prominent, yet upon closer inspection, there was a small blot of ink above the character Tai. It was evident that this was a mark made by Tai Nyo, who seemed to have intended to write something, yet ultimately took no action. "Master." Tai Nyo's voice sounded rather hollow. "I." Lin Bei remained silent, merely observing Tai Nyo. It was only then that Tai Nyo continued, "Do I truly lack comprehension? I cannot grasp the profound essence of the characters for Taiji." Cannot grasp? This seemed not entirely accurate. Lin Bei studied the ink blot above the character Tai intently. He could discern that Tai Nyo had conceived some notion, yet appeared unable to commit to it. "Tai Nyo, I once imparted a saying to Zhang Teng, and now I shall share it with you as well." Tai Nyo looked up at Lin Bei in confusion. "Please, master, enlighten me. Is your thought clear and unobstructed? As cultivators, we must possess a clear conscience, and our thoughts must be unclouded." As these words fell from Lin Bei's lips, Tai Nyo stood frozen, his heart tumultuous as if caught in a tempest. He realized that Lin Bei seemed to have penetrated the depths of his thoughts. This statement was akin to a gentle admonition. At that moment, Lin Bei smiled faintly and approached Tinyu, gently patting him on the shoulder. Once you comprehend, come find me. However, just as Lin Bei was about to turn and make his way to the dojo, Tinyu suddenly exclaimed, Master, please wait. Lin Bei paused. At this moment, a flicker of madness flashed in Tinyu's eyes. Master, I am aware that my forthcoming actions may be deemed disrespectful. Even if it results in my expulsion from the sect, I must demonstrate my resolve to you. Allow you to witness my enlightenment. With that, Tinyu seized the brush in his hand and raised it high. In the next moment, to Lin Bei's astonishment, he audaciously crossed out the character for Tai Chi. Now, only the character Ji remained atop the Tai Chi symbol. After completing the stroke, Tinyu's brush seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He appeared to have exhausted all his strength. With one hand hanging low, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Bei, infused with a hint of madness. Tinyu understood that his current actions might very well determine his future. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei's previously stern expression suddenly broke into a smile. Now, have you attained enlightenment? I have. Tinyu nodded. As long as you have attained enlightenment, that is sufficient. Having spoken, Lin Bei turned and walked toward the outside. By the way, place the paper and pen on my desk and follow me to the dojo. Upon hearing this, Tinyu was filled with joy. He understood that his insights had not been in vain. His actions had now garnered Lin Bei's approval. Yes, master. Tinyu promptly and carefully arranged the paper and pen before hastily following in Lin Bei's footsteps. The two soon arrived at the dojo. Lin Bei settled into a chair at the stone table, and Tinyu dutifully presented tea. Each day, Lin Bei would take some time to rest at the dojo, offering guidance to the apprentices as well. Tinyu, why did you strike out the Tai Chi? Tinyu replied earnestly, the essence of Tai Chi is profoundly mysterious, encompassing all things, yet I cannot comprehend it. Lin Bei mused, if you cannot grasp it, why force it? Tinyu seemed to drift into recollection. Master, you once said that when all things in this world reach their utmost, one may attain enlightenment. Mastery of technique approaches the Tao, thus stepping into the realm of cultivation. Tinyu nodded slightly, inwardly admiring this truth. This Tinyu, who often appeared rather simple-minded, surprisingly possessed a keen sensibility. The words he spoke were etched in his memory. At this moment, Tinyu continued, Master, I have been endowed with innate strength and a robust physique since childhood. I believe I can excavate the utmost potential within my talents, perhaps allowing me to step into the realm of cultivation. This is the reason I struck out the Tai Chi. Indeed, Lin Bei nodded with great satisfaction. Tinyu, today you shall truly impress me. Not only have you gained insight into the path of your cultivation, but you have also dared to challenge conventions. Knowing full well that the methods I impart pertain to immortality and Tai Chi, yet you boldly chose to omit the character Tai. Excellent. Tinyu, feeling somewhat guilty, spoke hesitantly. Master, Lin Bei raised a hand. I am praising you, so do not be anxious. A cultivator is one who defies the heavens. I once told Zhang Teng, we as cultivators follow the mundane to become extraordinary. Now, this saying resonates even more with you. Tinyu beamed with joy. However, Lin Bei suddenly shifted his tone. Do not rejoice too soon. I have previously stated that the Tao should not be lightly imparted. Do you comprehend the meaning of this? Tinyu replied, I did not understand at first, but now I do. It is not that Master treasures his teachings overly, but rather, the Tao cannot simply be learned through instruction. It must be realized through enlightenment. Lin Bei was immensely pleased. Tinyu demonstrated an understanding that was remarkably perceptive. Now that the groundwork had been laid, even if the cultivation method he devised proved ineffective, it would not raise suspicion from others. Tinyu would merely believe that he lacked talent. At that moment, just as Lin Bei prepared to impart his teachings, his expression subtly shifted. He then cast his gaze towards the entrance of the dojo. Outside, a group of individuals had intruded upon the sanctum. Among them, one person was carrying a young girl. That girl is none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 30. The contest of fate and life. The approaching figures were none other than Zhang Tao and his entourage. Upon recognizing them, Tinyu immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The visitors bore ill intentions. Without a word from Lin Bei, he swiftly dashed off to inform Zhang Teng. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon our dojo? One of the apprentices exclaimed, stepping forward to confront the intruders. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was violently kicked aside by one of Zhang Tao's attendants. Get out of the way. In that fleeting moment, although Lin Bei's expression remained composed, The teacup in his hand had already developed a crack from his tight grip, before Lin Bei could unleash his fury. A thunderous voice echoed through the corridors of the dojo. Impudence! Accompanying this rebuke, Zhang Teng made his entrance. Zhang Teng. As Zhang Tao spotted Zhang Teng, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoxiao was correct. You did not escape. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head vigorously, insisting, I never said that. I did not betray my brother. Zhang Teng cast a glance at Zhang Xiaoxiao, then at Zhang Tao, letting out a cold snort. Zhang Tao, you remain as despicable as ever. Having said that, he glanced at the unconscious apprentice who had been struck down, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. He then approached Lin Bei's side. Master, I apologize for the trouble caused. Upon uttering these words, before Lin Bei could respond, Zhang Tao was the first to reveal a scornful expression. Master? Is this what one refers to as a cultivator? Zhang Tao's demeanor was steeped in disdain, and his gaze towards Lin Bei brimmed with provocation. Zhang Teng, are you trying to make me die of laughter? You actually dare to take such a fraud as your master? Have you never encountered the unique schools of martial arts? Zhang Teng's face flushed crimson with indignation. He could endure insults directed at himself, but could not tolerate such disparagement of his master. Master, I request to engage in battle. Lin Bei, dismissive of further discourse, declared forthwith. Revenge for grievances, retaliation for enmity. Though spoken with calmness, Zhang Teng instantly comprehended the implication of his words. What did it mean to seek revenge for enmity? What did it mean to retaliate for grievances? Previously, Lin Bei had dealt with the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall with a certain gentleness, merely urging Zhang Teng to be unrelenting. However, Lin Bei's current declaration clearly bore the intent of lethal force. Disciple obeys. With this, Zhang Teng stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, if you think to threaten me using Zhang Xiaoxiao, you are sorely mistaken. Since you have chosen to come today, do not expect to leave. Having spoken, Zhang Teng immediately called out to Tainyo. Tainyo, dig a pit. Tainyo was momentarily taken aback, but then swiftly grasped the situation. Understood. Without further ado, Tainyo turned to the people at the venue and commanded, everyone, get moving. Dig the pit well. We have a burial to prepare. Zhang Tao observed everything with a cold indifference, unable to suppress a mocking tone. Zhang Teng, I have seen that look in your eyes before, when I rendered you powerless. Do you wish to kill me? Do you believe yourself worthy of such a feat? After uttering these words, Zhang Tao carelessly set Zhang Xiaoxiao aside and proclaimed loudly, Xiaoxiao, you have performed admirably. Not only did you ascertain Zhang Teng's whereabouts, but you also revealed that he will not be leaving. Splendid work. Upon hearing this, many apprentices in the dojo erupted in furious accusations. I knew that woman was no good. Iron Bull immediately intervened. Enough. You fell for such a simple scheme of discord? The individual paused, bewildered. A scheme of discord? Iron Bull nodded. Zhang Tao was aware that Zhang Teng and Zhang Xiaoxiao were siblings, and this was a deliberate attempt to sow discord. As these words resonated, numerous apprentices in the dojo began to express their outrage. Zhang Tao's cunning was on full display at this moment. In the face of Zhang Tao's provocations, Zhang Teng remained unfazed. Zhang Tao, you truly are a synonym for treachery. However, do you think you can disturb my peace of mind with such antics? You are but a fool in a dream. At this juncture, Zhang Teng's aura turned lethal. Today marks your impending doom, yet you remain oblivious, engaging in these futile theatrics? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao cast a curious glance at Zhang Teng. You, a mere cripple with your Dantian destroyed, dare to speak so boldly? I cannot fathom what gives you such confidence. Is it this inconsequential new martial arts school? Having spoken, Zhang Tao rose to his feet and cast a glance at Zhang Teng. It appears you are not inclined to surrender, are you? With that, he raised a hand, and the 13 attendants behind him swiftly encircled the apprentices of the dojo and Lin Bei. This inconsequential new sect, does it even possess the prowess of the Danhai realm? Zhang Tao suddenly burst into laughter. I am of a benevolent nature and harbor no desire to resort to violence against you. I sincerely hope you will acquiesce. It is evident that you hold a deep affection for this dojo, would you not agree? You surely do not wish for them to come to harm. Despicable. Shameless. The dojo apprentices erupted in furious denunciations. Observing this, Zhang Teng suddenly smiled, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Zhang Tao, you shall pay dearly for your actions. With that proclamation, Zhang Teng made the first move, lunging forward with swift determination towards Zhang Tao. You overestimate your abilities. Zhang Tao scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. What did he have to fear from a mere waste of potential, someone whose Danhai had been rendered impotent? As Zhang Teng's fist surged towards him, Zhang Tao extended a hand, bracing himself to meet the attack head-on. However, just as he prepared to seize Zhang Teng's fist, his expression shifted drastically. In an instant, Zhang Teng altered his strategy, executing a Tai Chi step and feinting before delivering a palm strike directly at Zhang Tao. He has astutely discerned my weakness. This shift in tactics was far too sudden, leaving me with no time to evade. Zhang Tao thought to himself, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. What significance does exquisite technique hold? He is indeed a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Dan-Si. In the early stages of the Dan-Si, one gathers energy into the Dan-Dian. In the mid-stages, energy transforms into threads. At the late stage of the Dan-Si, one can even externalize the true energy of the Dan-Si. Although Zhang's strike was aimed directly at his Dan-Tian, he remained utterly unfazed. He concentrated true energy on the surface of his body and braced himself to withstand the blow. Bang! The fist made contact. In the next moment, Zhang Chao was propelled like an arrow released from a bow, crashing violently against the wall outside the training hall. Upon landing, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Poof! After expelling the blood, Zhang Chao's face was etched with shock and disbelief. In a moment of carelessness, he had been struck and sent flying by Zhang Teng. How could this be? He was a formidable master at the late stage of the Dan-Si. And what of Zhang Teng? Merely a practitioner whose Dan-Si had been destroyed. How could this attack possess such overwhelming power? Even more astonishing was the fact that the instant he was struck, he sensed that Zhang Teng's attack was infused with hidden strength, penetrating directly through his protective true energy. It was precisely for this reason that he was left spitting blood. Zhang Teng. Zhang Chao roared in uncontrollable fury. Are you courting death? His wrath had extinguished the calmness he once possessed, obliterating the nonchalance he had earlier exhibited. At this moment, he finally realized that even though his Dan-Tian had been destroyed, Zhang Teng was far from being a pushover. There is no point in further discussion. Zhang Teng's words were frigid. Today, between you and me, we shall determine both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Chapter 31. Lin Bei's Guidance. Zhang Teng's words ignited Zhang Tao's fury like a flame cast into dry tinder. In an instant, it set ablaze the anger within him. He glared at Zhang Teng, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Why? Why could Zhang Teng, merely at the nascent stage of the Dan-Si, usurp his position as the heir? How could Zhang Teng, after having his Dan-Tian destroyed, still contend with him by relying on an inconsequential new faction? A waste, indeed, ought to resign to being a waste. Zhang Tao swiftly drew a finger tiger from his bosom and adorned it upon his hand, the spikes atop it sharp and menacing, since he was stubbornly resisting. Then let me escort you on your final journey. Each word Zhang Tao uttered was almost ground out through clenched teeth. At this moment, his murderous intent was palpable. Even from a distance, Zhang Xiao, who had been captured, sensed Zhang Tao's killing aura and could not help but cry out, Zhang Tao, what are you planning to do? The family has decreed that Zhang Teng must be captured alive. Capture alive? Zhang Tao scoffed. Given the circumstances, what was there to discuss about capturing him alive? Fists and feet have no eyes. Even if only a corpse remains, it can still suffice for a report. As he spoke, he had already donned the finger tiger. No further words were necessary. Strength shall reveal the truth. In the next moment, Zhang Tao roared and charged forth like a bolt of lightning. His finger tiger was enveloped in true energy, swirling around it like flames scorching the air, causing it to boil. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiao's eyes were filled with profound worry. She understood that Zhang Tao truly intended to kill his elder brother. What a fine opportunity. Upon witnessing Zhang Tao's assault, Zhang Teng did not retreat but instead charged forward to confront him directly. You seek death. Zhang Tao's murderous intent surged as he unleashed a fierce punch. The air vibrated with the force of his blow, capable of toppling stone tables and chairs several yards away. Yet, Zhang Teng seemed to possess a premonition, evading the incoming fist with remarkable agility and seizing the moment to counterattack, delivering a powerful strike that sent a surge of internal energy into Zhang Tao's body. In the brief span of time, the two exchanged blows thrice. Logically speaking, Zhang Tao, being at the late stage of the Danhai realm, possessed greater strength than Zhang Teng and should have easily overwhelmed him. However, the reality was starkly different. Not only did Zhang Teng remain unscathed, but he also managed to land 3 successful counterattacks on Zhang Tao, especially with the third punch, which caused Zhang Tao to stagger backward, blood beginning to seep from the corner of his mouth. Invincible like a diamond, Zhang Tao exclaimed through gritted teeth as he was forced back, his expression darkening. Internally, he began to panic. Despite his superior speed, greater power, and overall strength surpassing that of Zhang Teng, his attacks either fell short or were effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. The ferocity of his strikes felt as though they were striking against cotton, rendering him uncomfortable. In contrast, every attack from Zhang Teng was remarkably fierce. In addition to his own power, he had even managed to harness Zhang Tao's strength multiple times. Had it not been for his intentional use of vital energy to protect his vital points, he would have already been defeated. Zhang Teng, your Zhang family long fist has regressed with every practice. Zhang Teng's tone brimmed with disdain. How can you still claim to be the foremost practitioner of Zhang family long fist? Is this all you've got? Zhang Chao was instantly infuriated. You, a discarded waste with your Dan C destroyed, dare to think you can defeat me? This is nothing but a deluded dream. The vital energy within Zhang Chao surged through his muscles, igniting him as if he were ablaze. His bones resonated, and the blood within him roared like a furious tide. This was a clear indication of a significant mobilization of vital energy, forcibly enhancing his explosive power. Zhang Teng observed Zhang Chao's stance with a calm demeanor. His mind racing with thoughts. He understood. Zhang Chao was relentlessly tapping into his vital energy, extracting every ounce of potential. Soon, he would unleash a tempest of attacks. In the past, the disparity in their strengths would have made him hesitate. After all, even though he was indomitable, his power was simply too feeble to withstand Zhang Chao's onslaught. But should he be struck, he would likely lose his combat capability instantly. Yet at this moment, the words spoken by Lin Bei echoed in his mind. We, as cultivators, defy the heavens. In an instant, a surge of boldness filled his heart. I can win. Zhang Teng realized that he was now walking a tightrope, where even the slightest misstep was unacceptable. As time seemed to slow, Zhang Tao exerted a subtle force beneath his feet, causing the floor of the dojo to crack instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, his speed had doubled compared to before, propelling him directly in front of Zhang Teng. A punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Under the tempestuous barrage of attacks, Zhang Teng found himself utterly incapable of retaliation. It was too swift. Even if he perceived Zhang Tao's vulnerabilities, he was unable to respond. His eyes and mind could keep pace, but his body could not. This exemplified the chasm in their strengths. At this moment, Zhang Zu's long fist technique unleashed itself with grandiosity. Each strike was lethal, 3 punches and a kick. Zhang Teng appeared to be left with only the option of desperate evasion. On occasion, he was caught off guard, with the gust of a punch grazing his cheek, causing blood to spurt forth. It is important to note that Zhang Teng possessed an indomitable physique, resistant to ordinary blades, yet he could not withstand the fury of Zhang Tao's blows. Dodge, dodge, dodge. I shall see how long you can evade. Zhang Tao's expression twisted with ferocity. Unable to land a hit on Zhang Teng, he became increasingly frenzied, launching even more savage assaults. Zhang Teng gritted his teeth, persisting. He understood that although Zhang Tao was formidable at this moment, the principle of momentum, initial vigor waning into exhaustion, was something he grasped well. He was waiting, biding his time for the opportunity to counterattack. The more formidable Zhang Tao appeared now, the greater the vulnerabilities that would manifest when his strength eventually waned. In the distance, Lin Bei quietly observed the evolving battle, discerning Zhang Teng's intentions. However, Zhang Teng clearly did not anticipate Zhang Tao's remarkable endurance. A slight furrow appeared on Lin Bei's brow as he noted the diminishing fluidity in Zhang Teng's Tai Chi steps. Zhang Teng's evasive maneuvers began to falter, revealing his growing fatigue. Indeed, Zhang Tao's punch nearly grazed Zhang Teng's shoulder, with the tip of his finger piercing through the flesh just outside of it. Had it not been for Zhang Teng's desperate dodging, he might have sustained a grievous injury to his arm. Master, Brother Zhang. Tainyo stood beside Lin Bei, his eyes brimming with concern. At that moment, a sense of foreboding flashed within Zhang Teng's mind. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Zhang Tao's assault. It was clear he had been compelled to exploit his own potential from the outset. In comparison to Zhang Tao, it appeared that he would be the first to succumb. Just as despair began to envelop him, a familiar voice resonated from a distance. It was Lin Bei. Seeing Zhang Teng on the verge of collapse, Lin Bei chose not to remain a passive observer. He called out decisively. Tai Chi advancing steps, Bagua position, harnessing strength through strength, a harmonious blend of hardness and softness. The moment those 16 words escaped his lips, Zhang Teng felt a thunderous clarity surge through his mind. He realized the reason behind his prolonged engagement with Zhang Tao. His extraordinary combat instinct allowed him to perceive the subtle shifts in Zhang Tao's attacks, enabling him to devise preemptive countermeasures and identify the most effective means of resistance. Upon hearing these succinct 16 characters from Lin Bei, He instantaneously recognized the extent of his own narrow-mindedness. Why? Because even when he found himself in a disadvantaged position on the brink of collapse, Lin Bei's words illuminated a path for him, demonstrating how to reverse his fortunes and triumph over the strong with the weak. Moreover, they offered guidance on achieving a decisive victory over his adversary. Chapter 32. The sky will not fall. Zhang Teng, without the slightest hesitation, acted immediately upon Lin Bei's guidance. In the next moment, Zhang Cha's attack surged forth, his finger strike aimed directly at Zhang Teng's heart. In the past, he would have anticipated this move and instinctively evaded it. For such an assault was perilously dangerous, devoid of any discernible flaw. Yet, at this moment, he placed unwavering trust in Lin Bei. Instead of retreating, he boldly stepped forward, with a Tai Chi advance. Indeed, the slight deviation in his Tai Chi step, coupled with his forward movement, not only allowed him to evade the strike, but also brought him in close proximity to Zhang Cha. This sudden shift in technique and style momentarily bewildered Zhang Cha, revealing an exceedingly brief vulnerability. Zhang Teng was profoundly astonished, for Zhang Cha, who had previously appeared flawless, now exhibited a crack in his defense. It was important to note that Zhang Cha was still in the zenith of his momentum. Despite his astonishment, Zhang Teng refrained from capitalizing on this fleeting weakness and continued to follow Lin Bei's instructions, stepping decisively into the position of the 8 trigrams Qian. Almost simultaneously, in a state of urgency, Zhang Cha resorted to the long-standing chopping fist technique of Zhang Zhu. However, Zhang Teng's movement seemed to have anticipated this very strike, positioning himself perfectly to leverage the principles of Tai Chi to absorb and redirect the force. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a Tai Chi push, neutralizing the attack while harnessing an immense power. Harnessing force against force. Following that strike, Zhang Tao was unexpectedly propelled into the air. What was most terrifying, however, was that in that fleeting moment, he possessed no means of defense. His dantian lay completely exposed before Zhang Teng, and due to the prior intense circulation of his vital energy, he was unable to muster any qi for protection. How is this possible? Zhang Tao was astounded, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At that instant, Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. Zhang Tao, in his current state, was akin to fish on a chopping block. His course of action was succinctly encapsulated in 2 words: absolute annihilation. Without uttering a word, Zhang Teng summoned the essence of Tai Chi, blending hardness and softness, and unleashed a punch. This strike directly impacted Zhang Tao's dantian. In an instant, Zhang Tao's body contorted, resembling a bow, and he was sent soaring into the air by the force of the blow. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he crashed to the ground, his face a mask of terror. For he realized that Zhang Teng's punch had unleashed both visible and hidden strength into his dantian, utterly destroying it. You. Zhang Tao lay on the ground, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Zhang Teng. You have ruined my dantian. The moment those words escaped his lips, the audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Many were left in a state of utter disbelief. Especially those attendants surrounding Lin Bei and others were utterly astounded. Zhang Che, a formidable figure in the late stage of the Danhai realm, was merely a step away from the true essence of martial arts. And what of Zhang Teng? A discarded individual, his dantian obliterated, had not even employed true qi from the very beginning. Logically, Zhang Che should have easily triumphed over Zhang Teng. Yet, what transpired? Zhang Teng emerged victorious. He even incapacitated Zhang Che. The sensation of a destroyed dantian, is it not agonizing? Zhang Teng cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Zhang Che, devoid of any semblance of pity. What do you intend to do? As Zhang Teng approached, fear inexorably spread within Zhang Che's eyes. He could scarcely believe that in the blink of an eye, he had been defeated. You have lost. Zhang Teng's tone turned frigid. I have proclaimed it. Today, you and I shall not only delineate victory and defeat, but also life and death. Zhang Teng nearly unleashed all his pent-up fury with those last 4 words. You mean to kill me? Zhang Che shrieked. Then, as if grasping for a lifeline, he turned to his attendants. What are you waiting for? Seize the people of the dojo at once. If he dares to kill me, you must slay them. Upon hearing this, the attendants exchanged glances, yet none dared to move. Why do you remain idle? Have you chosen to disregard the words of this young master? Zhang Tao shrieked. Yet, the attendants remained paralyzed with fear. Why? Because none present were fools. Each individual comprehended the source of Zhang Teng's formidable strength, a terrifying master. Indeed, The final 16 words he uttered instilled dread and trepidation among the servants. Those seemingly casual 16 words not only enabled Zhang Teng to turn the tide of battle, but also rendered Zhang Tao's Dantian utterly incapacitated with a single strike. At this moment, Lin Bei stood before them. Although he refrained from engaging or uttering much, how could these attendants dare to act? Would they seek their own demise? Zhang Teng now gazed at the struggling and frenzied Zhang Tao, coldly remarking, "Given the circumstances, do you still believe you can resort to despicable means for survival? Do you think they would dare to act? My disciples, though their abilities may be modest, our master stands right there." Those words, spoken lightly by Zhang Teng, were imbued with profound trust. Zhang Tao was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes fixated on the advancing Zhang Teng, as he finally felt the grip of fear. "No, you cannot kill me. Wrongs have their origins, debts have their owners." Zhang Teng approached Zhang Tao, enumerating his transgressions. "You administered poison against me, schemed to tarnish the purity of the county lord, and crippled my Dantian, seizing my position as the young master. Now, you dare to invade this sacred place with the intent to kill me, while attempting to coerce my disciples." At this moment, Zhang Teng had approached Zhang Tao, bending down to cast a cold gaze upon him. With a voice almost gritted through clenched teeth, he uttered, "You truly deserve to die." Subsequently, he seized Zhang Tao by the throat, with death looming ominously nearby. Zhang Tao cried out in anguish, pleading for mercy. "Zhang Teng, you cannot kill me. As long as I am alive, I can prove your innocence. I am willing to confess, to admit that I was the one who poisoned. Do you not wish to be exonerated? Once you are cleared of suspicion, the Zhou family of Nanyang will no longer hold you accountable." Zhang Teng hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhang Tao with pity. "You are truly pathetic. Given the circumstances, do you still wish to live?" Zhang Tao quickly responded, "Even if you kill me, the Zhang family will send someone, or even the clan elders will come directly. Even if you can fend off the elders, the Zhou family of Nanyang will still come for you. Killing me will bring you nothing but harm." His voice was urgent. "Do you genuinely not wish to clear your name?" Zhang Teng sneered coldly. "It matters not. Let them come. I will strike one down for each that approaches. And if two arrive, I shall face them both. These individuals are merely stumbling blocks on my path to cultivation." With a tone of arrogance, Zhang Teng proclaimed, "With my master present, the heavens shall not fall." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. So it seems Zhang Teng's confidence stemmed entirely from him. However, Lin Bei knew his own limitations. He could not be relied upon. "Madness! You are insane, you lunatic!" Zhang Tao screamed. "With death looming, I assure you that my innocence, whether proven or not, has become irrelevant. Merely lying with the princess is a transgression. The Zhou family of Nanyang will not spare me." Zhang Tao was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, Zhang Teng leaned closer to Zhang Tao's ear and coldly remarked, "Brother, all past grievances are settled. Do not fear, it will not hurt." A sharp crack echoed through the temple as the sound of a neck being twisted resonated. Chapter 33 Extreme Circumstances, the Dojo. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. Zhang Teng gazed upwards, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. It was Iron Bull who first shattered the unusual stillness. He met his end well. "Congratulations, Brother Zhang, your vengeance has been fulfilled." Zhang Teng, feeling an immense weight lifted off his shoulders, finally revealed a long-lost smile. He then approached Zhang Shishao and untied her bonds. Concern marred her features. "Brother, you have slain Zhang Tao, the heir of the Zhang family. This matter will not be overlooked by our clan." "Ah," Zhang Teng replied nonchalantly, "let them be. The moment they betrayed me, our ties were severed. Now, to aid the oppressor and seek my capture, they have become my foes." After articulating his thoughts, Zhang Teng continued, "Xiao Xiao, do not leave just yet. Remain here." Zhang Xiao was taken aback. "Brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Teng cast a cold glance her way. "I fear you may return and alert them. I need time to grow stronger. Even a single day is of utmost significance." Zhang Xiao stood frozen, her eyes reflecting guilt and disappointment. They were, after all, siblings. How could Zhang Teng harbor such distrust towards her? Yet, upon further reflection, her brother's behavior seemed entirely justified. If she were to return, even if she concealed the truth, familial pressures would likely compel her to divulge everything that transpired here. "I will not leave. I shall remain here." Zhang Teng sighed softly, uttering but a single phrase, "Do not disappoint me." Zhang Xiao felt a mix of indignation and shame. "I will not leave." In that moment, Zhang Teng refrained from further words. instead directing his gaze towards the bewildered attendants of Zhang Tao. Among them, the vast majority were warriors recruited by Zhang Tao himself, with only a handful hailing from their family. Will you not surrender and submit? Do you truly wish to fight for a dead man? Upon hearing these words, the attendants dared not utter another syllable. They understood that Zhang Teng had even apprehended his own sister. Should they attempt to flee, they would likely share the same fate as Zhang Tao. As for resistance, such thoughts were beyond their imagination. Each one of them had lost their fighting spirit. The reason was simple. They recognized that within this dojo, the most formidable presence was not Zhang Teng, who had slain Zhang Tao, but rather his master, this seemingly youthful man. They understood better than anyone how weak Zhang Teng had been after his Dantian was destroyed. In the Zhang clan, he had been a target for scorn. Yet how little time had passed since arriving here. Zhang Teng seemed to have transformed completely, not only regaining his confidence, but also experiencing a meteoric rise in strength. It is worth noting that Zhang Tao was not far from comprehending the true essence of martial arts. In the realm of their peers, he was undoubtedly a dragon among men. But what of Zhang Teng? Surprisingly, with mere physical prowess, he managed to vanquish Zhang Tao, a formidable master in the later stages of the Danci. They could not help but feel that this dojo was utterly terrifying, particularly the figure of Lin Bei before them. Although he did not engage directly, his casual guidance enabled Zhang Teng, a man left crippled by the destruction of his Dantian, to turn the tide of battle and even incapacitate his opponent with a single blow. In the face of such circumstances, how could they harbor any thoughts of resistance? We surrender. The attendants lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze, and knelt with their hands clasped behind their backs. Zhang Teng issued a direct command. The warriors complied, fully aware that becoming captives would ensure their temporary safety. Zhang Teng then addressed Tainyo, saying, Tainyo, fetch some ropes so we may bind them together. Understood. The apprentices of the dojo swiftly sought out ropes, securely tying up the attendants. At that moment, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei, his head bowed in shame. Master, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Although Lin Bei felt a sense of helplessness within, he acknowledged the young man's awareness of his missteps. Yet, he could only offer words of comfort. Has your mind reached clarity? Zhang Teng appeared relieved as he responded, Master, my mind has indeed found clarity. Lin Bei, with a face full of concern, pondered the next course of action. While appearing to be filled with concern, one cannot help but wonder if thoughts of escape have already crossed their mind. Should a confrontation prove unfavorable, Lin Bei resolved to find an excuse to whisk Zhang Teng away on a leisurely journey. Master, after Zhang Teng's defeat, we have detained these individuals. They will remain oblivious to the situation for 3 days, Zhang Teng stated gravely. I have dispatched personnel from the headquarters to mediate. If the mediation succeeds, all will be well. If it fails, we can at least buy some time. Given sufficient time, I am confident in my ability to navigate any peril. A resolute expression adorned Zhang Teng's face. Share your assessment, Lin Bei urged, his concern palpable. Should the adversaries prove to be insurmountable, he would undoubtedly seek a way to discreetly retreat with Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng replied candidly, considering the nature of the Zhou clan, the likelihood of successful mediation by the headquarters is quite low. However, the headquarters must preserve its face, and it is likely that the Zhou clan will pressure the Zhang clan to apprehend me. He continued, the next individual from the Zhang clan most likely to arrive will be an elder who has comprehended the true essence of martial arts and attained the realm of concentration. Yet, there exists a possibility of extreme circumstances. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. What unexpected developments? Without further hesitation, he inquired, what extreme circumstances? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Teng responded, the most formidable figure in the Zhang clan is Zhang Tao's great-grandfather, Zhang Chonglong. He is a master at the pinnacle of martial arts, having comprehended the essence of true intent. However, Zhang Chonglong has ventured to the battlefield beyond the passes and is unlikely to return. Thus, in an extreme scenario, he might suddenly reappear upon hearing that Zhang Tao has been slain by me, seeking vengeance. When Zhang Chonglong's name was mentioned, Zhang Teng exhibited a complex array of emotions, intertwined with a hint of resentment. He understands. Zhang Tao poisoned him. Why does the family not pursue accountability? Why abandon him? Beyond his transformation into a worthless being, Zhang Chonglong is the primary reason. Upon hearing Zhang Teng's account, Lin Bei felt a measure of unease dissipate within him. While the realm of true martial intent is formidable, Lin Bei is confident that given a little time, his cultivation will continually advance. When that time comes, Even if a master of true martial intent arrives, he may yet prevail in battle. With this in mind, why should he flee? Lin Bei's anxiety evaporated, and his spirits lifted significantly. Enough, Lin Bei interjected, smiling as he offered encouragement. Focus on your cultivation. When faced with challenges, confront them head-on. Even if the sky were to fall, you would still have your master by your side. Zhang Teng felt a surge of emotion within. His disciple comprehends and faithfully adheres to his master's teachings. At that moment, Lin Bei noticed Tai Niu returning. Have the people been settled? Lin Bei inquired. Yes, master. We have a cave in the back mountain, and they have all been placed in the woodshed. This location is quite suitable. Zhang Teng immediately expressed his admiration. Not far from my tranquil chamber. Should they dare to be dishonest, I shall be able to manage the situation. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. Tai Niu, you have done well. Henceforth, I shall impart to you the art of cultivation. Overjoyed, Tai Niu quickly knelt in reverence. I am eager to heed my master's teachings. Chapter 34. The Path to Enlightenment. Observing Tai Niu's expression of astonishment, Lin Bei resolved to temper his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Tai Niu, you aspire to tread the unorthodox path, seeking enlightenment through extremes. Do you comprehend what that entails? Please, master, enlighten me, Tai Niu replied with utmost respect. Lin Bei, not one to keep him in suspense, began to elucidate. To pursue enlightenment through extremes means you must exert efforts that others cannot fathom. He accepted the tea that Zhang Teng had offered and continued. It signifies that you must cast aside all distractions and immerse yourself completely in your pursuit. However, the most crucial aspect is, at this juncture, Lin Bei raised his gaze to meet Tai Niu's eager eyes, which were filled with longing. Regardless of how diligent or absorbed you are, there exists the possibility that your efforts may yield no fruit. You might never grasp the essence of the path, nor gain entry into its realm. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Bei inquired with a serious demeanor, even so, do you wish to embark on this journey? Without a doubt, I wish to pursue my training. Please, master, impart to me the methods of cultivation, Tai Niu declared resolutely. Lin Bei exhaled, relieved that he had laid the necessary groundwork. Ultimately, if Tai Niu failed to succeed, it would bear little consequence for him. With that thought in mind, Lin Bei spoke directly. To engage in cultivation, you must first comprehend the essence of the extreme path. He then recounted the principles derived from the Tao Te Ching, articulating, the so-called extreme path is fundamentally rooted in the Tao, rather than the extremes themselves. As it is said, the Tao begets the one begets the two beget the three, and the three beget all things. The Tao encompasses all, and conversely, all things contain the Tao. Although the teachings were directed towards Iron Bull, Zhang Teng attentively listened nearby. He understood that this was Lin Bei imparting wisdom, and if one could comprehend it, the benefits would be boundless. Iron Bull. The essence of the ultimate path lies in pursuing an endeavor to its utmost limit, transcending that limit, and ultimately glimpsing the profound truths of the Tao. Do you comprehend? Iron Bull nodded, affirming, I understand. No matter the form of cultivation, as long as one can attain the pinnacle, all paths will ultimately converge. The phrase all paths converge carried a certain spiritual resonance, and Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Iron Bull. You possess a natural difficulty in grasping the duality of yin and yang, yet you are endowed with extraordinary physical prowess. Today, I shall impart to you the method of awakening. Remember, you must perceive the power of heaven and earth through your rigorous training. Once you can sense the spiritual energies of the universe and incorporate them into your acupoints, your path of cultivation will be established. Iron Bull listened intently, excitement coursing through him. Please, master, bestow upon me your teachings. Lin Bei promptly responded. The human body contains 365 major acupoints, including Tian Tu, Xianji, Huagai, Zigong, Yutang, Danzhong, Zhongting, and Zhuquebek. When practicing Tai Chi, do not focus on grasping the true essence of Tai Chi or the methods of breath control. Instead, take a different approach. Allow your acupoints to resonate with the spiritual forces of heaven and earth. Let the instincts of your body guide you in perceiving the universe. When your body instinctively harmonizes with the cosmic energies of heaven and earth, you have truly entered the realm of mastery. Lin Bei's teachings, in this instance, far surpass those imparted to Zhang Teng regarding the art of breathing. He has not only integrated his previous knowledge, but has also crafted a unique methodology through his own experiences in body refinement, the second breakthrough of Tai Chi, and his understanding of Tai Chi breathing techniques. Although he himself did not possess the innate talent to fully realize this, The theoretical foundation is undeniably robust. The path has been laid before him. Whether he can traverse it depends solely on Tai Nyo himself. Go forth. Pursue your own path. Yes, master. Tai Nyo's spirit ignited with fervor. At that moment, Zhang Teng cautiously interjected, Master, the technique of unlocking the acupoints is truly exquisite. If one could open their own acupoints and combine it with the Tai Chi breathing method, would it not exponentially enhance the speed of cultivation? May I contemplate this technique? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of this possibility. He had only recently devised this method to assist Tai Nyo in his training. Should Tai Nyo succeed, he would then have a definitive answer for Zhang Teng, but at present, he was uncertain of its efficacy. Lin Bei was well accustomed to handling such situations. Instead of providing a direct answer, he smiled and replied, Experience yields true knowledge. The Tao encompasses all things in the universe, so why not try? Zhang Teng was enlightened. The master's words were like a refreshing elixir to his mind. Disciple takes leave, he said. Watching Zhang Teng depart with such enthusiasm, Lin Bei felt a sense of anticipation. Time flowed slowly, and the dojo regained its tranquility. Lin Bei was savoring his tea when someone cautiously approached him, offering a cup. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Bei recognized the person as Zhang Xiaoxiao. He did not take the tea, prompting a soft reminder from her. Senior, is there something you need? Lin Bei inquired. His tone indifferent. He harbored little affection for Zhang Xiaoxiao. Despite being the sister of Zhang Teng, her sense of familial loyalty appeared remarkably feeble. Senior, your remarkable prowess and your concern for the world are truly admirable, Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly asserted. Flattery? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. This girl seemed to possess ulterior motives. While others might be swayed by such praise, Lin Bei was not susceptible to such tactics. Speak plainly. Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She did not expect Lin Bei to be so forthright, leaving her feeling slightly embarrassed. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and continued, Senior, you are my brother's mentor. Do you truly wish to witness a rift between him and our family? Perhaps you could visit the Zhang family and persuade them to cease their antagonism towards him. I believe they would reconsider upon witnessing your strength. Furthermore, could I implore you to visit the Zhou family in Nanyang? I am confident that, in light of your esteemed reputation, they would be inclined to let bygones be bygones regarding my brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei wore an expression of utter incredulity. For him, the silver lining was that Zhang Xiaoxiao held him in high regard, believing him to be quite formidable. The unfortunate truth, however, was that the young lady had entirely misjudged his capabilities. Yet, even if Lin Bei possessed such prowess, he would not intervene. Observing the eager anticipation radiating from Zhang Xiaoxiao, he refrained from providing a direct response. Instead, he deliberately spilled the tea she had poured for him onto the floor. Tea is not brewed in this manner. Learn the proper way to prepare it before serving others. With that, Lin Bei rose from his seat. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood momentarily stunned, grasping his intent. This was, without a doubt, a flat rejection. Senior, why? You could resolve this simply by stepping in. Why choose this path? Lin Bei paused, casting a frigid gaze in her direction. Concerning your brother's predicament, I advise you to refrain from meddling. Moreover, the Zhang family and the Zhou family alike have sown the seeds of their own misfortune. They must be prepared to reap the bitter fruits of their actions. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaoxiao was left speechless, her expression heavy with dismay. Just then, Zhang Teng unexpectedly appeared behind her. Brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed hurriedly. Yet, Zhang Teng merely regarded her with indifference. Xiaoxiao, have I granted you too much freedom? Should you dare to offend my master again, do not expect me to consider our familial bond. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 35, The Third Breakthrough, The Fifth Refinement. Zhang Teng's words struck Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart like a heavy hammer. She felt a profound sense of injustice. Clearly, she was acting in Zhang Teng's best interest, yet he not only failed to appreciate her intentions, but also disregarded their sibling bond. Thus, with gritted teeth, Zhang Xiaoxiao inquired, Brother, am I mistaken? Senior Lin is so formidable. If he were willing. Before she could finish, Zhang Teng abruptly interrupted her. At that moment, he was engulfed in an indescribable disappointment. To him, Zhang Xiaoxiao resembled a frog confined to a well, unable to grasp the vastness beyond. He offered no further explanation. His patience worn thin. Either be silent or go to the woodshed. Choose one. Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed inclined to say more. But the chill in Zhang Teng's gaze compelled her to ultimately remain silent. Time passed, and night enveloped the surroundings. Tai Nyo had settled Zhang Xiaoxiao into a guest room. Inside, She stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon, lost in contemplative thought. Meanwhile, in the seclusion chamber, Lin Bei was immersed in the fifth refinement. At that precise moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, has deepened his understanding of the Zhou Tian acupoints and made significant progress in the Tai Chi breathing technique. He has realized that the Tai Chi breathing technique encompasses all things and has achieved the second breakthrough. Your Tai Chi breathing technique has now ascended to the third breakthrough. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Zhang Teng possesses such remarkable insight? After 3 breakthroughs, this time he was able to harness the breathing technique, even channeling it through all his acupoints. Lin Bei realized that Zhang Teng had not merely grasped the supreme path he had imparted to Tai Nyo. Rather, he had synthesized it, distilling its essence to transcend the Tai Chi breathing technique. What a prodigy! This young man, Zhang Teng, was truly a natural-born saint of cultivation. Lin Bei could not help but marvel inwardly. As time flowed slowly by, the next day dawned. The gentle breeze caressed the flowers outside, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of blossoms. The fifth refinement. It was achieved. Following this refinement, Lin Bei felt an ethereal aura envelop him, a sensation akin to being reborn. It appeared that the 9 refinements of breathing were indeed a process of transcending the ordinary. Lin Bei's comprehension of the art of control was deepening gradually. Initially, he had envisioned it merely as the manipulation of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Yet now, he suddenly understood that the art of control was not merely about manipulation. It was about existing in a state of resonance and symbiosis with these energies. He gained a profound understanding of the concept of going with the flow. Upon arriving at the dojo, Lin Bei discovered that Tai Nyo was wholeheartedly practicing his punches. "Master, you need to attend to Tai Nyo," exclaimed one anxious apprentice. Lin Bei cast a glance at him. This individual shared a close bond with Tai Nyo and was affectionately referred to as Xiao Yozi. "What is the matter, Xiao Yozi?" Lin Bei inquired. "Master, Tai Nyo has gone mad," Xiao Yozi responded, visibly anxious. "He has been practicing his punches since yesterday, without a moment's rest. He hasn't slept a wink throughout the night. Is this not going to lead to problems?" At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. "He rested for 2 hours last night. That is still insufficient. How can a person practice so relentlessly?" Xiao Yozi exclaimed, his face etched with worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei scrutinized Tai Nyo closely. He appeared to be in excellent condition. Lin Bei understood that Tai Nyo was pushing his limits, attempting to naturally open his meridians through sheer perseverance. "It's all right," Lin Bei replied calmly. "Tai Nyo is in great shape. He is endeavoring to embark on the path of cultivation. Do not disturb him." Xiao Yozi was taken aback. "Master, are you saying that this method of practice poses no issues?" Lin Bei discerned his thoughts immediately. Tai Nyo possesses innate strength. He is endowed with the talent and foundation to train in this manner. You do not share the same capabilities, so do not entertain such notions. As these words fell, disappointment washed over Xiao Yozi and several other disciples present at the dojo. Just then, Zhang Teng emerged. Upon seeing Zhang Teng for the first time, Zhang Xiaoxiao displayed a look of astonishment, because she surprisingly sensed that Zhang Teng possessed an ethereal quality. "Have you reached the 4th refinement?" Lin Bei inquired nonchalantly. Internally, he felt a twinge of astonishment. His Tai Chi breathing technique had already surpassed its limits thrice, allowing him to progress at a pace far swifter than Zhang Teng's. To think that Zhang Teng had achieved the 4th refinement in such a brief span of time. Observing Lin Bei's astonishment, Zhang Teng displayed a look of humility. "Master, I must confess, my rapid advancement to the 4th refinement is due to my inherent indomitable nature. The process of cultivation has significantly accelerated my physical refinement," Zhang Teng candidly expressed. "However, attaining the 5th refinement will likely be a much slower endeavor." Lin Bei nodded approvingly. "Master, I have one more matter to report." "Speak." Without hesitation, he continued, "Master, I had an epiphany last night. It seems my breathing technique has experienced a second breakthrough." "That is fairly typical," Lin Bei replied calmly, concerned that Zhang Teng might become overly proud and complacent upon realizing his own remarkable talent. He had initially thought that after discussing the meridian techniques with Iron Bull, Zhang Teng would easily achieve a breakthrough, yet it took him half a day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Lin Bei had been aware of everything all along. At that moment, he experienced a profound understanding. It turned out that Lin Bei's teachings of Iron Bull's cultivation methods were also subtle guidance for him. "Thank you, Master, for your instruction." Lin Bei smiled faintly, concerned that excessive pressure might undermine Zhang Teng's confidence. so he offered a gentle word of encouragement. If you can break through and master the breathing technique, you may consider yourself exceptional. However, do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. Continue to strive for improvement. Yes, Zhang Teng replied, filled with determination. Observing Zhang Teng's spirited demeanor, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the dojo. Lin Bei looked up to see none other than Mu Qingwei, the esteemed representative from the main hall. Miss Mu, you've arrived? Zhang Teng greeted her with a smile. How did the mediation turn out? Mu Qingwei wore a hint of embarrassment on her face. Regrettably, although our martial arts hall in Qingyun City holds some prestige, it is insufficient in Nanyang. She sighed in resignation. I have already approached the main hall in Nanyang for assistance, but unfortunately, the Zhou family of Nanyang has shown us no consideration. Though not explicitly stated, those present understood, the mediation had failed. However, Mu Qingwei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she shifted her tone. While we may have no means to address this matter in Nanyang, here in Qingyun City, we are within our own sphere of influence. I have reported to the hall master, who wishes for your dojo to relocate beside the main hall. With a hint of anticipation, Mu Qingwei continued. Once you are adjacent to the main hall, we will certainly find a way to provide you with protection. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei pondered for a moment and found the suggestion rather agreeable. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Teng promptly declined, stating, no need for that. We shall remain here and go nowhere. Chapter 36. Severing ties. What is this? Such a decisive refusal? This young man dares to take matters into his own hands? Lin Bei felt speechless within. If one can lie down, why strive for bravado? Youth indeed. At this moment, Mu Qingwei turned to Lin Bei and said, You must be Lin Bei, the martial friend. Lin Bei nodded. Indeed, that is I. Mu Qingwei performed a respectful bow. It is truly unfortunate that we could not meet last time due to the hurried circumstances. Since you are the master of the dojo, it is only fitting that you take charge. Precisely, Lin Bei affirmed. I shall preside over the dojo. In that case, what are your thoughts, Lin martial friend? Should we relocate to the main hall? Mu Qingwei inquired with a smile. What are my thoughts? Does it even require contemplation? Lin Bei replied without hesitation. Did you not hear Teng'er? We are not going anywhere. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that as the master of the dojo, Lin Bei would consider the greater picture. However, it now appeared that Lin Bei, the dojo's master, seemed rather indifferent. She could never have imagined that Lin Bei's insistence was not born out of a lack of desire, but rather a lack of choice. There was no alternative. He had previously boasted about the principles of following the mundane and opposing the celestial, of confronting challenges head-on, treating every obstacle as a whetstone. He had thoroughly indoctrinated Zhang Teng with such mantras. Now, he has ascended to a higher realm. Should he suddenly backtrack and decide to establish a martial arts hall next to the main library, his carefully crafted persona would surely shatter. Although Zhang Teng currently harbors no doubts regarding his authenticity, Lin Bei has come to realize that Zhang Teng's remarkable prowess and unwavering belief in cultivation primarily stem from his absolute trust in him. Should his persona collapse and the truth be revealed, it would undoubtedly arouse Zhang Teng's suspicion, leading to dire consequences. If Zhang Teng's resolve falters, it would leave Lin Bei utterly desolate, for Zhang Teng is indeed the foundation of his rise. How could he possibly undermine his own foundation? Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's expression conveyed a sense of inevitability. Lin Bei felt a surge of exasperation within. Alas, one must persist in the facade they have constructed, even through tears. What a pity it would be. Mu Qingwei lamented, her face reflecting regret. I have done all I can. From now on, you must fend for yourselves. Zhang Teng, unfazed, replied, There is no need for concern. Miss Mu, our dojo has its own methods of dealing with challenges. Then I can only wish you prosperous martial fortunes, she said. Bowing respectfully to Lin Bei. Safe travels, he responded. Mu Qingwei nodded and then turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Teng couldn't help but smirk in self-deprecation. Master, you were indeed correct. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Once, I foolishly placed my hopes upon her. Reflecting upon it now, how absurd it seems. Lin Bei offered a faint smile, gently patting his shoulder. Devote yourself to your cultivation. Ultimately, the journey must be undertaken by oneself. With that, Lin Bei turned and departed. Zhang Xiaoxiao, witnessing Lin Bei's exit, could not restrain herself from inquiring, Brother, you have exhausted your final avenue. Perhaps you should seek assistance from Senior Lin Bei at the Zhang family. Enough. Zhang Teng abruptly interrupted her with a fierce tone. There will be no second chances. Should I ever hear such words again, I shall send you to the woodshed." At his words, tears welled up in Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes. In her perspective, she was acting in Zhang Teng's best interest. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her cowardice and folly were severing Zhang Teng's path to cultivation. Time passed. Within the confines of the room, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to have come to a realization. She discreetly retrieved her flute and began to play softly. Before long, a white dove descended. She rolled the message tightly and tucked it into a bamboo tube, securing it to the dove's right leg. However, just as she released the dove, it was fortuitously spotted by Xiao Liuzi. Without uttering a word, Xiao Liuzi stealthily approached Zhang Teng, who was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Recently, Zhang Teng had discovered that the Tai Chi breathing technique was not always most effectively mastered through mere meditation. Rather, when combined with Tai Chi movements, progress was achieved more swiftly. "Brother Zhang." Xiao Liuzi hurried over. "Xiao Liuzi, what is it? Do you need something?" Zhang Teng experienced a surprising turn of events. Typically, his disciples would only approach him for guidance after his training sessions had concluded. It was nearly unheard of for anyone to approach him directly during practice. Little Lu hurriedly relayed what he had witnessed. Upon hearing the name Fij, Zhang Teng's expression instantly turned icy. Without uttering a word, he made his way to Zhang Xiaoxiao's quarters and pushed open the door. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao was engaged in her grooming. Upon seeing her brother, she immediately ceased her activities, a flicker of delight crossing her face. "Brother, what brings you here?" she inquired. However, the surprise in her eyes was short-lived. As she discerned the disappointment reflected in Lin Bei's gaze, a chill ran through her heart as she realized that her actions had seemingly been exposed. Indeed, Zhang Teng confronted her directly. "Xiaoxiao, I initially refrained from confining you, considering our sibling bond, but you have profoundly disappointed me. You were aware of the treachery I faced. Yet you did not come forward to testify on my behalf. I can understand this. The Zhang family would undoubtedly forsake me due to my connection with Zhang Tsonglong. Even if you had testified, it would have been futile, only serving to implicate you unjustly." Zhang Teng's tone was laced with anguish as he growled. "Yet I never anticipated that you would betray me. From this day forth, our bond as siblings is irrevocably severed. From now on, you are forbidden to leave this house. I shall seal the doors and windows, and do not let me catch you attempting to escape." With that, Zhang Teng resolutely turned away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao panicked and hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother, please allow me to explain." Zhang Teng shrugged off the corner of his garment that she had grasped. "I did not send the letter to anyone else. I entrusted it to grandfather. I wanted him to assist you." At these words, Zhang Teng halted, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips. "Grandfather? When he forsook me, you were present. Do you truly believe he would come to my aid? I fear not only will he refuse to save me, but he may also come to capture me himself. For everything must prioritize the greater good." After a few bitter laughs, he turned to face Xiaoxiao. "Is it truly wrong to prioritize the greater good? Is it erroneous to ensure the continuation of our family? After all, our parents sacrificed themselves for the sake of the family." "Grandfather," he silenced. Zhang Teng's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Zhang Xiaoxiao. "If you are not at fault, then what of my own errors?" His voice resonated with a terrifying depth. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, remember this. I owe you nothing. Nor do I owe the Zhang family anything." "Brother," Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly cried out in terror, "if grandfather arrives, what will you do?" Zhang Teng paused, responding in a voice as cold as ice. "My ties with him have been irrevocably severed. If he comes to apprehend me." Zhang Teng took a deep breath, tilting his head back, a trace of tears glistening at the corner of his eye. "I shall not show mercy." Chapter 37. The opening of the heavenly gate. Zhang Teng's resoluteness left Zhang Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. She gazed at the man before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. She had always believed that Zhang Teng possessed a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Yet at this moment, she sensed his indifference. "Brother, are you truly so heartless? That is our grandfather." Unbeknownst to her, a tremor had crept into Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice. "Heartless?" Zhang Teng scoffed, his back turned to her. "For my fellow disciples, I would willingly face life and death. For my master, even a command that spells certain doom, I would bravely plunge into the flames without a second thought." Zhang Teng spoke coldly. "It is not that I lack compassion or loyalty. Rather, it is you who have forsaken me first. Brother, we are bound by blood. Why can you not understand our plight? How can you be so?" Zhang Xiaoxiao's words were abruptly cut short as Zhang Teng decisively shut the door. Bang! Zhang Teng firmly sealed Zhang Xiaoxiao within her room. "Xiao Lu, secure the windows and doors." Xiaolu exchanged glances with his companions, bewildered. Zhang Shixiao, are you serious? Zhang Teng raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Xiaolu recoiled slightly. All right, I shall heed your command. In no time, Zhang Xiaoxiao heard the sound of nails being hammered from outside her door. At that moment, Zhang Teng stood at the dojo, watching his fellow disciples practice their punches. Lost in thought. What troubles you, Zhang Shixiao? Tiniu appeared before him without Zhang Teng realizing when. Have you finished your training? Zhang Teng lifted his head and greeted him. As he practiced his punches, he grasped fleeting insights, always sensing he had captured something, yet ultimately feeling as though he held nothing at all. Tiniu scratched his head in a simple-minded manner. Brother Zhang, why do you look so troubled? Is it that obvious? Of course. Zhang Teng sighed heavily. Tiniu, do you think I am doing the right thing? Am I lacking in decisiveness? Even when Zhang Xiaoxiao has made a grave mistake, I find it hard to be harsh. Tiniu chuckled innocently. Brother Zhang, why overthink it? At least by acting this way, you find solace within yourself, don't you? Zhang Teng's gaze dimmed slightly. Tiniu continued. Master once said, as long as your conscience is clear, that is enough. The world always bears fruit in accordance with one's actions, does it not? Zhang Teng glanced at Tiniu in surprise. He had not expected this seemingly simple-minded strong man to possess such keen insight and articulate such philosophical thoughts. Xiaoxiao asked me if they were wrong. At that moment, I didn't know how to respond. I could only refute her by saying I was not at fault either. Yet, the truths of this world are inherently contradictory. Suddenly, Tiniu spoke again. Brother Zhang, in fact, Master has already provided you with the answer. Has he not? What answer? Zhang Teng asked, somewhat bewildered. Master once said, all of this is merely a whetstone on your path of cultivation. Zhang Teng nodded thoughtfully. Isn't it merely conveying that by transcending it, one can behold a new realm? Tainyo, with an air of simplicity, spoke eloquently. What is required to surpass these obstacles? Strength. Were your capabilities sufficient, would the Zhang family treat you thus? Would your kin be ensnared in a dilemma, forced to choose? At this juncture, Tainyo raised his fist. All dilemmas stem solely from a lack of strength. The master once declared that these are but stumbling blocks. He hopes you will cast them aside, untroubled by reason, conflict, or stance, by notions of right and wrong. Tainyo pointed to his fist. This embodies reason. This signifies stance. This, indeed, is the essence of right and wrong. Zhang Teng suddenly grasped the meaning, and with fervor, he gazed at Tainyo. You are indeed correct. Tainyo, your words today are akin to a revelation, awakening my understanding. It was my folly to be so narrow-minded. Zhang Teng rose, brimming with determination. Junior brother, I have long harbored a thought about your practice of martial arts, a notion I hesitated to express for fear of misleading you. Yet I feel compelled to share it now, for I believe you are beyond my misguidance. Zhang Teng gestured to his head and smiled. You possess wisdom. A profound simplicity that belies your depth. I seek your guidance, senior brother. Tainyo, with utmost seriousness, invited the council. Zhang Teng, with a grave demeanor, articulated. I observe your dedication to the equilibrium of your bodily acupoints during training, yet the master has proclaimed that your path is one of extremity. Why not focus your efforts on a singular acupoint for impact? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight ignited in Tainyo's eyes. In a moment when he could not grasp what he once desired, it seemed that he had finally seized it. So it is. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed senior brother. Soon, Iron Bull, brimming with confidence, continued to practice his martial arts. At that moment, Little Six approached Zhang Teng. Somewhat dejected. Senior brother Zhang. What troubles you, Little Six? Zhang Teng's demeanor had transformed entirely. The clouds of doubt that once loomed over him had dissipated. Do we lack the aptitude for cultivation? Iron Bull has hope for transcendence, yet we remain utterly lost. Zhang Teng perceived Little Six's despondency, and it seemed that the entire dojo was enveloped in a similar gloom. Cultivation, after all, is no simple endeavor. Zhang Teng sighed. Little Six, please tell your junior brothers to remain patient and to practice diligently. I have a strong intuition that I may be able to assist you. Is that true? How can you help us? Little Six inquired eagerly. Indeed, Zhang Teng replied with unwavering confidence. Assisting you is, in fact, quite simple. I may be able to open the heavenly gate for you. What is this heavenly gate? Little Six was utterly perplexed. To put it simply, it involves awakening your latent potential, allowing you to perceive the spiritual energy that permeates the universe. When the time comes to comprehend the art of breath control, it will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Zhang Teng was filled with conviction. I shall seek my master's counsel on this matter forthwith. to ascertain its feasibility. Little Six was overjoyed. If that is the case, it would be simply marvelous. Soon, in the dojo, within Lin Bei's secluded chamber, he was engrossed in practicing his martial arts when he suddenly sensed a presence outside the door. Come in. Without hesitation, Zhang Teng pushed the door open. Master, I have a matter to discuss, he respectfully inquired. Speak. Zhang Teng promptly replied, Master, recently my fellow disciples have expressed to me that their cultivation is fraught with difficulty. From my observations, even after years or even decades of practice, they find it challenging to make any progress. If I may be so bold, perhaps we could assist them in opening the heavenly gate. Opening the heavenly gate? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, contemplating the notion. He had considered various methods, but the simplified version of the breathing technique and the idea of opening the heavenly gate had not crossed his mind. Indeed, opening the heavenly gate, Zhang Teng continued, Master, I believe that to truly grasp the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, one must not only rely on innate understanding to enter the realm of cultivation, but can also harness external forces. The so-called heavenly gate is the barrier preventing my fellow disciples from communicating with the spiritual energies of the universe. I pondered that if we were to forcibly channel the energies of heaven and earth into their bodies, activating their acupoints, they might eventually comprehend the spiritual essence of the cosmos. Lin Bei was taken aback. This idea was nothing short of genius. If successful, their dojo would indeed be a veritable sanctuary for cultivators. Furthermore, based on Lin Bei's assessment, Zhang Teng's proposal was unequivocally feasible. Chapter 38, The Seventh Refinement, Refining the Spirit. Though Zhang Teng's proposal bore significant credibility, Lin Bei recognized the immense difficulty and considerable risks involved. The challenge lay in the inherent fragility of each individual's acupoints, some of which were exceedingly well concealed. Mastering the celestial energies and locating these acupoints to assist in their activation demanded an exquisitely delicate touch. The risks were substantial. As the human body is inherently vulnerable, any misstep during the activation process could lead to unimaginable repercussions. Thus, Lin Bei promptly reached a conclusion. While Zhang Teng's intentions were commendable, the practical execution required refinement. With this in mind, Lin Bei resolved to adhere to the traditional approach, first suppressing Zhang Teng, then seamlessly expressing his own thoughts. Foolishness. What you propose is akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. This would prematurely deplete their potential. If the celestial gate is opened yet they remain unprepared, they would face a lifetime of hopelessness in their cultivation. And what if you were to err? It could lead to fatalities. Zhang Teng lowered his head, enduring the reprimand without daring to retort. At that moment, Lin Bei shifted his tone, exhaling a sigh. Alas, while it is true that hastening growth is unwise, some among them may indeed face a lifetime devoid of hope in their cultivation. There are gains and losses. With losses come gains. Your idea ultimately presents them with a new path. A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. What did this signify? His thoughts had garnered acknowledgement. Teng, I will not obstruct your desire to help them open the celestial gate. However, now is not the opportune moment. Zhang Teng listened attentively as Lin Bei continued to speak. The human body's acupoints are exceedingly delicate. Once your cultivation reaches a sufficient level, I shall impart to you the method of mastery. At that time, you may contemplate how to assist your junior brothers in opening their celestial gates. A flicker of joy flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. Yes, disciple acknowledges the command. Before long, Zhang Teng departed. Numerous apprentices at the dojo gathered around, and Xiao Liuzi hurriedly inquired, Zhang Shixiang, what transpired? Zhang Teng feigned a stern expression. Master chastised me harshly, reproaching me for hastening the growth of others while disregarding the safety of my junior brothers. Upon hearing this, the apprentices of the dojo displayed expressions of disappointment. However, at that moment, Zhang Teng shifted his tone. Though I was reprimanded, Master has also acknowledged my thoughts. Once my Tao body reaches its utmost perfection, Master will bestow upon me the path of mastery. At that time, I will be able to assist all of you in opening your celestial gates. Upon hearing this, the apprentices of the dojo revealed expressions of delight. Xiao Liuzi, well versed in the Tao body, promptly asked, Shixiang, I heard that your Tao body has already reached the fourth refinement? Xiao Liuzi's expression was one of surprise. After 9 refinements, will it lead to mastery? Indeed. Zhang Teng nodded. My Tai Chi breathing technique has already broken through its limits twice, allowing for rapid cultivation. Fellow apprentices, do not be anxious. Focus on your practice diligently. Zhang Teng's expression grew solemn. Dear junior disciples, you must understand that even if the gates to enlightenment are open for you, it merely serves to extract your potential in advance. Only by swiftly grasping the art of breathing and embarking on the 9 refinements of the Tao body can one truly be considered to have entered the path. The intricacies of Tai Chi are unparalleled. During practice, one must not be negligent, but rather engage deeply in contemplation. Indeed, Brother Zhang. Little Six interjected at an opportune moment. Everyone, please cultivate some awareness and do not hinder Brother Zhang's training. All right then. Zhang Teng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Are you urging me to hasten my cultivation, you rascal? Little Six scratched his head, grinning. Hee. As time flowed by, within the confines of the secluded chamber, Lin Bei could sense that he was drawing near to the 6th refinement. Success. The 6th refinement. Upon completing it, Lin Bei's expression grew solemn. He began to realize that the difficulty of the 7th refinement was on the rise. In the first 6 refinements, Lin Bei merely needed to circulate the Tai Chi breathing technique, allowing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to temper his physique. However, upon entering the 7th refinement, Lin Bei was astonished to discover that after the spiritual energies had refined his entire being, they began to surge upward, directly entering the acupoints in his head. The 7th refinement is, in fact, a process of refining the spirit. This is the cultivation of the mind. As he engaged in this spiritual refinement, Lin Bei noted that his perceptual acuity, cognitive abilities, and reaction times were escalating at a terrifying pace. This sensation was truly marvelous. Lin Bei could not help but exclaim. At this moment, in his eyes, the universe seemed to be interwoven with countless rules, in addition to the celestial energy. The intricacies of these rules were profound. Is the essence of the ever-changing celestial energy merely a manifestation of these rules? The concept of mastery dawned upon Lin Bei. If Zhang Teng could achieve the 7th refinement, he would be able to impart the meticulously crafted techniques of mastery to him. Lin Bei felt a surge of excitement within. He understood that once he truly reached the level of mastery, he would indeed be a bona fide cultivator. As time flowed on, 2 days later, Lin Bei observed Iron Bull practicing his punches at the dojo and couldn't help but nod in approval. He faintly perceived celestial energy swirling around Iron Bull, indicating that he had seemingly brushed against the threshold, just a step away from entering the realm of cultivation. Master tea. Little Six cheerfully offered tea. Lin Bei cast a glance at Little Six. Why was he so cheerful today? Little Six chuckled. Master, I just encountered senior brother Zhang Teng. He has already broken through to the 5th refinement. Lin Bei nodded slightly. The process of refining from the 9th to the 7th was increasingly arduous. It was only natural that Zhang Teng had achieved the 5th refinement after such a time. Are you celebrating his breakthrough? Lin Bei inquired with a smile. Master, I truly rejoice for him, yet I also share in the joy of my fellow disciples, as everyone eagerly awaits Brother Zhang to open the celestial gate for us. Lin Bei feigned a forlorn expression. Day in and day out, he is consumed by the desire for shortcuts. Can't you take a leaf out of Iron Bull's book, or learn from Zhang Teng and diligently cultivate your skills? Upon being reprimanded, Little Six felt instantly deflated, offering an awkward smile. Just then, a figure appeared outside the temple, hunched and weary as he approached the sacred grounds. Is this the temple? He stood before the unremarkable plaque, surveying the surroundings with a contemplative gaze. Hey, old man, what are you doing here wandering about? One of the apprentices noticed the elder and bluntly retorted. Most of the apprentices hailed from the village and immediately recognized that this individual was a stranger. The old man cast a calm glance at the apprentice, then back at the temple. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a voice tinged with age. Is Zhang Teng here? At that moment, Little Six hurried over. Upon seeing the elder, he paused slightly, for he discerned a striking resemblance between this man and Zhang Teng. Who are you? Little Six inquired. Are you looking for Brother Zhang? What business do you have? I am Zhang Teng's grandfather. The elder scrutinized Little Six, his eyes filled with curiosity. The letter from Zhang Xiao had informed him that this place was a hidden gem, yet what did he truly observe? Here, there are merely ordinary individuals, with not a single body refining warrior in sight. Upon hearing the elder's response, Xiao Liuzai was taken aback, his tone imbued with incredulity. You truly have come. Chapter 39. Not leaving? None of you should depart. Xiao Liuzai's tone left Zhang Teng's grandfather somewhat astonished. Do you know me? He inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Xiao Liuzai could not contain his anger. I had presumed that Brother Zhang, at the very least, would not be among those who captured you, as he is your relative. Who could have imagined that you would actually come? A hint of fury laced Xiao Liuzai's voice. Zhang Teng's grandfather paused for a moment before letting out a sigh. It appeared he was aware that Xiao Xiao had informed me. But what of Xiao Xiao? Is she well? Upon hearing this, Tiniu, who was not far away, scoffed. What? In your heart, do you believe that Zhang Teng is cold-blooded and capable of harming his own sister? Zhang Teng's grandfather fell silent. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Let him come. At this command, the disciples of the dojo swiftly parted to create a path. My master calls for you, Tiniu announced. Without hesitation, Zhang Teng's grandfather strode past the numerous disciples of the dojo toward Lin Bei. Tiniu and the others followed closely behind. Before long, Zhang Teng's grandfather arrived at the stone table where Lin Bei sat. Upon seeing Lin Bei, he was initially taken aback, followed by a sense of bewilderment. His astonishment stemmed from the realization that Lin Bei was remarkably youthful. The confusion arose from his inability to sense any vital energy emanating from Lin Bei. What might this signify? The man before him was not even at the Danhai realm. Although Zhang Teng's grandfather was aware of Lin Bei's reputation as a practitioner of the new school of cultivation, it was evident that the principles of cultivation were universally applicable across all schools. Without true qi within his body, he was merely at the physical refinement stage. In a moment of daze, he heard Lin Bei tap the stone table. Zhang Teng's grandfather took a seat in response. I am Zhang Yong. May I inquire your name? Esteemed guest? Lin Bei, came the reply, as Lin Bei scrutinized Zhang Yong. May I ask the purpose of your visit to my dojo? Zhang Yong remained silent for a brief moment before speaking. I have come to find Zhang Teng. Little Six, feeling somewhat agitated and irate, interjected. What business do you have with senior brother Zhang? You are not welcome here. I wish to take him home, Zhang Yong declared. Before Lin Bei could respond, Tainyo erupted in anger. You, Zhang Yong, have aptly named yourself a cowardly and mediocre individual. Home? I suspect you merely wish to take Zhang Teng back to claim credit for yourself. A flicker of pain crossed Zhang Teng's grandfather's eyes. I have 3 sons, all of whom perished in the defense of our family. I cannot bear to witness him ruin the Zhang clan. Historically, loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. This matter is a family affair. Master Lin, I implore you not to interfere. Lin Bei took a delicate sip of bitter mountain tea, responding with an air of indifference. I have heard that Zhang Teng has severed all ties with the Zhang family. If that is the case, it is no longer a family matter. Moreover, he is my disciple, and this dojo is his true home. Uncertain of how to address the matters of your family, Zhang Yong responded calmly, blood ties cannot be altered. How can they not pertain to family affairs? On the contrary, Zhang Teng had risked his life for the Zhang clan, sacrificing much and contributing numerous treasures to the family. He has already repaid his debts of gratitude. Lin Bei replied indifferently, you may take your leave. At that moment, Lin Bei's tone shifted sharply, his eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. Should you refuse to depart, it would be deemed a provocation to the dojo, and I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. However, Lin Bei's words evidently did not instill fear in Zhang Yong. Initially, he held a considerable apprehension toward Lin Bei, particularly given the enigmatic descriptions in Zhang Xiaoxiao's correspondence. Merely a few words of guidance had enabled Zhang Teng to turn the tides and defeat Zhang Tao. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, he felt it was all but a facade. With no visible true energy and no martial intent to speak of, what could he possibly be regarded as a master? Perhaps Zhang Teng's victory over Zhang Tao was due to Lin Bei's counsel, but Zhang Yong believed that Zhang Teng's triumph stemmed more from his innate combat prowess. So, you are indeed intent on meddling in the affairs of the Zhang family? Zhang Yong's gaze sharpened instantly. Subsequently, he slammed his hand upon the table, unleashing a wave of martial intent. The intense essence of martial arts intermingled with true energy, creating an overwhelming presence. The countenances of many disciples in the dojo shifted, their stability faltering, with some even trembling at the knees. The terrifying aura of his martial prowess instilled a sense of illusion in everyone present. It felt as though a fist were poised to strike his face at any moment. Humph! Lin Bei let out a cold snort. In an instant, the once formidable martial intent was dissipated. The apprentices in the surrounding dojo felt a sudden lightness enveloping their bodies. It turned out that Lin Bei had employed the Tai Chi breathing technique to disrupt Zhang Yong's martial intent by harnessing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Zhang Yong was momentarily taken aback, utterly oblivious to the concept of such spiritual energy. All he comprehended was that the martial intent he had gathered had crumbled under the mere sound of Lin Bei's icy snort. His perception of Lin Bei was irrevocably transformed. He could only think, this person is remarkably powerful. Just at that moment, a furious voice erupted. Enough. Zhang Yong, are you not leaving? Do you truly wish to refuse a toast only to suffer for it? It was then that Zhang Teng had appeared in the dojo, having arrived unnoticed. Zhang Yong's pupils constricted as he turned to face Zhang Teng, his gaze tinged with sorrow. Tenger, are you truly unwilling to call me grandfather? Zhang Teng replied coldly. Our ties have long been severed. I hope you will conduct yourself with dignity. With a sigh, Zhang Yong slowly rose to his feet and cast a glance at Lin Bei. Though I do not comprehend how you achieved this, I must concede that I underestimated you. With that, he turned his attention to Zhang Teng. Tenger, silence. Address me by my full name. Zhang Teng retorted fiercely. Zhang Yong was momentarily stunned, but ultimately spoke with a forlorn expression. Allow me to take Xiao Xiao with me. Your affairs are no longer my concern. I shall return to inform the family that you have a devoted master willing to protect you. Upon finishing, he earnestly remarked, the family will report to the Zhou clan of Nanyang. I believe the Duke of Nanyang will weigh the pros and cons. If you truly possess the qualifications to be regarded differently by the Duke of Nanyang, this matter will naturally be resolved. As these words were spoken, Zhang Teng suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice laced with mockery and bitterness. Ridiculous. Utterly absurd, Zhang Yong. Your words are steeped in arrogance, brimming with condescension. By what right does the Zhang family look down upon our dojo? By what right does the Duke of Nanyang elevate himself above us? Zhang Teng bellowed. Zhang Yong, your obsequious demeanor towards the Duke of Nanyang is nauseating. Zhang Yong cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, you are utterly ignorant of power dynamics. No matter how formidable your master may be, he ultimately stands alone. He could simply walk away with a wave of his sleeve. What about you? What about these people from the dojo? Zhang Yong argued, his face flushed with indignation. You cannot escape. Even your master would be pursued like a rat fleeing the street. Before his words could fully settle, Zhang Teng was furiously incensed. Silence, he roared. Your servility has sunk to the very marrow of your being, yet you remain oblivious, reveling in your own delusion. If that were the extent of your folly, it might be forgivable, but you dare to show disrespect towards my master. Zhang Teng's eyes blazed with fury. Today, not only will you not take Zhang Xiaoxiao away, but you shall not leave this place even a single step. Chapter 40. The True Intent Revealed. The True Demon. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Teng immediately obstructed the exit of the dojo, casting a chilling gaze upon Zhang Yong. The dojo is not a place where one can come and go at will. Zhang Yong stared in astonishment at Zhang Teng. Are you truly intent on battling me? Although you possess an indomitable physique and extraordinary combat talent, do not forget that your Dantian has been destroyed. I stand at the realm of true martial intent. Do you believe you can surpass 2 major realms and several minor ones to engage me in combat? You are not worthy. If you wish to detain me, perhaps you should summon your master. With that, Zhang Yong glanced at Lin Bei, sensing his lack of intention to intervene, and he felt a sense of relief within. At that moment, Zhang Cheng was not swayed. Instead, he was filled with fervor for battle. Words are futile. The truth shall be revealed through action. Zhang Teng took a deep breath, adopting a fighting stance. If you wish to leave, you must first defeat me. Zhang Yong did not strike. Instead, he cast a glance at Lin Bei. Noticing Lin Bei's tacit approval, he let out a cold snort. Very well, let me witness what you have learned in this dojo. As his words fell, Zhang Yong vanished instantaneously from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared directly before Zhang Teng, delivering a punch aimed at the side of Zhang Teng's face. In an instant, Zhang Teng spun through the air 3 times before finally landing. As he touched down, his left foot traced a large circle, successfully dissipating the force of the impact. Did he truly evade it? Zhang Yong exhibited a moment of astonishment. Although his punch appeared to land squarely, it merely grazed Zhang Teng's chin. Nevertheless, the terrifying force of the punch sent Zhang Teng's body spinning as he attempted to evade. In fact, a gash of blood marred Zhang Teng's jaw. How could it be so swift? Xiao Liuzai stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. In the earlier clash between Zhang Teng and Zhang Tao, despite the evident disparity, he could still follow the movements. Yet this time, the assault unleashed by Zhang Yong was so rapid that it nearly outpaced his vision. Tainyo fixated intently on the battlefield. He harnessed martial intent, augmenting his inherent speed and propelling himself forward, which accounted for the astonishing quickness. This exemplified the manifestation of martial intent. How formidable! Is Brother Zhang truly a match for such an opponent? The stark, visible gap instilled a sense of dread in Xiao Liuzai and his companions. Tainyo resolutely declared, I have faith in Brother Zhang. At that moment, Zhang Teng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced down, and then offered a self-deprecating smile. He understood that had he not attained the strength of the fifth refinement, and if he were merely at the body refinement stage, that punch could have easily concussed him, at best, rendering him foolish, and at worst, paralyzing him entirely. Zhang Yang struck without the slightest mercy. As he wiped the blood from his chin, Lin Bei's gaze began to turn frigid. The essence of martial intent is indeed formidable. Alas, your unexpected ambush has failed. You have no more opportunities. As the words fell, Zhang Teng unexpectedly launched the first strike, charging directly at Zhang Yang, overestimating your own abilities. Your assault, though fierce, surpassing that of an average mid-stage Danai practitioner, remains sluggish before me. Zhang Yang remarked with indifference at this level. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me? After deftly evading Zhang Teng's 2 attacks in succession, Zhang Yang unleashed a powerful Zhang ancestor long fist aimed squarely at Zhang Teng's heart. He believed that with the augmentation of martial intent, this strike would accelerate with astonishing speed and surely find its mark. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Zhang Teng seemed to possess foresight. Evading the moment Zhang Yang exerted his strength. If that were all, it would suffice. What truly astounded him was that he had intended to harness martial intent to propel his fist faster. Yet, at the instant he summoned his martial intent, he found himself utterly unable to consolidate it. This scene mirrored the earlier moment when Lin Bei had effortlessly shattered his martial intent. Zhang Teng, it appeared, had also mastered the art of thwarting his ability to gather martial intent. In the midst of his astonishment, Zhang Teng had already sidestepped his attack and seized upon his fleeting defensive vulnerability. Bang! Bang! Zhang Teng transformed his palm into a finger, striking Zhang Yang 3 times in quick succession. Zhang Yang swiftly regained his footing, forcing Zhang Teng back with 2 powerful punches. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Liuzai's expression darkened considerably. Is it truly possible that he remains completely unscathed? Is this the caliber of a martial arts master? It is indeed formidable. Brother Zhang's strikes could cleave mountains and shatter stones. Suddenly, Tainyo broke into a laugh. Unscathed? That is merely superficial. The essence of martial arts is indeed powerful, surpassing even the protective true energy. However, he has failed to defend against Brother Zhang's assault. Xiao Liuzai promptly inquired, why is that? I see Zhang Yang appearing utterly unperturbed. That is merely an illusion. During Brother Zhang's attack, he directly targeted Zhang Yang's acupoints. As a result, Zhang Yang's martial true energy and martial essence are now functioning ineffectively. Observe, his speed has diminished. Indeed, just as Tainyo had asserted, in their earlier exchanges, Zhang Yang's speed and strength had utterly overwhelmed Zhang Teng. But now, the two are evenly matched, with Zhang Yang clearly sensing discomfort, his rhythm of attack disrupted. After several rounds, Zhang Teng seized another opportunity to counterattack. In a brief moment, Zhang Teng struck Zhang Yang at least 7 times, while Zhang Yang failed to land a single hit on Zhang Teng. Brother Zhang, victory is within reach. Tainyo's tone was tinged with excitement. This spectacle left Lin Bei utterly astonished. His audacity in challenging Zhang Yang stemmed entirely from having reached the 6th refinement of the Tao body. Moreover, he had long engaged in combat simulations. After hundreds of iterations, he gradually mastered the technique of sealing acupoints with force. Where is Zhang Teng? Astonishingly, after merely exchanging a few blows, he has already mastered this technique. Lin Bei even suspects that this young man had devised a strategy to counter Zhang Yang's martial essence prior to their encounter. Lin Bei understands that even among those who have advanced to the 5th refinement, being able to contend evenly with a practitioner of the Danxi realm is considered exceptional. The fact that Zhang Teng can engage with Zhang Yang, who embodies the martial essence at the manifest stage, and gradually turn the tide after initially facing a disadvantage, is not merely a testament to the 5th refinement, but rather a reflection of Zhang Teng's extraordinary prowess. In this moment, Lin Bei cannot help but marvel at Zhang Teng's exceptional talent. At this juncture, the clash between Zhang Teng and Zhang Yang continues, and it is evident to all present at the dojo that Zhang Teng is overwhelmingly dominating the fight. Brother Zhang, how has he suddenly become so formidable? Xiao Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Tainyo laughed, remarking that it is not that Brother Zhang has grown stronger, but rather that Zhang Yang has weakened. Brother Zhang has sealed his acupoints, disrupting the flow of his true energy and the cohesion of his martial essence, reducing the confrontation to a mere test of physical endurance and combat technique. Clearly, Brother Zhang holds the advantage. Indeed, as Tainyo's voice fell, Zhang Teng seized a massive opening in Zhang Yong's defense, executing the Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm and landing 9 consecutive strikes. The final blow struck directly at Zhang Yong's heart, sending him into a backflip and crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. At this moment, Zhang Yong raised his head in disbelief. Just then, a hand came crashing down towards his skull, growing larger in his vision. Chapter 41. The Challenge, the Life and Death Contract. A deadly aura surged forth, the intent to kill unmistakably palpable. He understood that the wielder of this hand was intent on taking his life. And that very wielder was none other than his own grandson. Zhang Yong felt an icy chill envelop him, a fleeting glimmer of desolation and self-mockery flickering in his eyes. He observed Lin Bei tacitly agreeing to engage in battle with Zhang Teng, and a sense of secret delight blossomed within him. His original plan had been to incapacitate his grandson, to render him mentally impaired, and thereby deliver him to the family, to the Zhou clan of Nanyang. He yearned for the Zhou family to spare his life, considering the fact that his grandson would be left in a state of mental deficiency. Yet now, his machinations had unraveled, and he found himself on the brink of death at the hands of his own flesh and blood. A profound sorrow engulfed him. There was no familial bond left between them, as his grandson sought to end his life. He derided himself for his cowardice, for failing to champion justice for his grandson, and he scorned his own complicity in the tyranny. Nevertheless, a semblance of relief washed over him. The so-called familial righteousness had long since suffocated him, compelling him to commit acts that contradicted his very beliefs. He had contemplated renouncing this familial duty, yet he found himself unable to do so. His children had all sacrificed themselves for the family, and he felt obligated to uphold its legacy, even if it lay in ruins. Yet, the anticipated fatal blow did not descend. Zhang Teng's hand halted before him. In a daze, he lifted his gaze, only to behold Zhang Teng's face awash with tears. However, it was not that Zhang Teng's heart had softened. Rather, Lin Bei had firmly grasped Zhang Teng's hand. Master! Zhang Teng's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at Lin Bei, a mixture of confusion and bewilderment reflected in his expression. To kill him, is your resolve steadfast? Lin Bei inquired. I must kill him. Zhang Teng replied through gritted teeth, directing a fierce look at Zhang Yong. In the heat of battle, he showed no mercy. Thus, I too should show none. This is a mark of respect for a warrior. Enough, Lin Bei said calmly. Wipe away your tears. I can see your determination, but your tears betray you. With that, Lin Bei gently patted Zhang Teng's shoulder. To kill him will not lead to clarity of thought, but rather tarnish your heart's essence. Remember, they are not worthy of clouding your path. At that moment, Zhang Teng finally dried his tears. Master, what should I do? He asked, overwhelmed by confusion and uncertainty. Lin Bei quietly regarded Zhang Teng before turning away, gazing up at the sky. The road ahead is long and arduous. In this world, there exist countless shackles, numerous challenges, and a plethora of trials. To overcome them, one must discern the essence of the matter. As the saying goes, simplicity lies beneath complexity. The essence of all things is invariably simple. If you can see through to the core, then break the shackles that bind you, confront the challenges that arise, and sharpen your own blade against the trials. Zhang Teng listened intently, and the haze of confusion in his eyes seemed to lift slightly. Tenger, tell me, what has brought you suffering? Zhang Teng gritted his teeth and replied, It is the Zhang family. They have destroyed my Dantian, obliterated my familial bonds, and left my thoughts in disarray. What do you intend to do? Shatter it. Lin Bei inquired further, What binds the Zhang family? The Zhou clan of Nanyang. Zhang Teng retorted, his teeth clenched. What actions will you take? Shatter it. Lin Bei smiled faintly. And what is the essence of all this? Zhang Teng declared resolutely, It is because I am too weak. What will you do? Endlessly cultivate and surpass myself. Lin Bei turned, nodding in approval, then grasped Zhang Teng's hand. With your fists? Break the shackles of the Zhang family and shatter the arrogance of the Zhou clan. Since they refuse to reason, let your fist convey the message. I understand, master. Zhang Teng exclaimed, his face alight with fervor and passion. Lin Bei observed Zhang Teng's invigorated demeanor with satisfaction. This motivational boost would undoubtedly inspire the young man to pursue his training with greater fervor. However, at that moment, Zhang Teng swiftly approached the stone table in the training hall, seized the paper and brush, and began to write with impressive flourish. Soon, he tossed a sheet of paper to Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, take Zhang Xiaoxiao back with you and inform the Zhang family that 10 days hence, I shall pay them a visit. This is, indeed, a declaration of war. Do not entertain the thought of hiding it. I will deliver the declaration to the headquarters for impartial adjudication. Having spoken, he cast a sincere gaze towards Lin Bei, his expression seemingly inquiring. Master, have I acted rightly? Lin Bei was taken aback. What is happening? His face was a canvas of confusion. What declaration of war? He had merely offered Zhang Teng some encouragement, hoping to spur him towards diligent practice. He had no intention of stirring trouble. Yet, Zhang Teng's demeanor suggested that he was the mastermind behind it all. This was troubling. This young man had taken it all the wrong way. At that moment, Lin Bei felt as if he were a mute tasting bitter gall, undeniably uncomfortable. However, there was one aspect that brought him some solace. At least this young man understood the value of waiting 10 days to enhance his strength. What do you intend to do? Seek the headquarters for validation? Are you challenging the Zhang family? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Yong's face. Indeed, if you wish to capture me, then I shall visit the Zhang family and see who possesses the capability to apprehend me. Zhang Teng snorted coldly. After I notify the headquarters, they will dispatch a notary. At that time, even if someone from the Zhou family of Nanyang is present, they will not be able to lay a hand on me. Therefore, upon your return, inform the Zhang family not to expect assistance from the Zhou family of Nanyang. Furthermore, convey to those who seek to capture me that this challenge will determine both victory and mortality. I shall approach it with a life-and-death decree in hand. Zhang Yang gasped in astonishment. He had come to a realization. Zhang Teng, are you truly willing to gamble with your life? Do you not fear the Zhou family of Nanyang? Zhang Yang's voice trembled slightly. If you emerge victorious, the Zhou family will sense a threat and likely dispatch formidable opponents to eliminate you. Should you lose, your demise shall be at the hands of the Zhang family. Although you triumphed over me, you did so merely by relying on your innate combat talent. You cannot possibly contend with the multitude of the Zhang family. Zhang Teng cast a cold glance in his direction. Spare me your ridiculous concern. My mind is resolute on this matter. Zhang Teng asserted confidently. As for your mention of the Zhou family of Nanyang, there is no need for worry. If I conquer the Zhang family, I shall immediately challenge the Zhou family of Nanyang. According to the rules, upon defeating the Zhang family, I shall be granted a 6-month respite. Within that half-year, I may confront the Zhou family at any moment, while they will be unable to act against me until 6 months have elapsed. This is a calculated strategy. Should I lack the strength to vanquish the Zhou family after 6 months, then I shall deserve my fate. Zhang Teng's words were resolute, leaving Zhang Yong utterly speechless. Little Six, go and bring Zhang Xiaoxiao out. Understood. Little Six hurried off to the location where Zhang Xiaoxiao was held. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao arrived. The moment she set foot in the dojo and beheld her grandfather lying on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, her heart sank. The entire person is in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 42. The 10-day pact grandfather, what is wrong? Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran to Zhang Yong's side. Upon witnessing her grandfather's inability to stand and seeing the resolute expression on Zhang Teng's face, she began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I have lost. Help me up. Zhang Yong was assisted to his feet, casting a profound glance at Zhang Teng, followed by another at Lin Bei. Ultimately, he uttered nothing, merely exhaling 2 words. We depart. Depart? Zhang Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to believe that Zhang Teng would permit their exit. Let us go. Lin Bei gestured with his hand. It was then that Zhang Xiaoxiao finally exhaled in relief. Just as the two reached the entrance of the dojo, Zhang Teng suddenly spoke. Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao paused, her steps faltering. Take care. Though Zhang Teng's words sounded like a show of concern, Zhang Xiaoxiao discerned an underlying resolve in his tone. Oh, you take care too. With that, Zhang Xiaoxiao supported Zhang Yong and vanished through the entrance of the dojo. Outside the dojo, Zhang Yong sighed deeply. Xiaoxiao, do you understand what Zhang Teng's words of take care truly mean? Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at her grandfather in confusion. Grandfather, what do you mean by that? My brother telling me to take care isn't a sign of concern? Concern? Zhang Yong chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just take a look at this. Zhang Xiaoxiao at the challenge letter handed over by her grandfather, written in Zhang Teng's own hand, and found herself momentarily bewildered. Do you understand now? Zhang Yong said bitterly. He is subtly warning you not to obstruct him or stand against him, otherwise, he will show no mercy. The two of them exchanged a silent glance, words escaping them for a time. Eventually, breaking the stillness, Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, Grandfather, did you succumb to the forest master of the dojo? No, I was defeated by Zhang Teng. Defeated by your own brother? Zhang Xiaoxiao was struck with disbelief. Just a short while ago, Zhang Teng had been unable to best Zhang Tao without his master's guidance to turn the tide. How could it be that he has now triumphed over her grandfather? It was simply unfathomable. At that moment, the image of Lin Bei flashed in her mind. His casual remark had set the stage for Zhang Teng's remarkable comeback. Leaving her in shock, unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Did his master guide him?" "No," Zhang Yong responded, shaking his head in silence. "How could that be? You are a formidable master of martial arts." Zhang Yong offered a wry smile. "Indeed, that is the reality. I have been bested by Zhang Teng." Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. After a brief silence, she could not help but voice her concern. "Grandfather, if my brother truly intends to confront you, would you take action against him?" Although Zhang Xiaoxiao had already found her answer within, the moment Zhang Yong addressed Zhang Teng by his full name rather than as Teng, she felt certain. Yet she could not suppress her urge to inquire further. Zhang Yong remained silent, gazing into the distance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I do not know." Zhang Xiaoxiao fell into silence. "Do not know? Is it truly ignorance, or merely an inability to articulate? Why has it come to this?" Unable to hold back her tears, Zhang Xiaoxiao lamented. "The fault has never rested with my elder brother, has it?" At the dojo, Zhang Teng articulated the reasons behind his challenge with clarity. It turned out that within the realm of martial artists, there exists a convention. All grievances may be resolved through a formal challenge. Once adjudicated fairly, it transforms into a legitimate contest of martial prowess. This method of issuing challenges is widely accepted among martial practitioners, whether in martial arts schools, families, or academies, as long as the contents of the challenge are acknowledged. A fair adjudication will ensue. During this adjudication, the main dojo dispatches skilled protectors. Zhang Teng's decision to issue a challenge was made after careful consideration. Given that the Zhang family persistently sent individuals to capture him, it was clear they would not relent. Should the Zhou family of Nanyang learn of the Zhang family's failed attempts, they might very well intervene personally. In such circumstances, the dojo would be overwhelmed. Thus, rather than waiting defensively, it was wiser to take the initiative and issue the challenge first. In this manner, he managed to secure a considerable amount of time. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of agreement within. Sometimes, it is precisely the fear of confrontation that leads to an unending series of troubles. If one were to strike the first blow, it could potentially prevent a barrage of retaliatory strikes. Although Zhang Teng occasionally gave Lin Bei the impression of being somewhat oblivious, it must be acknowledged that his considerations in this matter were indeed thorough. After listening to Zhang Teng's complete plan, Lin Bei immediately summoned Xiao Yozi. "Xiao Yozi, I'm here." Xiao Yozi responded swiftly. "Master, you called for me. Take Zhang Shixiang's challenge letter and make a trip to the main hall in Qingyan City." "Understood." Xiao Yozi promptly departed. "Shixiang, do you think the main hall will acknowledge and handle this matter justly?" Tainyo expressed his concerns. "Absolutely," Zhang Teng replied with unwavering confidence. "Our request is not made without reason. We have already approached the main hall for mediation of the grievances. The main hall is well aware of the Zhou family's true nature. To refuse mediation would be to disrespect the main hall. Now that I have issued the challenge, the main hall will undoubtedly refrain from interference and may even dispatch formidable experts to oversee the battle, ensuring that the Prince of Nanyang does not meddle. This serves not only to elevate my standing, but also to restore the main hall's dignity." Tainyo was enlightened. "So that is the case. Has Shixiang already contemplated this?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was left speechless. Nonsense. If Zhang Teng had truly considered everything so meticulously, he would not have encountered the incident at the Liuhe Martial Arts School. It was merely a matter of chance. Indeed, Zhang Teng chuckled awkwardly. "It was a coincidence. Had it not been for my master's guidance, I wouldn't have even thought of issuing a challenge." Iron Bull inquired with concern, "Do we have enough time in 10 days?" Zhang Teng replied confidently, 10 days. I will only grow stronger. While I cannot claim absolute certainty, I at least possess the strength to fight." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Qingyan City, Mu Qingwa was practicing her swordsmanship. Suddenly, a female martial artist from the headquarters rushed over. "Senior Sister Qingwei, someone is looking for you." "Someone is looking for me?" Mu Qingwei paused her practice and arranged her hair. "Who is it?" "I heard that the person claims to be Xiao Yozi." "Xiao Yozi?" Mu Qingwei was puzzled. "I don't know him. Send him away." "Oh, right. He also mentioned that he is from the dojo." "From the dojo? Then I know him. I'll go take a look." Mu Qingwei sheathed her sword. "Senior Sister, could it be that the dojo is seeking help? Previously, you mentioned that a certain Zhang Teng a martial arts genius, seems to have a grudge against the Zhou family from Nanyang. Your attempt to mediate failed. The female martial artist inquired curiously. Mu Qingwen nodded with a smile. It's possible. If the dojo is willing to relocate, it would be a good thing. This school is somewhat unique and holds valuable insights. Did the curator agree to move over? The female warrior inquired with a face full of curiosity. Of course, they agreed. The Zhou family of Nanyang does not show any respect to our main hall, so the curator will not indulge them either. Upon mentioning the Zhou family of Nanyang, Mu Qingyue's expression also darkened. As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of the main hall, where they spotted the inquisitive Xiaoluzi. Chapter 43, Justice. For breaches of limits, Iron Bull breakthrough at the main hall of Qingyun City. Xiao Liuzai appeared as a rustic villager stepping into the city. Astonished by the imposing 30-meter-high walls and the intricate sculptures and stone carvings of the main hall. Are you Xiao Liuzai? A gentle voice broke through the silence. It was Mu Qingwei, rousing the wide-eyed Xiao Liuzai from his reverie. Hello, Miss Mu. Upon seeing Mu Qingyue, Xiao Liuzai felt a twinge of shyness. His voice faltering as he hurriedly presented the letter of challenge bestowed upon him by Zhang Teng. This is for you. What is this? Mu Qingyue's expression turned to one of surprise as she accepted the letter. A letter of challenge? Indeed, Xiao Liuzai quickly affirmed. This is a challenge from senior brother Zhang Teng to the Zhang clan, specifically requesting the main hall's arbitration. Arbitration from the main hall? Mu Qingyue's astonishment deepened. Typically, such a request was reserved for life-and-death battles. Was Zhang Teng prepared for a fight to the bitter end? Xiao Liuzai nodded in response. A nearby warrior, intrigued, inquired. Why does he not present himself? Xiao Liuzai promptly explained. The date of the challenge is set for 10 days hence. Senior brother Zhang must cherish every moment for his cultivation, hence I am here on his behalf. Miss Mu, to verify its authenticity. Senior brother Zhang instructed me to present this to you. As he spoke, Xiao Liuzai produced a small hairpin shaped like a sword. Upon sighting the small, sword-shaped hairpin, Miss Mu revealed a smile. This was her concealed weapon. When she recognized instantly, she recalled retrieving it, only to misplace it later. I remember you. Your challenge's authenticity is beyond doubt, even without this proof. Moreover, if the main hall agrees to a fair judgment, they will dispatch someone, rendering any deceit futile. With that, Mu Qingwei turned to the martial artist beside her and said, Li Shimi, please take Xiao Liuzai to the martial arts hall for a cup of tea. I shall report to the hall master. Certainly, Li Shimi replied with a smile, glancing at Xiao Liuzai. Let us go, Xiao Liuzai. As she spoke, she took Xiao Liuzai's hand. He was taken aback, his face visibly flushed. Li Shimi chuckled playfully. Let us go? I will treat you to the finest Qingyun tea at our main hall. Within the main hall, in the martial arts arena, a solitary figure supported himself with a single finger, performing a handstand. It was none other than the hall master of Qingyun City, Mu Qingyun. Surrounding him were dozens of martial arts experts seated in meditation, attentively observing the hall master's demonstration. Pay close attention. Next, you shall experience the application of power. As his words fell, Mu Qingyun abruptly lifted the fingers supporting him from the ground. In a miraculous display, he remained suspended in midair, as if buoyed by some unseen force. When one's momentum is fully cultivated to the extent of sustaining itself, one has already embarked on the path. The essence of momentum lies in the ultimate manifestation of martial intent, an intangible yet pervasive force. This is momentum. While martial intent may manifest visibly and audibly, once transformed into momentum, it becomes formless and elusive. How then can one defend against it? This realm transcends mere profundity. It signifies a martial artist's evolution. Upon achieving momentum, one may be heralded as a master of the martial way. As the words fell, the Grandmaster rose effortlessly into the air, standing firmly. The surrounding martial artists erupted into thunderous applause. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the Grandmaster's demonstration, Mu Qingwei promptly approached. Grandmaster, please take a look at this challenge letter. A challenge letter? The Grandmaster appeared perplexed as he accepted the document and began to read it attentively. Shortly thereafter, a look of intrigue graced his features. How fascinating. This Zhang Teng is truly unexpected, daring to challenge the entire Zhang clan. Indeed, Mu Qingwei nodded. Initially, I thought the dojo had reconsidered its position and intended to relocate beside the Grand Hall. What is your perspective? The Grandmaster inquired, turning his gaze toward Mu Qingwei. Grandmaster, if it were someone else, I would say they are courting death, but Zhang Teng is a different story. Oh, the Grandmaster, slightly taken aback, asked. I recall you mentioning that he is merely an undefeated body refinement practitioner, correct? Although he has triumphed over you. You were only utilizing the strength of an early stage in the Danci realm. In that realm, there are indeed many formidable practitioners of martial arts. And Zhang Fulong stands as a peak exponent of true martial intent, reportedly not far from achieving the gathering of forces. The disparity is considerable. Mu Qingwen nodded, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Although her master is shrouded in mystery, a challenge must be met personally. I too wish to discern the source of his confidence. The chief master pondered briefly. Regardless, the dojo is an officially recognized martial arts institution. Since a challenge has been issued and a request for impartiality made, we cannot remain passive. A flicker of determination sparkled in Mu Qingyue's eyes. Master, please allow me to serve as the impartial judge. In my view, Zhang Teng is far from a reckless individual. I wish to uncover the basis of his confidence. Very well. The chief master nodded. Our dojo's certification of martial arts is to be brought along this time as well. Meanwhile, in the dojo, Iron Bull's Tai Chi exuded an essence devoid of softness. Each move, while appearing gentle, was in reality imbued with an unparalleled rigidity. The harmonious blend of hardness and softness in Tai Chi seemed to intensify under his command. Strangely, however, a celestial energy danced around him, as if responding to his every action. His punches could now summon the very essence of nature. Lin Bei observed Iron Bull's technique with satisfaction, realizing that the latter was on the cusp of comprehending the path of cultivation. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Bei suddenly noticed that the celestial energies surrounding Iron Bull began to surge into his own being. Is it accomplished? Almost simultaneously, a voice resonated in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple, Tai Nyo, has comprehended the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing technique. Your mastery of the Tai Chi breathing method has reached a profound level. Congratulations. Your Tai Chi breathing has transcended its limits 4 times. What an unexpected delight. In the next moment, insights regarding the Zhou Tian acupoints surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. This sensation was truly marvelous. Until now, Lin Bei had always engaged in the practice of the breathing techniques to refine his Tao body. Yet, at this moment, he found that he need not actively engage in the Tai Chi breathing. His entire being instinctively performed the breathing on its own. It was as if Lin Bei's body relied on instinct to breathe. The Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method that Zhang Teng had grasped still resided within the framework of the Tai Chi breathing. Although Tai Nyo's Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method sounded similar, it was, in essence, entirely different. Master. At that moment, Tai Nyo joyfully approached Lin Bei. I have realized something. I believe I can begin my training. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. Practice diligently, and in the future, you shall be my second disciple. Tai Nyo was overjoyed, but then, with a hint of apprehension, he inquired, Master, I have a bold idea, but I am uncertain if it is feasible. What idea? Lin Bei asked, slightly puzzled. Tai Nyo boldly declared, I wish to establish a brand new martial art based on Tai Chi. Lin Bei was taken aback. What on earth? Creating a boxing technique? Could it be that this Iron Bull's talent surpasses even that of Zhang Teng? Chapter 44. The Unparalleled Gift of Iron Bull. Lin Bei was taken aback by Iron Bull's words, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, a peculiar thought arose within him. Although Zhang Teng, as the senior disciple, possessed an extraordinary comprehension of the path of cultivation, Iron Bull's innate talent for combat and technique was evidently superior. Please share your thoughts, Lin Bei inquired. He understood that Iron Bull's willingness to express his ideas was, in essence, a request for guidance. In the past, Lin Bei might have lacked genuine skills and would have deflected the inquiry. However, now that he had transcended the limits of Tai Chi twice and had achieved 4 breakthroughs in Tai Chi breathing technique, his own strength had reached the 6th level of the Tao body. Guiding Iron Bull was certainly within his capabilities. Upon hearing Lin Bei's question, Iron Bull promptly articulated his thoughts. Master, Tai Chi embodies both softness and hardness, yet my boxing style is entirely rigid and young. In this context, I wish to utilize softness as a supplement, ensuring that the rigidity remains unyielding while creating a form of boxing that is purely formidable. Lin Bei listened intently, feeling a profound astonishment within. Iron Bull, though seemingly simple and rugged, possessed an intricate understanding. He recognized that excessive rigidity can lead to fracture, and that true strength must encompass a blend of softness to attain an unparalleled state of firmness. It was no wonder he regarded Tai Chi as a foundation. This was truly a manifestation of distilling its essence and achieving a harmonious synthesis. Iron Bull understood well that what suits oneself is indeed the best choice. Since you have grasped the principles of Tai Chi, exploring an alternative path is certainly feasible. Lin Bei acknowledged Tai Nyo's prowess. Tai Nyo felt a slight surge of joy and continued, "Master, I possess a technique that complements this boxing style, and I wish to seek your guidance." Technique? Upon hearing those words, Lin Bei instantly grasped the significance. Was this a martial skill tailored for practitioners, a technique of creation? What sort of technique? Is it akin to the sealing method employed by your senior brother Zhang? Tai Nyo shook his head. Senior brother Zhang's sealing method is derived from Tai Chi. While my Zheong boxing technique also has its roots in Tai Chi, I am referring to a technique, not a martial skill. Lin Bei's interest was piqued. Indeed, he had not misjudged Tai Nyo. This young man possessed an extraordinary talent in certain aspects, one that even Zhang Teng could not rival. Please elaborate on your technique's concept. Certainly, Tai Nyo responded eagerly. Master, while I was comprehending the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method, I realized that within my body, there exist 365 acupoints. Although there are these 365 acupoints, they can be categorized into large and small circulations. The large circulation refers to the entirety of the 365 acupoints, and these acupoints can form 9 distinct small circulations. Lin Bei appeared to nod casually, yet internally, he was profoundly astonished. Had it not been for his mastery of the Tai Chi breathing technique, which allowed him to assimilate the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method during his fourth breakthrough, he would have struggled to comprehend Tai Nyo's words. He understood that Tai Nyo was conveying the essence of the acupoint breathing method. Even Zhang Teng could not comprehend this aspect. Upon seeing Lin Bei nod, Tai Nyo felt a surge of confidence within. Master, the technique of breathing and circulating energy involves absorbing the spiritual forces of heaven and earth into every inch of flesh and blood, thereby refining the Taoist body. I believe that, in addition to integrating these forces into the flesh, it may also be possible to store the spiritual energy within the acupoints. During battle, if one could harness the energy from these acupoints, one's strength would be exponentially enhanced. Furthermore, I have discovered that the 9 major circulatory acupoints are structured in a progressive manner. If all 9 acupoints are completely filled with spiritual energy and activated gradually using a special method, perhaps the resultant state could unleash 9-fold combat power. A gasp escaped Lin Bei's lips as he absorbed this revelation. 9-fold enhancement? Such a claim seemed almost preposterous. He was acutely aware that Tai Nyo's proposition was indeed feasible. With the simplest words, Tai Nyo had articulated an extraordinarily formidable technique. Feasible, Lin Bei affirmed succinctly, casting an encouraging glance at Tai Nyo. Have you decided on a name for the boxing technique and the skill you are preparing to create? Tai Nyo nodded and replied, Master, I would like to name my boxing technique Supreme Yang Boxing and the Skill 9 Yang Dao Method. Excellent. Lin Bei remarked with a smile, a splendid name. Meanwhile, on the road to the dojo, within the carriage, Mu Qingwei inquired, Xiao Yozai, why did your master not intervene when Zhang Teng challenged the Zhang clan? Why the obstruction? Xiao Yoji appeared perplexed. Master has encouraged him to settle the grievances. Mu Qingwei was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Is Zhang Teng's strength sufficient to challenge the Zhang clan? Or is that merely courting death? Why would Lin Bei encourage such folly? With a face full of confusion, she inquired, the estate owner supports his quest for revenge? Once a challenge is issued, it becomes a matter of life and death. Xiao Yoji wore an expression of nonchalance. Exactly, because once the challenge is laid down, according to the rules, it indeed requires a resolution of life and death, which is why Brother Zhang insists on impartiality from the main hall. Mu Qingwei was even more perplexed. She struggled to comprehend why Xiao Yoji regarded Zhang Teng's actions as reasonable. Did he not grasp that in the face of the Zhang clan's might, Zhang Teng's strength was tantamount to seeking his own demise? With a heart full of questions, she replied, Do you believe Brother Zhang is courting death? Xiao Yoji countered. A little, Mu Qingwei replied candidly. The Zhang clan held a prominent position in Nanyang, boasting dozens of martial artists of notable prowess, among whom the strongest was Zhang Teng, rumored to have attained the pinnacle of martial essence. If you recklessly issue a challenge, Zhang Teng might very well return from the border. Xiao Yoji displayed an air of indifference. What is there to fear? Brother Zhang can currently defeat Zhang Yong, and in 10 days, he will surpass Zhang Teng. Zhang Yong, who is he? Did someone from the Zhang family come to capture Zhang Teng? Mu Qingwei asked. Xiaozi immediately recounted the entire affair concerning Zhang Ta and Zhang Yong. Upon hearing that Zhang Teng had triumphed over Zhang Ta, Mu Qingwei, though astonished, found it rather reasonable. After all, during her own assessment, she had utilized her prowess equivalent to the initial stage of the Danci, comparable to an average warrior at the mid-stage of the Danci. Therefore, it was not entirely unacceptable for Zhang Teng to best her. Nor was it surprising that he could defeat someone at the late stage of the Danci. However, her astonishment escalated when she learned that Zhang Teng had also vanquished Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong was a formidable master at the manifestation level of the martial intent realm. This was not merely the initial stage of martial intent, but rather a level where one could skillfully wield their martial intent. Although Zhang Teng had previously disrupted her sword intent manifestation, she understood deep down that he could not possibly be a match for a master at the martial intent realm. Contemplating this, Mu Qingwei immediately inquired, "The disparity between body refinement and martial intent is as vast as the heavens and the earth. How on earth did he achieve this?" Xiaozi replied with a confident smile, "Because he is brother Zhang. By the time he defeated Zhang Yong, he had already reached the fifth refinement of the Tao body." The revelation of the Tao body's fifth refinement left Mu Qingwei utterly astounded. She was aware of the 9 refinements of the Tao body, having been informed by Zhang Teng during their earlier encounter. She had believed that the 3rd refinement of the Tao body corresponded to a warrior's Danci realm. Yet, it now appeared that the situation was entirely different. How could Zhang Teng, at the 5th refinement of the Tao body, possibly defeat a master at the manifestation level of the martial intent realm? This is simply outrageous. When I faced Zhang Teng back then, what level was he at? Mu Qingwei inquired. "Oh," Xiaozi chuckled. "At that time, senior brother Zhang had just begun his journey, perhaps at the 1st level at most." Upon hearing this, a tempest surged within Mu Qingwei's heart. Chapter 45, The 7th Refinement? Notary. Zhang Teng once remarked that the indomitable diamond was roughly equivalent to the 3rd refinement level. What does the 1st refinement signify? It implies that when she confronted Zhang Teng, he did not exert the inherent powers of a cultivator. He triumphed solely through his invincible golden form. This indicates that her understanding of cultivators is limited to Zhang Teng's descriptions. Even her own speculations about the strengths of new sects might be misguided. In that moment, what had once appeared clear to Mu Qingwei regarding the new sect was once again shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Mu Qingwei realized that hearing is but an illusion, while seeing is believing. Thus, she resolved that upon her visit to the dojo, she would engage in a spar with Zhang Teng. "Little Six, I have a question." Mu Qingwei inquired after a moment of contemplation. "What is it?" Little Six replied earnestly, gazing at Mu Qingwei. "I recall that the last time I parted from Zhang Teng was not long ago. How is it that he has progressed from the 1st to the 5th refinement in such a brief period? Do cultivators advance at such an accelerated pace?" Little Six, observing the curiosity in Mu Qingwei's eyes, could not help but sigh. "Miss Mu, I have yet to embark on the path myself, so I cannot ascertain whether the usual pace of cultivation is swift. However, to me, Brother Zhang is nothing short of a genius." Mu Qingwei nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. On the other side, the dojo. Zhang Teng was practicing martial arts within the dojo. Since he had integrated the technique of breath control with acupoints, he discovered that the harmonious combination of movement and stillness significantly accelerated his cultivation. After a while, Zhang Teng paused, at which point an apprentice approached him, offering a cloth to wipe away his sweat. At that moment, Tainyo also approached, his face beaming with a smile. "Congratulations, senior brother, on reaching the 6th refinement." After concluding his practice, Zhang Teng's expression turned serious. "I can sense that while the first 6 refinements were relatively manageable, the 7th refinement will be exceedingly challenging. It entails not only tempering the physical body, but also consolidating the spirit." "Consolidating the spirit?" Tainyo expressed a measure of surprise. "Is it truly that difficult?" "It is not so much a matter of difficulty, but rather the slow pace of progress," Zhang Teng elucidated. "The first 6 refinements involve inhaling and exhaling the natural energies of heaven and earth to directly temper the flesh, bones, and organs. The 7th refinement, however, focuses on refining the spirit, necessitating a resonance between the spirit and the natural energies of heaven and earth. Thus, the challenge is not only substantial but also requires one to enter a state of unity between heaven and man." As he spoke, Zhang Teng broke into a smile. "Yet, upon beginning my attempts at spirit refinement, I discovered that I have gained control over the natural energies. Fellow disciples, once I reach the 9th refinement, I shall be able to open the heavenly gate for you all." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the dojo displayed expressions of elation. "Wonderful. If the heavenly gate is opened, we too shall be able to cultivate." Just then, Lin Bei emerged, gently clearing his throat. The disciples of the dojo immediately reacted, hastily exclaiming, "Greetings, master." Lin Bei nodded. Why were they all gathered here instead of practicing their punches? Tainyo quickly interjected, "Master, senior brother Zhang has just reached the 6th level of the Tao body and introduced us to the 7th level, which is why the junior brothers have come to listen." "Reached the 6th level?" Lin Bei turned to Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng replied, "I just broke through and attempted the 7th level." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "Keep up the good work. I eagerly await the day you achieve the 9th level." "Yes, master." After Lin Bei departed, Zhang Teng could not help but express his admiration. "Truly worthy of being our master. What is the matter?" Tainyo looked at Zhang Teng with curiosity. Standing beside the master just now, I could feel the celestial and earthly spiritual energy surrounding him, in a remarkably unique symbiotic state. Zhang Teng spoke with reverence. To put it simply, the master is not cultivating, yet the celestial and earthly spiritual energy is continuously enhancing his cultivation. What a profound state! Tainyo exclaimed, visibly astonished. "Your words bring me shame, senior brother. What is troubling you?" Zhang Teng inquired, somewhat puzzled. "To be honest, I had originally comprehended the Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing technique, which allows the body to instinctively absorb and exhale energy, thus enhancing one's cultivation," Tainyo answered earnestly. "I even felt quite pleased with myself, thinking I had pioneered a new path in cultivation." Upon hearing the introduction from his senior brother, I finally realized that my master's realm has long surpassed my understanding by an immeasurable distance. What I consider pioneering may merely be trivial skills in the eyes of my master. Zhang Teng burst into hearty laughter. Why should junior brother trouble himself unnecessarily? After all, he is our master. At this moment, Lin Bei, seemingly composed while sipping tea, secretly reveled in his heart. His disciples are so adept at imaginative speculation, utterly oblivious to the fact that his accomplishments are entirely contingent upon them. Nevertheless, this reassured Lin Bei. Has this rascal Zhang Teng finally commenced the 7th refinement? It appears that he should be able to thoroughly solidify the 7th refinement before challenging the Zhang clan. As for Lin Bei, he has already reached the 7th refinement, and the 8th is nearly within his grasp. By the time Zhang Teng attains the 7th refinement, Lin Bei should ascend to the 9th. At that juncture, he will have meticulously constructed the framework for Yufa. Observing Zhang Teng and Tainyo practicing their martial arts, Lin Bei felt a profound sense of satisfaction, particularly with Zhang Teng, who has recently displayed exceptional diligence in his cultivation. It is noteworthy that when Lin Bei's Tai Chi breathing technique broke its limits for the 3rd time, he had already commenced the 7th refinement. Now, having achieved a 4th limit break with his Tai Chi breathing technique, he is barely ahead of Zhang Teng by 2 refinements. This sufficiently illustrates the remarkable dedication Zhang Teng has shown in his recent training. Just then, voices from the disciples of the dojo echoed in the distance. "Master, Xiaoyozi has returned, and he has brought people from the main hall." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. "Has everyone from the main hall arrived?" This signifies that the main hall has accepted Zhang Teng's challenge and has sent representatives for impartial adjudication. As they spoke, Xiaoyozi and Mu Qingyue entered the arena. The moment Mu Qingyue stepped inside, she was taken aback, not by Zhang Teng or Lin Bei, but by Tainyo. Not long ago, she had encountered Tainyo and perceived him as an ordinary individual. Yet now, she sensed a formidable aura emanating from him, one that nearly surpassed that of a practitioner at the bone refinement stage. How much time has elapsed? It is well known that a martial artist must invest immense effort, resources, and time to reach the bone refinement level. Has Tainyo truly embarked on this journey? Mu Qingyue could not help but inquire. In that moment, she suddenly realized how profoundly ignorant she had been regarding the path of cultivators, which she had once thought she understood. Now, she felt as if she knew nothing at all about them. "Miss Mu, you have arrived." Lin Bei greeted her with a warm smile upon noticing her presence. "Please, take a seat." Xiaoyozi, exhibiting great perceptiveness, poured tea for them. "Master Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again." The main hall has accepted Zhang Teng's request for impartial adjudication. Mu Qingyue replied with a gracious smile. "This time, I am here as the notary." Chapter 46, The Development of the Dojo. Sparring. "Thank you." Lin Bei replied indifferently. The Mu Qingyue was somewhat surprised. She had completely confirmed one thing. Lin Bei supported Zhang Teng's challenge against the Zhang clan. After taking her seat, Mu Qingwei produced a letter of appointment bearing the seal of the headquarters and handed it over. Lin Bei cast a glance at it, feeling quite peculiar, for it inscribed the words Dojo Martial Arts Hall, Master of the Lin Estate. This is your proof of the dojo's status as a second-tier martial arts hall. I have brought it for you. Before Lin Bei could respond, Xiao Liuji's face was brimming with excitement. Wonderful. With the headquarters letter of appointment, our nameless village can recruit citizens to settle here. Tai Nyo was equally elated, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, Master, when shall we commence the recruitment? Citizens coming to settle? We have vast farmlands awaiting cultivation. Joy radiated from every face within the dojo. They understood that with the headquarters appointment, life in the nameless village would flourish. Previously, they had been impoverished, forced to choose remote areas for cultivation to avoid taxes. However, the more remote the area, the greater the poverty. At last, an opportunity for change had arrived. Mu Qingyue smiled faintly. If you choose to recruit citizens, there are many villages beyond the influence of Qingyun Town. However, recruiting them is no easy task, for their choice to cultivate the land around them stems from their poverty, which leaves them unable to pay taxes. They lack the means to travel to Qingyun Town. Likewise, they are unlikely to abandon the arable land they have diligently worked to settle in your vicinity. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Miss Mu's assessment was indeed sound. Mu Qingwei smiled and remarked, to establish a settlement, safety and prosperity are paramount. As the main venue of a second-tier martial arts school, safety is assured here. Yet we fall markedly short in terms of prosperity. The roads, trade, and resources are almost non-existent. At this point, Mu Qingwei took a sip of tea. Lin Bei smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, my disciples have endured hardship since their youth. Now that they have the opportunity to improve the conditions for the villagers, they are eager, yet the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Mu Qingwei nodded in agreement, her gaze drifting toward Zhang Teng, who was practicing his punches not far away. In that moment, she appeared to hesitate, as if she had something more to say. Lin Bei, perceiving her demeanor, inquired, Miss Mu, is there something else on your mind? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwei took the cue and stated, Indeed, when Xiao Liuzai and I returned, we discussed the matter of the challenge. I heard that Zhang Teng has defeated a formidable opponent at the manifestation level of martial intent. That is indeed the case. Mu Qingwei was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, I recall that Zhang Teng had only recently joined. Wasn't he merely at the 5th refinement of the Tao body during the duel? It appears that you possess a profound understanding of the intricate details regarding the refinement of the Tao body among us cultivators. Lin Bei remarked with a smile, Indeed. When Zhang Teng initially engaged in battle with Zhang Yong, he was at the 5th level of Tao body refinement. A flicker of combativeness ignited in Mu Qingyue's eyes as she responded, Lin, to be candid, I once believed I had a substantial grasp of the cultivation schools. Yet I now realize I have merely been gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. I wonder if I might personally test Zhang Teng's prowess? Of course. Lin Bei replied readily, then turned his gaze towards Zhang Teng's direction. Zhang Teng, come forth. Zhang Teng promptly ceased his practice and hurried over. Master, did you call for me? Lin Bei, having recently urged him to diligently train, was pleased to see his focus remain unbroken even in the presence of Mu Qingwei. Your disciple is here. Zhang Teng responded with reverence. Miss Mu wishes to formally engage in a sparring session with you. Please oblige her. Your disciple obeys. Zhang Teng replied, but then muttered under his breath, Do we really have to fight again? Didn't we just spar? Mu Qingwei, wearing a look of exasperation, discerned that Zhang Teng seemed somewhat displeased with her request for a spar. Thus, she promptly added, Zhang Teng, during our previous spar, I held back my strength. Having attained the manifestation of martial intent for many years, I find that battling at the Danci level does not allow me to fully showcase my capabilities. This time, I wish to engage you with my true strength. Certainly, should you manage to best me, upon your return, I shall recommend your dojo to the master, positioning it as a contender for an esteemed martial arts academy. A contender for an esteemed martial arts academy? This would be advantageous for the dojo's development. Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with excitement. In that case, I implore Miss Mu to impart her teachings. Mu Qingyue's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Blades possess no eyes during this exchange. I beseech you to exercise caution. Zhang Teng was brimming with confidence. He had already bested Zhang Yong during his 5th refinement. Now, having reached the 6th refinement and progressing towards the 7th, his strength had significantly surpassed that of his previous encounter. Even if Mu Qingwei were a member of the main academy with considerable prowess, what of it? Please. The two moved to the spacious arena of the dojo. Mu Qingyue stood poised with her sword. Zhang Wuyo, be vigilant. Let us commence. The sparring began. In an instant, Mu Qingyue's eyes gleamed like blades, cold and merciless. Her sword intent appeared to meld seamlessly with her being. In the next moment, she transformed into a streak of light, thrusting her sword forward. At the moment she executed this thrust, 3 shafts of white sword energy coalesced at the tip, manifesting the sword of martial intent. Clearly, in contrast to Zhang Yong, who merely enhanced his attacks with martial intent, her approach differed in both swiftness and execution. She not only amplified her attack and speed through martial intent, but also instantaneously solidified it. As her sword approached Zhang Teng, the 3 swords formed from her martial intent swiftly altered their trajectories, launching simultaneous assaults from above, the left, and the right. The Iron Bull suddenly felt a surge of tension. He never anticipated that Miss Mu would be so formidable. The manifestation of martial intent was executed with such finesse. From this, she coalesced 3 sword forms, a feat that Zhang Yong could not have accomplished. Lin Bei also expressed his admiration. Although both Mu Qingyue and Zhang Yong were at the same level of martial intent manifestation, it was evident that she possessed greater strength by a considerable margin. At this moment, Mu Qingyue's fierce assault was imminent. Her pupils slightly constricted, a sense of bewilderment stirring within her. What is happening? Why does he not evade my manifested sword intent? Now, there is no way to escape. Is he courting death? Despite her confusion, Mu Qingyue showed no signs of halting her attack. She was determined to ascertain the source of Zhang Teng's confidence, who, according to rumors, had triumphed over the realm of martial intent manifestation. Just then, Zhang Teng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, channeling the ethereal energy of the universe. Then, facing the direction of the sword intent, he bellowed, "Shatter." In the next instant, that solidified white sword energy was instantly shattered like mere bubbles by his cry. Mu Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, she recalled the earlier demonstration by Zhang Teng, where he had made it exceedingly difficult for her to manifest her martial intent. Could it be, he can break my martial intent? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Mu Qingyue remained steadfast, her assault only growing more ferocious. Manifestation is merely one method of utilizing martial intent. What does it matter if it is broken? The practitioners of martial intent possess formidable strength, a true embodiment of comprehensive prowess. As both parties prepared to engage, Zhang Teng, filled with fervor, bellowed, "Come forth." Chapter 47. A stunning display as the longsword lunged towards him, Zhang Teng deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike. In the blink of an eye, his hand executed a precise Tai Chi technique, striking directly at Mu Qingyue's wrist. The sword in her grasp flew from her hand in an instant. What? The moment Mu Qingyue lost her sword, disbelief etched across her features. To her astonishment, Zhang Teng's evasion appeared almost superhuman. He had anticipated her attack and maneuvered out of harm's way, despite her formidable speed. This indicated that even if her martial intent were disrupted, she could still overwhelmingly dominate Zhang Teng. Yet, Zhang Teng's seamless series of evasive maneuvers and counterattacks were not only fluid but also terrifyingly effective. She could not evade them. Despite the apparent invulnerability of her offensive, she found herself unexpectedly exposed in the midst of combat, allowing Zhang Teng to seize the opportunity and send her sword flying. As a martial artist who wielded her sword with pride, losing it was a most humiliating experience. Nonetheless, Mu Qingyue, a true master of the main hall, quickly adapted. In the instant she relinquished her weapon, she pivoted gracefully, transforming her palm into a sword and reclaiming the initiative. However, within merely 3 exchanges, the efficacy of Zhang Teng's Tai Chi palm techniques became evident. Not only did he adeptly parry her strikes, but he also launched incisive counterattacks that caught her off guard. Had she not possessed considerable skill, she would have already faced defeat. How could this be? I am undeniably stronger, yet in this exchange of blows, I find myself at a disadvantage. Mu Qingyue's heart was enveloped in profound astonishment. It is essential to acknowledge that she is a formidable warrior of the martial intent manifestation realm, surpassing Zhang Teng in strength. Yet, after their encounter, she seems to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Zhang Shixiang's power has surged tremendously. Iron Bull could not help but exclaim, "How significant is it?" Xiao Liuzai inquired with curiosity. Previously, during his confrontation with Zhang Yong, Zhang Shixiang was utterly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. It was only through his remarkable combat talent and strategic endurance that he managed to exploit weaknesses and turn the tide. although his foundation remains inferior to Mu Qingyue's. Have you not noticed? Zhang Shixiang is currently engaged in fierce combat with Mu Qingyue, each exchanging offense and defense. Xiao Yozai suddenly understood. Moreover, it is evident to me that Mu Qingyue is vastly superior to Zhang Yong, Iron Bull remarked with a smile. This is merely the 6th refinement. If he reaches the 7th refinement, wouldn't that imply? Xiao Yozai was filled with excitement. If he attains the 7th refinement, his physical strength might indeed catch up to Mu Qingyue's. As Iron Bull contemplated, he stated, the pivotal moment of their sparring has arrived. Indeed, after several exchanges, Zhang Teng's style underwent a remarkable transformation. Seizing an opportune moment, he shifted from palm to finger, striking Mu Qingyue's shoulder, sealing the acupoint. In an instant, Mu Qingyue felt her internal energy and martial intent begin to flow sluggishly. What kind of technique is this? Mu Qingyue's pupils narrowed slightly, her heart filled with astonishment. Initially, she had believed that by adapting to Zhang Teng's combat style, she could rely on her superior strength to emerge victorious. Yet at that moment, she suddenly realized that she might be on the brink of defeat. Am I going to lose? Though incredulous, once this thought emerged, it could not be restrained. Zhang Teng was slightly taken aback. Throughout their encounter, Mu Qingyue's martial prowess had astonished him, making it difficult to find any flaws. However, just a moment ago, he clearly noticed that her breath had become erratic, and her strikes revealed significant openings. Had her fighting spirit wavered? Was it due to the sealing of her acupoints? A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes as he swiftly understood the cause of Mu Qingyue's transformation. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he executed the Tai Chi Bagua Palm to its utmost potential. In the span of a single breath, he sealed at least 12 of Mu Qingyue's acupoints, completely disrupting the flow of her true energy and martial intent. This is bad, Mu Qingyue exclaimed in alarm. Her mind raced, utterly at a loss for how to turn the tide. Just at that moment, Lin Bei suddenly spoke. Enough, let us conclude this sparring session. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng, who had been poised to press his advantage, halted his assault and clasped his hands in respect towards Mu Qingyue. Mu Wuyo, it is a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Mu Qingyue felt a lingering daze. Although it appeared she had not yet been defeated, deep down, she understood the truth. She had lost, and it was a complete and utter defeat. Thank you. Mu Qingyue returned the gesture with grace, offering her thanks to Lin Bei as well. She understood that Lin Bei had spared her some dignity. Otherwise, given her earlier disarray and the disruption of her true energy, she would have suffered a humiliating defeat. Who emerged victorious? Inquired Xiao Yozi, curiosity evident in his tone. Tainyo playfully flicked his forehead and replied with a chuckle, what victory or defeat? This is merely a sparring session, a gentle exchange. In truth, he recognized that the outcome had indeed been decided. But he chose to preserve some face for Mu Qingyue from the central pavilion. Mu Qingyue was undeniably formidable. Her martial prowess surpassed that of Zhang Yong by a considerable margin. Xiao Yozi, ever the clever one, was silenced when Tainyo, mid-sentence, stuffed a pear from the fruit platter into his mouth. Master, Tainyo is bullying me. Xiao Yozi immediately complained. Tainyo, Lin Bei admonished sharply, prompting Tainyo to retract his head and glare fiercely at Xiao Yozi, who wore a smug expression in response. At that moment, as Mu Qingyue received the sword tossed to her by Zhang Teng, she instinctively sheathed it. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. She was astonished not only by her own defeat, but also by the brief time since she had left the dojo. Zhang Teng's progress was nothing short of miraculous. It was hard to believe that he had once been rendered a cripple with a destroyed dantian. In just a few days, he had not only restored his dantian, but had also experienced a remarkable surge in strength. In this instant, one thought consumed her mind. The newly emerging sect of cultivators might indeed be extraordinarily formidable. Lin Bei observed as Mu Qingyue took her seat with a somewhat dazed expression and spoke. Miss Mu, what are your thoughts? Do you still believe that Zhang Teng's challenge to the Zhang clan is an act of hubris? Well, Mu Qingyue initially intended to assert that Zhang Teng's strength pales in comparison to that of Zhang Songlong from the Zhang clan. But she quickly found herself at a loss for words. She realized that Zhang Teng is still in the process of growth. At the moment of their 10-day agreement, could it truly be said that Zhang Cheng was no match for Zhang Songlong? She hesitated to draw a conclusion. Master Lin, what level has Zhang Teng reached in his cultivation? Mu Qingyue inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhang Teng, who was diligently practicing his punches after their sparring session. He has reached the 6th refinement, Lin Bei replied candidly. The 7th refinement is somewhat more challenging. and even Zhang Teng would likely require a significant amount of time to achieve it. Mu Qinghua pondered for a moment before asking, will he be able to reach the 7th refinement before the 10-day deadline? Naturally, Mu Qinghua finally understood. She now comprehended the confidence that Zhang Teng possessed in challenging the Zhang clan. If he could defeat her at the 6th refinement, how powerful would he become after mastering the 7th? After much deliberation, Mu Qinghua suddenly summoned her courage and boldly inquired, Master Lin, is it possible for me to cultivate in the sect of cultivators? Upon her utterance, many disciples in the vicinity displayed expressions of astonishment. Her words reverberated throughout the hall. Chapter 48. I am Opportunity. Who is Mu Qinghua? She is a prodigy of the main hall. Judging by her age, she is about the same as Zhang Teng, perhaps 18 or 19 years old. Yet, she is undeniably a formidable warrior at the manifestation of martial intent. As for Zhang Teng, when his Dantian was destroyed, he was merely a practitioner at the Danci realm. Now, such a talent wishes to learn the art of immortality, while all may cultivate. The path of immortality differs from martial arts. It hinges upon opportunity and comprehension. Lin Bei replied calmly, gesturing towards the numerous apprentices in the courtyard. Look at them. They have been cultivating for over a year, yet remain unenlightened, incapable of grasping even the essence of Tai Chi. He then pointed to Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, however, is different. He not only comprehended Tai Chi and the breathing technique in a short time, but has now reached the 6th refinement. Lin Bei turned his gaze towards Mu Qinghua. If you're interested in the art of immortality, you may seek guidance from Xiao Yozai regarding Tai Chi. Should you attain mastery in Tai Chi, come to me, and I shall impart the breathing technique. Whether you can comprehend it will depend on your innate understanding. A glimmer of anticipation sparked in Mu Qinghua's eyes. Lin, you mentioned that the art of immortality emphasizes opportunity and comprehension. If I possess understanding, then what of opportunity? Where must one seek it? Lin Bei smiled lightly, taking a sip from his teacup. At that moment, Tai Nyo spoke softly. It lies far away, yet is closer than one thinks. Mu Qinghua was taken aback. She suddenly realized. Fortune smiled upon Lin Bei, shrouding him in an air of mystery within her heart. Once she regained her composure, Mu Qinghua turned her gaze toward Xiao Yozai. Might you instruct me in the art of Tai Chi? Xiao Yozai replied with unwavering confidence. Although my mastery is not yet profound, I have practiced diligently enough to achieve a modest proficiency. Instructing you shall pose no challenge. As they spoke, the two made their way to the dojo, where Mu Qinghua began to follow Xiao Yozai in the practice of Tai Chi. It must be noted that Mu Qinghua, a true prodigy of martial arts, rapidly grasped the essence of the form. However, what perplexed Lin Bei was that, despite her impressive imitation, her execution remained superficial. Observing from the sidelines, Tai Nyo could no longer contain his curiosity. Master, why does it feel so awkward watching Miss Mu practice? Lin Bei responded. Her heart is solely devoted to martial arts, devoid of the purity required to relinquish all pursuits in favor of the path of immortality. Her martial intent has become an obstacle to her entry into the dojo. Even if she were to attain grand perfection, she would likely remain unable to comprehend the nuances of breath control. At this juncture, Lin Bei chose to withdraw from watching Mu Qinghua's practice, turning to leave. Noticing this, Xiao Yozai seemed to sense a deeper issue. Miss Mu, please hold on a moment. I believe there is a problem with your practice. I shall consult Tai Nyo. Swiftly, Xiao Yozai approached Tai Nyo for clarification. Tai Nyo shook his head and said, tell her to cease her training. The master has indicated that her martial ambitions have become a hindrance to her cultivation of the path to immortality. Little Six, filled with confusion, inquired. Brother Zhang was once a martial artist. Why is he able to cultivate the art of immortality? Tai Nyo replied with a faint smile. His Dantian was destroyed. And after enduring the treachery of the martial arts family, he must have long since lost hope in martial way. After speaking, Tai Nyo gently patted Little Six's shoulder. With no ties to martial arts and guidance from a master, perhaps he possesses exceptional talent, which allows him to learn the art of immortality. The initiation into the art of immortality has never been an easy endeavor. Little Six, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of contemplation. Ultimately, he approached Mu Qinghua and conveyed the matter in its entirety. Is that so? Mu Qinghua sighed. It seems I am destined to be at odds with the Taoist temple. Little Six did not elaborate further, saying, Miss Mu, you are devoted to martial arts. Thus, pursue the path of martialism. Master has said, all methods converge into one. So why must one force it? All methods converge into one. Mu Qinghua smiled faintly. We martial artists believe that all schools of thought ultimately gravitate towards the orthodox martial way. Yet, from your words, It seems you hold a different perspective. Little Six chuckled. Indeed, all cultivation methods should ultimately align with us cultivators of immortality. Martial arts may be orthodox, but our Qingzhen Pavilion holds little significance within it. Once you witness the true essence of the orthodox martial way, encompassing the strengths of myriad schools, you will come to understand. Little Six curled his lips, internally dismissive. The strength of orthodox martial arts remains a mystery to him. However, he has witnessed the growth of Zhang Teng and Tai Nyo with his own eyes. At this moment, Tai Nyo approached. Xiao Yozi, let us take a few junior brothers to Qingyan Town. What purpose do we have in going to Qingyan Town? Xiao Yozi asked, his face a mask of confusion. Tai Nyo came beside him and patted his shoulder. Have you forgotten? We are now a second-rate dojo, so of course, we must go recruit people to aid in the development of our village. But didn't Miss Mu mention that given our current situation, it would be best to recruit villagers from the surrounding areas and develop step by step? Xiao Yozi countered. What she says is irrelevant, Tai Nyo replied, exasperated. Opportunities must be sought in Qingyan Town. This matter aligns with the perspective of senior brother Zhang Teng as well. Xiao Yozi pondered for a moment. Then, brother Tai Nyo, should we consult master about this? With a swift motion, Tai Nyo slapped Xiao Yozi lightly. Why trouble master over such trivial matters? What were you thinking? Nonetheless, we ought to inform master of our reasons for leaving the dojo, Xiao Yozi said, his expression one of grievance. That is only natural, Tai Nyo acknowledged with a nod. Meanwhile, Tai Nyo and Xiao Yozi approached to report to their master. Master, come in. As Tai Nyo and Xiao Yozi entered, they saw Lin Bei immersed in his cultivation, and immediately spoke with utmost respect. Master, Xiao Yozi and I intend to expand our dojo and recruit residents from Qingyan Town. We humbly seek your permission. Granted. Lin Bei expressed no dissent. He too harbored aspirations of enlarging the dojo and ensuring a prosperous life for the villagers of Wuming. Thus, he readily acquiesced. Tai Nyo, do you have any thoughts on recruiting residents from Qingyan Town? Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo broke into an honest smile. Master, I believe that to expand our dojo and village, recruiting villagers from surrounding areas is not the most prudent strategy. Oh, Lin Bei regarded Tai Nyo with keen interest. He understood that despite Tai Nyo's seemingly simple demeanor, he possessed a keen intellect, far surpassing that of Xiao Yozi. Do elaborate. Tai Nyo, still smiling, continued. Whether we consider the residents or merchants of Qingyan Town, they are all under the influence of established powers, making it exceedingly difficult to poach them. However, Master, do you recall the Liuham Martial Arts School? Tai Nyo grinned. Their school has a history with us, and now that the head of Liuham Martial Arts, Cheng, has been incapacitated, it presents a prime opportunity to strike. Xiao Yozi's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Tai Nyo, your mind is truly sharp. What do you propose we do? Naturally, we shall uproot them. Tai Nyo articulated this most severe intent in the most straightforward manner. Chapter 49, The Final Chance? Observing the self-assured Tai Nyo, Lin Bei couldn't help but ponder whether he had misjudged him in the past. Previously, Tai Nyo had struck Lin Bei as not only diligent but also honest and sincere. Yet now, this young man, with his words, seemed intent on undermining others. Nevertheless, Lin Bei found great fondness for Tai Nyo's character. He was generous and sincere with his own, while exhibiting resolute determination towards adversaries. Moreover, Tai Nyo's recent performance had compelled Lin Bei to regard him with newfound respect. Not only was he meticulous in thought, but he also possessed unique perspectives on various matters. This young man had indeed matured. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei spoke directly. All right, pursue your endeavors as you wish. Yes, master, the two replied in unison. We shall depart tomorrow. As Lin Bei watched them depart, he felt a swell of emotion. Not only Tai Nyo, but even Xiao Lu seemed to have grown considerably of late. Time passed. Night descended, with the moon shining faintly amidst scattered stars. Lin Bei arrived at the dojo, where the disciples had returned to rest, save for Zhang Teng, who was still practicing his punches. Upon closer observation, Lin Bei noticed that Zhang Teng's training efficiency had notably diminished. Tenger, come here. As soon as Lin Bei called out, Zhang Teng immediately ceased his practice and rushed over. Master, refining one's spirit requires not only diligence but also ample energy. After such an extended period of training, it's prudent to rest well. Lin Bei imparted his wisdom. Indeed, disciple has troubled master. A single phrase awakened Zhang Teng from his reverie, prompting him to realize that his recent fervor in cultivation was excessive. The practice of martial arts and meditation must complement each other. One should not hastily pursue martial training, believing it to expedite spiritual refinement. Lin Bei offered a few more insights. Yes, disciple acknowledges his error. Go now. Lin Bei gestured with his hand. Zhang Teng promptly bowed in respect and took his leave. Observing Zhang Teng depart, Lin Bei felt a profound sense of reflection. Initially, he had relied solely on his charm, yet now he found himself genuinely guiding Zhang Teng. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a nightingale resonated behind Lin Bei. Master Lin, why are you still awake at this late hour? The speaker was Mu Qinghua. As a witness, she had arrived early at the dojo and was staying as a guest. Under the bright moon and gentle breeze, the ambience was perfect for moon gazing. Lin Bei, feigning nonchalance, admitted to himself that he was merely wandering about, weary from spiritual refinement. Master Lin has exquisite taste, Mu Qinghua remarked with a smile. The message from Xiao Yozi was indeed your intention, correct? Lin Bei was taken aback. Quickly realizing that she referred to Xiao Yozi's advice for her not to squander time on cultivating immortality. Your heart is solely devoted to martial arts, Lin Bei replied coolly. You wish to incorporate the advantages of immortal cultivation to enhance your martial prowess. Such aspirations will inevitably hinder your ability to master the art of immortality. Is that so? Mu Qinghua let out a bitter smile, remarking that it seemed she was fated to be disconnected from the path of cultivation. Lin Bei offered a slight smile in response, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Mu Qinghua suddenly inquired, Lin, has the challenge letter to the Zhang family been delivered by now? What do you suppose their reaction will be? Lin Bei fell into a moment of silence before softly uttering 3 words. It does not matter. With that, he turned and departed, his silhouette growing increasingly enigmatic in Mu Qinghua's eyes. Meanwhile, within the Zhang clan, a gathering of esteemed members and elders convened, each visage etched with a stern expression. Zhang Yong, do you still have the audacity to return? The clan leader glared at the battered Zhang Yong, whose face was ashen, his anger boiling over. An elder with a hawkish nose hurled the challenge letter at Zhang Yong, rebuking him. Look at the fine grandson you have raised. Another elder chimed in with indignation. A beast that forsakes its kin deserves the utmost punishment. The clan leader let out a cold snort. What now? Zhang Jia has perished. How shall we explain this to Zhang Songlong? At this pronouncement, the discussion hall of the Zhang clan fell into a heavy silence. The death of Zhang Jia was a significant blow to the family. An elder, voice laced with frost, spoke up. How to explain? What else can be done? Capture Zhang Teng and deliver him to the Zhou clan. Then let Zhang Songlong mete out his punishment. Did that rascal not issue a challenge? Then let him come. At that moment, Elder Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, do you not find this peculiar? Zhang Teng has clearly been stripped of his cultivation. Yet he managed to slay Zhang Tao. Furthermore, he even injured Zhang Yong. Is this reasonable? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. The hawk-nosed elder scoffed. To kill Zhang Tao, perhaps that was the doing of some sort of external force. As for injuring Zhang Yong, do you truly believe such nonsense? I suspect Zhang Yong fabricated this tale to buy time. Another elder cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yong before sneering. Indeed, after all, Zhang Teng is Zhang Yong's own grandson. Previously, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurried to deliver a warning, and seeing that Zhang Teng was reluctant to leave, she called for Zhang Yong. It was merely a ruse to allow Zhang Teng to escape. Enough. Zhang Yong could no longer contain his fury. For the sake of our clan, I have severed all ties with Zhang Teng. Do you not possess a shred of conscience for uttering such words? Coughing violently 3 times, Zhang Yong abruptly rose and picked up the challenge letter from the ground. You claim my pursuit of Zhang Teng is to shield him? What nonsense is this? This is a challenge letter. It has already been validated by the main hall. Can you truly doubt its authenticity? Upon this declaration, the members of the Zhang clan exchanged looks of astonishment. Under normal circumstances, a challenge letter that has been validated could never be forged. Alas, at this moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair suddenly exhaled a sigh. With his sigh, the entire Zhang clan fell silent, their gazes directed towards him. This individual was none other than the recently returned patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Zhong. His return filled the Zhang clan with unbridled joy, as everyone had believed him to be deceased on the battlefield. Initially, Zhang Songlong had gone to the front lines to take his place. Who could have foreseen that he not only survived, but also transcended his previous cultivation and successfully returned from the borders to the Zhang family? I wish to pose a question. If Zhang Teng truly regains his strength and emerges as a paragon, will the clan make an exception and allow him to return? The man continued speaking. As for the matter concerning Zhang Tao, it can only be said that one's skills are inferior, I can discuss this with Zhang Teng. Regarding the Zhou clan, I can also venture to the borders and seek assistance from acquaintances. Upon hearing this, the clan leader, caught off guard, sighed in response. Patriarch Zhang, I fear that this matter may no longer be feasible. Look at this battle decree. Does it reflect even a shred of familial affection? Zhang fell into silence, then sighed once more. Clan leader, your handling of this situation was rather unjust, which has led to Zhang Teng's heart being shattered. The clan leader promptly bowed his head in acknowledgement of his error. It is my fault. Zhang regarded the clan leader with a face full of resignation. When Zhang Teng arrives, he shall be granted one final opportunity. If he still harbors feelings for the family, let him be welcomed back into the clan. Upon hearing this, Zhang displayed a look of delight. The clan leader, Zhang, hastily inquired, what if there is none? None. A fleeting glimmer of resoluteness passed over Zhang's aged visage. Then there is but one course of action, to let him perish. Chapter 50. Iron Bull's Plan in the Tranquil Morning Light. Two figures sat upon a bullock cart, arriving at the outskirts of Qingyun town. The towering sign of the town, adorned with the characters Qingyun, also bore the symbol of a ding. Iron Bull, how do we attract attention? Little Six pondered, momentarily at a loss for action. What is our purpose at the Liuhe Martial Arts School? Iron Bull shook his head. It is widely known that the master of Liuhe martial arts has been rendered ineffective by our sect. Thus, we must seize this opportunity while the rumors are still fresh, and recruit from the very places once governed by Liuhe. Little Six nodded in realization, yet a hint of confusion lingered in his gaze. What shall we do next? Our immediate task is to visit the shops under the influence of Liuhe martial arts. If we can entice some merchants to join us, it would greatly benefit our village's commercial development, Iron Bull explained. But our village lacks resources. Why would these merchants come to us? Little Six questioned, bewildered. Iron Bull, placing a reassuring arm around Little Six's shoulders, whispered, I have heard that many merchants under Liuhe martial arts suffered greatly due to unscrupulous tactics employed by their warriors in the name of competition. Imagine if we were to champion their cause and reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Would they not consider establishing at least a branch in our village? A glimmer of understanding illuminated Little Six's expression. As long as our village attracts merchants to settle here, we can persuade the surrounding villages to join us. With people coming in, we can entice even more merchants to seek their fortunes, thereby leading to the flourishing of our village and the prosperity of commerce. Iron Bull's succinct words immediately convinced Little Six, who gave a thumbs up to Iron Bull. Truly, Iron Bull, you are remarkable. Let us first pay a visit to the Chun cloth store. Iron Bull took the lead, stepping into Qingyun town. Why the Chun cloth store? Little Six followed closely, his face brimming with eagerness to learn. The Chun cloth store once boasted numerous branches, but it is said that the Linglong Silk Company employed unscrupulous methods to seize and acquire many of its shops, leading to its decline. Thus, it stands as our prime target. Iron Bull smiled mysteriously. Besides, the garments sold at the store are essential for everyone. If we were to establish a shop in our village, wouldn't it attract the surrounding villagers? Indeed, and a grain and oil shop, as well as a blacksmith's, would be equally valuable. Little Six eagerly added, there is no rush. We shall take it one step at a time. Iron Bull chuckled. The Liuhe Martial Arts Academy once aspired to elevate itself to a second-tier academy, and its jurisdiction is quite extensive. Moreover, we can pursue this matter openly. If the people of Liuhe Martial Arts Academy learn of our plans, they will have no choice but to acquiesce. As they conversed, the two arrived at the Chun cloth store. The young attendant at the store promptly greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. Esteemed guests, what garments might you wish to see? Here, we possess an array of martial artist training attire and an abundance of exquisite robes. Iron Bull waved his hand and spoke with a warm smile. Summon your manager. We are from the dojo. Dojo? The young attendant was utterly confused, yet upon witnessing Iron Bull's imposing presence, he instinctively recognized him as a martial artist and did not dare to be negligent. Please wait a moment. Before long, the manager of the Chun fabric shop, upon hearing of a martial artist's arrival, hastily rushed over. Upon seeing Iron Bull's towering stature, he promptly inquired with utmost respect, might I assist you, esteemed martial artist? You seem somewhat familiar. It was indeed common to feel a sense of familiarity. Not long ago, I had retrieved the martial artist from the Liuhe Martial Arts School who had suffered grievous injuries. Many in Qingyun town recognized me. As soon as these words were spoken, both the manager and the young attendant recalled something. The attendant gasped, are you the martial artist from the Immortal Cultivator's dojo? as a shop under the Lyoha Martial Arts School. They were well aware of its current plight. Ever since the Master Chung was rendered incapable, many martial schools have been eager to seize the opportunity. Recently, it was rumored that Zhao Bao was fervently training in an attempt to break through and stabilize his position. However, should his breakthrough fail, it is likely that Lyoha Martial Arts School would soon succumb to annexation. After all, in the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. The Lyoha Martial Arts School is viewed as a prime target. In their eyes, Iron Bull and his companions are indeed formidable figures. Indeed, that is us. Although the phrase the warriors of the Immortal Cultivators Dojo may sound rather awkward, Tai Nyo chose not to elaborate further. I have come to your Chin Fabric store with immense wealth to offer you. The storekeeper of the Chin Fabric store's expression shifted, and he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. With a glimmer of eager anticipation in his eyes, he said, I implore you, noble warrior, to illuminate our path. Upon hearing that the Chun Fabric store had suffered considerable losses due to the encroachment of the Linglong Silk store, Tai Nyo confidently proclaimed, we are here to seek justice for you. Not only can we assist you in reclaiming your rightful shops, but we can also ensure they compensate you for their transgressions. As long as you possess sufficient evidence, we will adhere to protocol and report to the headquarters. Upon hearing this, the storekeeper's face lit up with joy. Tai Nyo nodded. Although he did not explicitly state any requests, the storekeeper was perceptive enough to understand that in this world, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. May I inquire your esteemed name? Tai Nyo, Little Liuzi. The storekeeper immediately began to perform. Esteemed warriors, you may not be aware, but we have been diligently operating here. Ever since the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall suppressed the previous dojo, we have faced relentless oppression, losing several of our shops without recourse. If you two noble warriors could deliver justice for us, we would be willing to offer you 30% of our net profits from those shops. Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo's brow furrowed. Who do you think we are? We, the members of the dojo, are here to uphold justice, not to extort you. If we were to accept your benefits, what would become of us? Would we be any different from the Lyoha Martial Arts School? Iron Bull's righteous tone left the manager of the Chun Cloth store momentarily stunned. Observing this, Little Six cleverly added, indeed. Our dojo is preparing to recruit a substantial number of residents. If the Chun Cloth store can establish a branch in the village, thereby promoting the prosperity and development of the community, we would be immensely grateful. Little Six immediately continued with the prearranged rhetoric agreed upon with Iron Bull. Moreover, our dojo offers preferential support for businesses. The first 10 shops to settle will enjoy a 50% reduction in taxes based on the original rate. Upon hearing this, the manager of the Chun Cloth store suddenly understood. As a shrewd businessman, he quickly realized that he had encountered a significant opportunity. This move by the dojo was clearly aimed at undermining the Lyoha Martial Arts School and establishing its own territory. Seizing this chance could lead to the rise of the Chun Cloth store. Please wait a moment. This matter is of great importance. I shall immediately consult the family head for a decision. Witnessing the manager of the Chun Cloth store rush away in haste, Iron Bull nodded with satisfaction. He understood. This matter was settled. Chapter 51. The talented little Yuan in the backyard of the Chin Fabric shop. The manager was reporting to a middle-aged man in his 40s. Recounting in detail what Tai Nyo had said, the head of the Chin family fell silent for a moment, withholding his opinion, while tapping rhythmically on the table. Afu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Afu, the manager, promptly replied, in my humble judgment, the expansion of the dojo is a tremendous opportunity. If we can seize this chance, the rise of our Chun Fabric shop will be imminent. Oh, the head of the Chun family responded, somewhat taken aback. What leads you to such certainty? My lord, the dojo possesses formidable strength, at least equivalent to that of a second-tier martial arts school. Afu began to analyze earnestly. Such power grants them the right to establish branches. However, they have opted not to pursue that route, nor do they seek to challenge others directly. Instead, they have chosen to expand the main dojo. This signifies their commitment to the development of the dojo. It is precisely for this reason that they have dispatched their martial artists to win the hearts of the people through acts of justice. At this point, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Afu's eyes. My lord, why should we not take advantage of this situation? Not only can we request their assistance in administering justice and venting our grievances, but we can also facilitate their endeavors, paving the way for their dominance in the dojo. Once the dojo flourishes, if we establish our presence there first, we shall rise alongside them. The head of the Chin family remained contemplative. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a deep voice. Afu, are you suggesting that we, the Chin family, Should burn our boats and gamble everything on the Taoist temple? Indeed. Ah Fu nodded affirmatively. Master, consider this. The temple serves as our arbiter of justice, enabling us to establish branches. If it can uphold justice for us, it can do so for others as well. With a multitude of merchants gathered, they can attract a significant number of common folk. Prosperity is not far off. Upon hearing this, a flicker of brilliance ignited in the eyes of the Chen family head. Ah Fu, you are absolutely right. We must not only settle in swiftly, but also strive to attain prestige and become a time-honored establishment. This truly presents an opportunity for our rise. The head of the Chen family appeared resolute. In the core area of a temple with at least second-tier strength, prosperity is an inevitability. To establish a foothold here, gaining the temple's support is paramount. Therefore, I have decided to assist the temple by persuading the merchants I know, thereby increasing our leverage. Ah Fu, upon hearing this, immediately smiled and remarked, as expected of the master. At that moment, a young girl, around 11 or 12 years old, rushed in. Father, why are you so happy today? The girl, with her delicate features and bright, sparkling eyes, curiously gazed at the head of the Chen family. Xiaoyuan, our opportunity for the Chen family's resurgence has arrived. Our benefactor has come, and I must go to meet him, exclaimed the head of the Chen family, joyfully lifting the girl in his arms. What esteemed individuals! I too wish to meet such distinguished persons. Very well, you may accompany me. But please refrain from speaking carelessly and offending the noble guests. The head of the Chen family gently tapped the delicate nose of Xiaoyuan. Oh, before long, the head of the Chen family, accompanied by the manager Ah Fu, arrived in the front hall, where they found Tai Niu and Xiao Yozi enjoying tea. Honorable warriors, I am Chen Luo, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The head of the Chen family bowed deeply, displaying utmost respect. Tai Niu and Xiao Yozi, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such deference, quickly responded, You are too kind, head Chen. Soon, the head of the Chen family took his seat and called out loudly, Ah Fu, please bring forth my treasured aged Qingyun tea. Yes, manager Ah Fu promptly departed. Xiaoyuan, with a look of curiosity, stared intently at Tai Niu. Confused, Tai Niu looked back at Xiaoyuan, unconsciously touching his own face, wondering if something was amiss. The head of the Chen family, taken aback, turned to see his daughter gazing curiously at Tai Niu. Xiaoyuan, you must not be impolite. Oh. Xiaoyuan quickly retracted her neck. The head of the Chen family then spoke with a warm smile. Honorable warriors, to be frank, we have long endured oppression from the Linglong Silk Workshop. If you are willing to uphold justice, I am forever grateful. Tai Niu chuckled. Has the manager explained everything clearly? Indeed, he has. Master Chen smiled and said, Please take a look. These are the property deeds of our Chen cloth shop. All 3 stores have been unlawfully seized by the Linglong Silk Shop. Excellent. Tai Niu exclaimed, We shall handle this matter. At this juncture, Xiao Liuzai inquired, Master Chen, what about opening a branch? Master Chen promptly replied, Is it feasible to open a branch? We not only aim to relocate the main store, but I also wish to persuade the merchants under the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall to join your establishment, contributing to its development. Moreover, our Chen cloth shop is willing to fund road repairs. A glimmer of joy flickered in Tai Niu's eyes. If that is the case, we are grateful. The dojo shall not forget your contributions. Thus, both parties quickly reached an agreement, conversing amiably and discussing further details before Tai Niu prepared to visit the Linglong Silk Shop. At this moment, Chen Yuaner could not restrain herself from speaking. Uncle Tai Niu. Uncle? Tai Niu felt a bit perplexed. Despite his mature and robust appearance, he was only 18 years old. Xiao Liuzai seemed to notice Tai Niu's awkwardness and immediately chimed in. Call him brother. Oh, Chen Yuaner responded. May I ask you a question? Brother. Master Chen observed the interaction without interruption, for they had already established a rapport, and Tai Niu and the others were quite amiable. It was only natural for his daughter to inquire. What a perplexing matter. Tai Niu felt a pang of curiosity as he noticed that Xiaoyuan had been discreetly observing him since their first encounter. This made him wonder if his face was dirty, prompting him to furtively inquire with Xiao Lu whether there was something amiss upon his visage. What are those strange, translucent white dots surrounding you? Xiaoyuan's eyes sparkled with innocence and clarity. Tai Niu's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly stiffened, and he gazed at Xiaoyuan with bewilderment. Can you see them? His expression turned grave. He was well aware of what Xiaoyuan referred to as the translucent white dots. They were the essence of the world's spiritual energy. Even he could not perceive them visually. He could only sense their presence. Yet, this little girl before him could actually see them with her naked eye? It was utterly astonishing. The world's spiritual energy was colorless, tasteless, formless. Even he could only feel it. How could Xiao Yuan perceive it? He understood that the transparency and whiteness she observed were not the actual colors or forms of the spiritual energy, but rather a manifestation resulting from her ability to sense and see it. Indeed, Xiao Yuan exclaimed with curiosity. How peculiar. They swirl around you and then vanish within your body. Tainyo took a deep breath. At that moment, he could assert with absolute certainty that what Xiao Yuan was witnessing was indeed the world's spiritual energy. Due to his Sunday breathing technique, he continuously refines his body by absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Xiao Yozai immediately realized something, staring at Xiao Yuaner with a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. Tainyo, is this for real? Can the energies of heaven and earth truly be perceived? Tainyo, equally astonished, responded, I believe that only those with cultivation at least equivalent to Brother Zhang's could see it. I never expected that Xiao Yuaner could perceive it. Master Chen was perplexed. He could comprehend every word spoken by Xiao Yuaner and Tainyo, yet he could not grasp the meaning when they were strung together. Gentlemen, what are you discussing with Xiao Yuaner? I fail to understand. Not understanding is precisely the point. Tainyo's expression turned grave. Your daughter may possess a talent for cultivation. Huh. Master Chen was taken aback. Are you suggesting my daughter could become a warrior? However, that seems implausible. In her childhood, we sought the aid of martial masters. Yet her physical refinement was far too sluggish, and with medicinal baths, she could only absorb a fraction. Master Chen hastily added. It was precisely because we observed her lack of martial talent and our inability to support her as a warrior that we decided to forego that path. Tainyo gazed deeply at Master Chen before responding. She possesses a talent for cultivation, not for becoming a warrior. Our sect is focused on cultivators, not martial practitioners. Master Chen struggled to process this information. To him, the cultivation sect was merely another form of martial arts, albeit a new branch. Master Chen, your family has struck gold. A glimmer of envy flashed in Xiao Yoji's eyes. Such talent is something even Brother Zhang Teng does not possess. Xiao Yuaner will undoubtedly become a formidable cultivator in the future. Master Chen inquired hesitantly. Are you suggesting that Xiao Yuaner can practice martial arts? Not martial arts. Tinia shook his head. She can cultivate immortality. Chapter 52. The Eighth Refinement, Zhang Zhong. Cultivating immortality? The head of the Qin family was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether it was termed martial arts, at least Tainyo had informed him that Xiao Yuan could practice this new school of thought. For the head of the Qin family, it was akin to a stroke of good fortune from the heavens. Is it true? Can Xiao Yuan indeed cultivate? Of course, Tainyo replied with a smile, then turned to Xiao Yuan with a serious expression. Xiao Yuan, do you wish to cultivate immortality? Can I also become a warrior? Xiao Yuan's face lit up with delight. Tainyo, brimming with confidence, responded, becoming a cultivator is far superior to being a warrior. Is that so? I want to cultivate. Xiao Yuan's innocent eyes sparkled with yearning. Very well, once we conclude our affairs, I shall take you back to the dojo. If you can pass the master's trial, you will be my third junior sister. Xiao Yuan, full of curiosity, inquired, third junior sister? So, is Xiaolu my elder brother and Tainyo my second elder brother? Upon hearing this, Xiaolu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I have yet to enter the fold. I am merely an apprentice. Tainyo is the master's second disciple. Xiao Yuan responded with an O. Tainyo chuckled and patted Xiaolu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The elder brother is named Zhang Teng. He is exceptionally formidable. On another side, within the dojo, Lin Bei sat alone in meditation, diligently practicing. The eighth refinement was achieved. After the eighth refinement, he distinctly sensed that the entire realm had become remarkably clearer. Wherever his gaze wandered, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to be omnipresent. This energy operated under a unique set of rules, that which could be perceived was the spiritual force, while the underlying rules, though imperceptible, undeniably existed. The path of mastering this energy would entail harnessing the rules that govern the world's spiritual power. As Lin Bei's cultivation advanced, he increasingly grasped the profundities of the realm of mastery, yet he could not fully comprehend its essence. To truly understand the path of mastery, he needed Zhang Teng's guidance. Lin Bei silently resolved to step out and observe. At that moment, Zhang Teng was diligently practicing in the dojo. Upon closer observation, Lin Bei noted that Zhang Teng had gradually entered a state of profound focus, and his progress in the seventh refinement had significantly accelerated. It seemed that in just 3 days, he would completely master the seventh refinement. Lin Bei was genuinely impressed. Zhang Teng's advancement far exceeded his expectations, progressing much more swiftly than he had anticipated. Clearly, Zhang Teng had exerted immense effort to expedite his cultivation. Master Lin, you have arrived. Mu Qingwei, who had been observing Zhang Teng's training, approached him upon noticing Lin Bei. Miss Mu, have you been here watching Zhang Teng's practice all this time? Lin Bei inquired. Mu Qingwei nodded in affirmation. Zhang Teng's training, be it in Tai Chi or meditation, evokes a rather peculiar sensation within me. Intrigued, Lin Bei asked. What feels peculiar about it? I have always sensed that he is gathering martial intent, yet it also appears that he is accumulating momentum, positioned between martial intent and momentum. Mu Qingwei remarked. But he is merely at the physical refinement stage. How could he possibly gather martial intent and momentum? Lin Bei suddenly realized that this young lady had been comparing martial arts with Zhang Teng all along. Because we are cultivators, Lin Bei replied with calm assurance. The sect of cultivators indeed possesses an extraordinary mystique. Mu Qingwei expressed her regret, lamenting, I find myself unable to gain entry. Lin Bei remained noncommittal. Master Lin. It seems that entering the sect of cultivators is rather challenging. I have heard that some disciples have practiced for over a year without making any progress, Mu Qingwei inquired. Lin Bei nodded. Their opportunities have yet to arrive. One cannot force it. I find myself increasingly eager for the outcome of this fair contest. Mu Qingwei said with a charming smile. Just as she was about to say something further, her brow furrowed suddenly. An expert approaches. Indeed. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a stooped elder arrived at the venue. Lin Bei observed the individual, who, despite being well past 80, exuded an aura of extreme danger. The moment he stepped into the venue, an extraordinarily oppressive atmosphere seemed to envelop the entire space, rendering the air itself noticeably heavier. What is happening? Why does it feel difficult to breathe? Many apprentices pondered, perplexed. Indeed, it feels as if our bodies have become considerably heavier. At that moment, everyone beheld the figure at the entrance of the dojo. Who are you? An apprentice stepped forward to inquire. The elderly man uttered no words, merely casting a sidelong glance at him, causing the apprentice to recoil several steps, his legs trembling. Where is Zhang Teng? The old man spoke slowly. Although his voice was soft, it resonated as though it erupted in one's ear. This is presence. Mu Qingwei raised an eyebrow, a master-level expert. At this moment, Zhang Teng strode towards the old man, his gaze tinged with curiosity. Brother Zhang, do you know who this person is? He feels incredibly formidable. Zhang Teng's face was a mask of confusion. He seems somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen him somewhere before. As he spoke, a sudden realization struck Zhang Teng. I recall now. I encountered him at the Zhang family ancestral hall. Now standing before the old man, Zhang Teng scrutinized him closely, and with a gasp, he exclaimed, You are Zhang Zhong. You are alive? Upon hearing this, the old man's imposing aura immediately dissipated, and he regarded Zhang Teng with a warm smile. So, you are Zhang Teng? Indeed, you possess the bloodline of the Zhang family, bearing a resemblance to Xiao Yong. Zhang Zhong said calmly, I have come to seek you, to ask you one question. If the Zhang family assists you in resolving the matter with the Prince of Nanyang, and does not hold Zhang Tao's death against you, would you be willing to return to the Zhang family? Zhang Zhong spoke directly, laying bare his stance and intentions from the outset. Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, but then he fixed his gaze resolutely upon Zhang Zhong. The ice does not freeze in a single day. Having severed ties, there is no possibility of retreat. Zhang Zhong was momentarily stunned, falling into silence. After a brief pause, he inquired, If the Zhang family does not pursue the matter of Zhang Tao and resolves the troubles with the Nanyang Duke for you, can the challenge be retracted? This time, Zhang Teng's response was even more resolute. No. Zhang Zhong was taken aback, casting a deep gaze at Zhang Teng. He found it difficult to comprehend. After all, Zhang Teng was a member of the Zhang family, and having made such concessions, why would he still refuse to yield? Why? Zhang Zhong asked. I have long severed all ties with the Zhang family. Since enmity has been established, there is no need to suppress it. It is better to resolve it completely. Only then can my thoughts be unclouded. Zhang Teng replied coldly. This challenge is my stance. Excellent. A commendable clarity of thought. A commendable stance. Zhang Zhong exclaimed, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of cold light. It seems that this rebellious wretch cannot be allowed to remain. Lin Bei's pupils constricted. The moment Zhang Zhong unabashedly revealed his murderous intent, Lin Bei felt a suffocating sensation. At that moment, he suddenly realized the true strength of the so-called might possessed by a martial arts master. Glancing at Zhang Teng, he noted that although Zhang Teng was still gritting his teeth in defiance, his legs trembled involuntarily. This was not out of fear. Rather, it is an instinct of the body. A master of martial arts, so formidable indeed. Without waiting for Lin Bei to speak, Mu Qingyue charged forward. Zhang Zhong, I am the witness for the challenge of the main hall. What do you intend to do before the 10 days have elapsed? Chapter 53, A Battle of Wits? Who can deceive better? In the Qingyan main hall, Zhang Zhongming turned sharply, his gaze radiating an imposing presence akin to Mount Tai bearing down upon all. The moment he locked eyes with Mu Qingyue, her heart nearly ceased to beat. A chilling intent to kill, sharp as a frost-laden blade, cleaved directly into her very soul. Her step faltered instantaneously. Such overwhelming malice. Mu Qingyue's pupils constricted slightly. She comprehended that the aura advancing towards her was imbued with an intense murderous intent, cultivated through the slaughter of countless beings. At that precise moment, a yawn echoed from a distance. Accompanying this sound, Mu Qingyue felt a sudden release in her body, as if the previous sensation had been nothing but an illusion, dissipating into thin air. Zhang Zhong's heart jolted in surprise. Was there another master present? Someone had managed to unravel his imposing aura without any visible effort. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned sharply to investigate. There, beside a stone table, Lin Bei reclined casually in a wooden chair, nonchalantly picking up the bitter mountain tea from the table and swirling it lightly. As if sensing Zhang Zhong's gaze, Lin Bei spoke slowly. Are you here to challenge us? Zhang Zhong remained silent, his eyes narrowing as a murderous intent abruptly surged forth, pressing down like a weight upon Lin Bei. However, just as his aura began to solidify, Lin Bei suddenly let out a cold snort. Humph! With that dismissive sound, Zhang Zhong's formidable presence evaporated in an instant. Zhang Zhong felt a surge of terror within. Previously, his imposing aura had merely been disrupted, which resulted in its dissipation. But what about this time? The individual before him had directly shattered his presence. A master, Zhang Zhong silently acknowledged, his gaze toward Lin Bei flickering with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, Lin Bei's heart raced in equal measure. In the face of Zhang Zhong, he had rehearsed countless battle scenarios, yet the outcome remained consistent. He was utterly defeated, devoid of any chance of victory. The notion of the weak triumphing over the strong seemed utterly futile against Zhang Zhong. In that instant, Lin Bei comprehended the vast chasm that separated a master-level warrior from one who merely grasped the essence of martial arts. Thus, Lin Bei realized that he must instill fear in Zhang Zhong. Otherwise, given his current murderous intent, should he unleash his full power, the consequences would be dire. His only means of intimidating Zhang Zhong lay in his ability to disrupt the aura following his spiritual refinement. He merely needed to synchronize his mental will with the ethereal energies of the cosmos, employing a breathing technique to infuse the area of presence, thereby dismantling and even dispersing it. The existence of this aura was governed by a unique set of rules. By dismantling these rules, the aura would naturally be broken. Although Lin Bei possessed the ability to disrupt the aura, through countless simulations, he understood that what he was dismantling was merely an imposing presence, a mere application of aura. In a true confrontation, he was in no way a match. The more the situation escalated, the more he must remain composed. As a seasoned master of deception, Lin Bei approached this business with an air of proficiency. He adopted a nonchalant demeanor, leisurely sipping tea while he spoke. Are you incapable of conversing properly? Lin Bei rose slowly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Zhong, radiating confidence. His expression conveyed a sense of assuredness, and his aura exuded a tranquil elegance. Indeed, his performance intensified Zhang Zhong's wariness. I see now. It turns out that you were Zhang Teng's support. Despite his apprehension, Zhang Zhong was determined to probe further. His voice tinged with a hint of chill. I would like to witness your esteemed skills that can disperse my influence. Zhang Zhong's words were profound. He expressed a desire to learn without committing to it. This exemplifies the art of conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's heart raced. Had he failed to intimidate? Though flustered, Lin Bei was well versed in the art of manipulation, knowing that this was precisely the moment to escalate his assertiveness. Thus, his expression remained inscrutable, and his eyes deliberately flashed a hint of menace. It seems you are not prepared to leave this arena alive. This proclamation caused a stir among the audience. Mu Qingyue was equally taken aback. It was her first encounter with Lin Bei's murderous intent. Indeed, the once imposing Zhang suddenly broke into a smile, shifting his tone. The old man came here with the intention of meeting Zhang Teng, having now encountered him, as well as the notary from the Qinyan pavilion. The old man felt obliged to welcome them within his family. Having spoken, Zhang scarcely glanced back and turned to leave. Upon witnessing Zhang's departure, Lin Bei felt a sense of relief within. The old fellow had previously regarded him with a flicker of wariness, which Lin Bei had keenly observed. Moreover, when Zhang expressed his desire to seek counsel, it was evident that he bore no intent of conflict. What did this signify? Purely a FAKE Tai. As a master of deception, Lin Bei immediately discerned Zhang's bluster. He understood that in such moments, he must not display any signs of weakness. Otherwise, if this cunning old fox detected it, a confrontation might indeed ensue. Therefore, Lin Bei strategically opted for a retreat disguised as an advance. Zhang, predictably, conceded. However, as Zhang retreated, Lin Bei sensed an unsettling shift. His pace seemed unnaturally slow. What does a slow departure imply? A test. Should Lin Bei allow him to leave too easily, Zhang might perceive himself as merely posturing, attempting to intimidate him. Lin Bei realized that if further probing occurred, it would solidify his suspicions. Indeed, at that very moment, Zhang abruptly turned to face Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, though you have issued a challenge and hold the pavilion's endorsement, it does not guarantee your passage into the Zhang family. This journey shall not be an easy one. What was this? A threat? This old fellow is undoubtedly testing my resolve, Lin Bei thought to himself. He understood that if he allowed the situation to escalate, Zhang would not easily depart, and might even concoct an excuse to engage him in a duel. If it came to that, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei spoke up. Did I permit your departure? How dare you threaten my disciple and still attempt to leave this dojo? Indeed. Upon uttering these words, Lin Bei distinctly sensed a disruption in Zhang's stride, his eyes betraying a flicker of profound apprehension. Observing Zhang halt, Lin Bei silently prayed that Zhang would soon reveal his trump card. At that point, he could strategically allow Zhang to leave. Otherwise, he found himself in a precarious position. Indeed, Lin Bei's assertiveness stemmed from his belief that Zhang possessed a hidden advantage, emboldening him to probe the situation. After all, since this fellow arrived at the dojo, his attempts to persuade Zhang Teng had reeked of cunning. As anticipated, Zhang finally spoke. I am a general stationed at the border. Behold this. As he spoke, Zhang produced a peculiar token. Mu Qingyue gasped, the border general's order. Immediately, she turned her gaze towards Lin Bei. Master Lin, allow him to leave. A bearer of the border general's order, if innocent, cannot be harmed. Otherwise, the repercussions from the border would be exceedingly troublesome. Lin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, this old fellow was merely testing him, concealing his true strength. His instincts for deception were undeniably accurate. Humph. Lin Bei deliberately scoffed, saying nothing further, and simply took a seat. This tacitly allowed Zhang to proceed. Observing this, Zhang exhaled in relief. It must be noted that Lin Bei's enigma instilled a sense of apprehension in him. Yet he harbored some skepticism regarding the existence of such a formidable master in this place. Thus, he resolved to conduct further tests. Yet each display from Lin Bei solidly affirmed his prowess. Zhang's audacity stemmed from another reason. Mu Qingyue was also present. With this witness, he felt emboldened in his probing. He understood that as long as he presented the border command, Mu Qingyue would undoubtedly intervene on his behalf. Everything unfolded as he anticipated. Mu Qingyue indeed obstructed Lin Bei. Little did he realize that Lin Bei was merely performing with exceptional skill, having seen through his intentions. Before Zhang could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Bei had already done so ahead of him. In those fleeting exchanges, the two were engaged in a silent contest, each harboring countless schemes. Chapter 54, My Disciple Tainyo, an Unparalleled Genius. Zhang spoke no further, hastening his departure with each step. Indeed, this was the appropriate pace for leaving. Once Zhang's figure vanished, Lin Bei finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, he became acutely aware of his surroundings. The martial path is not to be underestimated. Although he had reached the 8th refinement, he was still worlds apart from a martial arts master. Two words echoed in his mind. Mastery of the law. I must grasp the mastery of the law, or I will never stand a chance against this fellow. With this thought, Lin Bei cast a glance at Zhang Teng, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Master, I am grateful for your concern. Zhang Teng was deeply moved at this moment. Lin Bei's remark, "Dare to threaten my disciple and still wish to leave the dojo?" only intensified Zhang Teng's respect for him. A twinge of guilt flickered in Lin Bei's heart. His intention was merely to intimidate Zhang Zhong, using Zhang Teng as a pretext. At that time, his mind was wholly occupied with the psychological game against Zhang Zhong. However, the fleeting guilt was swiftly cast aside. After all, from the perspective of judging actions rather than intentions, Zhang Teng's respect for him was entirely warranted. He was deserving of it. No matter. I shall dedicate myself to my training. Lin Bei smiled faintly, his gaze overflowing with expectation towards Zhang Teng. Excellent. I will certainly devote myself to my training. Zhang Teng's spirit soared. If he succeeded in refining his spirit, what could Zhang Zhong possibly do? It is not impossible to strive for success. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, was rather speechless. Was Zhang Teng under some misapprehension about the seventh refinement? Let alone the seventh refinement, even the ninth refinement is no match for Zhang Zhong. This conclusion was one he had arrived at through personal combat simulations. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Bei resolved to offer him a subtle hint. The 9 refinements of the Tao are merely foundational. Even if the 7th refinement begins to cultivate the spirit, one must not become complacent. For a master is not merely a decorative figure. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Teng instantly grasped Lin Bei's intent, and his demeanor visibly deflated. Master, with the significant advancements of the 7th refinement, is there truly no chance of victory? Lin Bei, perceiving his disheartenment, immediately responded with gravity. There is no chance even with the 9th refinement. Zhang Zhong is a master-level warrior, unless... Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Unless what? Lin Bei began to inspire him with fervor. Unless you can comprehend the path of mastery with the augmentation of the path. Even with merely the 9 refinements of the Tao, you may yet find an opportunity. In truth, Lin Bei was merely motivating Zhang Teng, as he himself was uncertain of the true strength of the mastery. He simply wished to encourage Zhang Teng to diligently pursue understanding of the path following the 7th refinement. Regardless, with the 10-day agreement looming, he had no clear insight into how far Zhang Teng could advance in his training. Yet he was certain that he would soon reach the 9th refinement. Should he then attain comprehension of the mastery, his strength would undoubtedly soar. As long as he possesses the capability to confront Zhang Zhong, then the upcoming 10-day agreement carries weight. Indeed, upon Lin Bei's declaration, a glimmer of desire flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes, his fists clenched tightly, brimming with fighting spirit. Master, I shall strive earnestly. I will personally clear every obstacle in my path, even if it is the master-level Zhang Zhong. Observing this, Lin Bei cast an encouraging glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyue stood in stunned silence. Why did she feel that this sect of cultivators seemed rather peculiar? What qualifications did the 7th refinement possess to comprehend any techniques? If such comprehension were achieved, would there truly be a chance of triumph against a master? Was the disparity in strength within this sect truly so vast? She recalled the Grand Hall's assertion that a significant gap in cultivation indicated immaturity. Yet, from her perspective, the sect of cultivators appeared remarkably mature. Unbeknownst to her, the veil of mystery surrounding cultivators thickened in Mu Qingyue's mind. Just then, a pigeon descended from the heavens. Surprised, Mu Qingyue unfolded the message from the pigeon, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. After tucking the note away, she approached Lin Bei's side. Lin, the head of the Liuhe Martial Arts School has accused your dojo of excessively recruiting merchants within their jurisdiction, favoring one faction while suppressing another. Mu Qingyue remarked. Moreover, he stated that the martial artists from the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall would be of no assistance, as Tinyu is particularly formidable. He implored us to take a stand on behalf of the main hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively chuckled. Is the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall still operational? Mu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, then let out a wry smile. Of course, it is still in existence. Although the Hall Master Cheng seems to have suffered a severe injury, Zhao Bao's strength is commendable and he is managing to keep the hall afloat. What are your thoughts on this? Are you intending to intercede on behalf of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall? Lin Bei found this rather reasonable. After all, Zhang Teng had previously requested the main hall to mediate with the Zhou clan in Nanyang. It is understood that there are unresolved grievances between you and the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall. The main hall is aware that there are certain unspoken rules among martial arts halls, and your attempts to seize some commerce seem quite justifiable. Mu Qingyue replied with a smile. However, I would appreciate it if you could exercise restraint. Miss Mu, do you think our dojo is a place devoid of reason? Mu Qingyue shook her head, and said, "Your dojo adheres to rules and exhibits kindness. Recently, individuals from Qingyun town have been sent here to learn the art of cultivation, and you have not turned them away. In fact, you even allow apprentices to assist residents with farming." Lin Bei responded with a smile, "If that is the case, why should we be concerned about Tinia causing chaos? I trust he knows his limits." Mu Qingwen nodded, "Indeed." After that, she returned to draft a response, which stated that the main hall continues to monitor the developments of this matter. When this letter arrived at the Liuhe Martial Arts School, Zhao Bao, filled with rage, tore it to shreds. "Damn it, what does it mean to maintain constant vigilance? Is this the conduct of a default dojo?" "Bear with it," sighed Master Chung. "The attention from the main dojo is not entirely unfavorable. At least it gives us an excuse to refuse any challenges before they make a move against our Liuhe Martial Arts School. And what good would it do to resist? We could barely contend with Zhang Teng. I recently heard he defeated a master from the Zhang family who had reached the martial intent manifestation stage." Upon hearing this, Zhao Bao and the others felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. The main dojo had now established itself as a second-tier entity, and their third-rate martial arts school was indeed not one to provoke. Meanwhile, on the other side, Iron Bull was stationed at the Chun family's fabric shop, while Xiao Lizard led several apprentices from the dojo, assisting the head of the Qin family in upholding justice. With time on his hands, Iron Bull devoted himself to practicing his punches. Each of his movements exuded an intense ferocity, creating the illusion of a human war machine. The second refinement accomplished. Feeling the changes coursing through his body, Iron Bull took a deep breath and stood still, retracting his fists. "Brother Iron Bull, you are truly remarkable." Xiao Yuer gazed at Iron Bull's technique with adoration. "What I do is nothing extraordinary. It's Zhang Shixiang who is truly formidable. You will come to understand this in due time." "Oh." Xiao Yuer drew her neck in and then inquired, "Your martial art is truly impressive. May I learn it from you?" Tai Nyo gently ruffled Xiao Yuaner's hair, his tone laced with affection as he remarked, "Xiao Yuaner, if you wish to learn martial arts, you must first seek approval from the master. If he consents, I would be more than willing to teach you." "Can't you teach me? Must it really be the master's consent?" Xiao Yuaner playfully tugged at Tai Nyo, having never encountered such a scene before. Tai Nyo responded with indulgence, "My martial art is somewhat unique, and it may not be suitable for you. Thus, it is ultimately up to the master to decide. If it turns out you are not suited for it, my teaching would only lead to your detriment." "Oh," Xiao Yuaner pouted, seemingly a bit dissatisfied, "but I really want to learn your martial art. It looks so impressive." Tai Nyo, feeling a bit helpless, replied, "Xiao Yuaner, how about I teach you the orthodox Tai Chi? That is certainly something you can learn." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuaner's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Of course, my martial art is fundamentally rooted in Tai Chi." After all, as Tai Nyo spoke, he began to instruct Xiao Yuaner in the practice of Tai Chi initially. He was quite patient. However, after an hour of teaching and witnessing Xiao Yuaner struggle to maintain a stable horse stance, his patience began to wane. At this moment, he started to harbor doubts. "Xiao Yuaner, do you truly possess the talent for cultivation? Your posture in the horse stance is quite difficult to articulate. Brother Tai Nyo, do I lack the gift for cultivation? Am I really this clumsy at practicing martial arts?" Tai Nyo was left speechless, gazing into Xiao Yuaner's sparkling eyes. And ultimately, he let out a resigned sigh. "Your talent is indisputable. However, your practice of Tai Chi seems somewhat lacking, perhaps due to my inability to teach effectively." After some instruction, we finally managed to establish the correct horse stance, and in that moment, Tai Nyo began to delve into the essence of the Nine-Yang method. As time flowed on, the next day dawned at the dojo, with the sun rising gently. Lin Bei sensed that he was nearing the 9th refinement. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Your disciple Tai Nyo has comprehended the Nine-Yang method. He has entered the first Yang stage. Achieving completeness in the first Yang of your Nine-Yang method. Tai Nyo has finally attained enlightenment?" A flicker of joy surged within Lin Bei. A torrent of knowledge flooded into him, elevating his understanding of his own acupoints to an extraordinary level. After assimilating this wisdom, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. The first Yang of the Nine-Yang method can potentially double one's combat prowess by unlocking the latent power of acupoints. I always knew Tai Nyo was a genius, a prodigy unlike any other, completely distinct from Zhang Teng. Chapter 55. Astonishing. The Nine-Yang method. Prior to the creation of the Nine-Yang method by Tai Nyo, Lin Bei was already acquainted with its principles. However, It was only after the method was truly developed that he comprehended the essence of the phrase observing flowers in a mirror, gazing at the moon and water. While there exists a connection between the two, the authentic Nine-Yang method diverges significantly from Tai Nyo's initial concept. This realization became even clearer to Lin Bei after he achieved the completion of the first Yang. Tai Nyo aimed to integrate the principles of Tai Chi, harmonizing the cyclical interplay of creation and destruction into the Nine-Yang method. Ultimately, he delineated all his acupoints into 9 major cycles through their mutual interactions of generation and restraint. The first Yang, in essence, represents the inaugural cycle. Although this notion appears straightforward, it was only after the consummation of the first Yang that Lin Bei recognized the intricate and profound nature of the cycles between the acupoints. The precise calibration of the amount of celestial energy infused into each acupoint was essential to sustaining this cycle. Moreover, following the successful cultivation of the first Yang, one must constantly attend to maintaining the circulation and breathing associated with the acupoints. Thus, the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing technique, which enables the body to instinctively form memory, becomes exceedingly vital. The Nine-Yang method possesses immense strength, yet its complexity far surpasses that of the Tai Chi breathing technique comprehended by Zhang Teng. This is the reason Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Such a method is truly extraordinary. Before long, Lin Bei successfully cultivated the first Yang of the Nine-Yang method. As I felt the celestial energy circulating within my body, I could not help but express my admiration. This particular practice, it seems, cannot be imparted to Zhang Teng. It is a discipline that only Iron Bull and I can cultivate. Iron Bull is capable of practicing it due to his innate talent and the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing technique. Lin Bei, on the other hand, integrates the Tai Chi breathing method into the Zhou Tian acupoint technique after his fourth breakthrough. Zhang Teng has not mastered the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method, and his Tao body is incapable of autonomously absorbing the celestial energy, rendering him unable to cultivate this particular Tao technique. Time passed, and on the following day, Iron Bull and the other apprentices, including Xiao Liuzi, returned. Upon arriving at the dojo, they spotted Lin Bei and Zhang Teng practicing martial arts. "Master, we have returned," Iron Bull exclaimed, rushing to Lin Bei. "Have you accomplished the task?" Lin Bei glanced at the timid yet curious Xiao Yuan, who was hiding behind Iron Bull. "It has been accomplished. I persuaded 18 shops to pave roads and build bridges in our village," Iron Bull proudly stated, detailing the results of their trip to Qingyun Town. "Next, we can visit the surrounding villages and even Qingyun Town to recruit more shops and residents to settle here." "Excellent," Lin Bei nodded, pleasantly surprised by Iron Bull's reliability. At that moment, Iron Bull appeared somewhat bashful, scratching his head sheepishly. Master, I have a few matters I wish to report to you." "Speak." At that moment, Tai Nyo pulled Xiao Yuan out and brought her before him. "Master, her name is Xiao Yuan, the daughter of the Chun family's cloth shop owner. Initially, I believed she possessed the innate talent for cultivating immortality." As he spoke, a look of uncertainty flickered in Tai Nyo's eyes. "However, when I taught her Tai Chi, I discovered her aptitude for martial arts was woefully lacking. She couldn't even hold a stable horse stance, and her execution of Tai Chi was difficult to describe." Lin Bei's expression reflected his confusion. Wasn't this a clear indication of a lack of talent? Why would such a level-headed individual as Tai Nyo claim she possessed any gifts? Before Lin Bei could voice his thoughts, Mu Qingwei interjected with her inquiry. "Isn't Tai Chi the foundational practice for entering the realm of immortality? If she lacks talent in Tai Chi, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to begin, wouldn't it? What does this have to do with possessing the talent for cultivation?" Although Lin Bei remained silent, his gaze seemed to echo the same question. Observing this, Tai Nyo promptly responded, "Master, the reason I believe she has the potential for cultivation is that she can perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Mu Qingwei appeared perplexed and bewildered. Yet, at that moment, Lin Bei could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. "What? She can see the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is formless, colorless, and tasteless. How could it possibly be seen? It wasn't until my 7th refinement that I could, in some sense, see the interplay of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Indeed, at this moment, Iron Bull turned to Little Yuan and asked Little Yuan, "Could you share your perception of the world's spiritual energy?" Although Lin Bei exuded kindness, Little Yuan felt a tinge of trepidation upon witnessing the reverence and awe that Iron Bull held for Lin Bei. I can see white orbs of light surrounding Brother Iron Bull," tracing beautiful paths around him before finally merging into his being. As she spoke, little Yuan animatedly illustrated small circles with her delicate hand. Lin Bei was taken aback, then glanced at Iron Bull. Realizing that Iron Bull's method of cultivating the celestial energy mirrored exactly what little Yuan had described. "Can you truly see it?" Lin Bei inquired with astonishment, turning his gaze toward Iron Bull. "Have you taught her Tai Chi?" "Yes." Iron Bull nodded eagerly, adding a caveat, "I only taught her the fundamentals of Tai Chi." Lin Bei pondered this for a moment. "Master, does she possess the talent for cultivation?" "Indeed," Lin Bei declared emphatically. "It's no joke. She can perceive the celestial energy and even the changes in its underlying rules. How could one claim she lacks the talent for cultivation? In many ways, such a gift was extraordinary. However, it was evident that little Yuan was not suited for commencing her journey with Tai Chi. Master, if she truly has talent, why is she unable to even grasp the basics of Tai Chi?" Lin Bei replied. "The essence of Tai Chi is to cultivate the ability to perceive the spiritual forces of heaven and earth through practice. Ultimately, one can grasp the art of breathing techniques and transcend into the realm of immortality." Tainyu trembled slightly, suddenly realizing something profound. Xiao Yozi, quick-witted as ever, immediately inquired, "Master, do you mean to suggest that Xiao Yuaner might not need Tai Chi as a foundation and could directly practice the breathing techniques?" At this revelation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the disciples in the dojo. "Is that true? Can one truly practice the breathing techniques directly? Such an extraordinary notion. Even senior brother Zhang Teng cannot achieve that." The apprentices were taken aback. Even Zhang Teng, who was not far away, paused his training and looked over with keen interest. Lin Bei merely smiled faintly. This was indeed his own belief. After all, one must not speak too definitively. It was his philosophy of life. It is possible. Whether it holds true, however, depends on her ability to comprehend the breathing techniques. Although Lin Bei did not provide a definitive answer, many gazes toward Xiao Yuaner shifted in nuance. At that moment, Lin Bei turned his attention to Xiao Yuaner and kindly asked, "Is your name Xiao Yuaner?" "Yes. Xiao Yuaner is my nickname, and my surname is Chun." A hint of shyness flickered in Xiao Yuaner's bright eyes, as Lin Bei emanated an aura of authority without anger. With a smile, Lin Bei then asked, "Would you be willing to take me as your master and join the dojo?" Chapter 56, The Ninth Refinement. The Art of Mastery. The dawn of a new realm. Upon the utterance of Lin Bei's words, a wave of envy washed over the disciples of various sections. Within the confines of the sect, there exists an unspoken rule. To become an apprentice, one must first cross the threshold and comprehend the art of breathing techniques. Although all present are disciples of the sect, they are acutely aware that they are merely outer disciples at this stage. The fact that Lin Bei directly inquired if Xiao Yuan was willing to take him as her master ignited their envy. "I am willing." Iron Bull had previously enlightened Xiao Yuan about the intricacies of the sect. Aware that such an opportunity was rare, she responded without hesitation. "Excellent." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "For now, familiarize yourself with the sect, and once your senior brother completes his training, you may learn the breathing techniques from him." Lin Bei masterfully handled the situation with a deft touch. "Understood, Master." A gleam of joy flickered in Xiao Yuan's eyes. During her time alone with Iron Bull, she had witnessed the formidable prowess of cultivators. She recognized that Iron Bull had only recently embarked on his journey. Yet the combat strength he displayed surpassed that of seasoned martial artists, filling her with an almost blind admiration for cultivators. After all, her family background was respectable, and she possessed substantial resources. Though she lacked knowledge about cultivators, she had been tutored by martial artists since her youth. She is acutely aware of the arduous nature of martial arts training and understands the complexities involved in refining one's sinews, organs, and vital energies during the process of body cultivation. The resources required are immense. Thus, upon learning that Iron Bull is a cultivator who has only recently embarked on his journey, yet possesses remarkable prowess with seemingly negligible resource consumption, she experiences profound astonishment. She gradually begins to realize that cultivators and martial artists may exist on entirely different planes of existence. As time passes, the entire dojo is immersed in cultivation, and Lin Bei naturally commences his diligent efforts. 2 days later, in the secluded chamber, Lin Bei suddenly opens his eyes, which shimmer with an intense brilliance. And there seems to be a glimmer of spiritual energy emanating from the corners of his eyes. This is the unmistakable sign of his 9th stage of body cultivation reaching completion. With the successful completion of his 9th stage, Not only can Lin Bei's eyes perceive the abundant spiritual energy and cosmic laws permeating the world, but his body also resonates harmoniously with the intangible rules and his cultivated form. The next step is to harness this celestial energy. Mastery of the laws involves a means of controlling the operational principles of this spiritual energy. It requires the exertion of will to influence them, utilizing the spiritual energy within him to command it. However, he soon finds himself confronted with a formidable challenge. After all, the Tai Chi breathing technique, which absorbs the celestial energy to refine the body, has already integrated with his flesh and blood, becoming an intrinsic part of him, making the task of mobilizing it exceedingly difficult. The art of control will undoubtedly serve as a pivotal turning point. But never mind. I shall leave such matters to Zhang Teng. Lin Bei has relinquished his aspirations. He comprehends that when it comes to innate understanding, he truly falls short. Just at that moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. Master, are you there? It was Zhang Teng. Lin Bei promptly called out, "Come in." Upon Zhang Teng's entrance, Lin Bei's face brightened with delight. He could discern that Zhang Teng had now reached the 7th stage of the Tao body and was beginning to refine his spirit. Master, I have attained the 7th stage of the Tao body. May I be instructed in the art of control? Certainly. Lin Bei had long been prepared. One was eager to teach while the other was keen to learn, perfectly aligning their intentions. Teng, today I shall impart to you the art of control. Zhang Teng immediately knelt before Lin Bei, his expression grave, fearful of missing even a single word. Without further ado, Lin Bei commenced the transmission of his meticulously crafted framework for the art of control. Every entity and phenomenon possesses its own principles and pathways. The art of control, as it is known, entails capturing the rules governing the celestial and earthly spiritual energies, influencing them through one's own will, mastering them, and wielding them. The art of control embodies the regulations that govern the operation of celestial and earthly spiritual energies. Lin Bei spoke for a full 10 minutes without pause. At this juncture, he had come to understand how to construct a martial art. Therefore, the techniques he imparted to Zhang Teng were predominantly frameworks and orientations, devoid of any substantial content. Lin Bei understood that only in this manner could he fully harness Zhang Teng's innate comprehension. What is this called? It is aptly described as the correct application of a disciple. After imparting his knowledge, Lin Bei observed Zhang Teng, who was engulfed in a moment of enlightenment, feeling an overwhelming joy within. Indeed, this method of teaching yielded results far superior to before. Zhang Teng had plunged directly into profound realization. Lin Bei could even perceive a mystical aura circulating around him, evoking a sense of soaring through the intricate wonders of the Tao. What exactly was he comprehending? How remarkable! Lin Bei was astonished, sensing an instinctual fear in the depths of his being. The path of mastery that Zhang Teng was grasping was extraordinarily formidable. This lad instinctively believed that his mastery could enable him to contend with martial artists at the master level. Perhaps this was the very source of his terrifying comprehension. Previously, Lin Bei had engaged in countless simulations against Zhang Zhong, and time after time, he had faced defeat. During those encounters, he became acutely aware of the chasm in their realms, understanding that even one who had reached the 9th refinement of the Tao body could not stand against a master-level warrior. Yet now, Zhang Teng, in his understanding of mastery, instinctively felt that even as a 7th refinement of the Tao body, he stood a chance of victory. This lad had been subdued by Zhang Zhong's overwhelming presence, and he likely understood the disparity between himself and the masters all too well. Before long, Lin Bei sensed that the spiritual energies of the entire seclusion chamber were rejoicing within the resonance of Zhang Teng's insights. As time flows, Lin Bei observes that even after 2 full hours of enlightenment, Zhang Teng shows no signs of ceasing. Without further ado, he strides to the entrance and hangs a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. What kind of surprise are you preparing for me this time? Watching Zhang Teng in deep contemplation, Lin Bei's anticipation intensifies. Meanwhile, outside the room, Tainyo seems to sense something amiss, directing a look toward Lin Bei's secluded chamber, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What is it, Brother Tainyo? Xiao Yuan inquires with a gaze full of curiosity. I can feel the legendary Tao rhythm. Tao rhythm? What is that? Xiao Yuan asks, intrigued. Our master taught us that cultivators are, in essence, practitioners of the Tao. The Tao is inaudible, invisible, ineffable. It transcends existence and non-existence, yet remains elusive. The so-called Tao rhythm signifies that someone is currently comprehending the Tao. Oh, Xiao Yuan responds, somewhat enlightened, yet still puzzled. She understands that with enlightenment comes the flow of Tao rhythm, and that senior brother Zhang Teng is exceptionally powerful. Xiao Yuan, can you see anything in any direction? Tainyo suddenly feels inspired and turns to her for an answer. I can see many white points of light. Swirling like a vortex, pouring into Master S room, Xiao Yuan replies candidly. That is, senior brother is comprehending the Tao. Tainyo marveled at the prodigious talent of Xiao Yuan, while simultaneously reflecting upon the extraordinary prowess of Zhang Teng. Others may not feel this sentiment as profoundly, but he is not like them. He has entered the realm of cultivation. Thus, he comprehends more than anyone else the sheer terror and unparalleled genius of Zhang Teng, who, at this moment, is capable of evoking the essence of the Tao. Chapter 57, The Tao Palace. The volcanic rhythm of the Tao continues to resonate, growing ever more intense. Lin Bei can sense the spiritual energy in the closed chamber becoming increasingly rich. This celestial energy revolves around Zhang Teng, adhering to a unique set of principles. Initially, Lin Bei remained composed. However, as beads of sweat began to trickle down Zhang Teng's forehead, an unsettling feeling crept over him. What is happening? Why does Zhang Teng's expression seem to reflect pain? Although Zhang Teng remained absorbed in his meditative state, Lin Bei could distinctly perceive the changes taking place within him. At first, Zhang Teng appeared serene and tranquil, but as the intensity of the Tao deepened, his expression gradually contorted with agony. Is something amiss? Have I been too hasty? He is merely at the 7th refinement of the Tao body, yet I have urged him to comprehend the art of mastery. Lin Bei visibly panicked. Just as anxiety enveloped him, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Your disciple has grasped the path of mastery, beginner level. Your mastery path perfection has been achieved. Congratulations. You have attained a new realm. Has he succeeded? In the next moment, a deluge of information flooded Lin Bei's consciousness. It was then that he finally understood what Zhang Teng had uncovered during his exploration of the path of mastery. It turned out that while Zhang Teng was delving into this path, he began to recognize a crucial insight: to wield mastery and harness the celestial energies. One cannot solely rely on the spiritual energy contained within the Tao body. Once the celestial energy within the Tao body is utilized, not only does the Tao body become weakened, but the difficulty of wielding the techniques also increases. Prior to harnessing the celestial energy, it is imperative to extract it from within the Tao body. Clearly, this contradicts his understanding of cultivators. Thus, by amalgamating the process of refining the Tao body with the appropriation of celestial energy, he comprehended a profound truth. Celestial energy can indeed be refined for personal use. Consequently, he grasped the essence of the techniques, which is to wield them through qi. This qi refers to the celestial energy that has been refined for personal utilization after the process of inhalation and exhalation. Upon realizing the true nature of these techniques, he understood that the Tao body has its limits, and thus he must seek methods to store this refined celestial energy. However, how to store it? While Zhang Teng was contemplating, he had already made attempts, all of which ended in failure. Celestial energy can only be refined when fused with flesh and blood. Only after refinement can it be stored. Otherwise, the celestial energy will ebb and flow in and out of the body with each breath. The only conceivable method appears to be storing it within the acupoints. Yet, human acupoints are exceedingly fragile, and storing energy there poses significant danger unless one possesses an inherently robust physique. Hence, Zhang Teng realized that this was not the path to greatness. At that moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He seemed to be at a dead end. But, soon, Zhang Teng experienced a sudden epiphany. He became acutely aware of something vital. Lin Bei once conveyed to him that as cultivators, they are also practitioners of the Tao, which signifies the path that accommodates the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Although the Tao may seem ethereal and elusive, Lin Bei also asserted that it is omnipresent and all-encompassing. Inspired by this philosophy, Zhang Teng accomplished something that left Lin Bei utterly astonished. He audaciously integrated Lin Bei's teachings, that from the one, the two emerges, and from the two, the three arises. Interpreting this three as heaven, earth, and humanity. Building upon this foundation, he boldly proposed a novel concept, to create a space capable of encompassing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, grounded in oneself. Thus, he named it the Tao Palace. He structured this concept around the circulatory pathways among the three major acupoints: Wind Palace, Spirit Court, and Upper Star, regarding them as the Heavenly Palace. He perceived the 5 internal organs, which embody the 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as the Earth Palace. He delineated his 12 meridians, designating them as the Human Palace. By establishing these three grand palaces, Human Palace, Heavenly Palace, and Earth Palace, he aspired to progressively cultivate and ultimately achieve a harmonious fusion, refining the spiritual energies of heaven and earth for his own utilization. According to Zhang Teng's insights, mastering even one of the 12 meridians of the Human Palace would allow for the storage of vast amounts of spiritual energy, thus presenting a possibility of overcoming Zhang Zhong. Zhang Teng, you truly are an extraordinary prodigy. Lin Bei felt a profound sense of reflection. Zhang Teng not only perfectly filled the gaps in the cultivation of the imperial method, but also contemplated how, at the 7th refinement stage, he might possess the potential to defeat Zhang Zhong. At this moment, Zhang Teng's expression was serene as he slowly opened his eyes. Master, I have gained enlightenment. I have comprehended the method of cultivating the three palaces. Please guide me. Zhang Teng immediately began to articulate his insights. After listening to Zhang Teng's narration, Lin Bei realized that Zhang Teng was merely at the threshold of understanding. His grasp of the three palaces cultivation method was, in fact, quite immature. With numerous inaccuracies and several significant flaws in his cultivation direction, clearly, Lin Bei's golden finger had deduced a far more flawless version, devoid of any errors. Was this the distinction between the initiation and the perfection of the imperial method? While Lin Bei contemplated this, he began to point out Zhang Teng's flawed aspects and misguided paths. Indeed, after receiving guidance, Zhang Teng experienced a moment of clarity. It turns out that the method imparted by my master and my own understanding are completely aligned. Thank you for your guidance, master. Watching Zhang Teng depart in excitement, Lin Bei felt an abundance of emotions. The vastness of the realm of the imperial method far exceeded his imagination, opening the door to a new world for him. The first step was to cultivate one of the 12 meridians, storing the celestial spiritual energy within. This should be the initiation into the Human Palace. After cultivating in the underground palace and ultimately the celestial palace, once the three palaces are perfected and united as one, I shall grasp the profound essence of the next realm. Lin Bei comprehended that the cultivation of the Tao Palace is vast, infinitely more expansive than that of the Tao body. The practice of the 12 meridians in the Human Palace merely requires the inhalation and exhalation of the world's spiritual energy. However, the cultivation of the 5 organs in the Earth Palace may necessitate the aid of certain unique locations. Lin Bei recalled that there seemed to be a volcano not far away. If he could seize control of the volcano, his efforts in cultivating the Fire Palace amidst the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth would be significantly enhanced. At this moment, he realized that the Taoist sanctuary might require expansion. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei departed from his secluded chamber. Iron Bull. Lin Bei called out to Iron Bull, who was practicing his punches in the dojo. Iron Bull jogged over, asking innocently, Master, did you summon me? I remember there is a volcano 300 miles to the east of the dojo, correct? Iron Bull nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that volcano is rich in ore. Does that volcano have an owner? Lin Bei inquired further. No, it is said that a crimson beast, the fire python, resides there, along with numerous dangerous serpents and insects. Thus, despite the valuable ores, no one dares to claim it. Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully, his mind ignited with ideas. Since it remains unclaimed, hunting the fire python within the mountain would allow it to be incorporated into the dojo. What is the strength of the fire python? Lin Bei asked. It is quite formidable. The Iron Ox remarked, I have heard that a team of 10 formidable warriors once ventured into the mountains to hunt a python, only to suffer the demise of 8 members, while the remaining 2 emerged grievously injured. It is said that even the masters could not contend with the fire python, which is why that volcano has come to be known as Fire Python Mountain, a place where no one dares to tread. Lin Bei understood all too well. At that moment, Xiao Yuan hurried over, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lin Bei, timidly calling out, Master. Chapter 58. Little Yuaner and the 12 Meridians. At this moment, Little Yuaner appeared utterly pitiful, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Lin Bei gazed at her with a gentle smile, his hand tenderly stroking her head. What troubles you? Who has dared to bully our dear Little Yuaner? With a sense of grievance, Little Yuaner replied, Master, you instructed me to wait for Brother Zhang to finish his training, so I could inquire about the breathing technique, but he has been perpetually unavailable. Lin Bei was taken aback, suddenly recalling that not long ago, he had somewhat irresponsibly passed her off to Zhang Teng after taking her in. However, ever since Zhang Teng completed the 7th refinement of his physical form, he had been deeply engrossed in his room, contemplating the art of control. Following his reflections, he had devoted himself to perfecting this art, striving to cultivate a portion of the human meridians as a means to secure an opportunity to defeat Zhang Zhong. Consequently, little Yuano had been left to the sidelines. Your brother Zhang has been exceedingly busy lately. Allow me to teach you instead. Upon hearing this, little Yuano instantly burst into exuberant joy. As for the breathing technique, Lin Bei promptly commenced his instruction, imparting the essence of the technique while demonstrating it for little Yuano. Before long, her expression transitioned from eager curiosity to a furrowed brow. After concluding his explanation, Lin Bei looked at her expectantly. Do you understand? Little Yuano, in a state of confusion, shook her head. I do not comprehend. Not comprehend? Lin Bei was somewhat astonished. Little Yuano should possess an exceptionally keen sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. After all, she possesses the remarkable ability to perceive the ethereal forces of the universe with her own eyes. Lin Bei felt a twinge of disbelief. Then, according to the method I taught you, begin your breathing exercises. It doesn't even matter if you don't fully comprehend, simply mimic my actions, and surely you will grasp it in time. As long as your innate talent is sufficient, mastering the art of breathing should come effortlessly. All right, Xiao Yuana, ever obedient and eager to heed advice, nodded earnestly and promptly began her attempts at the breathing technique. However, despite her vigorous efforts, the ethereal energies remained unresponsive to her call. Lin Bei felt a surge of frustration. The art of breathing is not merely about inhaling air. What on earth is this excessive gulping and forceful exhaling? Despite his vexation, he couldn't help but find her puffed cheeks rather endearing. Helplessly, Lin Bei sighed. Stop trying. You are unable to breathe in the energies. Instantly, Xiao Yuan wilted, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, her eyes filled with disappointment. Lin Bei fell into deep contemplation. He could not fathom that Xiao Yuan lacked talent. Yet, what was this perplexity? It was one thing to be inept at Tai Chi, but entirely another to be clueless about breathing techniques. Could it be that she was simply too young and needed to focus on her studies first? Lin Bei shook his head, quickly dismissing that notion. Talent and comprehension have nothing to do with academic schooling. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Tai Nyo practicing his punches, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him. It must be that his approach had been misguided. Tai Nyo is indeed a person of exceptional talent. However, his approach was misguided, resulting in over a year of unremarkable existence. Presently, Xiao Yuan appears to be in a similar predicament. Xiao Yuan, what do you enjoy doing in your spare time? She tilted her head thoughtfully. I enjoy eating, sleeping, and playing. Lin Bei's lips twitched. What a coincidence. These were also his pastimes. Yet, what was his intention in asking? He sought to unearth Xiao Yuan's innate abilities. What a perplexing situation. Lin Bei felt utterly helpless. At that moment, Xiao Yuan suddenly remarked, I particularly detest medicinal baths. What medicinal baths? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. Curious, Xiao Yuan explained. Isn't it necessary to undergo medicinal baths to become a martial artist? My father wanted me to become a martial artist, so he had me soak in medicinal baths since childhood, but each time I did, I felt extremely uncomfortable and utterly loathed it. Eventually, my father said my absorption efficiency was too low. I simply couldn't become a martial artist. Lin Bei's mind was suddenly illuminated. At this moment, a thought sparked in his mind, as if he had grasped something significant. Why do you despise medicinal baths? Xiao Yuan replied. I find those medicinal baths particularly murky and foul-smelling, a confusing blend of the useful and the useless. With a hint of disappointment, she recounted, when I told my father, he scolded me, insisting that these prescriptions have been meticulously refined by martial artists over time. Useful? Useless? Lin Bei suddenly sensed something significant. Could it be that this child possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to herbs? Perhaps she is a natural prodigy in the art of alchemy? Contemplating this, Lin Bei immediately called out to the distant Xiao Yozi. Xiao Yozi, I'm coming. Xiao Yozi hurriedly approached. Master, take Xiao Yuan to Qingyun town and allow her to select some herbs to bring back. After issuing this command, Lin Bei turned to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, choose some herbs that you find particularly exceptional, and once you have procured them, return to me. All right. The two departed. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Bei brimmed with anticipation. If Xiao Yuan truly possesses such a talent, perhaps she could weave a unique cultivation method by integrating the divine farmer's classic of herbs with the principles of yin and yang Tai Chi. As time passed, Lin Bei remained industrious. With the path of spiritual mastery now revealed to him, He promptly commenced his cultivation. He recognized that his 12 meridians were not interconnected. Thus, Lin Bei needed to select one meridian to begin with, gradually breaking through each of the 12. Once all 12 meridians were fully interconnected, his human palace would attain ultimate perfection. Soon, he selected the first meridian most conducive to refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the hand tying lung meridian. As he practiced the Tai Chi breathing technique, an abundance of celestial energy began to permeate his first meridian. Lin Biming understood that this energy did not yet belong to him. He needed to refine it and integrate it into his very being. With the process of refining his Tao body, this influx of celestial energy was swiftly transformed into a thread of vital essence. This thread, perhaps, represented spiritual energy? Lin Biming felt a surge of excitement. He realized that the birth of this thread of spiritual energy signified a complete transcendence of the Tao body realm, propelling him into an entirely new domain of mastery. Lin Biming attempted to mobilize this thread of spiritual energy. Indeed, once refined, the energy responded to his consciousness and was summoned forth. Upon doing so, Lin Biming distinctly noticed that the surrounding celestial energies began to resonate in response. It was astonishing. Myriad spells essentially originated from this single thread of spiritual essence. He raised a finger, and this thread of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly gathering a multitude of heavenly and earthly forces. Lin Biming, with focused intent, endeavored to transform it into fire. However, he faltered. He realized that his failure stemmed from his lack of understanding of the transformations of fire within the celestial energy. Perhaps, observing fire more closely would allow him to grasp its profound mysteries. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is infinitely variable. Lin Bei understood that his journey in the art of cultivation had only just begun. After experimenting for a while, he discovered that this strand of spiritual energy could transform into various forms according to his thoughts. It could resemble a miniature sword, a dagger, or even serve as armor to protect his body and vital organs. Yet, even as the strand of spiritual energy was exhausted, Lin Bei felt an insatiable urge for more. The myriad of spells was endlessly diverse, and relying solely on his own comprehension would take an eternity. Lin Bei mused to himself. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Zhang Teng assist the disciples of the dojo in opening the celestial gates swiftly. He recognized that once his disciples grasped a certain spell, he could immediately deduce its perfection, rather than slowly deciphering the spells alone. It would be far more efficient to encourage his disciples to diligently cultivate and develop their magical abilities. Although it was a splendid notion, Lin Bei knew he must first delve into some spells himself. After all, if Zhang Teng were to challenge the Zhang clan, he needed to possess the strength to contend with Zhang Zhong. Thus, it was imperative for him to master a repertoire of formidable spells. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Lin Bei's mind. His extraordinary ability to deduce spells was immense. Could spells be extrapolated? If so, he could explore various spells and continuously refine them, treating them as his ultimate secret techniques. With this thought, Lin Bei's heart surged with excitement. Chapter 59. The Art of Deduction. Lin Bei approached his endeavors with an unyielding determination. Once he conceived an idea, he promptly set it into motion. He understood that before delving into the comprehension of spells, he must first refine a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would be insufficient for his needs. Thus, he began by refining an adequate supply of spiritual essence before turning his attention to the intricacies of spell work. Before long, Lin Bei realized that each strand of spiritual energy he refined required several dozen breaths to condense. After approximately half an hour, he had successfully gathered over 100 strands of spiritual essence. To his astonishment, he discovered that these numerous strands coalesced into droplets resembling water. Upon a brief calculation, he surmised that through a day's practice, he could condense around 20 droplets of spiritual energy. Following this trend, it would take roughly 1,000 droplets to completely fill the first meridian, thereby allowing him to unlock the second meridian. This revelation indicated that Lin Bei would require at least 50 days to cultivate to the second meridian. It was noteworthy that even with his current proficiency in the Tai Chi breathing technique, which had already transcended its limits 4 times, the journey remained arduous. Should his disciples in the future aspire to open the heavenly gate without breaking their limitations, their cultivation period might well extend even further. At this moment, Lin Bei gained a tangible understanding of the process of refining qi, and he deeply resonated with the adage that the path of immortality is long and fraught with challenges. As time passed, Once Lin Bei had condensed 10 droplets of spiritual energy, he immediately set about devising his foundational spell. Previously, Lin Bei endeavored to transform the spiritual energies of heaven and earth into the form of fire. Although he met with failure, he gleaned a profound insight. To effectuate a transformation of these energies, one must possess an intimate understanding of the subject matter at hand. Today, what does Lin Bei excel in? Tai Chi. His mastery of Tai Chi breathing techniques has transcended limitations on 4 occasions, granting him an exceptionally deep comprehension of the way of Tai Chi. Consequently, Lin Bei resolved to commence his endeavor from the foundation of Tai Chi, aspiring to create his own unique practice. Once adequately prepared, Lin Bei departed from the meditation chamber and made his way beyond the confines of the dojo. He chose to seek an uninhabited locale to experiment with his spells. Just as he was about to step outside, he fortuitously encountered Mu Qinghua. With a tone of surprise, she inquired, "Master Lin, are you preparing to leave the dojo?" In her eyes, Lin Bei rarely ventured beyond the dojo, save for instructing his disciples or engaging in solitary meditation. "Indeed, I intend to step out for a while," Lin Bei replied with a gentle smile. Noticing that Lin Bei was unwilling to elaborate further, Mu Qinghua wisely refrained from probing any deeper. However, as she watched Lin Bei depart, a flicker of curiosity shimmered in her eyes. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at a secluded mountain not far from the dojo. At the foot of the mountain, he cast a contemplative glance backward, then agilely ascended the peak. At that moment, Mu Qinghua revealed her presence. "What astounding speed! Even a master would scarcely compare," she mused. Mu Qinghua was initially driven by curiosity, desiring to follow Lin Bei and discern his intentions. However, her tracking skills were evidently lacking, and she was swiftly shaken off once discovered. On the other side, after evading Mu Qinghua, Lin Bei found himself deep within the mountains in the blink of an eye. With no one to disturb him, he took a deep breath, then spread the palm of one hand, commencing his magical experiment. Having transcended limits in his Tai Chi breathing technique 4 times, Lin Bei possessed a profound understanding of Tai Chi, thus he began with it. He silently acknowledged his progress and began to channel the spiritual energy within the first meridian. In the next moment, strands of spiritual energy surged forth, drawing in vast amounts of celestial energy. To his astonishment, this energy coalesced into the form of the Tai Chi diagram. Indeed, Lin Bei's comprehension of Tai Chi was remarkably deep, allowing him to succeed almost instantaneously. As he gazed at the Tai Chi within his palm, Lin Bei could sense the terrifying power it contained. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Using Tai Chi as a foundation, he sought to deduce the most formidable offensive spell. His mind became acutely focused as he began to activate his innate abilities for the deduction. Sure enough, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. The deduction commenced, lacking sufficient comprehension. He relied upon the knowledge of his Tai Chi breathing technique, which had broken limits 4 times, to initiate the process. The deduction was successful, resulting in the spell, Tai Chi Seal. A vast expanse of knowledge surged into Lin Bei's mind like an unstoppable tide. The Tai Chi Seal seemed as though he had practiced it countless times before. Simultaneously, the Tai Chi energy in Lin Bei's palm transformed into 2 swirling streams of black and white, dancing like fish above his hand, entwined in a mesmerizing embrace. This was precisely the form preceding the manifestation of the Tai Chi Seal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei thrust his palm forward. In the next instant, the black and white energies coiling around his hand coalesced into a towering imprint, approximately 2 meters high, that shot forth with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it struck the nearby mountainside with tremendous force. Instantly, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Not far away, Mu Qinghua felt the violent tremors at once. Is it an earthquake? She instinctively prepared to flee the area. However, the tremor lasted only a fleeting moment, leaving a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. At this moment, the mountainside struck by Lin Bei's Tai Chi Seal unveiled a breathtaking spectacle. A handprint, deeply embedded within the towering wall, approximately 100 meters high and 10 meters wide, had marred the entire mountain, leaving it riddled with cracks, as if it had been struck by an ancient giant's mighty hand. This was the Tai Chi Seal. Gazing upon this remarkable creation, Lin Bei finally grasped the profound disparity between mastery of technique and the essence of Tao. The potency of this strike far exceeded his expectations, but what mattered most? Such a formidable spell consumed merely a drop of spiritual energy. What if he were to expend 10, 20, or even 100 drops? In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why practitioners are often described as possessing boundless magical power. If their abilities were indeed limitless, the strength would be utterly incomprehensible. The offensive capability was already sufficient, and now, building upon the foundation of the Tai Chi breathing technique, he sought to deduce the most potent offensive spell. Thus, he began the process of deduction. With insufficient comprehension, he relied on the knowledge of the 4 breakthroughs of the Tai Chi breathing technique to initiate his calculations. The deduction was successful, resulting in the spell, Tai Chi Mystical Shield. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. This time, Lin Bei chose not to test its strength. The reason was simple. One could roughly ascertain the defensive potency of the Tai Chi Mystical Shield from the Tai Chi seal itself. Every strand of spiritual energy required arduous cultivation. After the deduction, he had already mastered its application. Given this, he chose to conserve his efforts. Having achieved his objectives, Lin Bei did not linger and promptly returned to the dojo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Qingyue emerged from her brief state of confusion following the tremor. What had caused the earlier disturbance? Realizing something significant, her expression shifted slightly as she hastened toward the source of the upheaval. Before long, she arrived at the location where Lin Bei had previously tested the Tai Chi seal. She looked up, gazing intently. On the towering cliff, reaching a height of 100 meters and a width of 10, there lay an enormous handprint, approximately 2 meters in size, deeply embedded into the rock for over 3 meters. This scene was utterly breathtaking. Could it be the handiwork of the forest master? Although she had long been aware of Lin Bei's elusive nature, this moment seemed to convey to Mu Qingyue that she had still underestimated Lin Bei's prowess. At this moment, within the dojo, Lin Bei leisurely sipped bitter mountain tea, his mood exceedingly pleasant. From the instant he created the Tai Chi seal, he realized an important truth. He had truly entered the ranks of cultivators. Simultaneously, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Your disciple Zhang Teng has comprehended the spell soul-piercing stab beginner, elevating your spell to soul-piercing stab perfected. In the next moment, a wealth of knowledge related to spells surged into his consciousness. Upon grasping the essence of the soul-piercing stab, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. This lad Zhang Teng was genuinely contemplating ways to overcome Zhang Zhong. Chapter 60, The Startling Divine Thrust. Journey to Nanyang. The level of the 7th refinement of the Tao body, daring to challenge a master, is indeed remarkable. Lin Bei holds a deep admiration for Zhang Teng's audacity. When Zhang Zhong visited the dojo, he once suppressed Zhang Teng with his formidable presence. Zhang Teng is acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from a martial arts master. Yet, despite this awareness, he continues to ponder ways to overcome this formidable opponent. What is truly astonishing is that he has devised a plan. This startling divine thrust is not an ordinary spell, but rather a spiritual attack technique, a genuine trump card. Even without inquiry, Lin Bei understands Zhang Teng's innovative thought process behind the creation of this technique. The martial arts masters are exceptionally powerful. With Zhang Teng's cultivation at the 7th refinement of the Tao body, even if he were to successfully create a spell, victory is not guaranteed. Only through unexpected tactics can one achieve triumph. The startling divine thrust is indeed Zhang Teng's unconventional strategy. This technique is truly breathtaking. After fully absorbing the knowledge of the startling divine thrust, Lin Bei cannot help but reflect deeply. When Zhang Teng conceived this spell, he ingeniously employed the Feng Fu, Shinting, and Shangxing acupoints. He forcefully stimulated the Tongtian acupoint, which connects to the Shinting acupoint. Furthermore, he utilized the Tongtian acupoint as the foundation to transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a mental form, storing it within. Had it not been for Zhang Teng's comprehension of this spell, Lin Bei might not even have grasped the concept of such a technique, let alone create one. At that very moment, Mu Qingyue returned to the dojo. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Bei, Mu Qingyue hesitated, words caught in her throat. Is there something amiss? Lin Bei inquired, glancing at Mu Qingyue. This question might be perceived as somewhat intrusive, yet I felt compelled to ask. Was it you who caused the commotion at the back mountain? Ultimately, Mu Qingyue voiced the curiosity that had lingered in her mind. The back mountain? Lin Bei immediately recalled the scene of Mu Qingyue trailing behind him. He chose not to conceal the truth. Responding with a nonchalant tone, I have been feeling somewhat constrained in my cultivation lately, so I went out merely to stretch my limbs. His understated words left Mu Qingyue utterly astonished. Such earth-shattering noise was merely a casual exercise? She fixed a penetrating gaze on Lin Bei, her conviction solidifying. He was not exaggerating in the least. He truly had been only stretching his limbs. What did this imply? Lin Bei's strength far surpassed the magnitude of the disturbance he had created. At that moment, Xiao Liuzai returned with Xiao Yuan'er in tow. Master, we have procured 18 varieties of herbs. Please take a look. As he spoke, Xiao Liuzai placed several jade boxes on the stone table, unveiling the precious herbs within. Upon seeing these herbs, Mu Qingyue's expression turned quizzical. Have you been deceived? Xiao Liuzai exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. I compared them with the market prices. I was not deceived. Mu Qingyue promptly remarked, what I mean is that you have purchased some rather useless items. It is evident that you intend to concoct elixirs. But the herbs you have acquired are rather peculiar. You possess the rare and elusive 1,000-year-old Ishowu, yet you also have the exceedingly common tricolor grass. With a hint of exasperation, Mu Qingyue continued, many herbs can be toxic when combined. Miss Mu, do you have knowledge of pharmacology? Lin Bei inquired, somewhat surprised. I know a little, she replied. Our library houses numerous related texts. With a smile, Mu Qingyue added, if Master Lin is interested, I could arrange for some to be copied. Lin Bei chuckled and shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Mu. But we cultivators differ somewhat from your martial practitioners. Seeing Lin Bei's refusal, Mu Qingyue chose not to press the matter further. At that moment, Xiao Yuan'er, appearing somewhat anxious, asked, Master, did I make a mistake in my purchases? Lin Bei remained silent, meticulously examining the herbs. After a short while, he revealed an expression of realization. Each herb emitted a distinct wave of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Indeed, Xiao Yuan'er had effortlessly selected several spiritual materials imbued with such celestial energy. This suggested that her innate talent was likely connected to the herbs. Xiao Yuan'er, come with me. Oh, Lin Bei stood up, taking Xiao Yuan'er along. And they soon arrived at the dormitory. At this juncture, Lin Bei retrieved a volume of the Shinong Benchao Jing. This book was meticulously crafted by Lin Bei long ago. In truth, Lin Bei had merely perused the Shinong Benchao Jing previously, and it was only natural that he would have forgotten much of it. Since the commencement of the 7th refinement of his Tao body, however, his memory had transformed into something extraordinarily remarkable. Many pieces of knowledge he had once discarded or merely skimmed could now be recalled in their entirety. What is this? Xiao Yuan'er inquired with curiosity. Lin Bei's expression turned serious. Xiao Yuan'er, take this knowledge and study it diligently. If you can master it and integrate it seamlessly, I shall impart to you a method of cultivating immortality. Xiao Yuan'er nodded earnestly. During her time with Tainyo, she had witnessed Lin Bei's formidable prowess. She was also aware that Zhang Teng practiced the Tai Chi breathing technique, while Tainyo cultivated the Zhou Tian meridian breathing method. This indicated that Lin Bei possessed the wisdom to teach according to one's aptitude. I will strive with all my might. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. If you possess talent, I shall naturally bestow upon you the cultivation method. Should you find it challenging, do not feel anxious. Perhaps your talents lie elsewhere, yet I have yet to uncover them. Lin Bei offered Xiao Yuan'er further encouragement. After all, she was an unexpected delight, should she indeed succeed in her cultivation. Even discovering a wholly new method of practice would be splendid. Conversely, if she faltered, Lin Bei would not impose any pressure, considering it merely an investment. Time began to flow, drop by drop. Engrossed in his cultivation, Lin Bei seemed to lose all sense of time. On this particular day, the morning sun rose. The iron bull rapped upon the door of Lin Bei's secluded chamber. Master, with but one day remaining until our 10-day appointment, Miss Mu has asked me to remind you that it is time to set forth. Only then did Lin Bei slowly open his eyes. A hint of reflection stirring within him. How swiftly time passes. At this moment, the first meridian of Lin Bei had coalesced 120 drops of spiritual energy. Has time truly flown by so rapidly? Exiting the chamber, Lin Bei's expression brightened upon seeing the iron bull. Well done, you've reached the 6th refinement. Upon receiving this unexpected praise, the iron bull felt a flicker of joy within. Senior brother Zhang has already achieved the 8th refinement of the Tao body. He remarked as they walked. The 8th refinement? Lin Bei nodded in understanding. Soon, he and the iron bull arrived at the training ground, where they found Mu Qingyue and Zhang Teng already awaiting his arrival. As his gaze scanned Zhang Teng, Lin Bei noticed that approximately 10 strands of a drop of worldly spiritual energy had accumulated within his Tongtian acupoint. Though merely a single drop, it had filled his Tongtian acupoint to capacity. This signified that one drop was his utmost limit. Lacking comprehension of the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing technique and being only at the 8th refinement, the strength of his Tao body ultimately fell short. According to Lin Bei's estimation, the Tongdian acupoint should be capable of withstanding at least 10 drops of worldly spiritual energy. Upon noticing Lin Bei's approach, Zhang Teng immediately bowed respectfully. Master, Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Today, I shall visit the Zhang clan. Have you made up your mind? Zhang Teng's eyes shone with determination. It is time to settle the long-standing grievances between myself and the Zhang family. Chapter 61. Establishing the dojo. Observing the resolute Zhang Teng, Lin Bei remained silent, merely approaching him and gently patting his shoulder. Though words were absent, Zhang Teng comprehended that this was his master's unspoken support. At this moment, within the dojo, Xiao Liuzi rubbed his hands together and addressed Tainyo beside him. Do you think master will take us along? Tainyo cast a silent glance at him. What? You've just been to Qingyun town and you're already yearning to wander again? Xiao Liuzi rolled his eyes at Tainyo. What do you mean by wander? I merely wish to broaden my horizons in Nanyang. I have heard that Nanyang is far more prosperous than our own place. It is a grand city. Tainyo regarded Xiao Liuzi thoughtfully. While I too am concerned for Brother Zhang, it would be best not to complicate matters. Our presence would not only be unhelpful, but could also distract Master from his duties. Very well. Xiao Liuzi nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Tainyo, how about we recruit villagers from the surrounding areas? Tainyo agreed. That sounds feasible. After all, the Chun family cloth shop and the heads of the 16 shops we are recruiting have already begun constructing their establishments and infrastructure here. It is indeed time to gather some residents. On another side, Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and Mu Qingyue arrived at the entrance of the dojo, where they encountered Xiao Yuaner and her father standing outside. Little Yuaner's father was waiting nearby, guiding a horse-drawn carriage, which was even equipped with a coachman. Master, little Yuaner exclaimed, running enthusiastically towards him. Father heard that you were heading to the Zhang clan, and he specially prepared this carriage for you. At that moment, the head of the Qin family approached and bowed to Lin Beixing, expressing his gratitude. These past few days, I must thank you for your care towards little Yuaner. I understand you do not accept a disciple's fee, and I do not wish to impose, but please do accept this carriage. Little Yuaner added, Master, you should accept it. These 2 horses were meticulously selected by my father. Upon hearing this, Lin Beixing felt a twinge of confusion. When had he ever stated that he would not accept a disciple's fee? It quickly dawned on him that these words must have come from the mischief of the iron-headed Tinyu. In an effort to impress Tinyu, he had crafted an image of an otherworldly master. Now, however, it seemed he had inadvertently set a trap for himself. Despite the flourishing FAKE of his dojo, Lin Beixing was, in truth, quite destitute. The funds he had used to send little Liuzi and little Yuaner to purchase herbs had been scavenged from the Liuhe martial arts school, courtesy of Zhang Tao and his attendants. Though it stung a bit, Lin Beixing came to terms with it. If this offering was not meant to be accepted, it could only be deemed a matter of fate. Once the dojo was established, would the income not flow endlessly? Since this was the heartfelt gesture of the head of the Qin family, he decided to accept it. The head of the Qin family was delighted to hear this. It was clear that Lin Beixing's acceptance of the gift indicated a willingness to foster closer ties. At the very least, he has etched this individual into his heart. This holds great significance for him. Even if Lin Bei offers no promises and extends no assistance, he will still command respect within the business circle of the dojo in the future. After all, those merchants are unable to present gifts, even if they wish to. Coupled with the connection to Xiao Yuaner, the head of the Qin family believes he will be able to establish a firm foothold here. There were no formalities or small talk as Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and Mu Qingyue boarded the carriage. The driver promptly set off. Along the way, Lin Bei observed that this small village was not only erecting shops, but also constructing numerous residences. Even the main road had been paved with bluestone. The surroundings of the dojo exuded a vibrant vitality. Just at that moment, a pigeon descended into Mu Qingyue's hand. She glanced at its message, then furrowed her brow, casting a serious look towards Zhang Teng and Lin Bei. What is it? Lin Bei inquired. The owner of the forest, this time. The challenge to the Zhang clan includes experts from the Nanyang Shou family. I am concerned they may not adhere to the rules, Mu Qingyue expressed, a hint of worry in her tone. Upon hearing this reference, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. For him, the Nanyang Zhou family was the root of all suffering, aside from the Zhang clan. It was precisely why he had outright rejected the goodwill extended by Zhang Zhong of the Zhang clan. He simply did not believe that Zhang Zhong could persuade the Nanyang Zhou family. If he fails to persuade the Zhou family of Nanyang, will he not become a mere pawn? Moreover, should he acquiesce to Zhang Zheng's terms, he would be compelled to retract the challenge. Zhang Teng is reluctant to entrust his fate to others. This is fundamentally the reason he initially resolutely declined Zhang Zheng's proposition. He seeks to forge a path of his own, one that he can command. His heart has long since grown cold towards the Zhang clan. In response, Lin Bei merely offered a faint smile and uttered two words, "No matter." At this moment, within the Zhang clan, a family assembly is convened. The clan leader bears a solemn expression. "Esteemed members, we have received word from the notary of the Martial Arts General Hall in Qingyan City. They will arrive at our Zhang clan by noon tomorrow for a challenge. How shall we respond?" Zhang Zheng squints his eyes, remaining silent, appearing almost as if in slumber. "What shall we do? Naturally, we must eradicate the threat entirely." The one who spoke is tall and robust, with a square face and pronounced features. His gaze is as sharp as that of a hawk, emanating an aura of menace, unmistakably a warrior returned from the front lines. He is none other than Zhang Teng. Upon hearing of Zhang Tiao's demise, he hastened back without delay. Just then, within the conference hall, an individual clad in the attire of the Zhou clan interjects suddenly. "Eradicate the threat entirely? That may not be wise. Perhaps it would be better to capture them and hand them over to the county prince for resolution." Zhang Teng, his countenance fierce and filled with wrath, turns his gaze towards this individual. "The Zhou clan, had it not been for your family capturing Zhang Teng, would Tower have met such a tragic fate? Yet now you dare to criticize us?" Before the Zhou family could utter a word, Zhang Zheng immediately rebuked. "Do not be presumptuous." Zhang Teng was taken aback. Upon returning from the borders and learning of Zhang Zheng's survival, the sorrow in his heart over Zhang Tao's death had diminished significantly. After all, he was a master-level powerhouse. Did this not imply that they were no longer obliged to heed the Zhou family's opinions? To his surprise, the first to counter him was Zhang Zheng. Although somewhat bewildered, Zhang Teng swallowed his indignation and clasped his hands towards the Zhou family members. "I apologize for my loss of composure regarding Tower." The representative from the Zhou family sneered coldly. At that moment, Zhang Zheng spoke up. "We shall make every effort to capture Zhang Teng. But should he perish in the process, we cannot be held accountable." The Zhou family envoy nodded in agreement. "That is only natural." Soon, the discussion concluded. Zhang Teng approached Zhang Zheng. "Elder Zheng, now that you are alive, why do you still concede so much to the Zhou family?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zheng sighed deeply. "Since my return from the dojo, I have understood that the dojo's strength lies in Zhang Teng's master. He is a formidable expert." Zhang Teng was momentarily stunned. He inquired specifically about the Zhou clan, yet Zhang Zheng unexpectedly responded with matters pertaining to the temple. This left him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Zhang Zheng began to elucidate, revealing the underlying reasons. Chapter 62, Domain, the King of Martial Arts. Migration. From long, during my time at the dojo, I discerned the distrust and discontent Zhang Teng harbored towards the Zhang clan through his eyes. Consequently, I boldly made my way to the Zhou clan in Nanyang. Zhang Zheng let out a sigh, contemplating that the master of the forest possessed considerable strength, at least at the level of a grandmaster. It would be most advantageous if we could transform our adversary into an ally. The simplest method to achieve this would be to persuade Zhang Teng to relinquish his grievances and reconcile with her family. With the connection to Zhang Yong and Zhang Xiaoxiao, should we alleviate Zhang Teng's concerns, the possibility of convincing him to return to the clan would greatly increase. Though Zhang Teng was displeased, yearning for vengeance on behalf of Zhang Tao, he recognized the truth in Zhang Zheng's words regarding familial loyalty. Zhang Zheng continued, expressing his initial belief that, leveraging his own influence, coupled with some form of compensation, he could convince the Zhou clan to retract the bounty. However, to his dismay, the Zhou clan showed no regard for his standing. Even invoking the names of some old generals from the border proved futile. Zhang Teng, bewildered, inquired why the Zhou clan was so overbearing. I too wished to understand, which led me to the brink of confrontation. At that moment, do you know what I felt? What? Zhang Teng's expression grew serious. I perceived the domain. Zhang Zheng's countenance darkened. At that instant, I felt as though I were ensnared in another realm, utterly suppressed. With even the thought of resistance extinguished, Zhang Zheng let out a bitter smile. In that moment, I finally comprehended the true trump card behind the Zhou family of Nanyang's audacity to declare themselves royal. Domain. Zhang Teng gasped in astonishment. To master the momentum is to be a grandmaster. Yet, to transform that momentum into a domain, To possess an absolute realm is to be hailed as the king of martial arts. A grandmaster represents a significant leap for a martial artist, while the king of martial arts signifies yet another progression. No wonder they claim kingship. Is there truly a king of martial arts? Zhang Teng long swallowed hard. At that moment, he finally grasped why Zhang Zhong had admonished him. The Zhang family truly could not afford to offend the Zhou family of Nanyang. The Zhou family loomed over the Zhang clan like an immense mountain, suffocating them. Zhang Zhong seemed to mock himself. When I initially went to the dojo, I had confidently assured Zhang Teng that I could persuade the Zhou family of Nanyang. Now it appears I have become a mere jest. His refusal of me, in an intangible sense, granted me some dignity. Had he not declined, I would have been at a loss for words and might have been compelled to capture him and deliver him to the Zhou family. Zhang Zhong sighed, then turned his gaze towards a distance behind him. Zhang Zonglong sensed something amiss and glanced in the direction Zhang Zhong was looking. Aren't you coming out? At this moment, Zhang Yong stumbled out, appearing somewhat disoriented. Zhang Zhong sighed with a sense of reflection. As you wept and implored me, I too wished for a resolution. Yet, Yonger, I have done my utmost. Zhang Yong nodded. I understand. Alas, you are a person of great insight. I hope you prioritize the greater good. With that, Zhang Zhong departed, leaving Zhang Yong standing there in a daze, his eyes devoid of light. The last glimmer of hope has also been extinguished. Grandfather, Zhang Shishao exclaimed. What does the ancestor mean? The meaning of the ancestor is. Zhang Yong spoke with a bitter tone. Zhang Teng is undoubtedly doomed. On another side, the carriage sped along. During the journey, Mu Qingwei cast curious glances outside the carriage. At that moment, the road outside was a thoroughfare, bustling with people burdened with their belongings, seemingly in the midst of migration. How peculiar! Why are so many commoners relocating? They appeared weary, having traversed a considerable distance. Lin Bei also felt a twinge of curiosity. What to do with such curiosity? Naturally, one must inquire. Lin Bei promptly signaled the coachman to halt. Stop for a moment. Once the carriage came to a standstill, Lin Bei nodded toward Zhang Teng. Without further ado, Zhang Teng swiftly dismounted and approached a villager who was pushing a wooden cart. Good sir, from whence do you come? Why are so many people migrating? Where are you headed? Upon hearing this, the man let out a bitter laugh and said, We have migrated from the direction of Yugu Pass, planning to rest for a day or two in Qingyun City before heading inland. At this moment, an elderly woman beside him added, Recently, there have been frequent appearances of ferocious beasts near Yugu Pass, rendering it quite unsafe. We have heard rumors from martial artists that a great battle may soon ensue. Indeed, we fear that Yugu Pass cannot hold its ground, which is why we have chosen to flee further away. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Teng found himself momentarily stunned. When he brought this news back, Mu Qingwei was the first to express disbelief. Impossible. Yugu Pass is a vital stronghold. How could ferocious beasts breach its defenses and disturb the populace? That is utterly preposterous. Yugu Pass has not been breached, Mu Qingwei stated with unwavering certainty. Moreover, they speak of ferocious beasts. It must be mere rumor. To possess the cunning of a beast and reach the level of a ferocious creature is akin to attaining the status of a martial arts master. If ferocious beasts truly infiltrated Yugu Pass causing havoc, it would be a grave matter. Once word gets out, bounty notices would surely flood the air. Mu Qingwei declared confidently. Lin Bei, realizing this, then inquired, if that is the case, does Miss Mu imply that these common folk are in a state of panic due to hearsay and rumors? Naturally, this has occurred before, leading to similar misunderstandings. It is of no consequence, Mu Qingwei replied calmly. With her words, Lin Bei dismissed the concern, and then recalled the nearby volcano, rumored to harbor the beastly fire python, prompting him to ask directly, Miss Mu, have you ever heard of the fire python? Mu Qingwei nodded. Are you referring to the creature from the volcano in the distance of your sect? Indeed, Lin Bei affirmed, then humbly inquired. It is said that the fire python is exceedingly formidable. Even masters are unable to contend with it. Has it transformed into a demon? Mu Qingwei shook her head. It certainly has not become a demon, rest assured. If it had, bounties for its extermination would be rampant, as the presence of a demon beast poses a great danger. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingwei continued. The fire python you mentioned has, in fact, been hunted by a master-led expedition. However, this creature is quite cunning. It can withstand the extreme temperatures of the magma within the volcano. When faced with a master, it quickly retreated into the crater, which is why it remains unharmed to this day. Although it resides in the volcano, it refrains from attacking humans. Thus no skilled hunters have pursued it recently. Lin Bei understood and resolved within himself. Upon his return, he would seek an opportunity to eliminate the fire python. The extermination of demons to ensure the peace of the populace is but one reason. The more pressing matter is that Lin Bei has set his sights on that volcano. Once he has perfected his 12 meridians and achieved mastery over his human palace, the volcanic site will prove to be of great utility. As time passed, the carriage moved swiftly. Gradually, the silhouette of Nanyang City appeared before the group. Returning to this place, Zhang Teng's fighting spirit intensified fervently. Chapter 63, Nanyang. The center of attention. Nanyang City, resplendent in its prosperity, stands in stark contrast to Qingyun City. It is a colossal metropolis, divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is predominantly inhabited by various prominent families, who nearly monopolize all resources. Among them, the Zhou clan reigns supreme over all families in Nanyang. They wield control over vast resources in both the inner and outer cities. Consequently, all families in Nanyang must heed their authority, coupled with formidable martial prowess. Even when the head of the Zhou clan proclaims himself the Duke of Nanyang, none dare to challenge their supremacy. In Nanyang, to offend the Zhou clan is to invite utter ruin, with but a word. They could sever a family's access to cultivation resources. For this reason, the families of Nanyang harbor an immense fear of the Zhou clan. Such is the power of the Zhou clan that a mere utterance could lead to the downfall of Zhang Teng, who is subject to a manhunt. In Nanyang, the Zhou clan is the sovereign of all families. At this moment, Lin Bei's carriage traverses the outer city. Along the way, many citizens of the outer city gaze curiously at the carriage carrying Lin Bei and his companions. Isn't that carriage from the direction of Qingyun? One inquires. Indeed, look. It bears the insignia of Qingyun town. Those two characters, are they not from the dojo? Another adds. I heard that Zhang Teng of the Zhang clan has issued a challenge. Could this carriage be theirs? The mention of Zhang Teng instantly piques the curiosity of many citizens. Isn't this individual a wanted criminal? Indeed, it is said that during his time at the Nanyang Duke's residence, he sullied the reputation of the princess, and subsequently fled back to his family. In a fit of rage, the Duke demanded an explanation from the Zhang family, who promptly disowned him. What happened next? Inquired some who were less informed, their curiosity piqued. The Zhang clan then reported the punitive measures to the Duke, who was deeply dissatisfied and ordered the Zhang family to deliver Zhang Teng to his residence, intending to exact his own vengeance before executing him. However, after Zhang Teng was rendered powerless, he vanished, eluding the Zhang family as well. It is rumored that the Duke even searched the Zhang clan's premises, and upon confirming that they had not harbored the criminal, a warrant for his arrest was issued. So that is how the wanted notice came to be. Many were enlightened by this revelation. But what about the challenge letter? How did he dare to return? A perplexed individual inquired. Ah, you may not be aware, replied another mysteriously. My distant cousin manages a shop for the Zhang family. It is said that he has joined a martial arts school known as the Daochang, part of a new sect called the Cultivators. While in Qingyun town, he reportedly defeated Master Chung of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall, which led to Master Chung informing the Duke's residence, prompting the Duke to command the Zhang clan to bring Zhang Teng to him. Subsequently, Zhang Tao was dispatched to capture Zhang Teng, only to meet his demise at Zhang Teng's hands. As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wasn't Zhang Tao at the pinnacle of the Danxi realm? Before his downfall, Zhang Teng was merely at the early stages of the Danxi, wasn't he? How formidable could this new sect truly be? It was said that they could continue their cultivation even after their Dantian was destroyed. One person exaggeratedly remarked, indeed, how outrageous is it that one can still cultivate after such a loss? Many nodded in agreement. Furthermore, it was rumored that at that time, Zhang Teng had only recently embarked upon the new sect's teachings. This elicited another round of gasps from the crowd. Shouldn't a novice belong to the body refinement realm? Yet he managed to defeat a powerful practitioner of the Danxi realm. It was utterly absurd. But that was not all. Later I heard that upon learning of Zhang Teng's defeat of Zhang Tao, the Zhang clan dispatched Zhang Tao's grandfather to exact familial justice. Zhang Teng's grandfather? Zhang Yong? I recall he was a formidable figure of the martial arts manifestation realm. Indeed, the individual nodded. Now comes the most astonishing part. The crowd leaned in, eager to hear more. Zhang Teng defeated Zhang Yong, and then penned a challenge letter, even insisting that Zhang Yong bring it back. I heard that accompanying him were Zhang Xiaoxiao and many of Zhang Tao's attendants. At that moment, someone interjected, I know, I witnessed it myself. Those attendants appeared to be severely beaten, with broken arms and legs. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Why did it feel as though I was listening to an incomprehensible scripture? Who could argue otherwise? While Zhang Teng had indeed cultivated a body of bronze and iron, could he truly defeat a master of true martial intent? Many individuals exhibited expressions of disbelief. This time, the dojo's carriage had arrived. Could it possibly be a falsehood? Someone added, not long ago. I saw Zhang Zhong from the Zhang clan. He departed toward the direction of Qingyun town, and upon his return, he immediately instructed the family to prepare for Zhang Teng's challenge. It is said that Zhang Zhong has attained the legendary realm of martial arts mastery, yet he returned empty-handed. It appears that the dojo's master is indeed formidable. Soon, similar news seemed to take flight, spreading across Nanyang. Almost simultaneously, the Zhang clan received the tidings. That wretch has returned. Zhang clan leader exclaimed with fury. Zhang Tsonglong's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Returned? Excellent. For daring to kill Tower. I shall ensure he pays with blood. At this moment, numerous masters gathered outside the Zhang clan's territory. Besides the Zhang family's skilled fighters, there were also many martial artists from various dojos, drawn by Qingyue's call for reinforcement. After all, the Qingyun main dojo required a fair adjudication of the challenge. Without a multitude of skilled fighters present, how could the clan's authority remain in check? What fairness could there be? Among the onlookers were also numerous martial artists from various families, and surprisingly, there were many students from academies merely observing. They have arrived. Someone from the periphery shouted. The crowd turned in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the bustling streets of Nanyang, making its way towards the Zhang clan. At this moment, the coachman felt an extraordinary excitement within him. After all, in a certain sense, Nanyang Avenue had opened a direct path to the Zhang family for them. Upon returning, he would have much to boast about. Good timing. Zhang Tsonglong gritted his teeth, his gaze towards the carriage filled with animosity. The clan leader of the Zhang family also wore a grim expression. How could the Zhang clan be subjected to such public scrutiny? Like performing monkeys on display for others to gawk at? Such is the nature of a challenge, Zhang Zhong remarked calmly. A fair challenge will naturally attract a multitude of spectators. The presence of many is not necessarily a detriment. If it allows them to witness the strength of the Zhang clan, it may ultimately benefit our family. Elder Zhang's words held great wisdom. Just as they conversed, the carriage gradually came to a halt before the Zhang clan's grounds. At that moment, nearly all eyes were fixed upon the carriage. We have arrived. With the driver's announcement, Zhang Teng slowly emerged from the carriage, his strides imbued with vigor and his eyes resolute. The last time he had fled in a disheveled and dazed state. But this time, he stood tall and proud. Chapter 64, Arrogance? This is dominance. At this moment, Zhang Teng radiated an entirely different spirit, as if he had been reborn. The instant he set foot on this familiar land, his eyes gleamed like blades, surveying the members of the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan had already assumed a formidable stance, blocking the entrance to their ancestral grounds. He even noticed that members of the Zhou clan were being treated as esteemed guests, similarly obstructing the path. The phrase roadblock seemed to take on a tangible form at that moment. Zhang Teng, the father of Zhang Tao, glared at him with fiery eyes, wishing he could devour him whole. In that instant, nearly all members of the Zhang clan fixated their gazes upon Zhang Teng, their expressions a myriad of emotions. Zhang Teng surveyed the crowd, observing their diverse reactions, and a peculiar sensation surged within him. These individuals had once been the most cherished in his life. Yet now, the vast majority harbored a desire for his demise. At this very moment, Mu Qingwei also alighted from the carriage. Her exquisite beauty, coupled with an aura of icy elegance, immediately garnered admiration from numerous martial artists present. Meanwhile, seated at the center of the Zhang clan, Zhang Zhong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. Indeed, he had arrived. Though he did not vocalize the identity of the newcomer, everyone in the Zhang clan and all the martial artists present were acutely aware of who was about to disembark. Zhang's gaze remained fixed on the carriage. Before them, the unassuming Lin Bei stepped forth with deliberate grace. Is this Lin Bei, the one who has emboldened Zhang Teng to resist? Zhang Zhonglong scoffed, observing, he appears quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary prowess. How dare he be so audacious? The patriarch of the Zhang clan's expression shifted subtly. It is precisely this unremarkable demeanor that is most formidable. His restraint is palpable. Meanwhile, the onlookers among the martial artists began to murmur amongst themselves. Could he be the fabled Lord Lin? The one bold enough to support Zhang Teng? I wonder what his true strength may entail. At that moment, Mu Qingwei took the initiative and stepped forward, addressing the assembly of the Zhang clan. Today, I, Mu Qingwei, represent the martial arts headquarters, and I shall oversee the challenge posed by Zhang Teng against the Zhang clan with impartiality. Upon concluding her statement, she cast her gaze upon the members of the Zhang clan. Do you harbor any objections? Although posed as a question, her tone conveyed an unmistakable authority. The patriarch of the Zhang clan let out a derisive snort, inquiring, You represent the martial arts headquarters? Where is the official document? Without hesitation, Mu Qingyue produced the document, which bore not only the seal of the Qingyan city headquarters, but also the prominent inscription of the martial arts headquarters. Upon witnessing the seal, Zhang Zheng slowly responded, There are no objections to this matter. Hearing this, Mu Qingyue exhaled in relief. Since there are no objections, the entirety of this affair shall be adjudicated by our Qingyan headquarters with utmost fairness. With that, she gracefully stepped aside. Almost everyone's gaze was fixated on Zhang Teng. The challenge of martial arts was declared openly and justly. Zhang Songlong stepped forward, his overwhelming killing intent, honed on the battlefield, bore down on Zhang Teng like a blade. You wretch, dare you come to challenge me? Before Zhang Songlong could finish his words, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Without giving Zhang Songlong a chance to react, a resounding slap echoed throughout the arena. Crack! In the next moment, Zhang Songlong found his face pressed against the ground, sliding several meters. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The one who had slapped Zhang Songlong was none other than Lin Bei. Lin Bei. Zhang Zhang leapt to his feet, glaring fiercely at Lin Bei, his voice booming with rage. What are you doing? Lin Bei's gaze was as sharp as a cold blade, and he spoke icily. In my presence. To insult my esteemed disciple as a wretch, who grants you the audacity? Is it you? Their eyes locked, electricity crackling in the air. In an instant, it felt as though lightning was clashing in the atmosphere. At this moment, the surroundings were in an uproar. Goodness, is this for real? The master of the Lin estate is incredibly ruthless. How could he directly intervene? Is he that protective? Just for a mere insult, he storms in like this? Is he ready to flip the table? Gasps of astonishment from martial artists and delighted whispers from academy practitioners filled the air, each person captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Zhang Teng's audacity to challenge stemmed not from the fairness of the martial arts school, but rather from the unwavering support of his master, who was present in person. However, before the challenge could commence, Lin Bei had already exited the stage. How could this not incite gasps of astonishment? Following the initial shock, questions arose. With the adjudicator still present, outsiders should not interfere in this challenge, not even a master. Zhang Teng had yet to articulate the specifics of his challenge. Thus it could not be deemed officially begun. Some martial artists began to elucidate the situation. Only after Zhang Teng declared the terms of his challenge and received acknowledgement and impartiality from the martial arts school could the challenge be regarded as formally initiated. In that moment, as Zhang Teng gazed at Lin Bei's retreating figure, a swell of gratitude surged within him. In stark contrast to his treacherous family and the relatives who had forsaken him, Lin Bei appeared monumentally admirable in his eyes. This scene incensed Zhang Zhong, who clenched his teeth in frustration. Many members of the Zhang clan could not suppress their fury, exclaiming, How arrogant! He dares to launch a sneak attack. The challenge had yet to officially commence. It was time to teach him a lesson. In an instant, martial intent surged, and energies clashed, as the Zhang clan prepared to swarm forward. Enough! Zhang Zhong barked, instantly quelling the ire of the Zhang clan. He then turned his cold gaze toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you wish to spar with me before the challenge? Audacious? Lin Bei retorted with a smirk. Who is truly the one being audacious? We adhered to the established rules when we came to challenge, yet this Zhang Songlong resorted to vitriol from the outset. I merely offered a slight reprimand. Having said that, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhong. If you find this unacceptable, feel free to take action. At this juncture, Lin Bei's voice sharpened like a cold blade. However, I have little patience for those who are unreasonable. Before you strike, I advise you to contemplate thoroughly whether you are prepared to embrace death. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the room became charged. Mu Qingyue's perception of Lin Bei transformed. To her, he had always exuded kindness, amiability, and grace. Yet at this moment, she perceived only one word, domineering. You're going too far, exclaimed the Zhang patriarch, seething with anger. In a swift motion, Zhang Zhong restrained the furious patriarch. Enough! Are you not embarrassed enough already? As these words left his lips, the patriarch paused, gradually regaining his composure. Indeed, From a broader perspective, Zhang Teng had formally issued a challenge, adhering to the proper etiquette. While Zhang Songlong's outburst was undoubtedly disrespectful, having been chastised, they could only acquiesce, lest they be perceived as unreasonable troublemakers. As a prominent family in Nanyang, they valued their reputation greatly. Observing the patriarch's calmness, Zhang Zheng then addressed Lin Bei. "We have indeed acted inappropriately. We humbly request your understanding, Master Lin." Upon this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhang Zheng unexpectedly conceded defeat. Chapter 65. Grandeur and Vengeance. Among those present, many were aware of a certain fact. Zhang Zheng had once visited the dojo, seemingly engaging in a covert confrontation with the forest master, Lin. Although they never clashed directly, there was an undeniable sense of caution towards him. It was precisely for this reason that when Zhang Songlong was sent flying, their reaction was one of acceptance. Now, witnessing Lin Bei's formidable presence, an unspoken realization dawned upon them. This man was not to be trifled with. Zhang Zheng, a martial arts master tempered on the battlefield, was retreating? Some were perplexed, finding it quite incredible. In the realm of martial arts, strength commands respect. If Zhang Songlong was not a match for Lin, then he had no right to complain about his defeat. One warrior spoke up, emphasizing the essence of the matter. The forest master exhibited no fear of Zhang Zheng, indicating that he too was a master, possessing the standing to engage in discourse. After all, who would entertain reasoning with someone of lesser stature? A man raised his fist, declaring, "Sometimes, a fist is the only argument that matters." Many nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Bei, observing Zhang Zheng's retreat, squinted and regarded him intently, pondering to himself, "Had this fellow discerned my intentions? Despite my provocation, he chose to withdraw. Why did he seize upon Zhang Songlong's indiscretion with such ferocity, reducing him to a state of unconsciousness?" The motive was clear. It was a strategic opportunity to neutralize the Zhang family's elite combatant, thereby alleviating pressure from Zhang Teng. Yet, recognizing his purpose was of little consequence. At the very least, he has established his authority. Through his actions, he conveyed to the Zhang clan that their dojo should not be trifled with. Zhang Teng possesses formidable backing. Now, with Zhang Zheng yielding, Lin Bei nonchalantly remarked, "Those who recognize the times are the true sages." After uttering this, he calmly took a few steps back. In that moment, the members of the Zhang clan were on the verge of exploding with anger. An elder from the Zhang clan approached Zhang Zheng and quietly inquired, "Elder Zheng, why must we concede? Are we to allow ourselves to be the subject of ridicule?" Many elders of the Zhang clan were perplexed by Zhang Zheng's actions. In the eyes of several elders, Lin Bei's blatant provocation presented an excellent opportunity for them to strike. If Zhang Zheng were to take action, their coordinated assault would likely result in a significant advantage. "Fools!" Zhang Zheng snorted coldly. "Zhang Teng has issued a challenge to our Zhang clan. According to the rules of the Grand Hall, anyone below the master level may participate. Do you wish to end up like Zhang Songlong?" Upon hearing this, many faces displayed expressions of bewilderment. What did Zhang Zheng mean by this? It was tantamount to informing them that if a conflict were to ensue, even if he intervened to restrain, the attackers could very well be rendered incapable of fighting. "Lin Bei, is he truly that formidable?" the clan leader inquired. "I cannot ascertain his full strength, but from the moment I first encountered him, his demeanor has been exceedingly dominant. At the very least, it signifies that he does not fear me, and moreover, I cannot gauge his aura. I am unable to determine his true prowess. I lack the confidence to believe I can defeat him," Zhang Zheng candidly admitted. Recognizing his intentions, how could one possibly fall into his trap? The members of the Zhang clan fell into a profound silence. Zhang Teng observed everything with keen awareness. As he beheld their demeanor of enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, long-buried memories seemed to awaken within him. Once, even when it was known that he had been wronged, the family still chose to forsake him for the sake of Zhang Tao. His grandfather, too, compelled him to endure humiliation. And what was the outcome? He was rendered incapable, and even faced death itself. Yet what is truly absurd? Initially, the family bore the shame, treating him as a discarded pawn, all in the name of gathering strength. Now, the Zhang family stands before him, once again enduring humiliation, but this time, it is merely to amass power to eliminate him. How utterly ironic. At this moment, Zhang Teng took a step forward. "Today, I, Zhang Teng, challenge the Zhang clan." As he spoke, the entire territory of the Zhang family fell into a hushed stillness. They understood that the grand performance was about to commence. Although they were aware of Zhang Teng's challenge, the specifics remained unknown. Now, Each individual awaited with bated breath to discover the nature of Zhang Teng's challenge. Esteemed members, if I were to stand alone, I would not bother to elaborate on grievances. However, as a disciple of the Taoist realm and the senior disciple of my master, it is imperative that I uphold the honor of the Taoist realm and my master. Zhang Teng began to speak loudly and clearly. I am a scion of the Zhang clan. During a banquet hosted by the Prince of Nanyang, Zhang Tao took advantage of my unguarded moment to render me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in the boudoir of the princess. Thus, I was unjustly accused. And before I could comprehend the situation, I had become a wanted fugitive, stripped of my powers. Before I could finish my words, an envoy from the Zhou clan furiously retorted, "Nonsense! If you had not tarnished the princess's reputation, or even conceived a bastard child, would our esteemed Zhou family of Nanyang pursue you? It is a misunderstanding. Our illustrious family is not so petty." Zhang Teng scoffed derisively. How ludicrous! Tarnished her reputation? When I awoke, I was still clad in my garments, and my essence remained intact. How could I have compromised her purity? As for the alleged bastard, you ought to inquire with the princess herself. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the assembly. This revelation was quite significant. If Zhang Teng's words held any truth, the mud cast upon him might very well be part of the princess's scheme. At this moment, the envoy appeared momentarily bewildered, his complexion draining of color. Even Lin Bei was taken aback, realizing why Zhang Teng felt such profound disappointment with his family. Surely, he had voiced his grievances, yet the family, despite knowing the truth, dared not provide further explanations and had even cast him aside. It became evident that this predicament was not solely to protect Zhang Tao, but also entangled with the affairs of the Nanyang princess. Utter nonsense. You possess a tongue so deceitful, exclaimed the enraged clan leader Zhang. He understood that Zhang Teng's revelation would tarnish their Zhang clan's reputation, leaving them utterly disgraced. At that moment, the envoy from the Zhou clan also reacted, immediately rebuking. You insolent child, how dare you slander the princess? Seize him at once. The members of the Zhang clan exchanged glances, yet none made a move. It was then that Zhang Zhong slowly spoke. Do not be hasty, esteemed envoy. We, the Zhang clan, shall apprehend Zhang Teng and deliver him to the Zhou clan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng smirked mockingly. Slander? Before I submitted my challenge to the headquarters, I had sparred with Miss Mu, who was well aware of my true nature. Otherwise, how could the Qingyan headquarters possibly consent to advocate for me to the martial arts headquarters? Although Mu Qingwei remained silent, she tacitly acknowledged Zhang Teng's words. In that moment, a realization dawned upon the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Teng continued, Ladies and gentlemen, this is the very reason for my challenge against the Zhang clan. They are fully aware of my unjust plight, yet they collude with the Zhou clan, not only attempting to cripple my cultivation but seeking my utter destruction. Truly, how much more can one endure? With his declaration resonating in the air, Zhang Teng asserted, I shall reiterate before all present. I sever any ties with the Zhang clan. I, Zhang Teng, today challenge all those from the Zhang clan who wish to conspire with the Zhou clan. Anyone who seeks my demise may come forth and confront me. With that, he concluded. Zhang Teng directly produced a piece of paper, upon which were inscribed 3 formidable characters, Life and Death Pact. Anyone willing to engage in combat with me may sign this Life and Death Pact. For those who engage, victory and defeat shall be determined, as will life and death. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a peak of tension. The members of the Zhang clan exchanged glances. Excellent! A voice rang out, proclaiming, Brother Teng, your valor is truly admirable. As martial artists, we should embrace the thrill of vengeance. At this moment, Mu Qingwei stepped forward, advancing to the forefront of the crowd. The contents of the challenge had been issued by the Zhang clan. Those who signed the Life and Death Pact may confront Zhang Teng one-on-one. As Mu Qingwei spoke, she took the Life and Death Pact and unfurled it. Just then, a powerful member of the Zhang clan bellowed furiously, Impudent youth. Nonsense. Today, I shall cleanse the clan. This individual leaped into action, almost simultaneously brushing past the Life and Death Pact, inscribing his name upon it, Zhang Yashan. He was none other than the father of Zhang Tao. Chapter 66. The Sealing of the Cavern. The urgent plea for updates has been received, and the stakes have risen. At the moment Zhang Teng beheld Zhang Yashan charging towards him, a singular thought surged through his mind. Debts must be settled with their rightful owners. It was rumored that the poison administered by Zhang Tao had originated from Zhang Yashan. Thus, it was only fitting that he was the first to confront Zhang Teng. After all, the enmity between them ran as deep as the ocean. As the saying goes, adversaries meet with heightened animosity. The murderous intent flickering in their eyes was palpable, easily interpreted by all who bore witness. At this juncture, words were superfluous. Only the finality of life and death could quell this overwhelming animosity. Vile wretch, prepare to meet your demise. Zhang Yashan, brimming with an overwhelming aura of hostility, closed the distance to within 3 meters of Zhang Teng in an instant. Although he had attained the manifestation realm, his martial will remained unexpressed. Instead, it melded with his vital energy, surging violently within the confines of his body. Even from a considerable distance, one could sense that his physique was in an extraordinarily formidable state. Clearly, he had acquired some intelligence regarding Zhang Teng's ability to disrupt the manifestation of martial intent, and this posture allowed him to unleash his full potential. Had Zhang Yang betrayed such information? A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Teng's mind. Nevertheless, he clung to a sliver of hope. As Zhang Yashan lunged forward, the muscles in his arm bulged explosively, emanating an aura of strength that resonated throughout the venue. Every martial artist present could feel it. This punch was undeniably powerful. Zhang Teng's gaze sharpened as he immediately recognized the technique being employed. This move was none other than the lethal skill from the Zhang clan's long fist, breaking wind, shattering mountains. It is said that the ancestral patriarch of the Zhang family once produced a martial arts sovereign who utilized this very technique to pierce through the heart of a mountain, creating a tunnel over 100 meters long. This punch is renowned for its incredible speed and power. Zhang Teng, however, chose not to withstand it head-on. His body, now refined through 8 stages of cultivation, could effortlessly match Zhang Yashan's velocity. With a display of Tai Chi footwork, he moved as if embodying the principles of yin and yang. His movements, seemingly simple evasions, were executed with such precision that he skillfully dodged the punch. In fact, at the very moment of evasion, he closed the distance, exploiting the instant Zhang Yashan revealed a vulnerability. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng transformed his palm into a finger, unleashing the martial skill he had comprehended, sealing acupoints. He pointed decisively at the Yumin acupoint. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Teng's expression shifted noticeably. As he attempted to seal the acupoint, he could distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of true energy emanating from Zhang Yashan's Yunmen acupoint, even swirling with the essence of martial intent. What did this signify? It indicated prior preparation. It was as if Zhang Yashan had anticipated his move to seal the acupoint. In that instant, a certain flicker of hope within him vanished entirely. He could almost ascertain that this information must have been leaked by Zhang Yang. Yet, despite his disappointment, he was acutely aware that his current strength was far superior to what it had been during his previous confrontation with Zhang Yang. He had indeed achieved the 8th refinement of his physical body. At this moment, what does it matter if Zhang Yashan had long been prepared? Is it so effortless to defend against the sealing of acupoints? As Zhang Teng commenced the sealing, a faint whiff of celestial energy spiraled at his fingertips. The instant he struck the Yunmen acupoint, it shattered the defenses of martial intent and true qi with ease. Yunmen acupoint sealed. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yashan's complexion shifted dramatically, yet he had no time to react as Zhang Teng, like a bolt of lightning, sealed 3 of his acupoints. When he swung his fist in an attempt to repel Zhang Teng, the latter merely shifted his Tai Chi step slightly, evading the attack effortlessly while sealing 6 more of Zhang Yashan's acupoints in the process. Instantly, his true qi became obstructed, and the essence of martial intent could not coalesce, revealing numerous issues. His strength, astonishingly, diminished significantly within a brief span. Panic ensued. At last, Zhang Yashan found himself in a state of alarm, seemingly experiencing the despair once felt by Zhang Yang. He yearned to counterattack. However, Zhang Teng's movements were ethereal, elusive yet ever-present. Each of his counterattacks not only failed to strike Zhang Teng, but also resulted in the sealing of additional acupoints. It's over. A single misstep led to a cascade of errors. He never fathomed that employing the ultimate skill of Zhang ancestors' long fist would lead him to such a dire predicament. This was simply overwhelming. In that moment, he even questioned whether Zhang Yang had deceived him. With such prowess, how could he possibly be forced into a corner? Just as his movements began to slow down, Zhang Teng pointed directly at his temple, and in an instant, Zhang Yashan's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. His pupils were brimming with resentment and unwillingness. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt with a loud thud as he collapsed to the ground. His life, at that moment, came to an end, leaving no time for even a final word. The atmosphere fell silent. Everyone was stunned, including Mu Qingyue, who was left in disbelief. When she had previously battled Zhang Teng, although she was defeated, she had felt she possessed a fighting chance. Yet now, she was struck by a peculiar illusion. Had Zhang Teng perhaps shown leniency? Zhang Yashan was, after all, a master of the same realm as she was, renowned within the Zhang clan. To be killed in a single encounter was unfathomable. Life and death are determined by fate, and the wheel of heavenly justice turns. Today was the time for him to pay for his misdeeds. Zhang Teng cast a glance at Zhang Yashan before kicking him aside, as if discarding refuse. This scene ignited fury among the members of the Zhang clan, their eyes filled with rage. "I shall confront you," an elder of the Zhang clan declared, preparing to intervene. Suddenly, Mu Qingyue withdrew the death warrant, blocking the elder's path. "Hold on. What does this mean? Why have you retracted the death warrant?" The elder rebuked. "Are you not showing favoritism?" "Certainly not," Mu Qingyue immediately stated. "According to the rules, Zhang Teng is entitled to a respite of 1 incense stick's time." After saying this, she turned her gaze towards Zhang Teng. "Do you require a break?" "Naturally," Zhang Teng replied, without further ado. He settled himself in a cross-legged position and began his breathing exercises. "Zhang Teng, are you perhaps afraid? Stand and engage me in 300 rounds of combat," the clan elder exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he stamped his foot. Zhang Teng merely cast him a sidelong glance, his expression reminiscent of one who regarded a fool. Observing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle, lightly mocking. "Is it a characteristic of your Zhang clan to be so utterly foolish? In a battle of life and death, even the slightest restoration of strength could tip the scales of fortune. Is this not common knowledge? Or do all members of the Zhang clan share a penchant for seizing opportunities in another's moment of weakness?" Upon Lin Bei's utterance, laughter erupted around them. Zhang Zheng's face darkened, and he shot a glare at the clan elder. "Return at once." The clan elder glared back at Lin Bei with a fierce intensity, as if to convey his final defiance, before retreating in frustration. Lin Bei appeared utterly unfazed by this display of impotent fury, even finding it amusing. At that moment, Zhang Teng had completed his breathing exercises and regained his composure. Previously, due to the lack of refined spiritual energy stored within the first meridian, his only means to break through Zhang Yashan's Yunmen acupoint was to utilize the spiritual power within his Tao body. In truth, Zhang Teng had initially contemplated storing the refined spiritual energy within the first meridian to comprehend the art of control. Upon refining the results, he discovered that his Tao body appeared somewhat fragile. The accumulation of the refined spiritual energy from heaven and earth inflicted slight damage upon it. Thus, he became acutely aware of what it meant to possess an insufficient realm, prompting him to halt his pursuits decisively. Logically, he should have been incapable of mastering the path of control. However, Lin Bei had once imparted to him that after comprehending the principles of control, he could harness this path to potentially vanquish Zhang Zhong. His trust in Lin Bei was profound and unwavering. He was confident that his master would not permit any harm to befall his Tao body. Consequently, he took an unconventional approach, utilizing the meridians of the 3 caverns of the Heavenly Palace to locate the Tongtian Cavern, where he discovered a method to store refined spiritual energy without damaging his Tao body. Ultimately, he achieved enlightenment of the spell, the Divine Spike. Now, fully restored, he wasted no time and stood to confront the members of the Zhang clan. "Who else dares to capture me, like the lapdogs of the Zhou clan?" Zhang Teng glared furiously, directing his wrath at the elder from earlier. "Come forth and meet your demise." Chapter 67. Pleading for mercy? Too late. The elder of the Zhang clan was immediately engulfed by fury upon receiving a glare from Zhang Teng, prompting him to rise with indignation. "Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Although this elder had surpassed 70 years of age, his eyes sparkled with vitality and his spirit remained robust. He had merely disrupted Zhang Yashan's vital energy and martial intent through the use of forbidden techniques. Otherwise, he would have been no match for Yashan. As he spoke, he leapt forward, positioning himself directly in front of Mu Qingyue. A death warrant. Since the time for a brief respite had yet to expire, Mu Qingyue cast a glance at Zhang Teng, silently inquiring if she could proceed with signing the death warrant. Zhang Teng nodded in affirmation. With that, Mu Qingyue wasted no time and promptly produced the death warrant, unfolding it with determination. Without a word, the elder inscribed his name upon the document. "Zhang Yaran. Are you Zhang Yaran? No wonder I had never encountered you. You are the one who, years ago, married your own granddaughter to Zhang Yashan." Subsequently adopting the Zhang surname as an outsider, Zhang Teng remarked with a tone of derision. It is no surprise that you are so eager to kill me now that Zhang Yashan is deceased, seeking to claim credit for yourself. The truth, rather than mere fabrications, has the power to wound. Zhang Yaran seemed to have struck a nerve, his forehead pulsating with anger as he seethed. You little thief, you were courting death. Despite his fury, Zhang Yaran did not charge recklessly like Zhang Yashan had. Instead, he remained rooted in place, unleashing a torrent of martial intent and vital energy with wild abandon. His words were resolute. The body is remarkably honest. He is acutely aware that in close combat, he may not be a match for Zhang Teng, especially given the cautionary tale of Zhang Yashan that looms before him. However, should he harness his true energy and martial intent for ranged attacks, the situation would be entirely different. From his observations, it appears that Zhang Teng, this so-called practitioner of the immortal path, seems to lack the means for long-distance assault, excelling instead in close-quarter confrontations. Thus, he opts to employ true energy and martial intent for remote strikes. At this moment, many others share similar sentiments, perceiving the sect of immortal practitioners as a martial discipline that pushes the physical limits, particularly adept in hand-to-hand combat, while possessing certain unique techniques to counter true energy and martial intent. Yet, in truth, they could not be further from the reality. The practitioners of the immortal path are, in fact, least skilled in close combat. The refinement of their physical bodies serves merely to master their techniques, with the strength of their physique being a mere byproduct. Moreover, they remain blissfully unaware that Zhang Teng's journey along the path of immortality is merely at its inception, lacking the qualifications to truly command spells. To a certain extent, these individuals know nothing about the practitioners of the immortal path. Naturally, they cannot fathom just how formidable a true practitioner of the immortal path can be. In that very moment, Lin Bei can genuinely be regarded as a practitioner of the immortal path. Upon witnessing Zhang Yaran's stance, Zhang Teng instantly comprehended his strategy. Without uttering a single word, the blue stone slab beneath Zhang Teng's feet was swiftly cracked under his weight. In the next moment, he surged toward Zhang Yaran like an arrow released from a bow. Upon witnessing Zhang Tengchong charging forward, Zhang Yaran felt a surge of joy rather than fear. Indeed, this individual's style was exceedingly peculiar, devoid of any discernible true energy or martial intent. He should pose no danger from afar. Just as Zhang Yaran's thoughts raced, his martial true energy and intent surged, reaching an apex within him. As he gazed at the approaching Zhang Teng, he let out a thunderous roar. With one foot, he forcefully stomped down upon the blue stone slab beneath him. In the next instant, the slab within a meter's radius shattered under his weight. The rebound force propelled hundreds of fragments into the air, each varying in size. Almost instantaneously, these shards became enveloped in layers of true energy, infused with a substantial concentration of martial intent. Die! Zhang Yaran bellowed, his voice hoarse with intensity, and with a fierce sweep of his hand, the debris flew forth like hidden weapons. Simultaneously, his martial intent surged, directing the shards as if they possessed sentience, striking toward Zhang Teng from all directions. Observing this, the clan leader squinted and nodded repeatedly. In his eyes, such an assault bore little effect against a martial intent master. After all, the clash of martial intent could easily send these stones flying. Yet, against Zhang Teng, it seemed perfectly suited. After all, Zhang Teng's combat style resembled that of a body refinement practitioner. Although the close-quarters combat is exceptionally formidable, how should one respond when faced with such a devastating assault? Many members of the Zhang clan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts filled with admiration for Zhang Yaran's quick wit. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhang Teng took a deep breath and unleashed a thunderous shout, "Break!" Alongside his exclamation, he adeptly employed the Tai Chi breathing technique to stir the surrounding spiritual energy. Indeed, almost instantaneously after his shout, the fragmented stones, which seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, lost their martial intent. Their erratic trajectories reduced to mere inertia propelled by the enveloping true energy. At this moment, numerous martial artists of the Zhang clan sprang to their feet. Realizing that the martial intent had been dispersed, a close-quarters skirmish was imminent. This was dire. Zhang Yaran was in peril. In that instant, like a dragon gliding through water, Zhang Teng gracefully maneuvered through the gaps in the debris, swiftly arriving before Zhang Yaran. Zhang Yaran's pupils constricted as he hastily threw a punch, seeking to seize the initiative. Unfortunately, at the very moment he struck, Zhang Teng executed a Tai Chi cloud hand, effortlessly neutralizing the attack, transforming his palm into a finger. He deftly tapped on the acupoint at Zhang Yaren's shoulder. Zhang Yaren was immediately taken aback. He felt his true energy and martial intent begin to falter. In his mind, two words resonated with alarming clarity: acupoint sealed. In a state of shock, he hastily retaliated, momentarily pushing back Zhang Teng after having 4 acupoints sealed. In a daze, he seemingly caught a glimpse of Zhang Yashan's fate. Thus, his instinctive reaction was not to continue the battle, but to turn and flee. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Among the gathered martial artists, some scoffed. He actually intends to escape? It was truly disgraceful. The arrogance displayed during the attack now felt utterly humiliating. The jeers from numerous martial artists only served to further tarnish the reputation of the Zhang clan. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng deftly pursued Zhang Yaren. "Where do you think you are going?" His voice echoed like the grim summons of the king of hell. I concede, spare me." Zhang Yaren pleaded in terror. However, Zhang Teng showed no signs of mercy, coldly stating, "Having signed the death warrant, we shall determine victory and defeat, and also life and death. In today's battle, it is simply a matter of you winning and me dying, or me winning and you perishing." Almost instantly, Zhang Teng closed the gap with Zhang Yaren and launched a fierce assault, his Tai Chi Bagua palm surging like a tidal wave, each strike following the last. Though Zhang Yaren hastily attempted to resist, his fighting spirit was utterly absent. Within moments of engagement, he revealed numerous vulnerabilities, his entire body sealed with over 100 acupoints. At this moment, the members of the Zhang clan looked on with gritted teeth, fully aware that Zhang Yaren was doomed to die. Chapter 68. A loss of control. The battle had seemingly lost all suspense. Seizing the moment, Zhang Teng unleashed a powerful blow that shattered Zhang Yaren's heart, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. In a manner akin to Zhang Yashan, Zhang Teng carelessly kicked him aside. Without uttering a word, Zhang Teng assumed a meditative posture, focusing on his breath to restore his state of being. Though he remained silent, his demeanor spoke volumes, as if challenging anyone present with the question, who else dares to meet their demise? "Patriarch, what should we do?" In an instinctive response, many turned their gazes towards Zhang Songlong. Logically, Zhang Songlong was the lethal weapon capable of eliminating Zhang Teng. However, he lay unconscious at that moment. "Elder Zhang, what is the condition of Zhang Songlong?" the clan leader inquired. After a brief silence, Elder Zhang solemnly replied, "It is not merely a matter of unconsciousness." Zhang Teng's master struck ruthlessly. The meridians in his brain have been shattered by an extraordinary force. At these words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. "What? Elder Zhang? Is this true? If so, then Zhang Songlong. Could it be that he?" Zhang Zhong nodded gravely. "You are correct in your conjecture. Zhang Songlong is nothing more than a breathing carcass." A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Zhang Songlong had effectively suffered brain death. Damn it. Zhang Teng's master has killed Zhang Songlong. Has he not violated the rules? Zhang Zhong let out a bitter laugh. Violated the rules? Zhang Songlong remains alive, thus. He has not transgressed the established order. Within the confines of limited rules, he has resorted to the most ruthless of measures. For a moment, silence enveloped the assembly. Zhang Songlong is a formidable figure, a master of martial arts at the pinnacle of true intent. Yet, in a fleeting encounter, he was struck down with a mere slap. At this juncture, the clan leader found himself at a loss for words. "What shall we do now, clan leader? Who will confront Zhang Teng? If no one rises to the challenge, it would signify our defeat." Acknowledging defeat would not only tarnish the Zhang family's reputation, but also leave them unable to justify their failure to the Zhou clan. However, in this moment, not a single member of the Zhang family dared to step forward. After all, none possessed the confidence to easily overcome Zhang Yashan and Zhang Yaren, who had perished. Those elders of the clan, possessing martial intent manifested, or even those at the gathering level of martial intent, were too intimidated to engage. "I shall take matters into my own hands." A glint of cold resolve flashed in the clan leader's eyes. "Though I am not a match for Zhang Songlong, as a master of true intent, capturing such a rebel should pose no insurmountable challenge." Zhang Zhong then spoke up. "Only you can undertake this task. Under my scrutiny." Zhang Teng's physical prowess, while not on par with the level of true martial intent, is nonetheless formidable. His combat skills are exceptionally strong. You must exercise caution. Just then, an envoy from the Zhou clan interjected. "Hold on. Clan leader Zhang, though you are indeed strong, it does not guarantee your victory over him." As he spoke, he approached the Zhang clan leader and handed him a small vial from his possession. "This is." Chief Zhang appeared somewhat bewildered. As the saying goes, all's fair in war, for within lies a secret elixir capable of rendering one momentarily dazed. Even a fierce tiger could be swiftly rendered unconscious. The envoy of the Zhou clan spoke in a nonchalant manner. An elder from the clan immediately interjected, "Is this not a source of shame for us all?" The envoy of the Zhou clan cast a cold glance in his direction. "The victor is king, and the vanquished are but thieves. My mission here is to take Zhang Teng, not to witness his indiscriminate slaughter. Think carefully." With that, the envoy of the Zhou clan strode to the side and seated himself. Chief Zhang glanced at Zhang Zhong. "Elder Zhong, if I were to truly reach that point, would it not violate the rules of the duel?" Zhang Zhong replied, "We must not breach the rules. Otherwise, Zhang Teng's master is not merely a figurehead." However, just as Zhang Zhong finished speaking, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "Capture Zhang Teng and deliver him to the Zhou clan. You may utilize the elixir. Disregard the rules of the challenge. I trust you can bear the cost. Otherwise, you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to endure." At that instant, Zhang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. This was undoubtedly the art of sound transmission. No one else around seemed to have heard the voice. What could this signify? The domain? The visitor? Could it be the martial arts sovereign? Zhang Zhong instantly realized that the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan had indeed arrived. Even so, he harbored doubts that this elixir might indeed be a gift bestowed upon the Zhou clan by the envoy of the martial arts sovereign. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, fully aware of the grave consequences that awaited the Zhang clan for violating the rules, felt compelled to steel himself and acquiesce to the voice. 4. Breaching the sanctity of the challenge would merely result in their temporary disgrace, a fleeting setback. However, defying the martial arts sovereign could very well spell annihilation for their lineage. Having reached this critical juncture, Zhang Zhong suddenly spoke up. "Patriarch, Zhong Lao." The patriarch, oblivious to the momentary turmoil that had just transpired, regarded Zhang Zhong with suspicion. "We can use the potion. We must subdue Zhang Teng." "What?" The patriarch was taken aback, astonished that Zhang Zhong had so swiftly altered his stance. This left him somewhat bewildered. "Zhong Lao, did you not assert that Zhang Teng's master was not merely a figurehead? If I resort to the potion, it would mean breaching the established rules, and his master would surely not remain indifferent." "Forget that. If you genuinely find yourself outmatched, use the potion immediately, and then." Zhang Zhong surveyed the gathered members of the Zhang clan. "Should there be a miscalculation with the potion, you all shall join forces to apprehend Zhang Teng. As for his master, that burden falls upon me." Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhang clan were momentarily taken aback. They struggled to comprehend Zhang Zhong's reasoning. For in their eyes, even if they were to lose the challenge, it would only mean letting Zhang Teng go, thereby concluding their grievances. Despite the pressure exerted by the Zhou clan, they ultimately possess an excuse. However, should they proceed as instructed by Zhang Zhong, the situation is likely to spiral out of control, and the Zhang family will undoubtedly incur a tremendous cost. In that moment, Zhang Zhong appeared to age significantly. Merely uttering a single, poignant phrase, "The martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan has already sent me a message. To defy him is to invite the annihilation of our clan." The Zhang family stood in astonishment. They were left with no choice. Just then, Zhang Teng had regained his composure. He rose to his feet, standing tall like a pine tree, casting a cold gaze over the members of the Zhang clan. Who else dares to court death? At this moment, the clan leader of the Zhang family was the first to react, stepping forward decisively. "As the leader of this family, I shall personally cleanse the traitors today." The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that with the clan leader taking action, it appeared that the Zhang family had been rendered defenseless. Zhang Tsonglong had evidently lost his fighting spirit. This was likely the final battle. After this confrontation, the Zhang clan would be left with no one, and their grudges would presumably be settled with the impartiality of the main hall. It seemed the Zhang clan would no longer be able to send someone to capture Zhang Teng. At that point, they would have to confront the pressure from the Zhou clan. The spectators began to voice their thoughts. In this moment, even the onlookers recognized a crucial truth. Even if the clan leader, a master of martial arts, took action personally, victory was not guaranteed. After all, Zhang Teng's display of strength is simply formidable. It is inconceivable that even a master at the true martial realm could eliminate a martial artist at the manifestation realm in such a brief span of time. At that moment, clan leader Zhang stepped forward, approached the life and death contract, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, inscribed his name upon it. Chapter 69, Between Life and Death. Heed the advice. Additional update. The moment clan leader Zhang affixed his signature, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. His martial essence emanated with fervor, igniting his internal energy like flames. An overwhelmingly potent aura surged forth. The azure stone beneath his feet fractured under the sheer force of this energy, splintering with numerous cracks. Moreover, a truly astonishing spectacle unfolded. Clan leader Zhang was drenched in blood, his garments soaked, as if adorned in a crimson armor that enveloped his entire being. What was clan leader Zhang endeavoring? Such a formidable fist intent. It struck like a tempest, sweeping through the air. Observers from the periphery gasped in astonishment. I have reached the manifest realm. Yet at this moment, I am beset by an intense sense of oppression. The martial intent, the third realm, aptly termed the true essence of martial arts, encapsulates this very phenomenon. Another martial artist voiced his confusion. Why is he bleeding profusely? This is rather peculiar. A fellow practitioner began to elucidate. He has merged his martial essence with his internal energy completely, extracting his own vital blood, allowing him to elevate his combat prowess several tiers in a fleeting moment. As he spoke, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. This signifies a fight to the death. In the aftermath, he is likely to suffer prolonged weakness. The crowd erupted in murmurs. They witnessed clan leader Zhang's unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, they comprehended that in clan leader Zhang's eyes, Zhang Teng was an adversary that could only be vanquished through a desperate struggle. Zhang Teng involuntarily inhaled sharply, realizing that after reaching the 8th level of his body refinement, he was capable of keeping pace with the speed of martial artists at the manifestation realm. Coupled with his formidable combat talent, victory seemed easily within his grasp. Yet, at this moment, he felt an undeniable pressure. The martial path's true essence, a realm that bore its name with merit, indeed lived up to its reputation. On the battlefield, a brief stillness enveloped the air. Zhang Teng and the clan leader locked eyes, each aware that this fleeting silence was merely the calm before the impending storm. Neither spoke, both seemingly engaged in a silent observation of one another, seeking to unearth the other's vulnerabilities. At long last, the clan leader could no longer contain himself. His peak condition was not sustainable. He yearned for victory, desiring to triumph before resorting to underhanded tactics that would tarnish the Zhang family's honor. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light as he surged toward Zhang Teng. Remarkably swift, Zhang Teng's pupils constricted, his head tilting slightly. He witnessed a fist hurtling towards him, nearly brushing against his ear as it struck. The strands of hair at his temple were shattered, leaving a visible imprint from the blow. Before Zhang Teng could react, the clan leader unleashed a sweeping punch that compelled Zhang Teng to raise his arms in defense. Boom! The force of that punch was so tremendous that it created a sonic boom, leaving the air trembling with its impact. Zhang Teng immediately sensed the terrifying power coursing through his arm. Had it not been for his firmly planted stance, he would have surely been thrown to the ground by that blow. Even so, the bluestone slab beneath his feet bore 2 deep imprints. The clan leader, Zhang, seized the advantage, his movements exuding an aura of ferocity as he wielded the Zhang ancestor's long fist. Having learned from Zhang Yashan's lesson, he was acutely aware that the ultimate technique, breaking wind and shattering mountains, had been discerned by Zhang Teng. Thus, he unleashed a fierce assault utilizing sudden storms from the Zhang ancestor's long fist. Truly, as the clan leader, Zhang Teng found himself at a disadvantage. Although he managed to block that recent strike, he could feel his muscles quivering under the strain. Had he not redirected the force in time, that kick could have cost him his life. Several elder members of the Zhang clan displayed expressions of delight. However, Zhang Zhong's demeanor remained grave. During the exchange, he could sense that aside from the initial moment when Zhang Teng chose to withstand the clan leader's peak attack, he had since managed not only to evade but also to discover opportunities to counterattack. Though the clan leader excelled in close combat, skillfully avoiding weaknesses and leaving Zhang Teng with little room for reprisal, there lingered an unsettling premonition. He distinctly observed that as the battle progressed, Zhang Teng's counterattacks increased in frequency. This evolution instilled within him a sense of dread, as if Zhang Teng were a creature born solely for the art of combat. Indeed, after Zhang Teng deftly evaded several attacks, he seized an opportunity to counter, employing the principle of using strength against strength, and forced the clan leader Zhang back several steps. Seizing the moment, he transformed his palm strike into a precise finger jab, sealing one of the clan leader's acupoints. In an instant, the peak of Zhang clan leader's vitality, martial intent, and true energy was severely hindered. Trouble. Many members of the Zhang clan rose anxiously. Even Zhang Zhong clenched his fists in tension. Kill! The clan leader roared, executing a swift maneuver, altering the flow of his true energy in an attempt to regain the upper hand. Unfortunately, his relentless assaults only provoked even swifter counterattacks from Zhang Teng. With a seamless exchange of blows, Zhang Teng adeptly utilized a Tai Chi step, exposing a flaw in the clan leader's defense. Swipe, swipe. With 3 successive strikes, he sealed 3 vital acupoints. Disaster. The clan leader was struck with horror. The sealing of these 3 acupoints completely obstructed the pathways necessary for his true energy to circulate. This meant he could no longer alter the flow of his true energy or maintain his combat effectiveness. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the fates of Zhang Yashin and Zhang Yoren. Once acupoints were sealed, their combat prowess plummeted. Indeed, following a deft maneuver that redirected his force, Zhang Teng effortlessly sent the clan leader's fist flying, leaving him wide open and entirely vulnerable. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng advanced, his voice icy. The essence of martial arts is indeed formidable. Had he maintained the potency of his initial strike throughout, victory would have eluded me. Yet now, you are defeated. Patriarch Zhang, you are merely this. Buzz. Patriarch Zhang's mind went blank in an instant. As Zhang Teng drew closer, he ceased to conceal anything. He deftly flicked his fingers, extracting a vial of medicine, and then swung it violently towards Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, taken aback by this desperate maneuver, anticipated a last-ditch counterattack, dismissing it as a mere casual move in Tai Chi to neutralize the blow. However, in that fleeting moment of deflection, the vial shattered, enveloping Zhang Teng in a cloud of powder. In an instant, Zhang Teng became disoriented, staggering backward several steps. Yet, at that moment, he could barely maintain his footing, his form swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. The onlookers around him were struck with astonishment. Mu Qingyue's pupils constricted, and she bellowed in fury. Patriarch Zhang, what are you doing? What does your clan intend? To employ such despicable tactics, unworthy of a martial artist. Cease at once. Simultaneously, the crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers, their disdain palpable. All the martial artists scoffed at such sordid methods. Nevertheless, Patriarch Zhang, seemingly oblivious, seized the opportunity and charged directly at Zhang Teng. This punch bore an overwhelming force, aimed straight at Zhang Teng's heart. This strike is none other than the ultimate technique of Zhang Zu's long fist, shattering the wind and splintering the mountains. Chapter 70. Spells. Am I, Lin, non-existent? As the patriarch of the Zhang clan drew nearer, a fierce murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The penetrating force of the wind-breaking and mountain-shattering strike was formidable. If it were to land, it would likely create a gaping hole in Zhang Teng's heart. At this moment, Zhang Teng was in a daze, swaying unsteadily. Had it not been for his unwavering willpower, he would have surely collapsed, utterly defenseless. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. This is dire. Zhang Teng is in peril. How despicable the Zhang clan is. The martial artists present, whether from the martial arts school or the academy, along with some curious residents, all looked disdainfully upon the Zhang clan. Mu Qingyue was particularly anxious. As an official witness, the actions of the Zhang clan were a blatant affront to the main hall. Although it was certain that once reported, the main hall would not remain indifferent and would impose severe consequences, Zhang Teng's life now hung by a thread. Did the Zhang clan intend to persist in their wrongdoing? Mu Qingyue admonished, attempting to prevent the patriarch from making a grave mistake. Yet, the patriarch seemed impervious to her words, resolutely determined to see Zhang Teng perish. In that moment of disorientation, Zhang Teng glimpsed the Zhang clan's disdainful expressions, as if they wished for his demise. His feelings toward the Zhang clan shifted from despair to loathing. How could Qin resort to such despicable tactics against him? The fierce wind from Zhang's punch was less than an inch away from him. Zhang Teng sought to evade and retaliate, yet his body was entirely unresponsive. He immediately attempted to channel the Tai Chi breathing technique, expelling the impure and drawing in the pure, striving to disperse the effects of the medicine. It was effective. However, it was too late. He required at least a dozen breaths to fully purge it. At this moment, Zhang's assault would descend within but 3 breaths. Was he destined to perish here? A sense of unwillingness engulfed him. His spirit-piercing needle was originally intended to confront Zhang Zhong, yet he found himself devoid of even the opportunity to unleash it. However, just as despair threatened to consume Zhang Teng, a chilling snort echoed forth. Humph. Accompanied by this cold sound, Zhang Teng's heart jolted. He suddenly realized a crucial truth. He was not alone. His master was also present. How could he allow him to be bullied? In that instant, Zhang Teng seemed to regain his confidence. Indeed, at that very moment, he sensed a terrifying force of nature's spiritual energy gathering around him. His master was casting a spell. Strangely, he felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance. His intuition was correct. This was indeed a spell cast by Lin Bei, consuming a drop of spiritual energy, the Tai Chi mystic shield. Just at that moment, he beheld the swirling black and white energies beneath his feet, coalescing into the emblem of Tai Chi simultaneously. Two ethereal fish emerged from the depths of the Tai Chi diagram, spiraling upward amidst the interplay of black and white energies. They carried an abundance of celestial spiritual power, transforming into a protective shield that enveloped Zhang Teng. "What is that?" exclaimed a nearby martial artist in astonishment. "Is it the manifestation of martial intent?" Nonsense. The so-called manifestation of martial intent refers to a faint visibility to the naked eye, indicating that a martial artist can sense the intense martial intent of their opponent. But this is entirely different. If it is not the manifestation of martial intent, then what is it? The aura of a martial arts master does not manifest in such a manner. The martial artists were utterly bewildered. What is aura? Aura is the highly concentrated essence of martial intent, a refinement of the earthly spiritual power imbued with martial intent, amplified several-fold. Even the martial intent of a master could not materialize in such a tangible form. This is not martial intent. I do not sense any martial intent at all, nor do I perceive it as aura, remarked a martial artist from the periphery. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Zhang Zhong in the distance narrowed his eyes, his face etched with disbelief. "Elder Zhong, what is this? Could it be a domain?" At the mention of a domain, panic swept through the crowd. That is a power only wielded by the kings of martial arts. "I do not know, but this is certainly not a domain." Elder Zhong shook his head. "A domain does not manifest in this way. Could it be something unique to cultivators?" As the crowd pondered in astonishment, on the other side, the murderous intent of clan leader Zhang grew even more intense. Though astonished, the assault did not relent, as if it were a sworn oath to eliminate Zhang Teng. "Zhang Teng, perish!" The fists surged forth, break the wind, and shatter the mountains. The chief of the Zhang clan unleashed a devastating strike that collided directly with the dual energies of black and white. Boom! To the astonishment of all, the chief's application of the Zhang ancestral long fist's ultimate technique failed to budge the opposing forces of energy in the slightest. More absurdly, the power of his punch was reflected back at him with doubled intensity. It was evident to everyone that his fist had caused his own hand to shatter from the recoil. The chief of the Zhang clan was horrified. He hastily retreated over 100 steps. At this moment, all the martial arts practitioners surrounding him were left in shock. Heavens, what is this? How can the defense be so terrifying? His hand is broken. That was the killing move of the Zhang ancestral long fist. Could it be that this is the martial intent of a cultivator? I sense that this is entirely on a different level. Is the sect of cultivators truly this formidable? While the crowd was filled with dread, Zhang Zheng's pupils constricted as he clenched his fist in response. He understood all too well that this technique had been executed by Lin Bei. He had always harbored apprehension towards Lin Bei, and now, a flicker of fear crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Teng's eyes regained clarity. Through the Tai Chi breathing technique, he expelled the toxins within him. At this moment, he also perceived the protective spell that shielded him. Indeed, it was his master who had saved him. Zhang Teng felt a surge of emotion within. In a certain sense, it was his first encounter with Lin Bei wielding his magical prowess. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the dismal fate of clan leader Zhang. The sheer strength was overwhelming. As his heart reverberated with shock, he seized the opportunity. The current state of clan leader Zhang was akin to a fish upon a chopping block. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Teng lunged directly towards clan leader Zhang. His gaze was infused with an insatiable bloodlust. "Despicable scoundrel, prepare to meet your end," Zhang Teng bellowed as he charged forth. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. Although he harbored fear towards Lin Bei, he could no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. With a countenance twisted in alarm, he shouted fiercely, "Everyone, attack! Subdue Zhang Teng and protect the clan leader." Almost instantaneously, over 30 martial experts from the Zhang clan sprang into action, converging ferociously from all directions. Zhang Zheng's focus remained unwaveringly fixed on Lin Bei, poised to intercept him at any moment. This scene left the martial artists from the surrounding schools and academies utterly astounded. Had they truly ripped apart the facade of civility? The prior use of drugs could be construed as foul play, but the gravity of the current situation was far too severe. It was as if they held the main headquarters in utter contempt. Had the Zhang family lost their sanity? Surely the Zhou clan of Nanyang would not dare to act in such a rebellious manner against the main headquarters. Such audacity could prompt the headquarters to send representatives for retribution rather than mere accountability. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Zhang Teng's expression shifted subtly. He had not anticipated that the Zhang clan would resort to such extremes to eliminate him, employing secret potions and brazenly tearing apart their facade to confront him. When Zhang Teng surveyed the attackers, a tremor coursed through him. To his astonishment, he spotted someone amidst the crowd, Zhang Yong. In that moment, a chill enveloped his heart, yet his eyes flickered with a glint of resolve. First, they employed drugs, and now they encircled him in an assault. Lin Bei let out a cold snort. Do you all presume that I, Lin, do not exist? Chapter 71. The Sky Has Fallen. Though Lin Bei's voice was not loud, it resonated explosively in the ears of everyone present. The members of the Zhang clan feigned ignorance, remaining unperturbed. Zhang Zhang rose abruptly, his martial aura soaring into the heavens, seemingly poised to intervene against Lin Bei at any moment. Observing the indifference of the Zhang clan, a glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. Impudence. With this exclamation, Lin Bei swiftly channeled 10 drops of spiritual energy from his primary meridian, merging it with the celestial energies of the world. He then emulated the oppressive force that Zhang Zhong had once wielded in the dojo, summoning the ethereal powers to bear down upon the members of the Zhang clan. As a master, Zhang Zhong could refine the worldly spiritual energy infused with martial intent, amplifying it to subdue others. In contrast, Lin Bei summoned an overwhelming torrent of celestial energy to press down upon them. In an instant, the faces of those rushing towards Zhang Teng shifted dramatically. An unimaginable force descended upon them like a mountain, crushing them with tremendous weight. Their martial intent dissipated in an instant, and each individual felt their legs buckle, some collapsing to their knees. A profound illusion gripped them all. The sky was collapsing, and this fallen sky descended directly upon their heads. Each person experienced the overwhelming might of celestial authority. What kind of power was this? How could it be so terrifying? Martial intent can overwhelm. Martial momentum can suppress, and even the realm of martial prowess can impose its weight upon others. However, the feelings of the Zhang clan warriors, who find themselves subdued, are entirely different from such pressures. This sensation of oppression resembles not the force of humanity, but rather that of the cosmos itself. The very heavens seem to collapse, and the earth to cave in, capturing the essence of these warriors' experience. In this moment, Zhang Zheng's martial presence soars skyward, striving to counteract this formidable pressure. Yet, he still feels an immense burden pressing down upon him, compelling him to hold steadfast with all his might. Were it not for his determination, he feared his legs would buckle beneath him. At this moment, he could not help but reminisce about his initial visit to the dojo. Back then, he had used his force to intimidate others. Now, Lin Bei returned that force 1,000-fold. Even he finds himself unable to withstand it. But this is not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instills fear is that he is not even the focal point of attention, merely one among the multitude subjected to this overwhelming pressure. He harbors no resentment towards those members of the Zhang clan who have fallen to their knees, for if he, too, feels such immense strain, with his calves trembling and on the verge of giving way, how can he blame his kin? Unconsciously, he gazes at Lin Bei, and instead of wariness, his eyes reflect pure terror. In that instant, he even loses the courage to confront Lin Bei. Meanwhile, the onlookers surrounding the scene exchange bewildered glances. What transpired? Were the Zhang clan not fierce and intent on mounting a collective assault? Why then do they fall like rain, some even kneeling in submission? The realm of Danhai is incomprehensible. It is best not to embarrass oneself. A formidable warrior of martial intent remarked, I can sense a terrifying pressure, akin to the weight of deep ocean waters, bearing down upon them. Pressure? What does that mean? Another inquired. Unlike martial intent or martial might, what constrains them is not mere force. It is the majesty of heaven. A master of true martial intent elucidated. Heavenly majesty. The individual gasped in astonishment. Not far away, the impartial Mu Qingyue was already rendered speechless. The moment the Tai Chi Xian shield manifested around Zhang Teng, she immediately recognized its significance. Control of the law. In the past, she had conversed with Zhang Teng, who then possessed scant knowledge of this power and suggested it could be understood as martial intent. But now, members of the Zhang clan were forced to kneel, some collapsing entirely to the ground, unable even to stir their fingers. In that moment, Mu Qingwei comprehended the truth. This was the control of the law, mastery over the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, as if the sky itself were collapsing. To regard such power as mere martial intent. Absurd. It was an entirely different echelon of existence. At that moment, a strange thought crossed her mind. Cultivating immortality. Perhaps it truly surpasses martial arts in strength. It might even be unfathomably superior. For she understood that Zhang Teng was merely at the entry level of immortality cultivation, refining his physical form. Yet even so, he could still defeat numerous masters of true martial intent. Once the master of the law, it seems he may not be a match after all. The more she comprehended the essence of cultivators, the more she felt the terror they embodied. Just as she was taken aback, Zhang Teng did not halt his advance. Instead, he surged like lightning towards the clan leader, Zhang. The clan leader was struck with dread as his peripheral vision caught sight of the clan members pinned to the ground, and in an instant, he grasped the truth. Lin Bei had not restrained him solely to allow Zhang Teng to take matters into his own hands. Prepare to meet your end, clan leader Zhang. Zhang Teng charged, leaving the clan leader frantically defending himself. Having lost his composure, it took but a fleeting moment for Zhang Teng to exploit the clan leader's vulnerabilities, sealing off more than 300 acupoints throughout his body. Even a master at the level of martial truth felt his movements sluggish at this moment. It's over. The clan leader's heart sank into despair. After a few exchanges, Zhang Teng repelled a punch from the clan leader, leaving his defenses wide open. In that fleeting instant, Zhang Teng suddenly adopted a stance reminiscent of a powerful punch. The aura surrounding him began to swell dramatically. Upon witnessing this posture, the clan leader was dumbfounded, for he recognized it as the precursor to the ancestral long fist's lethal strike. It's time to conclude this, Zhang Teng roared, unleashing a devastating punch. The sound of flesh colliding with force echoed. The clan leader staggered back several steps, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glanced down at his heart. The place lay desolate, a mere void marked by a single fist imprint. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant. Clan leader, how could this be? How could you have mastered the breaking wind technique? Only those who emphasize martial intent can cultivate it. You have stolen knowledge. An elder from the Zhang clan chastised him. Yet, as he vented his fury, the breath within him faltered, and instead of remaining half-kneeling, he found himself prostrate on the ground, appearing as though he was confessing his faults to Zhang Teng. How utterly absurd. Zhang Teng cast a cold glance at the members of the Zhang clan. Stealing techniques? The breaking wind technique you wield is riddled with flaws. Cannot you discern the distinction in my execution? At that moment, the eyes of the Zhang clan members widened, suddenly cognizant of a revelation. Could it be that you derived it through deduction? Zhang Zhong, too, was momentarily dazed. Zhang Teng's breaking wind technique was more refined. It dawned on the clan members that their abandonment of Zhang Teng was pathetically misguided. Had they known of his extraordinary talent earlier, what would it matter if they relinquished all familial interests in Nanyang and relocated as a whole? The Zhang clan. Some among them felt regret. Zhang Zhong was also somewhat entranced. However, at that very moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Such a prodigy must be eliminated. He poses a grave threat. If he lives, you shall perish. The instant that voice emerged, Zhang Zhong's countenance turned ashen. The martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan has, astonishingly, compelled him to slay Zhang Teng under such circumstances. Chapter 72. Domain, Confrontation. What to do? Zhang Zhong's expression shifted. He comprehended that, on the surface, Zhang Teng had issued a life-and-death challenge to the Zhang clan, inciting profound animosity. However, the true adversary of Zhang Teng was, in fact, the Zhou clan of Nanyang. It was precisely for this reason that the martial king of the Zhou clan had commanded him to eliminate Zhang Teng. Currently, the martial king of the Zhou clan appeared to offer two choices, yet in truth, there was no choice at all. Zhang Zhong was faced with only two options, to either immediately engage in combat with Zhang Teng or to concede on behalf of the Zhang clan. Should Zhang Teng and Lin Beirua agree, under the impartial circumstances of the main hall, their subsequent infractions would inevitably lead to accountability and even punishment. Nevertheless, due to the intervention of the main hall, while the Zhang clan would face repercussions, in a certain sense, their grievances would be resolved. But what if they refused? The Zhang clan would not only lose face but also incur the wrath of the martial king of the Zhou clan, facing potential annihilation. Zhang Zhong rapidly calculated the gains and losses in his mind. If Zhang Teng and his companions accepted the Zhang clan's concession, There was a considerable probability that the martial king of the Zhou clan would take action personally. Once the martial king of the Zhou clan intervened, a confrontation with Zhang Teng's master would be inevitable. Should Lin Bei be defeated while ensuring Zhang Teng's escape, the Zhang clan would undoubtedly incur the martial king's furious wrath, and the enmity with the dojo would remain unresolved. Should the martial arts sovereign flee in defeat, he would inevitably seek retribution afterwards. Surrendering, what remains is sole hope. It lies in Lin Bei's formidable strength, capable of gravely wounding or even vanquishing the sovereign of the Zhou clan. At that moment, the Zhang clan might grasp a slender chance for survival. Conversely, if Lin Bei were to suffer a crushing defeat, grievous injury, or even death, the Zhang clan would similarly face dire consequences. Yet, should he decide to act, if Lin Bei intervenes or even retaliates against him, would he still succeed? There is a distinct possibility that he might perish at Lin Bei's hands before achieving his goal. Under the overwhelming might, he has lost the courage to confront Lin Bei. He suspects that Lin Bei may very well be on par with a martial arts sovereign. Whether he acts or refrains, it seems both paths lead to doom. Weighing his options, Zhang Zhong found himself indecisive. Just then, the voice of the martial arts sovereign resonated in his ears once more. Act swiftly. I shall hold back Zhang Teng's master for you. Time waits for no one. Ultimately, after careful consideration of the pros and cons, Zhang Zhong resolved to side with the sovereign of the Zhou clan. Zhang Teng, for slaying the patriarch of the Zhang clan, you shall meet your end. Almost instantaneously as Zhang Zhong's furious declaration echoed, he felt an inexplicable lightness envelop him. The overwhelming pressure akin to celestial might had dissipated. He understood that the martial arts sovereign had taken action, directly utilizing his domain to dispel Lin Bei's oppressive force against him. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Zhong surged forth towards Zhang Teng. At this juncture, Mu Qingyue's pupils narrowed as she grappled with the incomprehensible choice made by Zhang Zhong, a martial arts master, to court death at such a perilous moment. Indeed, in her eyes, Zhang Zhong was courting death. Even his status as a martial arts master could not alter that perception. After all, the formidable prowess displayed by Lin Bei was truly terrifying, placing him in an entirely different echelon. This sentiment was not hers alone. Nearly every martial arts expert present shared the same thoughts. Could anyone possessing ordinary strength exert such pressure over dozens of martial artists? At that moment, Lin Bei suddenly directed a furious shout towards the crowd of the Zhang clan in the distance. Who is it? Step forward. As the words echoed, a figure from the Zhang clan soared into the air, treading upon the void as if walking on air. Matters concerning the Zhang clan shall be resolved by the Zhang clan. With that declaration, his gaze pierced through the air like a blade, fixated intently on Lin Bei. Domain. Such a potent martial domain. The martial arts king. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, someone exclaimed, "Isn't he an envoy of the Zhou clan?" The martial arts king of the Zhou clan had disguised himself as an envoy? In that instant, all present comprehended why Zhang Zhong had so recklessly attacked Zhang Teng. It was evident that the martial arts king of the Zhou clan had discerned Zhang Teng's extraordinary potential and sought to extinguish it in its infancy. After the emergence of the heavenly king of the Zhou clan, he said nothing but quietly regarded Lin Bei. Lin Bei, in turn, observed this individual. He discerned that there was a complete absence of spiritual energy surrounding the man. Alternatively, the earthly spiritual force around him seemed entirely permeated by his martial intent, and highly condensed, as if transforming into what many described as a domain. It appeared he was stepping on air, yet in reality, it was the earthly spiritual energy, infused with his martial intent, that supported him. Was this domain an alternative application of the earthly spiritual force? Lin Bei immediately began to assess the man's strength based on the refinement level of the spiritual energy surrounding him. It was far inferior to the spiritual energy within him. The density of the earthly spiritual force surrounding him was immense, comparable to a strand of earthly spiritual energy absorbed into his meridians after refining. Lin Bei's initial reaction was, he could fight, but he was uncertain if he could win. After all, it was his first encounter with a martial domain, and he was unaware of its characteristics. Lin Bei remained still. Naturally, the heavenly king of the Zhou clan could not take action either. After all, he could not see through the man before him and would not act recklessly. His purpose was to stall Lin Bei, allowing Zhang Zhong to eliminate Zhang Teng. However, he likely could not fathom that Lin Bei's reason for not attacking was not due to confrontation or fear. Instead, Lin Bei was strategizing for battle. In this moment, seeing the heavenly king of the Zhou clan remain inactive, Lin Bei felt a surge of delight. He awaited the outcome of the calculation. But what was this fellow truly anticipating? Was he merely waiting for death? If the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan were to strike immediately, he would have no time to forecast the battle. The victor remained uncertain. To seize the initiative now was tantamount to courting demise. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhong, like a bolt of lightning, surged before Zhang Teng. This time, Zhang Teng was faced with a master. The overwhelming pressure enveloped him, rendering his breath labored and stilted almost instantaneously. What an incredibly terrifying sensation. This was the essence of pressure. Zhang Teng's pupils constricted as he came to a chilling realization. While he might rely on his extraordinary combat talent and the eighth refinement of his martial body to contend with formidable martial intent practitioners, it was utterly impossible to confront a martial arts master. The disparity was insurmountable. In that moment, he felt as fragile as an infant in the presence of a fully grown man, utterly incomparable. Just as the thought crossed his mind, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhong was already upon him. Zhang Teng discerned at once that Zhang Zhong's tightly clenched fist was poised to unleash the renowned long back fist of Zhang's ancestral style. Celebrated for its speed, in an instant, that punch descended before him. The velocity was astonishing. It seemed that a mere breath's duration was all that was required to shatter his skull with a single strike. At that precise moment, Zhang Teng's pupils began to undergo an extraordinarily enigmatic transformation, with a faint semblance of the Tai Chi swirling within his eyes. Zhang Zhong fixated his gaze upon Zhang Teng, inexplicably overwhelmed by a sudden wave of profound unease surging within him. Chapter 73. Spell. Stunning Needle. Illusion? For the first time, Zhang Zhong found himself questioning his intuition. Could Zhang Teng truly pose a threat to him? How could that be possible? Just a short while ago, during his visit to the dojo, even the mere pressure of intent had rendered Zhang Teng's legs weak. How could such a transformation occur in just a few days? Was it a celestial text he spoke of? The unsettling illusion was promptly dismissed by him. With the speed of a thunderclap, his fists surged towards Zhang Teng, mere inches apart. At that precise moment, it seemed as though a glimmer of spiritual energy emanated from the corners of Zhang Teng's eyes. The spell was unleashed. Stunning Needle. Silently, to the onlookers, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. Zhang Zhong's fist was on the verge of piercing through Zhang Teng's skull. However, at the instant the stunning needle activated, it struck Zhang Zhong directly. For him, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. His mind was instantly engulfed in a void, the roaring sound seemingly banishing his very soul. Buzz, the sound. Zhang Zhong's attack rapidly lost its potency and martial intent, leaving only the force of inertia. This assault was no longer a concern. With a single hand, Zhang Teng caught the inertia of the fist effortlessly. This scene left the surrounding crowd utterly stunned, particularly the members of the Zhang clan, who were completely bewildered. In their eyes, Zhang Zhong's fierce strike was astonishingly seized by Zhang Teng with but one hand. It was simply preposterous. Although Zhang Teng is formidable, it is utterly implausible that he could wield such power unaided, leveraging the force of a master-esque concentrated strike. Something is amiss. Suddenly, among the onlookers, a martial artist became aware of an unsettling truth. Look, Zhang Zhong appears off-kilter. His eyes have lost their luster, as if he has transcended to another realm. In the throes of life and death combat, has he become distracted? How could this be? Zhang Zhong is not himself. He has depleted his vital energy, relinquished his martial intent, and lost his momentum. The crowd gasped. Even a fool would recognize that Zhang Zhong has encountered an unforeseen mishap. While others are baffled, Mu Qinghua comprehends the situation. This is a form of control. This is sorcery. In recent days, she has been immersed in the temple, acutely aware that Zhang Teng has been preparing a trump card, seemingly aiming to grasp a particular form of sorcery within the realm of Taoist essence. It is abundantly clear he has succeeded. Moreover, this form of sorcery is exceptionally unique, executed with utter silence and stealth. In this surprise assault, even a master-level figure like Zhang Zhong finds himself ensnared in an instant. At this moment, she cannot help but recall her exchanges with Zhang Teng, to regard sorcery as martial intent. How amusing. Men, not a word of truth escapes their lips. This has managed to subdue even a master. How could martial intent compare? A myriad of astonishments coalesces within her heart into a singular realization. Cultivators are indeed formidable. At this moment, she suddenly realized the extent of her former ignorance. She had foolishly sought to absorb the strengths of the cultivators to refine her martial arts. This was entirely a matter of different realms. Her thoughts were utterly misguided. Moreover, she found herself engaging in self-mockery. When she had initially requested Zhang Teng and even Lin Bei to impart the cultivation techniques, the sect had readily acquiesced. She had once believed that such techniques were not precious, yet now she comprehended the truth. It was not that the cultivation methods lacked value, but rather that the threshold was insurmountably high. Even if they were taught to her, it did not guarantee her ability to cultivate them. However, once one gained entry, it was tantamount to joining the sect. After all, having witnessed the cultivation methods, only by joining the sect could one access subsequent paths of cultivation. The martial path was no longer an option. Simultaneously, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Zhang Teng was acutely aware that opportunities were fleeting. He was uncertain how long his spirit-piercing strike would last. Hence, every moment of breath was exceedingly precious. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Teng launched a counterattack. His first move was the most vigorous assault imaginable. At the moment he assumed his stance, the expressions of the Zhang clan members changed dramatically, with many unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Shatter the wind and ruin the mountains. How formidable could such a charged strike be? What was the matter with Elder Zhang? Why was he standing still? Something was amiss. Elder Zhang, what is wrong? Defend yourself. Where are your true energy, martial intent, and momentum? Such vulnerability will lead to demise. The members of the Zhang clan attempted to call out. Some were even brought to tears in their desperation. Yet, Zhang Zhong seemed utterly soulless, maintaining the posture of his previous attack, standing like a wooden post. Meanwhile, Zhang Teng unleashed his punch. This strike was fearsome, and as it was thrown, bones and sinews resonated, resembling a sonic boom. With a resounding thud, flesh met flesh, and Zhang Zhong was instantly sent soaring several meters into the air. Almost everyone could discern from the sound just how terrifying this blow was. When he crashed to the ground, dust erupted around him. As the dust settled, he appeared lifeless, utterly motionless. Old Zhong. The members of the Zhang clan cried out in anguish. At that very moment, Zhang Zhong instinctively coughed twice. Cough, cough. With each spasm, copious amounts of blood gushed forth, clearly indicating he had sustained severe internal injuries. After the violent coughing fit, Zhang Zhong collapsed once more. Evidently, the effects of the spirit-piercing needle still lingered, and he had not recovered at all. Indeed, being a master, this punch had failed to penetrate his martial physique. Zhang Teng silently acknowledged this. He understood that although this strike did not breach Zhang Zhong's defenses, it had directly shattered his internal organs. Zhang Zhong was finished. Without haste, he slowly approached Zhang Zhong. At this moment, the light slowly returned to Zhang Zhong's eyes. However, upon regaining his senses, he felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly collapsed here. As he noticed Zhang Teng approaching, his instincts urged him to prepare for an attack. Yet, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. He discovered that his internal organs had been shattered. The only reason he was still alive was due to the formidable vitality of a martial arts master, clinging to a breath of life. Have I been defeated? At this moment, Zhang Teng had reached his side, gazing down at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, in turn, looked up at Zhang Teng. In his eyes, the blazing sun seemed to shine brilliantly behind Zhang Teng, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Whether it was an illusion or not, Zhang Zhong sensed that there was no anger or hatred in Zhang Teng's gaze. Instead, he perceived a trace of compassion. It was this very compassion that utterly shattered all the words he wished to utter. Zhang Zhong found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he seemed to behold a man of towering strength. He even realized that this man before him understood the tribulations faced by the Zhang clan, and was acutely aware of his own struggles. As for the challenges confronting the Zhang clan, this man chose not to yield, to submit, or to endure. Instead, he opted to shatter everything with his own fists. And now he had succeeded. There were no curses, no hatred, not even fear. Zhang Zhong understood that his demise was imminent. His gaze transformed into one of tranquility and compassion. Countless words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not articulate them. Ultimately, all his unspoken sentiments coalesced into three simple words: good child. At the moment he uttered these words, the severity of his injuries surged forth, and his lifted head collapsed directly onto the ground. Chapter 74, The Martial Domain. A different realm. Zhang Zhong seemed to utter nothing, yet it appeared as if he had said everything. He lay lifeless, breathless, yet his expression conveyed immense pride for Zhang Teng. In death, he seemed to validate that Zhang Teng's choice was indeed correct, while the Zhang clan had erred gravely. Zhang Teng remained silent, standing still, until he finally sighed and slowly crouched down, calming his gaze. This scene caused the patriarch of the Zhou clan to narrow his pupils, the murderous intent in his eyes reaching an unparalleled intensity. At that moment, Zhang Teng gradually rose, surveying the members of the Zhang clan. His voice, now devoid of any bloodlust, rang out softly. "Is there anyone else who wishes to take action?" One elder, gritting his teeth, appeared ready to strike. Yet the overwhelming pressure of Celestial might rendered him immobile. Beside him, another individual sighed, "Enough? Do you still wish to act? Elder Zhang is dead. Our mission as the Zhang family has come to an end." The mention of mission awakened the elder who had contemplated an attack, dimming the light in his eyes. In this moment, some laughed at their own folly, while others mourned. In the realm of martial artists, strength reigned supreme. This truth was laid bare before them. The members of the Zhang clan fell into a profound silence. The onlookers fell into a profound silence as the formidable presence of the Wang clan's martial arts king emerged. Palpable pressure emanating from the Zhang clan. A sense of helplessness and reluctance enveloped them. At that moment, even some martial artists grasped why the Zhang clan had disregarded the challenge and turned hostile. After a brief interlude of silence, an elder of the clan spoke up. "We have lost. We acknowledge our violation of the General Hall's fair rules and are prepared to accept the consequences." Another elder from the Zhang clan interjected, "Zhang Teng, your ties and grievances with our clan are hereby resolved." At this juncture, Zhang Teng cast a complex gaze upon the members of the Zhang clan. "The reasons behind this are understood," he uttered slowly, recognizing that the distinction between right and wrong was no longer of paramount importance. His attention shifted to Mu Qingwei. "I shall not pursue the matter of the rule violation." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Teng experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. He realized that from this moment forth, his relationship with the Zhang clan was irrevocably severed, marked by a finality of sentiment and duty. In a similar vein, they had also reached a mutual understanding. Mu Qingwei nodded in agreement. "I will document this matter when I report it." The Zhang clan remained silent, with Zhang Yong among the crowd bowing his head, his expression a blend of shame, remorse, and a hint of joy. Simultaneously, Zhang Teng took a deep breath and suddenly lifted his gaze. At this moment, the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan stood suspended in midair, gazing down imperiously at Zhang Teng. As he beheld the lofty figure of the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign, a storm of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. He comprehended that the Zhou clan was, in the truest sense, the root of all evil. Had it not been for the Zhou clan, how could he have been so grievously wronged? How could he have been relentlessly pursued? The Zhang clan may have erred, may have made misguided choices. Yet one truth remained clear to him. The Zhang clan was powerless in this matter. Zhou clan of Nanyang. Zhang Teng suddenly bellowed in fury. "Today I, Zhang Teng, challenge your Zhou clan. According to the rules of challenge, I shall pay you a visit in 6 months' time. Do you dare accept this declaration of war?" Upon hearing this, the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan squinted, then erupted into a raucous laugh, his mirth laced with scorn. Eventually, the laughter subsided, and he cast a cold gaze upon Zhang Teng, exuding an aura as fierce as a tiger, uttering 3 words, "You are unworthy." The martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan had no intention of accepting the challenge. Accepting such a declaration would subject him to the constraints of the martial arts general pavilion. With no sense of fairness in the current situation, why would he willingly invite trouble upon himself? Thus, with a furious shout, he glanced at Lin Bei. The distance to Lin Bei was considerable, whereas Zhang Teng was much closer, a mere few hundred meters apart. His martial domain was quite unique, although it could encompass 100 meters. The current circumstances were far from ideal. However, due to the prolonged concealment of his identity, he has comprehended the true essence of Shadow Path, enabling him to transform his martial domain into a linear extension, stretching it tenfold. Thus, whenever he desires, he can extend his martial domain in the blink of an eye, subsequently enveloping Zhang Teng within it. Within the martial domain, I reign supreme. He is confident in his ability to obliterate Zhang Teng instantaneously. Yet, this distance may allow him to strike decisively and eliminate Zhang Teng outright. The more he contemplates, the more tempted he becomes. At this moment, Zhang Teng's displayed talents instill in him a profound sense of apprehension, compelling him to eradicate the threat without delay. The only variable is Zhang Teng's master, as he remains utterly unaware of Lin Bei's true capabilities. Just as the martial king of the Zhou clan's thoughts raced, Zhang Teng's voice echoed forth. "What is this? The esteemed martial king is not afraid, are you? Or perhaps the princess of the Zhou clan, having lost her honor, resorts to slandering others?" At the mention of the princess, a glint of cold fury flashed in the eyes of the Zhou clan Zhang's martial king. This is indeed a disgrace to their clan. He understands that if he fails to eliminate Zhang Teng today, this incident will forever linger in the memories of all. Once Zhang Teng is dead, they can manipulate the narrative, attributing the princess's disgrace to the deceased Zhang Teng. After a brief moment of contemplation, the martial king of the Zhou clan resolutely made his decision. What does it matter if he remains ignorant of Lin Bei's true depth? As long as Zhang Teng is swiftly eliminated, Lin Bei's defiance would be rendered futile. Furthermore, Lin Bei may not truly be his adversary, nor would he dare to confront him. Even if he were to challenge him, what difference would it make? Even if he is not a match, it would be no difficulty for the martial king to escape, drawing upon the resources of his family. He harbors little belief that Lin Bei could truly pose a threat to him. In comparison to Lin Bei, he is far more apprehensive of the prodigious Zhang Teng. With this thought in mind, the martial king of the Zhou clan no longer hesitated and bellowed with fervor, "Ignorant youth! How dare you tarnish the reputation of the Zhou clan? You shall not be spared." Without delay, he initiated his attack. In the blink of an eye, his martial domain expanded, slithering forth like a serpent. Within mere moments, it enveloped Zhang Teng entirely. Martial domain expansion. His martial domain was exceptionally unique. Zhang Teng was in grave danger. Before the martial king, he was as insignificant as an ant. Many martial artists were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. No one had anticipated that the martial king of the Zhou clan would possess such audacity to strike in Lin Bei's presence. Simultaneously, the moment Zhang Teng was encased within the martial domain, he immediately sensed himself ensnared in a separate realm. It was as if he had been severed from the very essence of the world's spiritual energy. All he could perceive was the malevolent intent that saturated the martial domain. This was the martial domain, a completely different world. Zhang Teng was aghast. He employs the formidable divine needle to vanquish Zhang Zhong. Yet when confronted with the martial arts king, he is but an insignificant ant.